Chapter 16. Snippet spoiler, minor to none. Due to the peculiarity of Britannia's imperial protocol, it was not until 6 months after the assassination of Prince Clovis that Princess Euphemia was elevated from her previous position of sixth in line to the throne. By tradition, only the sovereign has the power to determine what the order of succession is, and even if a contender is removed from consideration due to death or other extreme circumstances, the formal order remains as it was until the Majesty decides to release a new Imperio Successoros Designare. Until such time, the position previously occupied by the deceased remains simply vacant, though in practice all candidates numbered after the deceased are effectively moved up one's place. It is also not unheard of for a reigning sovereign to use the opportunity that was presented by the need to update the designare to shuffle about the heirs to reflect the changing of favor and rebalance the power of the various factions at court. Thus the elevation of the Princess Euphemia to fourth in line to the throne over her older sister the Princess Guinevere was not wholly unexpected, seeing the favor already shown with Her Highness' appointment as Viceroy of Area 11. For many at court it was an indication that the Princess Euphemia was a person of note, to be watched and perhaps wooed. For the princess herself it was simply one of many steps on the path to the throne. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 16, Ira Furor Brevis Est. Clouds of dust trailed behind the quartet of bipedal mechs that raced across the desert plains. The squat, compact forms were painted a pattern of dark brown, pale green, and beige to help them blend in with the background while immobile. They approached the target area quickly, a series of bunkers, armored gun emplacements, and even a few tanks sprinkling the mock defensive line. As the squad came into range, they leveled the cannon mounted on each arm and opened fire. Each round flew true, the dual shots let loose by the mechs punching through the concrete and metal. Wooden pop-ups shot up from the trenches before the defensive emplacements and were equally quickly mowed down by the machine guns mounted on the hips of the mechs. Next, the rumble of diesel engines sounded and 8 T-64 tanks rolled out to meet the attackers. Solid machines, the T-64 was coming on the end of the class service life, and these 8 had been modified to be remotely controlled to serve as test targets for today's demonstration. Something needed to be done with the several thousand T-64s made obsolete by the newly rolling out T-72s after all, though if today's demonstration was anywhere near as successful as its organizers hoped, the T-72 might become equally obsolete before the day was over. Without human crews in them, their movement was sluggish and there was no way for them to actually fire upon the advancing mechs, but that was not their purpose this day. Instead they served simply as hardened mobile targets that the incoming mechs needed to try to hit while on the move. The crew of each mech had trained long and hard for this day, however, and represented the best of their respective units. Against targets that could not even shoot back, it was almost child's play. The AT-64s were quickly reduced to smoldering wrecks after a single salvo from the circling mechs. The opposition destroyed, the mechs rolled to a stop. In a bunker some distance away, enough to minimize risk of getting hit by a stray shell but close enough to offer a good vantage point, Field Marshal Alphonse Pierre-Jouin lowered his binoculars and nodded approvingly. "I must admit, Erwin, that Rheinmetall cannon is quite the marvel. Is there any tank armor it cannot defeat?" His companion smiled wearily as he lowered his own pair. "As much as I hate to admit the fatherland falling short anywhere, there have been reports of Britannia working on some sort of advanced composite material capable of defending against any deployed anti-tank weapon short of extreme close range." Alphonse murmured. "In development, you say? But not yet deployed and likely won't be for several years, whereas our new Panzer Hummel is entering serial production. Within the next 6 months we'll have enough to equip a full division. Within a year, another 4. "That may be so, sir, but it will take longer to fully train the crews for the Hummels," Erwin pointed out. "At present projections are that we will need at least 2 years before we can field an effective force." "True enough," Alphonse conceded to his deputy. "Still, we are making steady progress to closing the gap between us and the Britannians. If the Empire will just give us a bit more time, they'll be the ones on the receiving end of a nasty surprise instead of the other way around." "Ask of me anything but time," Erwin quoted. Alphonse chuckled. "Yes, I suppose I might well be asking too much there, but if things go well in Japan the Empire will be too preoccupied to make an open move against us anytime soon." Erwin frowned. "You have received news from your agents?" The Field Marshal nodded gravely. "It would seem that the attack on the OSEC conference ended up working on our favor. They were able to make contact with the blood of the samurai through one of the present insurgents and eventually worked their way up to the samurai's leadership. So we are in contact with one of the larger resistance movements?" Erwin asked. "Yes, but the samurai will not be of much use," Alphonse said. "The report indicated, and I agree, that the Britannians will likely be moving against them in full force very soon. In fact, considering the delay in getting the message out of the country, I would not be surprised if the Britannians were not already hitting them. It would be unfortunate if the Britannians were to discover STIS agents amongst the samurai," Erwin said as tactfully as he could manage. "Agreed," Alphonse nodded. "There should be little risk of that, however. The report indicated that they had used the samurai to make contact with the Japanese Liberation Front and would be moving on to cultivate ties with them." "Are we certain the samurai will not be put off being used as a mere stepping stone? Erwin asked. I have been assured that that will not be a problem. Alphonse shrugged. And even if they did, there is little either them or us can do about it. We cannot lend them enough support quickly enough to prevent Britannia from crushing them after all. And once they are destroyed, well, they would hardly be in a position to complain, much less receive aid. You seem very certain that the samurai will be defeated, sir. Alphonse snorted. Marshal Cornelia is out for their blood, no pun intended, Erwin. They threatened her little sister at the OSEC conference, and if there is one thing that all of our various intelligence agencies agree on, it is that she cares deeply for the Princess Euphemia. I suppose there is something to be said about provoking the wrath of the Witch of Britannia, Erwin said dryly. But enough about Japan and Britannia, Alphonse said, making for the bunker's exit. We're here to inspect our new toys after all, so we might as well enjoy ourselves. Erwin chuckled as he followed. Indeed, sir. You've been keeping track of the new developments more closely than I have, Alphonse went on. Tell me, are our gunners really that good or did they cheat? I'm afraid they cheated, sir, Erwin said with feigned resignation. A shame that they needed to make use of the new fire control system to make those hits while moving. Ah, well, I suppose one can't have everything, Alphonse played along. Though this new fire control, I don't suppose this is the new toy that B has been working on for the past couple of years. Erwin could not quite suppress his grin. Why, yes it is, sir. They finally managed to squeeze it down to something that can fit on a Hummel, and there's even talk of outfitting it on our conventional Panzers. Fascinating, Alphonse said earnestly before chuckling. You know, it is rather ironic. A British system that will one day help defend the EU against the Britannian Empire. I suppose so, sir, Erwin said. Then again, the British are hardly as uncouth as the Britannians. They use the metric system for measurement like any sensible person would. Alphonse burst out laughing and clapped his friend and deputy on the shoulder. That they do, that they do. And here is hoping when the chips fall, our sensibility will make sure that it is Britannia and not us that has overreached. The German officer nodded in wholehearted agreement. And for that purpose they would make sure that the EU would have all the weapons necessary to see off the Britannian juggernaut, weapons like the Panzer Hummel that they were about to get a close-up look at. Sozaku finished his systems check and rolled Lancelot off the transport trailer. Sozaku, everything all right? Cecile radioed in. Yes ma'am, Sozaku said formally. The Lancelot's running perfect. Of course it would, Lloyd could be heard in the background. We can't guarantee a continuous feed of telemetry under combat conditions, Cecile said, ignoring her nominal superior, so we might not be able to catch any problems that crop up immediately. Be careful, this is only the second time Lancelot has been deployed in the field. Understood, Captain, Sozaku assured her. 4 other Nightmares, Gloucesters, formed up around him. All units check in, Claudio's voice sounded over the radio. Glaston 3 ready. Glaston 4 ready. Glaston 5 ready. Glaston 6 ready. Lancelot ready, Sozaku said at the end. All right, remember what we're here for, Claudio said. We're the point of the spear, the blood of the samurai, very heavily entrenched defenses covering the approach to Mount Aseo. Marshal Cornelia wants us to punch a hole for the rest of her forces to follow. Alfred, you're on point. Sozaku, watch his back. Bart, take rearguard. Sir, came 2 responses. You sure he's not gonna be shooting me in the back instead? Was the snide third. Can it, Alfred? Claudio snapped. If you don't think you're up for this, then you can sit out. No response came from the other man and Sozaku took a deep breath. This was okay, he had expected discontent from others. Arguing with them would do little, he would need to prove himself with deeds. And there were at least some people that he was already winning over with his deeds. All right, Sozaku, Claudio said on a private channel. I know you haven't done any squad-based training with a Nightmare, so you're going to have to learn quick. Fighting with a group is a lot different than fighting by yourself. You need to know not only what you yourself are doing, you also need to keep track of what everyone else is doing. Don't waste ammo on a target that one of your squad mates is already taking out, and when shooting make sure that someone isn't about to cross your line of fire. At the same time, the enemy isn't going to all be gunning for you. If you see someone going for a squad mate, do something about it, don't assume that the other soldier will notice fast enough. Mostly common sense advice, but Sozaku still appreciated the fact that Claudio was willing to take the time to pass it on nonetheless. Got it, the young man said. There was a pause before Claudio next spoke. First the HAHO jump and now this. I'm starting to wonder if father really likes you considering how many fires he keeps throwing you into. Sozaku smiled wearily to himself. I suppose I just have to make sure I keep not disappointing him. Another pause. Yeah, I guess you do. Claudio switched back to the squad channel. Move out, we're on a schedule here. The 5 Nightmares moved out, leaving the field base the military had set up and heading for Mount Aseo. They were a few kilometers out from where surveillance planes had detected the probable defense emplacements, so long as the blood of the samurai did not end up having artillery pieces tucked away as well. If they did, the Glaston Knights plus Suzaku would be finding out pretty soon. Well, them and the rest of the company of nightmares that were following in their wake. The force of mechs would lead the charge and open the way for the rest of the troops moving up now. There was no way the samurai did not know they were coming, but stealth was not really a consideration for a full frontal attack. The Britannian army intended to thoroughly curb-stomp the insurgents, and they were not going to cheap out on the hardware needed for the job. A beep sounded and Suzaku brought Lancelot to a halt. The others likewise stopped about him. "Hold position," Claudio ordered, "button down." All of the nightmares dropped to one knee. Suzaku watched intently as the entire force waited. And then a rumble sounded. The Britannian military had not been idle the past few days as it moved troops and hardware west for the attack on Mount Isao. Near-continuous recon flights had mapped the mountain in great detail, and camouflaged bunkers that had managed to escape notice in the past were quickly found and tagged as the military put the entire area under a microscope. That information was now being put to use. The self-propelled howitzers Cornelia had brought forth for this operation were equipped with 6-inch guns with effective ranges of over 10 miles. As far as the Britannians could determine, the blood of the samurai possessed nothing that could match that range even with their height advantage. Even if they did, their limited fire control would have precluded their inflicting any major damage on the Britannian forces before an airstrike or counter-battery fire was called in to neutralize the offending artillery piece. Right now, however, even that was not necessary, as a single shot from each of the artillery batteries let loose. All found their mark, and a few seconds later the roar of entire batteries sounded as the other howitzers joined in. The targets that had not been reduced to rubble already by the ranging shot were duly and very thoroughly flattened. "All units, advance!" Claudio shouted over the radio as the shaking subsided. With a roar, the nightmares rose and began their charge. At first no guns opened up to greet them, and the mechs crossed the 5 miles that separated them from the first line of defenses unopposed. Only upon breaching the enemy perimeter did they finally encounter opposition, as machine guns and a few light cannons opened up. The rounds bounced ineffectually off the nightmares, and all that the defenders achieved was drawing attention to themselves. Suzaku grit his teeth as he joined the other Britannian knights in returning fire. These people were insurgents, terrorists that had gotten innocent civilians involved in their fight against Britannia. They had threatened to kill the princess and Millie's little sister. His expression darkened. They had made their choice. The second line of defenses collapsed as the last enemy gun fell silent. The nightmares stepped over the burning wreckage and began their climb up the mountainside as armored fighting vehicles rolled up in their wake. More artillery strikes followed, knocking out defenses further up with methodical precision. That did not, of course, eliminate all opposition. Popping out from obscured holes appeared insurgents armed with a variety of weapons. Most supported mere rifles or even handguns, while a few popped off rockets that might have actually done some damage had they hit. There was simply not enough of them, however, to slow the advancing nightmares as they mauled down the insurgents. It was a one-sided slaughter, the blood of the samurai outgunned and quickly becoming outnumbered. The battle was decided before the opening barrage. Cornelia regarded the main display in satisfaction as her forces smashed the feeble resistance put up by the insurgents. With the surface secured, more teams were moving up to storm the tunnel network that extended below the mountain. Taking the bunker itself was unnecessary to actually win the battle, but simply burying the blood of the samurai under tons of rubble would not produce any useful intelligence for going after the rest of their network. The going would be rough and almost certainly less one-sided than the surface engagement had been. Even so, the price would be worth it so long as they found something actionable in the samurai's headquarters. Andreas stepped beside Cornelia. "Marshal." "General," Cornelia replied. A silence lingered between them after the initial greeting before Andreas finally cleared his throat. "The operation is proceeding to your satisfaction." Cornelia did her best to not grimace. While Andreas abhorred politics as much as she did, that did not mean the man was without tact and guile. For that matter, she was not without some subtlety herself. "I have no cause for complaint," Cornelia responded. "Our forces have performed to my standards." Andreas nodded in acknowledgement of the implicit praise, and the admission that she had no reproach for his decision to use one Suzaku Kururugi as part of the vanguard force. Such honor tended to only be given to knights whom had proven themselves capable of shouldering the responsibility, and continued success in the role tended to be a fast track to promotion. Of course, as such knights were promoted, they needed to be replaced, so it was not unusual for promising young knights to be mixed in with a force of veterans to season him or her. Suzaku, however, was more than just a simple promising young knight. In point of fact, he was not a knight at all. Officially, the young man was simply the Lancelot's test pilot while the prototype nightmare underwent field evaluation. It was a flimsy fiction, but images needed to be maintained. Thus, having confirmed that his liege did not intend to take issue with his employment of the young man, Andreas moved the topic onto other matters less likely to induce irritation in the princess. "Our forces expect to begin assaulting the tunnels within the next 10 minutes or so," the general reported. "Heavy weapons fire teams will spearhead the assault, accompanied by engineer units to deal with any traps they encounter." Cornelia grunted. Impatience was one of her weaknesses, one that the marshal was at least cognizant of. But her impatience here was not without reason. The longer the assault was forestalled, the more time the samurai leadership would have to destroy their records. Then again, the battle had already lasted for half an hour since the opening barrage, and if they had any sense, the insurgents would have begun destroying their more sensitive files the moment Britannian nightmares were sighted. She could always hope their contingency planning was as sloppy as their haphazard defenses. Any sign of attempts to escape? Cornelia asked. None thus far, Your Highness, Andreas answered. There is always the possibility that they possess a tunnel that leads far beyond our current reconnaissance zone, but that is doubtful. The marshal frowned. That was a bit odd that the insurgents would not at least attempt a breakout. The battle was effectively decided, and there was nothing the samurai could hope to achieve besides maybe bloodying her forces a bit in the subterranean fighting. It was entirely possible that, faced with the inevitability of their defeat, the samurai's leadership had decided to make some sort of valiant last stand. That seemed to fit with the mentality various psychological reports the Inquisitio produced on the more militant sections of the 11 population. Still, something in the back of her mind nagged at her. Order our forces to try to take prisoners from the last-ditch defenders, Cornelia ordered. Yes, Your Highness, Andreas acknowledged. That would be a difficult task, both knew, but dead men told no tales. Cornelia had little doubt that the Inquisitio would be able to learn at least something useful from any insurgents delivered into its hands. And maybe, just maybe, she would get an answer that would satisfy that nagging feeling. Suzaku let out a sigh of exhaustion as he climbed out of the Lancelot. He had been on duty for close to 8 hours now and felt ready to collapse. Even the normally stale MREs issued to soldiers had tasted good when he had found the time to chow down. At this point, even some of Cecile's exotic recipes seemed appetizing. Specialist Kururugi, the woman in question, appeared at his side. Good work. Thank you, Captain, Suzaku responded with a salute. Out amongst the regular Nightmare Corps, the two maintained a professional distance in their interactions. Go freshen up, Cecile ordered, and be ready to depart within half an hour for MacArthur Base. Yes, ma'am. As Cecile walked off to see to Lancelot's loading, Suzaku found someone else taking the woman's place at his side. Claudio gave the young man a pat on the shoulder. Good work out there today, Suzaku. Thank you, sir, Suzaku said with a slight smile. That means a lot, coming from you. Claudio chuckled. Hey now, don't get mushy on me here. Just keep doing your job and I'll have nothing to complain about. Yes, sir. Claudio gave him a slight smile before glancing over at Cecile. Is she a member of the ASIC? Suzaku nodded. Captain Krumi is Earl Asplund's deputy. And she came all the way out here to see you. Claudio said with a raised eyebrow. She's in charge of making sure the Lancelot is field ready, Suzaku replied non-committally. I see, Claudio said dryly. Well, do introduce us sometime. I've always been curious about the ASIC's work, especially after hearing about what you did during the Shinjuku incident. Suzaku's eyes widened. I didn't know that was common knowledge, sir. It's not, Claudio said simply. Father, however, provided me with a brief when he informed me you would be joining us as part of the vanguard force. And truth be told, it wasn't much. The Lancelot's performance specifications are all classified and we didn't exactly do anything today that required any of us pushing our frames. At the same time, people keep talking about your nightmare as if it might be something special, but it's all rumors. What sort of rumors? Suzaku asked hesitantly. The older man shrugged. It's supposed to be faster, more responsive somehow, and also equipped with some fancy new weapons. But as I said, today we didn't really need any fancy tricks to beat down the insurgents, so even if the wildest rumors were true, you didn't really have an opportunity to show them off. Suzaku smiled wearily. I suppose that's true, sir. The boy suddenly felt his legs wobble a bit and he leaned against the side of the trailer. Tired? Claudio inquired. Just a bit, sir, Suzaku said. This is the first time I've spent this long in a nightmare in the field. I mean, I've done tests that were almost as long, but well, this feels a bit different. Claudio nodded. There's something about actually being in battle, a tension that you're not going to feel anywhere else. It can wear on you if you're not careful. Give it time though, a few more deployments and you'll get the hang of it. Yes, sir, Suzaku said before pulling himself into a salute. And, thank you, sir. Claudio smiled once more and returned the courtesy. Oh, and don't let Alfred bother you too much. He might be a bit abrasive, but give him a little time and he'll get tired of poking at you. I will, sir, Suzaku assured the knight. And over 100 insurgent casualties have been reported. Marshal Cornelia has however stressed that despite the destruction of their leadership, the blood of the samurai should still be considered an active threat to the safety and security of all Brightonian citizens in Area 11. Colin furrowed her brow as she listened to the news broadcast. Of course the samurai were still a threat, even if their leaders were dead or captured, their network was still likely intact. Then again, from what Ogai had said, some of that network might decide to melt into the background to avoid drawing further attention from the Brightonians. An understandable reaction, but one that Colin was still somewhat conflicted about. Much as Colin disagreed with the samurai's methodology, she could not take heart in the strengthening of their mutual enemy that the samurai's defeat entailed. Lady Stotfeld. Yes. Colin responded to the prompt. The doctor is ready to see you now, the nurse informed her. Ah, thank you. Colin entered the doctor's office alone, having left CC at home for this appointment. The last thing she needed to have happen was her so-called medical assistant have her cover blown by a real practitioner after all. Seeing as this was a hospital inside the Brightonian concession, however, the risks to her personal safety were pretty minimal. Lady Stotfeld, the doctor greeted politely, please, have a seat. Colin obeyed and waited for the doctor to convey to her the results of her examination. I apologize for needing to shift back this appointment, the doctor said as she adjusted her glasses, but I wanted to consult with a few of my colleagues. The young woman frowned. That certainly sounded ominous. The truth of the matter is, Lady Stotfeld, the neurological sciences is still a young field and our understanding of the human brain limited even as we learn more and more every year, the doctor qualified. Migraines are one such area where we do not completely understand what the source is, though there are some fairly concrete hypotheses floating around. Specifically, it is generally believed that migraines arise from abnormally increased blood flow due to arteries relaxing after a spasm, or rapid contraction. The causes of these spasms is however a matter of open debate amongst neurologists worldwide. The doctor paused briefly and regarded Colin, who nodded to indicate she was following along. At this point, though, the girl could guess that the final prognosis was that the doctor did not know what, if anything, was wrong with her. Your case, however, seems to fall into a different category altogether. Or not. The CT scans that were taken show, well, a degree of swelling in several parts of your brain. Your optic tectum, that is the part responsible for processing visual information, is one such site of swelling, as is your cerebral cortex. The doctor paused again, though this time Colin simply stared at her. At this point I cannot determine what is causing the swelling, the doctor said. As far as your other tests have shown, you are in good health, so we can at least rule out some sort of infection causing inflammation. And even though we do not know the cause, I believe that we can provide a treatment regimen that will mitigate the worst of the migraines and allow you to proceed with your daily routine with minimal disruption. Colin took a deep breath. I see. Thank you for your frankness, doctor. The doctor nodded as she took out a piece of paper and presented it to Colin. This is a prescription for a new type of anti-inflammatory drug called ibuprofen. Right now I'm prescribing you 10-grain pills. Take one every 6 to 8 hours as needed, but if the migraines do not go away or worsen, come see me, do not take more. Yes, doctor, Colin acknowledged the instructions with a nod. There is something else that you can do to try to lessen the migraines, the doctor continued. A cold compress while dipping your feet in warm water will help direct your flow of blood away from your head, which should help with reducing the headaches without reliance on medication. Thank you, doctor, Colin said. I will keep that in mind. At the same time, the girl's mind was racing as she considered the ramifications of the doctor's prognosis. She had expected the migraines to somehow be linked to her Geass, but to hear that her brain was actually swelling? Not good, so very not good. She and CC would be having a nice long talk once she got back to the estate. Or as long as any conversation with the other girl could get before she got a headache trying to parse her speech. Colin frowned. Maybe those two things were not entirely unrelated. The people seated around the table waited politely for the young woman at one of the ends as she sat there in silent contemplation. It was not the Princess Euphemia's meeting. The conference room was after all at MacArthur Base, and the session itself had been called by her older sister, the Princess Cornelia. As the Viceroy of Area 11, however, Euphemia's opinion on the present matters were of not insignificant importance. Thus, they waited. Euphy pursed her lips. All of the data was destroyed. Cornelia nodded. They were extremely thorough about it as well. From what we could tell, they must have started on burning their documents and trashing their computer systems long before we actually positioned our forces for the actual assault. According to some of ordnance officers, they seem to have even used thermite to melt some of their hard drives. While Euphy was not nearly as conversant on matters related to the military as her sister was, she did know what thermite was and raised an eyebrow. That seems either very excessive or very thorough, she remarked. Agreed, Cornelia said. And that thoroughness, or excessiveness, significantly reduces our ability to find actionable intel from their base. Euphy noted her sister's words very carefully. Reduces, but not eliminates. Cornelia smiled slightly at her sister's perceptiveness before nodding to the man to her left. Several prisoners were taken over the course of the assault, Jeremiah began, though all of them were badly wounded. The insurgents were fanatical in their resistance as our forces engaged them in the tunnels. I hesitate to call them suicidal, but the determination with which they continued to fight even after suffering fatal wounds can be considered little else. The only insurgents we were actually able to take into custody were those whom were knocked unconscious or were too wounded to resist but not too far gone for us to stabilize. Yuffie frowned. Did the 11s resist to such an extent during the invasion? No, Highness, Jeremiah said. This might have been an act of desperation, but at the same time they may have had an. The man was interrupted as the door opened and a woman wearing the white smock of a base army nurse entered and promptly saluted. Your Highnesses, my lords, please pardon the intrusion, but there has been a development that might be of import that was felt should be brought to your attention, the woman said with remarkable composure. Go ahead, Cornelia prompted. Highness. One of the prisoners we have down in the infirmary was delirious and began rambling. Much of it was gibberish, but he made mention of orders to die fighting, orders issued by a, and I quote, man from the Union. The attentiveness being paid to the nurse turned into sharp interest at her last words. The Union, Cornelia repeated. Yes, Your Highness. Did he say anything else? Cornelia asked. Apologies, Highness, but the prisoner has since expired. We believe that he only spoke at all because of the sheer severity of his wounds. The other, less critical patients have actually attempted to continue fighting, necessitating not only restraints but gags to keep them from biting off their own tongues. Surprise flickered across faces upon that list bit and Cornelia raised an eyebrow. Yuffie however was the next to speak what was on her mind. Was there any indication of psychotropic drugs? Nothing in their blood works, Your Highness. Yuffie mused aloud. So we can probably rule out some kind of mind-altering substance affecting their judgment. Cornelia regarded her sister. What would make you think of that, Yuffie? Well, all of you have just said that the 11s did not display this level of fanaticism during the invasion. Do any of us seriously believe that an EU agent could have offered them something to drive them to such extremis? Heads shook all around the table and Cornelia also found herself more or less in agreement with her sister. Before they went on however she turned back to the nurse standing at the door. Thank you for bringing this information to our attention in such a timely manner, Captain, she said, you may return to your previous duties. The woman saluted once more. Highness. As the door closed behind the nurse Cornelia's chair spun back around to face Yuffie, the younger woman's face a thoughtful frown. I had attributed no higher than a 10% chance of the EU agents actually being agent provocateurs, Yuffie said almost offhandedly. Feel a need to revise upward that assessment? Cornelia asked. Somewhat, though we are still missing key pieces of information. It now seems highly probable that the operatives made contact with the blood of the samurai during the Lake Kawaguchi incident and were smuggled out of the area to meet with the samurai leadership. Though as I already said what they could have offered the samurai to get them to fight so fanatically I have no idea. Cornelia nodded. The question now is where did they go? Our forces may not have been able to recover any information about the samurai's network, Andreas put in, but that does not necessarily mean there does not still exist a copy. Seeing as the EU operatives likely evacuated the base beforehand, they may have taken some of the samurai leadership with them and are seeking to help the insurgents re-establish themselves. Or perhaps form a merger with another of the more powerful resistance movements. The Japanese Liberation Front, Yuffie said immediately. Precisely, Highness, Andreas agreed. I find myself less than enthused with the thought of a unified insurgency backed by the wealth of the European Union, Cornelia said. They tried something similar with the Middle East Federation but the sheer size of the region worked against them, that and the incompetence of the Federation's upper ranks. The 11 resistance fighters however could prove considerably more difficult to put down if they rise up in a full revolt, especially if they gain access to modern weapons. Yuffie decided, again, to not bring up her suspicions about where all those decommissioned Glasgows ended up. Margrave, she said instead, how confident are we that the NAC is actively supporting the resistance movements fighting against Britannia? Jeremiah grimaced at the question. Fairly, Your Highness, but without firm proof and combined with the integral role they play in Area 11's economy moving against them has always been considered too costly. Has that assessment changed? The man almost sounded hopeful and Yuffie suppressed a snort of amusement. The military mind, always looking for direct solutions to all the world's problems. Not that she could really blame him, there was an elegant simplicity to such approaches after all. Unfortunately the real world was neither elegant nor simple. For now it has not, Yuffie said, but I think I will be inviting Sir Kirihara and perhaps Dame Sumeragi over for a few words. Jeremiah felt an uncharacteristic tremor in his body as he recalled the last time he had been called in for a few words with the princess. In a war of wills he had little doubt that Her Highness would triumph despite her relative youth. Is there anything else regarding the battle that I should be aware of? Yuffie asked. One final matter, Your Highness, Andreas said. The operation against the samurai headquarters saw the first deployment of the reorganized honorary Britannian units. Oh. Yuffie said, her attention fully on the general. All of the units deployed were composed of troops that had passed the initial vetting we conducted over the past few weeks. None presented any problems during the actual combat and a few even distinguished themselves in their initiative and readiness. It is my belief that Your Highness will be able to draw from those units the security forces you require for the hospital project. That is excellent news, General, Yuffie said even as she paid careful attention the expressions of the other officers present. All of them had a look of polite disinterest on their faces save for Cornelia, who allowed the barest of a frown appear before squashing it. The Margrave was next to have something that could be termed a reaction, but the man quickly smoothed it out to assume a blank composure. Lack of outright opposition was good, so long as there was nobody going behind her back, because they did not expect to have any success directly appealing to her. Not that they would if they tried on this matter, but Yuffie could ill afford to give the impression that someone could get away with discreetly undermining her authority. And how did the Lancelot perform? Yuffie asked. I believe this was only its second combat deployment. The composure on a few of the other officers actually tracked at the mention of the prototype Nightmare, Yuffie noted with interest. It performed as well as expected, Andreas replied. The insurgents did not possess the capacity to genuinely challenge our forces to an open battle, and so Specialist Kurugi did not need to actually push the Lancelot's performance envelope. I see, Yuffie said before shrugging. Well, while I am sure Earl Asplund would have liked to test his prototype's limits, I think I would personally prefer that the insurgency never reaches a point where that be necessary again. More than a few wiry smiles appeared at that comment. That'll be all for today, Yuffie, Cornelia said after a brief silence. Very well. The princess stood and the others followed suit. I thank you for keeping me informed of the military situation, Marshal, gentlemen. I leave in full confidence of yourselves. The officers all snapped a salute while Cornelia simply nodded. Yuffie gave them all a radiant smile before taking her leave. There was still other work to be done after all. Colin burst into her home and barely even noticed the woman standing by the door. Welcome home, me. The maid had just barely begun her greeting before the young woman stormed through the foyer without a word. The maid looked after the girl worriedly, but Colin was up the stairs before she could ask after her. Koton Kaujiki continued gazing after the disappeared figure anxiously until another maid called out to her. She hurried on to carry out her next task, but her mind remained, as was often the case, on her daughter. Colin burst into her own room to find Cece lounging on her bed again, thankfully this time without a box of pizza by her side. The first time the girl had eaten on the bed, Colin had chewed her out for getting a very large grease stain on the sheets and thus making much more work for the maids to clean up. The other girl seemed to have read the undertones of Colin's diatribe easily and had thus far refrained from repeating said mess. The woman still insisted on making use of Colin's bed at every opportunity, however, and even snuck into her room at night to sleep in it with Colin. After tossing her out the first 5 times, Colin had ultimately given up and just let her do whatever she wanted in that regard. Cece ultimately did not actually do anything besides simply sleeping and was always gone early in the morning before a maid came to wake Colin, and so long as she continued being discreet, Colin was willing to tolerate such antics. Besides, attuned to other people's moods as only a woman could be, Colin was fairly certain that Cece was almost afraid of sleeping alone. Knowing this, Colin did not have the heart to keep throwing her out. Today, however, none of Colin's generosity was visible as she slammed the door behind her and stalked over to Cece. You, Colin stated brusquely. You have some serious explaining to do. Cece turned away from the TV to regard Colin. Moi. Oui, vous, Colin snapped back in French. I just got back from the hospital and the doctor had some interesting things to say about my headaches. The other girl's nonchalance dropped and she sat up to actually look at Colin. And what hast the chemist to sayeth? My brain's swelling, Colin said. The increased blood flow is causing my blood vessels to expand and contract, and that's what's causing my migraines. And seeing as the places that are swelling have to do with my senses that are being boosted by my geese, I'd say there's a correlation, wouldn't you agree? Mayhap so, Cece conceded. And? What will thou do? Abandon thy gift? Become in breach of our contract? Colin scowled. Since you won't bloody tell me what our contract is, how do I even know if I haven't already broken its terms? Cece smiled slyly. 'Twould be made know it. Fine, good for you, but my point still stands. How badly is the geese going to affect me? Have any of your previous contractors died from using theirs? The green-haired girl started looking rather evasive. Colin's scowl deepened. They have, haven't they? Yet and nay, Cece said, not exactly reassuring Colin. Thy power grants time, and from time cometh matters to heed. Colin's head cocked sideways as she picked apart C.C's answer. So you're saying that no one has died due to the geese itself, but they have died due to the dangers that result from using the geese. 'Tis so. And how much of that danger was because the geese was affecting their judgment? Colin pressed. Why does thou think so? Because it's obviously mucking around with my brain if it's causing parts to swell, Colin said irritably. You really think that's going to be completely benign? Cece licked her lips. 'Tis a matter of will. Whether thou masters thy power or thy power masters thee. So in other words, either I learn how to control this power or it'll drive me insane, Colin said flatly. 'Tis a right. Bloody lovely, Colin muttered moodily. Thanks a lot, Cece. The other woman regarded Colin with equal flatness. 'Tis for thy prithee our plight be pledged, remember well, Colin. Colin grimaced, CC did have a point there. She was the one that had demanded to live back in that tunnel. If she had just given up back then, but no, Colin was not someone who could ever just give up. She could be laid low, she could be killed, but she would never roll over. Fine, I'll make this power my own, Colin declared. And I won't whine about its costs to you anymore. I can put up with a little headache in exchange for what I can do now. CC nodded in acknowledgement of Colin's resolve. A thoughtful expression crossed Colin's face however. Your previous contractor, the one that you're worried about and is here in Japan, she said. Did you leave him because he lost control of his power? Because he went insane. C.C's face turned sullen, all the confirmation Colin needed. What happened to him? She asked. I need to know if he's going to be an actual threat. CC took a deep breath. It was obviously she was struggling with whatever restraint kept her from telling Colin the full truth. The grief that does not speak, CC finally said, knits up our wrought hearts and bids it break. Colin frowned. A quote from Macbeth if she was remembering her plays right. Give sorrow words. CC nodded ever so slightly. So it seemed that this previous contractor had suffered a tragedy and became consumed with his loss. Someone who possessed a Geass, driven mad by the power and his own grief. Colin grimaced. Well, hell. End of chapter 16. I needed to give Colin's mother a first name for the simple reason that eventually I will need to call her something besides Ms. Kaujaki. So, Koton Kaujaki. I think I prefer antagonist over villain. Villain is such a loaded term after all. Lelich I always considered to be borderline psychopathic. The only thing that really held him back was his little sister. But if he lost her, if he did not have the moderating effect of her kindness as he grew up, why would he consider it worthwhile to try to change the world for the better? After all, the canon Lelich developed his goal with the intent of sparing his still living little sister of the pain that the world could inflict upon her. A Lelich who believes her to be dead and who considers the rest of his family responsible for failing to protect his mother and sister? Well, I guess you'll have to wait and see. It's kind of amazing that the biological ramifications of the Geass have not been explored much. That people seem so ready to just hand-wave its more fantastical elements seems a shame. As should be clear from this chapter, the complications that arise from the Geass will play an important role in the overall story. The thing regarding the Britannian court is that the cutthroat nature of it more often than not feels like an informed trait. This is a place where the apparent assassination of the Empress Marianne, the favored consort of the Emperor, is treated as the sort of power play that members of the court are willing to contemplate in order to advance their own positions. That level of ruthlessness is very much at odds with how the members of the Britannian imperial family that we see in the series get portrayed. The only one whose conduct matches the informed viciousness of the court is Schneeisel. Not even Cornelia demonstrates the cold ruthlessness to match, even though she does seem to possess the drive to succeed needed. This dissonance was one of the things that always irritated me about Code Geass. Yes, there will always be the incompetent and lazy members of the family, that's a given, but those same lazy and/or incompetent members should have been removed from consideration of power long ago if the court really was such a viper's nest. It was a HAHO jump. A halo jump would have risked the sound of the parachutes opening up being heard by the sentries on the roof. It was also an evening/night jump, which is difficult as all hell and which Suzaku really should not have been sent on, so without night vision, which the insurgents definitely did not have, it would have been very difficult for the insurgents to see them coming. That and Claudio took out I think it was 4 sentries with his rifle before they touched down. Mao does not exist in this continuity. Or rather, Mao is a former contractor. Assuming it's not obvious already, the time period where CC would have been with him overlaps with when she would have been with Lelich in this storyline. So at current count I actually have 3 stories recommended on TIFF tropes at this point. This one, In Tune, and Bird of Prey. Darkness Risen would probably have also made it up there, but the Diablo fanfic community seems to be rather small to the point of there being no recommendations at all for that franchise. I also should dig up my draft of a StarCraft fanfic called Ghost of a Chance. If I can even find the damn thing. Still, makes me wonder what is the current record of FICS recommended and franchises covered by a single fanfic author. Keep the questions coming as you read. And reviews of course. CC translations that I forgot. And what hast thy chemist to saith? And what did your doctor have to say? Mayhap so. And? What will thou do? Abandon thy gift? Become in breach of our contract? Maybe so. And? What will you do? Abandon your gift? Break our contract? 'Twould be made know it. It would be made known. Yet and nay. Thy power grants time and from time cometh matters to heed. Yes and no. Your power grants opportunities and from opportunities come dangers. 'Tis a matter of will. Whether thou masters thy power or thy power masters thee. It's a matter of will. Whether you master your powers or your powers master you. 'Tis for thy prithee our plight be pledged, remember well, Colin. It was for your plea that our vow was pledged, remember that well, Colin. Chapter 17. Snippet spoiler, minor to none. The Estates was a series of paintings commissioned by the Princess Euphemia with the first during the 4th month of her reign as Viceroy of Area 11. The collection as a whole portrays the various imperial palaces, villas, and estates in and around the capital of Pendragon and is renowned these days for the vividness with which the locations are depicted. At the time of their creation, however, the works were looked down upon by many of the nobility due to the painter responsible being a Japanese woman named Arisu Yamazaki. Ms. Yamazaki had originally come to the Princess Euphemia's attention for her entry into the Prince Clovis Memorial Art Contest, a painting of a simple countryside house. While Ms. Yamazaki did not win a prize or even an honorable mention for her entry, the princess bought the work outright and commissioned a painting of the Imperial Aries Villa using the duplicate atop the Viceroy's palace as a model. This painting would be the first of many Ms. Yamazaki would do at Her Majesty's behest. Only 3 of the original 12 survive to this day. Sadly, the painting of the Imperial Aries Villa is not amongst them. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 17, Memories Acti Prudence Futuri. And that's about it, Colin concluded her somewhat lengthy and perhaps blunt explanation. The young woman had considered how best to break the news to Ogai and Anu, including trying to hide the potential severity of her condition, but eventually settled for the simple truth, if only because she knew she sucked at lying to the people important to her. Ironic that she could put up the frail girl facade in front of her classmates but not lie about potentially having a seizure in the future. The 2 adults regarded Colin silently for several moments, causing the girl to shift uncomfortably at the pointed attention. As if in response to the motion, Anu scowled. "Where is CC? I need to wring her neck." Colin blinked a few times before bursting out in laughter. "I'm not kidding," Anu said darkly, "she did this to you and I intend to hold her to account." "I know, I'm sorry," Colin said as she wiped away a few stray tears. "But, blaming CC won't really help with anything. I was the one who asked her for power, after all. If she hadn't given me my geese, none of us would have made it out of Shinjuku alive." "Maybe so," Anu said, the scowl not disappearing from her face, "but that doesn't change the fact that you could end up suffering a stroke or a seizure if you keep using this power." Colin took out the bottle of ibuprofen and gave it a shake. "I have this, and my doctor has given me some recommendations about how to try and alleviate the swelling. And if this doesn't work, I can always go back to her for more help. I am a Stottfeld after all, I can afford it. And the geese gives us too much of a tactical advantage for us to just lock away." The scowl on Anu's face actually darkened, but the woman did not argue against Colin's point. "Have they helped?" Ogai asked. "The medicine, I mean, and whatever else the doctor suggested." "Yeah, actually they have," Colin said. "I'm taking one of these every 8 hours or so, and if I still get hit by a migraine, her suggestion for diverting blood flow from my head takes most of the edge off." The girl chuckled. "Wouldn't want to develop a habit with these pills." "No, you wouldn't," Ogai said without a trace of humor before sighing. "All right, you seem to have that under control for now, but if anything changes I expect you to keep us updated about it." Colin nodded and glanced at Anu. The other woman still looked extremely unhappy, but a tilt of her head indicated she was as satisfied as she could be under the circumstances. "I'm actually more than a bit worried about this other contractor," she said. "If he's gone insane, then that means he'll be unpredictable." Colin grimaced. Maybe she should have left that bit out. Then again, the others would have found out eventually. "CC said she would watch my back," she said instead. "At the same time, she doesn't seem able to actually tell me much of anything. Whatever compulsion she's under, it's preventing her from directly answering any questions about this previous contractor or about the geese itself." "Did her previous contractor do this to her?" Colin started to answer, but after a moment her mouth closed wordlessly as a thought occurred to her. "You know, I'm not entirely sure," she finally said. "She hasn't outright stated it, and I doubt she could." "Lovely," Anu muttered. "There has to be some way of breaking the compulsion or working around it." "That's what she's been doing with her Shakespeare quotes," Colin said. "It's not perfect and I have to infer everything, but she's able to at least get broad meanings across." "It's a start," Anu allowed. "We're still going to need to figure out a way to get more out of her in the long run, however." Colin nodded in agreement. "Anyway, that's all I've got on that. What about the KBR supply depot?" Anu and Ogai exchanged looks before this time she sighed. Nevertheless, the Japanese woman answered. "I've got a disguise worked out for you. The hair dye was easy enough and we'll be smudging up your face a bit, adding fake scars, cuts, and bruises. It'll all wash out so it shouldn't cause you any problems when you go home." She pursed her lips. "Your hair might be tinted a bit darker than it already is for a few days, but it should revert to its natural color before too long. If you're worried about that, we can always try a wig instead." Colin nodded. "I think it'll be fine. And I also got my hands on some contacts that'll change my eye color." "You did?" Anu said in surprise. "Well, that'll help a lot too." Alright, so what are we waiting for? Colin asked. Tamaki and Minami are casing the place now, Ogai said, looking for spots where we can station backup in case something goes wrong. Once they report back we can start moving. The sooner the better, Colin said. The longer we wait the longer they can continue spreading that poison out on the streets. Neither of the others disagreed with Colin's sentiment, but that did not mean they completely agreed with her statement. And if we go in half-cocked we could end up losing our only lead, Ogai reminded the girl. This is a marathon, not a sprint, Colin. The girl nodded. She knew this perfectly well and also understood that from time to time she needed others to restrain her. But this time she was certain was not one of them. They had a target and they had her to ferret that target out. There was no way they could fail. I suppose I should not be surprised, Yuffie said with a sigh. The members of her personal staff looked over at their employer with a mixture of familiar amusement. They were gathered in Yuffie's other office, the one where her staff did their own work and where Yuffie would join them when the princess was not intending to receive any guests or needed privacy for some special project. The princess preferred to have her assistants close at hand to minimize the lag between any communication that needed to take place between them, and after the initial flurry of one-on-one meetings with the area's personages she had shifted most of her workday to this room. Today was no such exception, for the morning at least, as Yuffie worked through the latest but most certainly not last of the problems facing her administration. In point of fact, the meeting this afternoon would touch upon this very matter. I presume the administrative minister's response was not to your highness' satisfaction? Jane asked. You presume correctly, Yuffie said. The man could at least show some imagination with his excuses, but he has thus far not even managed that much. The day-to-day business of running the Britannian Empire was handled by the branch of government formerly known as the Administratum. Its members staffed the various ministries and bureaucracies, and entry into its ranks was controlled via a set of civil service exams. Officially, the exams were supposed to provide for an impartial means of judging the competency and qualifications of each examinee. In practice, it was not unheard of for those with means and connections to cheat the system. Back in the homeland, such misconduct was usually done with extreme discretion, not that such cheating was in and of itself frowned upon, but being caught cheating was considered a mark of incompetence. After all, if one was going to cheat, one damn well better be good enough to not get caught at it. In the areas such misconduct tended to be more blatant, though Yuffie had been amazed at just how much more blatant it was in her new domain. From all indications, test takers were almost expected to offer a bribe if they wanted a decent score regardless of their actual competence. The situation was bad enough that Yuffie was sorely tempted to just invalidate all of the scores from the past couple of years and start from scratch. Unfortunately, gutting the local administratum like that would effectively cripple her ability to govern, and so she was forced to consider alternatives. Fortunately, the situation was not quite as desperate as it was at first glance. The majority of the bribes were for rather minor score adjustments, a few percentages here and there to get someone on the edge of the next grade bumped up or to keep someone from falling to a lower grade. So far she had only found a few cases of entirely forged scores, and in such cases she had already cashiered all those involved, examinees and examiners both. Doing so had elicited some grumbling, seeing as one of the examinees was the relative of a rather prominent duke, but Yuffie had not budged and everyone got the clear message that the princess was intent on setting an example. The ensuing fallout and embarrassment for the minister ostensibly in charge of the administratum had not been insignificant, and most people were fairly certain the moment Yuffie found a suitable replacement he would be sacked. Perhaps that was why the man's explanations for the lapses under his watch seemed so half-hearted. Yuffie was almost beyond caring at this point, however, and had shifted most of the man's responsibilities over to herself and her staff. All of her assistants were qualified civil servants, and Yuffie herself had set the higher-level exams, and she knew the system more or less in and out from her time at the Imperial Exchequer. Today they were putting together the finishing touches on the first major overhaul of the area's civil service examination system since Japan's incorporation into the empire, an overhaul that most everyone would agree was long overdue. Save for those that benefited from gaming the system's existing flaws, of course. The doors to the office opened and servants entered with trays of food. "Lunchtime, Your Highness," Rachel called out. "Already?" Yuffie said. Then her stomach grumbled and the princess' cheeks reddened. "Oh. I suppose it is." Polite chuckles sounded from her aides as plates of sandwiches and sides were presented to them. At the same time, the security detail that had been watching over the princess saluted to her as they were replaced by their reliefs. Yuffie stretched and relaxed into her chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling for a few moments as she let her mind wander. It had only been 2 months since her appointment as Viceroy of Ariel 11, and so much had happened. Despite the loss that presaged all this, she had gained so much more in the process, not just in political capital but also on personal terms. How much more would she lose? And where would this journey finally take her? The growling of her stomach once more reminded the princess that whatever the future might hold, the present also had its demands. As Yuffie cut into her sandwich, the door opened once more and the grandfatherly figure of her chief of staff appeared. "Ah, Reuben," Yuffie greeted with a smile. "Come to join us for lunch." "I would not object, Your Highness," Reuben said with a kindly smile, "assuming you are willing to let an old man like me into your company." Yuffie was glad that she had yet to actually swallow anything after her first bite. But of course, the princess said after getting the mouthful down and indicated to one of the vacant seats by her desk with a knife. Please. As Reuben accepted the invitation, another servant stepped forth and placed a plate before him. Drink followed on, but neither Reuben nor Yuffie paid the staff any mind as they worked beyond making sure not to get in their way. I was hoping to remind your highness, Reuben said as he picked up his own silverware, that you have exams coming up. We should perhaps schedule when you will take them ahead of time to minimize any potential conflicts. Yuffie gave Reuben a beady look as she popped another slice into her mouth and chewed. Must you remind me of such matters now, Reuben? Yuffie said after swallowing. I am afraid I must, your highness, Reuben said with a twinkle in his eye. I doubt though that you should have any difficulty with the subjects. Your grasp of mathematics is, I would say, beyond even that which is taught in the senior level courses at the academy, and history is something that I have little doubt you are well prepared for. Which leaves the sciences and languages, Yuffie said with a smirk. Your highness has always demonstrated an artful use of language, Reuben said with a completely straight face. A squeaking sound drew Yuffie's eyes, and as she gazed out at her staff it was quite apparent several were having trouble holding in their laughter. The edge of Yuffie's mouth twitched ever so slightly as the princess soon found herself facing a similar difficulty. Eventually she deigned to be merciful, or finally lost control herself, and let out the laughter bottled up. Others soon joined her, and even Reuben allowed for a chuckle or two. I suppose I will endure, Yuffie said, though if you could recommend a good chemistry tutor I would be most appreciative. Well, we could always see if my granddaughter or a member of the student council was available, Reuben offered. A study session perhaps. That would be nice, Yuffie agreed. Please extend an invitation to Millie and the others. Of course, your highness, Reuben said with a tilt of his head. Presumably not for today, of course. Yuffie shook her head, almost eliciting another bout of laughter at the way her stuffed cheeks swayed side to side. This time no one gave in to the temptation, however, lest their liege realize her less than dignified poise. I have a meeting with Dame Sumeragi this afternoon, Yuffie said, to work out the joint announcement of the hospital initiative. The test run at the KO Medical Campus has been extremely successful thus far, and I think it is time that we give it wider public exposure. Ah, Reuben said with a nod. Yes, I have seen the relevant reports. The 11s that were using the campus before have been extremely helpful as well, if I recall. Indeed, Yuffie agreed. The community surrounding the campus is also slowly coming to accept the presence of Brightonian personnel in the area, even if at present it is mostly members of the nursing corps. In time they may come to accept others. Something tells me you have a plan in the works already, Reuben mused. One could say that, Yuffie bobbed her head up and down. I envision the campus as the focal point for the reconstruction of the Shinjuku district. Far too much of the infrastructure and the buildings have fallen into disrepair. There are roads that need repaving, electricity lines that need replacement, a multitude of problems that together leave the area an almost blighted wasteland. If we can establish a secure zone where we can move personnel and material into the district, we can begin a concentrated effort to reverse the degradation. That may be so, your highness, Reuben said, but where will you get the manpower for all this? I understand that a significant percentage of the labor will be provided from amongst the 11 population itself, but you will ultimately need qualified managers and supervisors to oversee the work. Do you intend to continue relying on the NAC for this? Yes and no, Yuffie said. The families that make up the NAC will be extremely helpful in providing the initial batch of technicians and engineers to oversee the work, but I hope to entice other 11s who possess the necessary qualifications to come forth and become honorary Brightonians. Those that do, I intend to put into positions of trust and authority needed to carry forth with the reconstruction. A bold plan, Reuben said. And not without risks, Yuffie said with a smile. Nevertheless, Area 11 will never know peace if the population remains so sharply divided. We must bridge that divide, step by step, until the 11s become a source of strength for the Empire instead of another liability. Reuben nodded. I agree wholeheartedly, your highness. Good, Yuffie said with a playful smile, because you will be helping me take every one of those steps. The old man chuckled. It would be an honor, your highness. Colin looked about the area, sweeping the 4 warehouses that made up the supply depot for their objective. The KBR outpost was surrounded by chain-link fences topped by barbed wire, but it was entirely a closed location. The main gate was halfway open and a semi-steady stream of people filtered in and out. Aren't they afraid of getting hit? Colin wondered aloud. There are a lot of smugglers and black marketers that come here, Inu said. Locking it down too tightly would just end up costing them money. And besides, the woman pointed to the watchtowers and the miniguns mounted in them. Anyone gives them trouble, they're not getting out of here without being thoroughly ventilated. I suppose we'll have to be careful about what kind of trouble we get into, Colin said dryly. The 2 women proceeded towards the entrance, and as they passed the gates Colin saw that the place was not quite as open as she assumed. KBR had quite a few guards standing watch over the entrance, all of them looking like they were itching to find an excuse to use their rifles. She did her best to avoid eye contact. Maybe we should have brought one of the guys with us, Inu muttered as the gazes of the guards seemed to linger just a bit longer on them. We'll be fine, Colin said. None of them are looking like they're going to make a move. I'll take your word for it. Fortunately Colin's senses did not betray her and they passed the guards without incident. Once they got to the main warehouse they ended up standing in a line leading to one of the side entrances. This how it always works? Colin asked. More or less. These places tend to have a few brokers that deal with traders but there's only so many of them so we have to wait our turn. The waiting fortunately was not for long and eventually they came to the door. A man opened it and glanced at them. Buying or selling? Buying, Inu answered. He waved them in and another guard began patting them down. His touch lingered just a bit longer than Colin thought it necessary but he did not try anything too blatant so the girl resisted giving in to the temptation to cave in his skull. All right, follow me, the guard said after he was done searching them. Colin had been less than enthused about coming in here unarmed but Anu had flatly rejected the idea of trying to sneak in weapons of any sort, not even knives. The Brightonians might be willing to make some side money on the black market but they were not stupid, anyone that came in armed left in a body bag. Then again Colin was fairly certain of her ability to acquire a weapon if the need arose. The two were led to another room where a plain-looking clerk was seated. What ya want? He asked bluntly without looking up. Hardware, Inu answered, if you've got it. The man looked up with a scowl. Lady, we've got everything. Question is if you've got the dough for it. Inu reached into her jacket and pulled out a small wad of bills. It was only about £1,000, not that much money but enough to let the clerk know she was serious. Well now we're talking, the man said as he flipped through the stack counting the notes. So, what sort of hardware? Just so you know, with the Viceroy's clampdown none of the heavy stuff's available. I thought you guys had everything, Inu said with a smirk. The man scowled at her again. We've got everything. Doesn't mean it's up for sale to you 11s. Colin's fist tightened but she kept her irritation in check. Best to leave dealing with this prick to the experts. Inu leaned over and stared the man in the eyes. Let's be clear here, she said. If you aren't selling, we'll find someone who is. Her hand reached over and came to rest on the wad of bills. And that someone will be the one who gets our money, not you or your bosses. The man held her gaze silently for a few seconds before finally snorting. Yeah, I get you. So, what do you want? We can probably come to an arrangement, but the really good stuff's gonna cost way more than this chump change. Inu pulled out a piece of paper from her jacket and placed it before the clerk. The man snatched it up and gave it a once-over. C4, rifles, ammo, damn woman, what are you trying to do, fight a war? The question might have been phrased like a joke but all of them knew it was not. Again, KBR might be willing to sell things on the sly but arming the very people with a grudge against them tended not to be very healthy for the bottom line. Some other gangs trying to move into our turf, Inu lied. We want to make sure we can deliver a message if they push too hard. Ahoy, the clerk said without a hint of sincerity. This other gang of yours have a name. That's our business, Inu said. Question is, can you come up with the goods? The man licked his lips and looked at the list again. I can get you the ammo, maybe the rifles. The C4 though, that's gonna be tricky. Real tricky. How tricky? The man regarded Inu for a moment before naming a figure. A barely audible growl escaped Colin without the girl even realizing it. The clerk however continued looking at Inu who was frowning. Why the sudden hike? That's 3 times what the rate was last time I needed the stuff. The clerk snorted. Weren't you listening? The Viceroy's cracking down on everyone and the Marshal and Margrave are the ones cracking the whip. If we're not careful they'll start poking their noses here and there goes the whole neighborhood. Inu pretended to rub her chin thoughtfully. I don't have that much cash on hand, at least not for the C4. Well tough then, the man said, cause no one else'll risk letting you 11s get it for any less. Colin tried not to roll her eyes. Back to the insults the moment the deal looked like it would be less lucrative. I said, Inu began more loudly, at least not for C4. A lot of my cash is tied up in trying to secure inventory of another sort. My usual supplier's proven problematic, so if you think you could pick up the slack, then we might be onto something. The man's curiosity was piqued, that much Colin could tell even without her powers. And what sort of inventory are you looking to acquire? Inu leaned closer to the man again. Why, a trip down memory lane. The man's face remained impassive but Colin could sense him tense up. It was not out of fear, which was good, simply surprise. He was obviously not expecting someone walking in today to want to be buying refrain. And why, the man said very carefully, do you think I could provide the trip? Trip, such an innocuous word, yet it was the word the street had settled upon as slang for refrain. And the clerk's lack of denial combined with his calm breathing was all Colin needed to know that he really could come up with the goods. Her stomach twisted in disgust at the man. Inu leaned closer to the man again. Because this is where my original source got it from, Inu said, before he decided he could get into the street dealing business himself and tried to move in on my turf. Tried, that is. The man regarded Inu very carefully while Colin kept her senses locked on him and on the rest of the building. There was no sign of anyone preparing to storm the room, so they were probably okay, for now. If he ain't trying anymore, do you still need the hardware? He's not trying, but his former lieutenant still is, Inu said. And seeing how unreliable all these middlemen are, I'd rather just deal with the source and be done with it. Again the man looked at Inu silently as he considered her words. Finally he shrugged. So long as you can come up with the cash, we can deliver the goods. Payment is up front. How soon can I take delivery? Inu asked. How soon can you get your people here? The clerk responded. Inu chuckled. You've got that much here, hey. The man scowled. Look lady, unless you're her bloody highness herself, whatever you've got is chump change. Enough change to buy from us, but still change. But even change has a nice ring to it when it clinks in your pockets, Inu responded. A small purchase for now, I want to make sure the goods are good before I drop any serious cash on this. You think we're gonna cheat you? The man said with an offended air. You're KBR, Inu said. It's what you do. The clerk raised an eyebrow, but eventually a wide smile crossed his face before he actually chuckled. Well, it sounds like you've got some brains in that pretty lil head of yours. So, how much you wanna put down for? This time it was Colin that pulled something out of her jacket, a much thicker stack of bills. It landed with a slight thud on the desk. 10,000, Colin declared. In the grand scheme of things it was not a lot of money. For the cell it represented a significant chunk of their resources, even with Colin chipping in for half of it from her own account. And for Colin, she had basically drained her savings account to come up with the cash this quickly. It would not take her that long to recover, assuming she got creative at home, but she would still personally be a bit tight for cash in the short term. Thankfully her personal credit card had a very high limit, not that it was any good outside the concessions. The clerk diligently flipped through the bills, doing a count twice before nodding in satisfaction. You taking with you now? And the ammo, Inu reminded the man, tapping the previous wad of bills. We'll talk rifles and C4 another time. Fine by me, the man said and rang a buzzer. A few moments later a guard entered. Take these ladies to the VIP room. The guard nodded and stepped aside from the door. It'll take a few minutes to get the stuff packed to go, the clerk said. I assume you have a car or something waiting. Inu nodded. Once we're ready you can pull it in and load from warehouse 3. Until then, please enjoy our hospitality. You are most gracious, Inu said with just enough audible sarcasm to leave no doubt. As the two were led by the guard out of the dealing area, Inu pulled out her cell and punched the speed dial. It's me, she said after a single ring. Deal's done, be ready to come in to pick up the goods. I'll call you then. As she snapped her phone shut, the guard glanced back at them. Same rules apply, no weapons. Of course, Inu said. We're all proper business people here, are we not? The guard snorted in amusement and stopped before another door and even opened it for them. Enjoy your stay. The room Colin and Inu entered might have been called the VIP room, but it was still pretty obviously part of a warehouse. Not that KBR had not tried to make the place at least somewhat comfortable with a few sofas and a selection of cheap liquor. There was no barkeep, of course, that would have cost money, but the glasses all looked clean. Colin quickly plopped herself down on a chair and began focusing. She needed to find where they would be coming in with the refrain so that they could head straight for the place instead of having to search the entire outpost. There were lots of workers in the warehouses, well over 100. Then there were the mercenaries contracted by KBR to guard the place. All of this meant there was a lot of noise for Colin to sort through, but she pressed on. The unsecured areas were quickly ruled out. There was no way KBR would leave something that valuable just lying around in a random corner of its warehouses. That did not exactly narrow the possibilities down too much, considering the amount of weapons and munitions KBR stored here alongside the more mundane foodstuffs and supplies. Colin shifted her attention back and forth, spending less than a second on each potential location. Here, a cache of grenades. There, drums of fuel. Radio equipment, medical supplies, spare parts for vehicles, it seemed endless. But then she caught sight of a nervous worker approaching a pair of guards. The worker handed something to one of the mercenaries, who after giving it a quick glance said something to his partner. A number, a unit of measurement. Bingo. Colin watched as the other guard unlocked the caged-off area and headed inside. He spent about a minute or so measuring out the refrain from a larger barrel into a single jug. Once done, he emerged with the gate clanging shut behind him and thrust the container into the waiting worker's arms. The man beat a hasty retreat, but Colin let her view linger. Inside that cage had to be dozens of barrels mounted on racks several layers high. Dozens, maybe even more than 100. The street value of all that refrain had to be in the tens if not hundreds of millions of pounds. Taking it all out would make for a huge hole in the drugs supply and hopefully an even bigger dent in KBR's bottom line. There was only one problem: this place was merely a distribution point, not the point of origin for the drug. The actual manufacturing site was somewhere else. Colin. The girl reeled in her senses and blinked, only to wince as a massive migraine hammered her. Ow, she muttered, clutching the sides of her head. Inu was prepared however and pressed a cold wet rag against Colin's forehead. The cool sensation helped numb some of the pain, but Colin was in no hurry to try moving or even thinking for that matter as she lay slumped against the chair. After a few more minutes the throbbing died down enough for her to lean up again. You all right? Inu asked. Colin nodded and immediately regretted the sudden motion. Still the girl managed to croak out an affirmative grunt. Don't push yourself too hard, Inu said. If we have to, we can do a second run. No, I'm fine, Colin insisted and took a deep breath. I'll be fine. Are the others ready? Inu nodded. Good. Then let's get this done with so we can go home. Inu gave Colin an unconvinced look but ultimately nodded once more. The girl spent the rest of the time cooling her brain off, and by the time a guard came to let them know their goods were ready she was clear-eyed enough to be able to tap into her Geass once more. As they were led to the designated warehouse, Colin swept the outpost again, this time with considerably lesser granularity, and noted the positions of the guards. 4 were waiting at the loading dock looking more than a bit bored. The danger with falling into a routine was it made one utterly unprepared for any surprises, something these men were about to learn the hard way. Then again it was not as if they would live long enough for the lessons to do any good. Colin's hand slipped into her pocket and she pulled out a short-range radio transmitter. She flipped the switch. Mere moments later a pair of rockets streaked through the air and smashed into the twin guard towers looming over the main gate, turning them into flaming wrecks. Their escorts had jerked in the direction of the explosion but never caught a glimpse of the burning structures as Colin's fist struck him on the side of the head. The blow slammed his head against the wall and a trail of blood followed after his slumping form. Colin grabbed the man's rifle and tossed it to Inu, claiming the pistol and combat knife for herself. Watch my back, Colin said and charged off without waiting for an answer. The guards at the loading dock were now fully alert but focused on entirely the wrong direction as Colin came upon them from behind. Even as they prepared to open fire on the pickup truck charging towards them, Colin got off 4 shots in quick succession. 4 corpses toppled over even as the truck screeched to a halt. The other members of the cell piled out and grabbed the weapons of the dead mercenaries. The driver then sped off, getting out of the line of fire to make sure they would something to escape in when the time came. Follow me, Colin ordered. More guards were responding to the attack and if they got pinned down not even Colin's power would be able to save them. On the other hand, the 6 men following Colin now was not the sum total of their strength. On the other side of the outpost blasts cut through the perimeter fence as more improvised explosives went off. Their attention split, the outpost's defenders found themselves unable to concentrate their strength. The refrain is in the northwest warehouse, Colin said. They've only got a couple of guards but I'm betting once they figure out what we're trying to do more will show up. Here's hoping the charges we brought will be enough, Minami said. Oh, they'll be, Inu said confidently, I assure you. As the person responsible for constructing the IEDs she was certainly the best qualified to make that judgment and Colin had little doubt they would perform as promised. Of course they still needed to plant the things without getting blown up themselves. Behind cover! Colin shouted. The others obeyed even as the girl herself waited just long enough to fire off 2 shots before ducking around the corner herself. One more guard was down but the return fire made quite clear his compatriots were still more than ready to continue the fight. The 2 sides started trading fire as her team made sure to get the Britannians' attention. Colin on the other hand slipped through a window in the warehouse and moved to flank their opponents. All of the workers had already fled and the guards were all more or less gathered in the front trying to gun down Colin's team. Colin popped the pin of a grenade she had confiscated from one of the dead guards and tossed it into the guards' midst. A few seconds later an explosion sent them flaying about, those whose bodies were still intact enough to do any flaying. Clear! Colin shouted. The rest of the team entered through the now thoroughly wrecked main door, weapons at the ready just in case. I don't suppose we have time to grab a few things before we blow this place, Inu said as she glanced at the crates full of supplies. Tempting, but we're in the middle of the city, Colin said. The military won't take too long to respond. Let's just do what we came here to do and haul ass. Inu nodded and began directing the others where to place the charges. The building was big and sturdy, true enough, but taking out a few key support columns would be enough to bring the entire thing crashing down. And just to make sure there would be nothing left of the refrain itself, one of the cell members shot open the cage gate and planted a charge amidst the barrels. Countdown set for 3 minutes, Inu said. Let's get the hell out of here. We've got incoming, Colin said, out through the west windows. Her team hurried to obey and did not bother with any finesse, throwing themselves through the glass panels. By the time more guards showed up they were out of the building itself but not entirely clear as bullets whizzed past. Colin popped off 1 shot, nailing a mercenary in the head. The others were less accurate in their return fire and a few glancing hits were shallow enough for the guard's body armor to mostly absorb. Colin primed another grenade and tossed it towards the fence in their way, blowing open an exit. Move it, move it. The others needed no further urging, not least because of the ticking countdown. More bullets chased after them as the guards reached the windows, though they seemed singularly unwilling to jump into the open for further pursuit. Not that they needed to, however, as a cry sounded. Inu! Colin shouted, spraying the rest of her clip at the windows as she hurried towards the fallen woman. It was a non-fatal hit, Colin already knew that, but caught out in the open like that it would not take much for the Brightonnians to finish Inu off. That same thought was shared by the other resistance fighters as they paused in their momentary retreat, concentrating their fire to try to keep the Brightonnians pinned down. As Colin started dragging Inu away towards the fence, however, their problem was solved as a massive boom sounded. The explosives inside the warehouse detonated, cooking off the ammo and other munitions stored inside, sending a shockwave sweeping out. Colin threw herself over the other woman and felt a searing heat wash over her back. The burning sensation quickly receded, however, and when Colin looked up she saw that the other warehouses were also on fire. And if those flames reached the other stocks of munitions, they would likely go up just as violently. Slinging an arm around her neck, Colin pulled Inu to her feet. Another resistance fighter hurried over to lend a hand, and the team quickly made their exit while the rest of the outpost scrambled to try to keep the entire place from going up into flames. From the explosions that sounded behind them, it was clear that they did not succeed. Inu winced as Colin dabbed the wound on her side. Sorry. No, it's okay, Inu said. I should just be thankful I got out of there in one piece. Colin smiled slightly and strained the towel she was using, the blood mixing with the water in the bowl. Here, we have some morphine from the medkits we liberated previously, Guy said as he walked over. Oh, thank you, Inu said in relief. She accepted the pill from Guy gratefully and downed it with a single gulp of water. We're going to need to remove the bullet, Colin said. Normally I'd take her to the KO campus, Guy said, but with Brightonians swarming over the place now, that might be dangerous. How's that? Inu asked. Colin's cell phone rumbled to indicate an incoming call, but the girl ignored it. Guy blinked. Well, won't they ask questions about how you got shot? Inu snorted. Do you have any idea how many gun injuries we see there? And this is probably the best time to be going. With all of the supplies coming in, they'll actually be able to operate on me without worrying about not having enough antibiotics and the like. She has a point there, Colin agreed. Yeah, she does, Guy said thoughtfully. Alright, I'll take her down there. And besides, Inu said, if I do get asked questions, I might be able to use it as an opening to approach Ichijo-san. The Sumeragi family representative. Guy said quizzically. To what end? Inu snorted again. To what end? To hint to him about the refrain trafficking. I can spin this wound as me having got caught up in a turf war between gangs dealing in the drug, just like that line of BS we fed to the KBR dealers. That sounds risky, Guy said. Ichijo-san does not sound like a fool, and if there are any inconsistencies in what you tell him, he'll get suspicious. He'll already be suspicious, Inu said. And besides, we need more support. According to Colin, that outpost was a distribution point, not a manufacturing site, and we just blew it up, so we're out of leads. But the Sumeragi family, if they're really part of Kyoto House, they might be able to dig something up if we point them in the right direction. It is risky, Colin said, ignoring another rumble from her cell phone, but I think it's worth a shot. And not just so we can nail whoever's spreading that poison. Getting Kyoto House's backing would be huge, no more needing to scrounge for supplies, no more feeling our way in the dark for intel. Both Inu and Guy raised their eyebrow at that. Okay, we'll probably still have to do way more guesswork than we'd really be happy with, Colin conceded, but the other stuff holds. We've already achieved this much on basically a shoestring budget, imagine what we could do with proper resources. Guy pinched his brow. I know all of us would love to get Kyoto House's support, and I know all of us think that the Sumeragi family is part of Kyoto. But we can't base our actions on our most optimistic assessments, we need to balance it out with a dash of pessimism. Oh, you and your indecisiveness, Inu said with just a hint of a slur. This is why I got together with Naoto, you could never make up your mind about anything, much less women. Guy regarded Inu with a mixture of amusement and something other than appreciation for the woman's bluntness. Whoops, that was the painkiller talking, Inu said as her head slumped back. I think we should really get me to the hospital now, please. Still have a bullet in me. Guy sighed. Alright, let's get you down to the KO campus. But promise me this, you won't make an overt approach to Ichijo-san until we've had a chance to get your story straight and you're not droopy with painkillers. Inu held up her left hand. Promise. Another sigh escaped Guy before he turned to Colin. I'll have Minami get you back to the concession. Yeah, that probably be a good idea, Colin said, finally deigning to open up her cell phone. Guy gave her a questioning look and Colin smirked. CC seems mildly irritated at having been left behind today. Guy said. Well, that's between the two of you. Oh it is, Colin agreed, oh it is. End of chapter 17. The whole refrain thing will likely take 3 more chapters to resolve, primarily because I intend to actually portray them working to find their targets instead of just having the resistance fighters burst into some building and accusing a Brightonian of being the mastermind. Keep in mind though that the way my stories unfold there are always parallel tracks of development going on. Colin and Co might be focused on the refrain issue, but Yuffie and Lelich are also up to their own little projects. My goal is to ensure that none of the events that occur are so completely out of the blue that I can be accused of just pulling stuff out of thin air. Proper foreshadowing and sequencing are, I believe, essential to telling a good story. I am, obviously, not going to answer any questions that would obviously spoil what happens later on the story. Note that lack of an answer does not mean no to any particular question, it simply means that it could be yes or no and you all have to wait to find out which it is. A note regarding Lelich. I am not going to attempt to preemptively justify anything about him since that would risk letting spoilers leak. I will however point out that the Lelich we see in the canon anime is one who grew up with Nunnally by his side, and despite the pain and trauma he suffered, he spent many years in relative safety with the Ashfords and was supported by them, not to mention the friends he would have gained if only because Millie would insist on dragging him out to have a social life. To insist that the mentality that was produced from this upbringing would hold even if Lelich had not grown up under such circumstances is, in my opinion, a far more generous reading of his basic persona than is necessarily warranted. His stated goal of creating a gentler world is after all not something he conceived of for his own sake or for the world's sake, it was for Nunnally's sake. If she is not present, why should it be assumed he would have the same desire to create said gentler world? Disregard for non-Britannian civilian lives is standard operating procedure for the Brightonian military in canon, so Cornelia intentionally killing Japanese civilians doesn't really indicate any sort of ruthlessness beyond what is already inherent in soldiers of the Empire. It's really no different than the anti-insurgency tactics practiced by most authoritarian governments from the ancient Romans down to the dictatorships in the Middle East today. The Brightonian Empire is not the United States, which at least officially adheres to the Geneva Convention. It's more akin to Nazi Germany in the way it deals with enemies of the state. What we might consider ruthless is normal sop for them. And ruthlessness in that kind of society is only really notable when measured against that society's standards, not ours. So no, Cornelia killing lots of Japanese civilians does not make her particularly ruthless, it makes her a typical Brightonian noble. Nor does her using her own bodyguards to shield herself in a firefight for that matter. That's technically what they're there for after all, their lives are expendable relative to hers. That's also the way it works for bodyguards in real life. For example, if a driver of say the president's car gets taken out, said driver's body is supposed to get shoved out of the car so that the backup can more easily take control of the vehicle. The principal's life is paramount, respect for the dead or dying bodyguards decidedly secondary. Anyway, thoughts on the chapter are as always welcome. Chapter 18. Snippet spoiler, medium to low. The relationship between the Sumeragi family and Her Majesty Euphemia I was more than a little unconventional for its era. The degree of trust the family was shown by the Empress, even during her time as Viceroy of Area 11, was rare those of non-Britannian heritage. The initial steps to the forging of a closer relationship between Her Majesty and Kagaya Sumeragi, the young headmistress of the family, began when Lady Sumeragi offered her household's assistance in the revitalization project of the Tokyo ghettos. This came in the form of both resources and manpower, the latter especially useful in easing the populace of the ghettos into accepting a growing presence of Brightonians in their districts. The relationship also proved useful to the princess as it developed into a discreet backchannel to certain resistance elements that were favorably disposed to her efforts of improving the lot of the Japanese populace. While no one could have predicted it, the tentative steps the princess took in establishing a certain level of dialogue with this portion of the liberation movement would prove instrumental in preventing the Black Rebellion from unfolding into an even greater tragedy. Chapter 18, Primum non nocere. Kagaya sipped the tea and allowed herself to savor it. The old masters might be askance about such a violation of protocol, but even when served in a Western tea service, good green tea was good green tea, and the gyakuro that was being served her was very good tea indeed. Kagaya idly wondered who amongst the Viceroy's staff was responsible for this selection. One of my secretaries has a hobby of experimenting with various teas, Yuffie answered as if she were reading the other girl's mind. She suggested this, Jade do. I must commend her for the recommendation, Kagaya said with a smile, and her resourcefulness in acquiring such a fine selection. Jane can be, most resourceful, Yuffie said playfully. Something to do with her uncle, I think. Kagaya did not have enough context to understand the subtext of the remark but smiled politely nonetheless. The girl took it as a good sign that the princess was willing to speak so openly with her. I am curious, Yuffie said, how is your education conducted? Are you instructed by personal tutors, or do you attend a school? For my primary education I attended a private school so that I could socialize with my peers, Kagaya said. After its completion my lessons have continued at home with private instructors. I see, Yuffie said. It was much the same for myself, I completed my primary education at a private institute before my instruction was taken over by subject tutors. Even now, Your Highness? Kagaya inquired politely. At present I am officially enrolled in Ashford Academy, Yuffie replied, though I do not sit classes. I have an arrangement with the school to completely coursework and examinations remotely. The woman smiled slightly. It helps that the headmaster is also my chief of staff. Kagaya giggled at the princess' nonchalance. Her Highness really was an easy to get along with person, Kagaya determined. Oh, she could be exacting in her standards, but beneath it all was a young woman very much like herself. That of course did not mean Kagaya would hesitate to stand against the princess should the need ever arise, but for now it made working with Euphemia easier to stomach compared to some of the more callous nobles. Do you intend to pursue a higher education degree after completely high school, Your Highness? Kagaya asked. The princess rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I suppose it depends on whether I have the time. My responsibilities are likely to only increase in the future. Still, it would behoove me to arrange for some sort of continuing education. Yuffie took a sip from her own teacup. One can never truly run out of new things to learn after all. Kagaya nodded in agreement. Oh, some of the old Confucian purists continued to insist that everything one needed to know could be found in the dialects, but most people these days recognized that that work was written in the context of a society thousands of years old. Technology, if nothing else, would render many of its principles obsolete, and if anyone needed a reminder of the power of the sword over the hoe, they only needed to look at the dominion Britannia had carved over half the world. And yourself? Yuffie asked, returning Kagaya's question. I have considered attending a university to learn more about economics, Kagaya said, and perhaps also law. If I am to fulfill my duties as head of the Sumeragi house, I will need the proper education to understand the family business and the environment which we move in. Yuffie nodded. A sound decision. Though I would suggest pursuing a study of statistics first before delving into economics. At times economic theory can become so abstract as to lose touch with the practical considerations of reality. Your advice is appreciated, Kagaya said sincerely. Speaking of practicalities, I presume you have been kept up to date on the progress of the KO restoration. Yuffie said. Ah, now on to business. Kagaya nodded. The repairs to the buildings are making steady progress, and I believe all structural work will be completed by the end of the month. Work on the interior, I am told, will take a bit longer due to the need to wait for the external repairs to be completed. That is so, Yuffie said after another sip of tea. The nursing corps has also requisitioned another diesel generator, and I have already tasked the engineering corps to conduct a survey of the power grid in the area to determine if we can do something about the rolling blackouts. If I might make a suggestion, Your Highness. Yuffie offered a slight nod. Please. Currently all of the food for the campus is being shipped in, Kagaya said. My retainers have informed me of sufficient open area on the campus grounds that a small farm could be established. Not large enough to feed everyone, of course, but it could serve as a source of fresh vegetables and the like. And space could also be allocated for community plots. Anyone willing to tend to a section could grow what they wished for their own needs. An interesting idea, Yuffie said, her eyes initially on the swirling teacup before her gaze shifted to Kagaya. My only concern would be with respect to the access of fertilizer. The Japanese girl did her best to keep her expression neutral. This was a test, it had to be. The princess had already demonstrated a willingness to take risks. She would not back down from an endeavor just because of the possibility of resistance fighters getting their hands on ammonium nitrate to craft into improvised explosives. I believe that concern can be alleviated by your personnel controlling access to any fertilizer being used on the campus, Kagaya responded. The princess continued regarding Kagaya expressionlessly, and the girl felt a slight trickle of sweat run down her back. She might need to reconsider the easy to get along with assessment. Finally Yuffie smiled and Kagaya let out a very small sigh of relief. I will discuss the matter with Colonel Fraser, Yuffie said. The idea has merit, so long as the logistics and any security concerns can be accommodated. Of course, Your Highness, Kagaya agreed politely. Speaking of security concerns, Yuffie continued, causing Kagaya's body to stiffen ever so slightly, I had an enlightening conversation with Sir Kirihara yesterday. Kagaya blinked in surprise. She had not been aware of any such meeting between the princess and Kirihara, which could either be a very bad thing or something completely innocuous. The NAC has always been extremely cooperative with respect to ensuring the smooth running of Area 11's industries, Yuffie went on, her eyes once more settled on her teacup instead of Kagaya herself. And while most Britannians are probably not aware of it, I do not doubt that it also has been one of the reasons why civil unrest amongst the 11 population has not erupted into open revolt. Kagaya suddenly discovered she had been holding her breath and tried not to sound like she was desperately short of air. It did not help that the princess was now staring her in the eye. I trust that it will continue to not only work to diffuse any potential sources of tension but also keep my administration aware of the general pulse of the population. The last was said with a perfectly genial smile. Kagaya was not fooled in the least, and she doubted her own smile was any more convincing than the viceroy's as she nodded. Of course, Your Highness. That is good to hear, Dame Sumeragi, Yuffie said and lifted her teacup from its plate. To a long and prosperous future for the area and the empire. Kaguya reciprocated the motion even as she fought to tear her gaze away from the princess. That turned out to be a lot harder than it should have been, especially with Yuffie's attention back on her own tea. A polite knock on the door finally gave her the excuse she needed though, and she looked over to see a soldier wearing the princess seal enter. A member of her royal guard. Forgiveness, Highness, the man said with a bow, but the Margrave has requested a meeting with you at your earliest convenience. Ah, Yuffie said, setting her teacup aside and standing. Kaguya quickly did the same. It would not do to remain seated when her highness was not. Your company has been a pleasure as always, Dame Sumeragi, Yuffie said with a nod. Kaguya executed a prim and proper curtsy. The honor of your company was mine, highness. The polite niceties done, another armsman stepped forward to escort Kaguya out of the palace. As she took her leave, Kaguya found that the aftertaste of tea she had but mere minutes ago been enjoying was now as if of ash. While Yuffie settled back into her desk, the servants cleared away the tea service and brought a fresh pot of black tea for the princess. The green tea was interesting, Yuffie was prepared to concede, but ultimately not to her taste. Jane was still experimenting however and would likely have a new combination for her to try next week. As Yuffie sipped from a new cup, the door opened and Jeremiah entered with a flourish before bowing deeply. Your Highness, I apologize for disrupting your schedule, but a matter of some urgency has arisen. Yuffie nodded for the Margrave to continue. A supply outpost maintained by KBR that is used by the military was attacked and preliminary reports indicate the insurgents managed to level it. That elicited a raised eyebrow from Yuffie. And they accomplished this how, Margrave? We are still investigating, Jeremiah replied, but it is likely that they were able to detonate the munitions stored in the warehouses, causing a chain reaction that took out the outpost as a whole. Casualties? Yuffie asked. Over 2/3 of KBR's private security contractors perished, though a much smaller percentage of workers were caught in the blast, most having begun evacuating once the fighting started. Which depot was this? Yuffie asked. KBR Supply Depot 14, located in the Itabashi district of the Tokyo settlement. Yuffie frowned. That is within the city. Damage to the surrounding area. We are still surveying the extent, Your Highness, Jeremiah said, but so far none of the surrounding buildings seem to be in danger of collapsing outright. Civilian casualties also appear to be minimal, most of the buildings surrounding the outpost were abandoned due to the war. That Jeremiah had made sure to have such answers for her was a positive development, Yuffie mused. I see, the princess said. I presume it is also too early to determine which party might be responsible. I am afraid so, Your Highness, Jeremiah said. At present there are still several fires that we are working to put out, and until the area has had time to cool down our ability to search for evidence will be severely constrained. Yuffie clasped her hands together and rested her chin upon them. Tell me, Margrave, are attacks of this magnitude common on supply depots like this? Jeremiah took a moment to consider the question. Not as such, Your Highness. Most such raids tend to seek to make off with the contents of the depots. An attack of this scale on a depot in the city is also unusual. Which implies that whichever group it was launched, the attack had a specific objective, Yuffie said, and I cannot help but doubt that it was merely to deny its use to us. Or is there something about this particular depot that somehow makes it important to the army's activities? I am not aware of any such importance, Your Highness, Jeremiah answered. This depot is positioned to support some of our outlying outposts, yes, but there is overlapping coverage between it and several others. Unless this is the start of some sort of coordinated campaign, the loss, while significant in material terms, is not crippling. Yuffie nodded. What I thought. And this outpost, you said it was a KBR outpost? Directly managed and even guarded by KBR itself, not the army. Yes, Highness, Jeremiah said, and seemed to hesitate before continuing, one of several established by the company as part of a contract extended to it by Prince Clovis in an attempt to arrest the cost of policing the area. I see, Yuffie said slowly. I see indeed. And of course it would be KBR that was awarded the contract. Jeremiah kept his face neutral, but a flicker of his eyes indicated he too held certain opinions about the company. Do you need to oversee this matter or any other business presently, Margrave? Yuffie asked suddenly. I left Dame Nu coordinating the response, Jeremiah replied, and I have nothing pressing that I cannot defer. Very well, please have a seat, Yuffie said even as she reached for the intercom. Rachel, please summon Baron Rochester to my office, inform him that the matter is of some urgency. Yes, Your Highness, came the prompt response. The Baron also proved very prompt with his own arrival, as not 5 minutes after Yuffie's call he was shown into the room. He bowed hastily, obviously trying to catch his breath. Your Highness. Baron, Yuffie greeted, I understand that I am the cause for your haste, but please remember that you are still recovering. I do not wish to see you bedridden on my account a second time. I will, keep that in mind, Highness, Rochester said as he caught his breath. Good, Yuffie said before indicating the other chair before her desk. Please. The Baron bowed once more before sinking gratefully into the seat. Margrave, if you could please provide the Baron with a précis of what has happened. Of course, Your Highness, Jeremiah replied before more or less repeating the salient points to the Baron. Rochester remained silent throughout, refraining from interrupting the Margrave and only asking his questions once Jeremiah was done. Once caught up to speed, a grimace appeared on his face. This is a decidedly complicated situation, he said at the end. Quite, Yuffie agreed. Were it any other company, I would not hesitate to have the Margrave search their premises to determine just what could have elicited such a reaction from the resistance movements. With KBR, any move I initiate will be met with obstruction if not outright defiance. Surely not even the Duke of Windsor would dare openly defy a command handed down by Your Highness, Jeremiah protested. Yuffie smiled humorlessly as she responded. The Duke of Windsor has long believed his standing at court renders him protected from the whims of the royal family. If he believes that I am moving against him, he will muster the sum of his resources to resist, regardless of what my actual intentions are. As such, Margrave, if I do not handle this with care, it is liable to become a major irritant. Jeremiah nodded in deferment to the princess' political acumen. I would not presume to have a firm understanding of military logistics, but was it even necessary to place a supply depot at that location? Rochester asked. Two pairs of eyes fell on Jeremiah and the Margrave grunted. No. Ideally, if the intent is to supply our remote outposts, the depot should have been sited outside the city. This way supply convoys to the other outposts would not need to travel through the outer districts, and the relatively open terrain would make it much harder to sneak up on the base. So KBR probably wanted the depot there for a specific reason, Yuffie said with growing exasperation. Lovely. While Jeremiah's gaze was fixed on the princess, the Baron appeared deep in thought. The silence hung in the room for perhaps a minute before Rochester turned towards Jeremiah. Margrave, the supply depots KBR has established are through contracts with the army, are they not? Yuffie looked up and gave Rochester a curious look as Jeremiah nodded. They are. The funding comes from the military's budget after all. The slight emphasis on that last bit made clear that Jeremiah could think of far better uses for the money. Well, in that case, should it not be the senior military officer of the area that takes an interest in whether KBR can fulfill the terms of the contract? That is certainly true, but no one would believe that my sister would act without consulting me, Yuffie said with a wiry smile. I understand, Rochester said, but what if she did nothing at all? Both Yuffie and Jeremiah regarded the Baron quizzically, and the man licked his lips before offering his explanation. I agree that any attempt to introduce oversight in KBR's activity will likely meet obstruction if not outright resistance, if we were the ones to propose it. At the same time, KBR does have a contract with the military, and it is bound to that contract as much as the government is. If they cannot fulfill that contract, then I am certain that there are provisions in it for clawback of payment or even penalties. Yuffie nodded thoughtfully. Yes, there would have to be. Not even KBR could eliminate the statutory conditions, since they apply to all contracts issued by the government. And while the Duke of Windsor may fear your discovery of whatever it is KBR is up to, I would wager that he fears the short-term damage to KBR's finances equally, if not more so, seeing as KBR's conduct in Area 11 can be pinned on just the regional management, whereas fines and the like would impact the company's yearly dividend. A wide smile slowly appeared across Yuffie's face. Baron, that is a deliciously devious thought. Thank you, Highness, Rochester said with a grin of his own even as he bowed his head. Your pardon, Highness, Jeremiah said, but while I believe I understand the broad strokes of the Baron's point, I'm afraid the nuances escape me. I would be happy to elucidate, Yuffie said, the smile still plastered over her face. The Baron here has kindly reminded me that though KBR ultimately has operations across the Empire, any side businesses the company engages in Area 11 are almost certainly the personal brainchild of its regional manager, the Duke of Windsor. KBR's corporate leadership overlooks such activities because they help pad the company's bottom line, much of which is dispersed as dividends to its shareholders that include many prominent members of the nobility. A significant part of the Duke's standing amongst the nobility is his ability to ensure that his allies continue to reap the financial windfall that is the very generous dividend that KBR pays out to its favored shareholders. Should there be a shortfall or, the gods forbid, fines that eat directly into KBR's revenues, the Duke would lose a great deal of face. In fact, he would rather risk me discovering all of KBR's little side ventures than provide me with a legitimate excuse to terminate his contracts. Jeremiah nodded at the explanation, even though his expression was not entirely convinced. That all makes sense, Your Highness, but how does allowing the Duke to retain these contracts help in discovering just what KBR has been up to? It is fairly simple, Yuffie said. For the terms of the contract to be fulfilled, KBR has to actually have the means to fulfill them. Does that seem likely if the insurgents continue to strike at KBR's assets? The Margrave's eyes widened slightly as he grasped the subtle, devious, and even ruthless tact the princess was taking on this matter. Your Highness believes that the insurgents will continue targeting KBR? Jeremiah asked. I suspect that this attack was not incidental, Yuffie stated confidently. And what course of action will you be advising the Marshal to take? To do nothing save the bare minimum, Yuffie answered. We of course must investigate the attacks that actually take place, but I will recommend that the military not extend any offer to assist KBR in securing its assets. They must be the ones that come to us with a request for assistance. Jeremiah nodded in admiration at the Viceroy's stratagem. Understood, Highness. Yuffie nodded and glanced over at the Baron, who was now the one with an uncertain look on his face. You have a concern, Baron? Rochester nodded slowly. I cannot help but feel a bit, well, concerned, about what might end up being indirect encouragement of these insurgents' attacks, Your Highness. Jeremiah raised an eyebrow but held his peace, having learned that the princess preferred a certain frankness from her subordinates. Frankness after all did not always equal rudeness, and the princess was a mature enough person that she did not need others to take offense for her. There is a risk, I agree, Yuffie responded, her tone certain. At the same time there is the possibility that this attack is part of a broader shift in how the liberation movements operate. Jeremiah glanced back at the princess, wondering just what she meant by that. The expectant look on Rochester's face indicated that the Baron too was not quite following the princess' thought pattern. Consider, my lords, Yuffie addressed both, in the past the resistance movements struck with great vigor against military targets. Since my assumption of the viceroyalty, however, save for the Lake Kawaguchi incident, the level of insurgent activity has fallen to a record low. While I am not so naive as to declare victory prematurely, I believe we are seeing indications that the insurgency is shifting its priorities away from directly targeting the government and the military and onto other elements that they consider to be exploiting or oppressing the native 11 population. Jeremiah blinked and tried to recall the numbers for the past few months. True, what the princess said seemed to be true, the number of attacks on the military was down. So were riots and other acts of civil disobedience now that the Margrave thought about it. But over such a short span of time, was the shift actually there, or was the lull as much of an anomaly as the Lake Kawaguchi attack? Are you certain of this, Highness? Rochester gave voice to their mutual uncertainty. Is the change in numbers actually statistically significant? Not as of it, Yuffie replied with no hesitation. On the other hand, what would happen if some indirect encouragement were to make certain targets more appealing? Both men sat very still as they regarded the princess. For his part, Jeremiah was having more than slightly mixed feelings about all this. There was no doubt in his mind that the Viceroy was very sneaky. Not just sneaky, she was outright cunning. But he was a soldier at heart, and this sort of backhanded strategy did not entirely sit well with him, especially seeing as Britannian citizens, even if they were KBR employees, might get caught in the crossfire. Where was all the talk about being a good shepherd that the princess had been so full of before? And there was always the risk of the princess being just a bit too clever and overthinking things. She was still young after all, without experience to temper her intuition. Ultimately though, I hope that it does not come to KBR's assets actually coming under attack, Yuffie continued, and Jeremiah let out a breath he did not even know he was holding. If I have read the Duke of Windsor correctly, he will request direct assistance from the military, and we will be able to position forces to both intercept these insurgents, assuming they are intentionally targeting KBR, and investigate on the company's activities. If we are very lucky, we might even take some of the insurgents alive and interrogate them to determine just why they decided to strike KBR in the first place. Jeremiah almost felt a smile creep up on his face. By the gods, the princess was thorough in her deliberations. She planned for not only the worst-case scenarios but also the likely and best-case ones as well, making sure that regardless of which occurred, some benefit would be had. It was also abundantly clear that the princess was not cold-heartedly endangering Britannian citizens for this ploy. She had carefully weighed the risks and potential rewards and constructed a plan to minimize the former while maximizing the latter. In a few years' time, Jeremiah had little doubt the Princess Euphemia would be a serious contender for the throne, a not bad thought at all. He glanced over at the Baron and saw in the eyes that met his Rochester was likely thinking much the same. After exchanging a brief nod, he turned to regard the princess once more. Then, by your leave, Your Highness, we shall carry forth your will. Colin was more than a bit distracted as she entered the Stotfeld residence, and perhaps that was why she did not notice the lack of the customary greeting. The source of that distraction was in her room, and for once was not lounging around on her bed. In fact, it looked like Cece had been pacing before her arrival. Certainly not out of worry, Colin was certain, that seemed beyond the other girl. More likely out of irritation, if the scowl on her face was any indication. Thou, Cece said, pointing a finger at Colin. What hast thou to sayeth for thyself? Nothing, Colin said as she pushed away the outstretched hand. There was something needing doing, and so I did it. Cece sighed in exasperation, and Colin found herself almost enjoying the frustration the other woman was obviously feeling. High time she got some back after everything she put Colin through. Hast thou decided not to hark mine word? Cece said. I be but astonied thou would walketh the streets so fainly with nary a care. Colin raised an eyebrow. Cece was being particular vehement, but then again the girl seemed absolutely adamant about staying close to her. You trust me so little you feel the need to play chaperone all the time. Colin said. Cece sniffed. So wise so young, they say do never live long. Hast thou forgotten that whom has stepped upon this land? He be not a fat, sleek-headed man, and such a sleep o' nights. Colin frowned. It looked as if C.C's concern was not in so much as for the risks the redhead normally undertook as a resistance fighter but because of the appearance of this past contractor. Just how dangerous is this guy? The girl asked. Danger knows full well that he is more dangerous than he, CC replied. We are 2 lions littered in one day, and I the elder and more terrible, Colin completed the line. CC nodded firmly at that to indicate Colin had made the right inference. The girl sighed. All right, so this guy is that dangerous. But I still don't know anything about him or what his Geass even does. Unless you can tell me that I'm operating completely blind even if you're always by my side. Nayless I will hear shroud till the dregs of the storm be past. Colin did not even bother suppressing her groan at that quote. The strange bedfellow's part was already more true than she would have liked. There has to be some way to break your Geass, Colin said. I refuse to believe that you of all people could get herself stuck in that kind of trap. CC chuckled wearily and gave Colin a pat on the head only to earn a scowl from the girl. Things without all remedy should be without regard, what's done is done. This time it was Colin's turn to sniff. Fancy yourself a queen there. CC chuckled playfully. Mayhap thou be the queen and I thy gentlewoman of the bedchamber. Colin barked out a laugh at the image that elicited, some of her frustration and tension bleeding away. You really are something. But don't think I'm going to stop trying to figure out some way to help you, and once we break that Geass I expect you to spill everything you know and in plain English. C.C's eyes widened ever so slightly before she smiled at Colin. Not a smirk, not a grin, a simple smile that would have sent the heart of men aflutter. Seeing as Colin was a woman however she simply smiled back. The moment however quickly passed as a knock sounded on Colin's door. What is it? The girl called out. The door opened a slight crack and a maid spoke through it. Milady, dinner is ready. All right, Colin said before her a thought occurred to her. Wait. Where is Ms. Kaujaki? The maid opened the door again. Ms. Kaujaki has been absent for the past few days, milady. I do not know where she is presently. Colin frowned. All right, that'll be all. The maid bowed ever so slightly before closing the door behind her. Colin was already pulling out her cell to see if she had missed any messages from her mother. Nothing. Something awry? CC asked. I should have noticed it before, Colin said. She wasn't there to greet me when I got back, she's always there, somehow. Then call upon her, the other woman suggested. I'll send her a text, Colin said, tapping away at the keypad. For now though let's get down to dinner. If I have to suffer through Lady Statfeld's company you do too. CC chuckled humorously. Unquiet meals make ill digestion. Colin grinned as she delivered her parting shot. Oh, does that mean I won't hear a peep from you during dinner? Despite her protests Anu had been put on anesthetics and knocked out before going under the knife to remove the bullet. Part of that was the woman still instinctively thought of the KO campus as perennially short of supplies and did not want any wasted on her. Another was her concern about what she might end up saying while under the influence of the drugs. When she woke up in a hospital bed without handcuffs tying her down, Anu presumed that she was still in the clear. Half an hour later, just as she was feeling bored enough to try getting out of bed, a trio of guests appeared. The other patients in the ward, those awake at least, all looked over at Anu. It irritated the woman somewhat that she was so obviously the one they were here to speak with, but she could not claim it to be too surprising. The first guest was expected, the second two not so much, though they at least had the courtesy to let Anu pretend their presence was entirely innocuous. Anu-san, Kuroba said, taking her hand. You gave us such a fright there. Please, for the sake of an old man, do not allow yourself to come to such harm again. Anu smiled gently at the doctor. I try to stay out of trouble, sensei, but well, sometimes trouble ends up finding me. Kuroba sighed and Anu's smile turned just a tad sheepish. The good doctor was so used to hearing his patients promise him that the sigh itself was well practiced. Anu-san, Ichijo spoke up and the pretense ended. The bullet that was extracted from your body was a .308 Winchester rifle round. Would you be willing to share with us how you came to be wounded? Anu looked at Ichijo and then shifted her gaze to the Brighton woman. Lieutenant Blanche's face was of polite concern, but only an idiot would fail to notice the rapt attention in her eyes. The Brightonian nurse very much wanted to know if the people that shot at Anu had been part of the military and what the Japanese woman was doing to draw such a forceful response. Regardless of her willingness to participate in the Viceroy's hospital project to help the Japanese populace, Helena was still a Brightonian officer sworn to the Empire and the Emperor. Anu licked her lips. Technically she had promised Ogai that they would have a consistent story worked out before she tried to spin something to the people here at the hospital, but there was obviously no time for that. And they had come to her first anyway. Plus she was not on painkillers anymore. I was at the KBR outpost that you've probably all heard got hit, Anu stated, and I got caught up in the crossfire. Helena's gaze was now intent indeed and Ichijo's was not far off. Kuroba however closed his eyes and seemed to be mouthing a silent prayer. And why were you at the KBR outpost? The Britannian officer asked. Inu held her gaze for a moment before looking over at Kuroba. Sensei, could you please step out for this? That is all right Inu-san, Kuroba said, surprising not only the woman in question but the two that accompanied him here as well. I know you have worked hard to shield me from your activities but that will not be necessary. The doctor opened his eyes and regarded Inu gently, even proudly. The hospital has endured these years because of all the effort you undertook to acquire supplies and equipment. I know that you sought to provide a measure of safety for the rest of us by hiding where the supplies came from, but there is no further need for this. Kuroba once more took Inu's hands. So many people were saved due to your diligence, I will not see you bear responsibility alone. Inu was stunned. That was the only word to describe her reaction to the doctor's words. Everything he had said was true. She had gone to great lengths over the years to make sure the hospital's equipment was kept running as best as could be managed and whenever there was a shortage of food or medicine she used her contacts as a resistance fighter to buy, bully, or outright steal whatever she could. Yet she felt a not insignificant shame at having the doctor leap to her defense this way because this time that was not what she had been doing. Yes, she had been preparing to lie to the Britannian nurse and the Sumeragi household retainer, but to have the doctor also complicit in that lie, even if unintentionally so, felt so very, very wrong. Inu swallowed, trying to wet her suddenly parched throat. Thank you sensei, she said in a husky tone. Kuroba smiled, apparently mistaking the scratchiness of Inu's voice for emotion. It was emotion, yes, but not the one the doctor likely thought. Shame and guilt burned in Inu's chest. She had come this far however, she could not stop, but she did not have to entirely compromise. Inu cleared her throat and withdrew her hands. It is technically true, I have acquired some of the things needed to keep this place running using less than legal means. And I was looking to see if the KBR depot had a certain product available. But it was not for the hospital. The woman's gaze fell on the Britannian nurse and hardened ever so slightly. I was seeing if that KBR depot was the source of the refrain that's being trafficked in Tokyo. Helena stared back at Inu without flinching but the other woman did blink once in surprise. Refrain, the Britannian nurse said very carefully. Inu nodded and took a deep breath. A couple of weeks back I stumbled upon someone selling the drug and I've been following the chain ever since. I tracked it to that depot and was trying to see if I could get the clerks there to sell me some by pretending to be a middleman. The woman grinned darkly. I'd say someone else must have stumbled upon their dealings too, and decided to take more direct measures. And were they? Helena asked. Their voices were now a hush all the better to avoid the other patients overhearing. Those closest to Inu were asleep however and the others seemed all too happy to not get drawn into whatever conversation was taking place. Yes, Inu replied. Yes, they were. I was about to take delivery when things, well, started blowing up. I barely got out alive as it is. Inu-san, Kuroba said softly. You should never have taken that kind of risk. I couldn't just let that poison be spread through our streets sensei, Inu said without apology. You know what it does to people. I had to find out where it came from. And do something about it was the unsaid second half of that sentence. Are you certain they could have supplied you with the drug? Helena asked. The look in the nurse's eyes was diamond hard, making clear that the lieutenant would not tolerate any deceit. But the biggest lie had already been told and Inu had nothing to fear. I was holding the container in my hands before the shooting started. Helena regarded Inu for a few moments before straightening once more. I will need to take you into protective custody, Ms. Inu. Inu's eyes narrowed coldly. Like hell. Your accusation, and I have no reason to doubt their validity, is extremely serious Ms. Inu, Helena replied firmly. The authorities will need your cooperation in their investigation. And what makes you think there will even be an investigation? Inu countered. This is KBR we're talking about, they're just going to bribe some bureaucrat and brush this under the rug like always. And guess what happens to the 11 witness in custody? A flicker of anger appeared ever so briefly on Helena's face but she composed it quickly. I assure you Ms. Inu, you will be safe, you have my word. Inu smiled slightly. It's not your word I doubt, Lieutenant. You've been very helpful and I think you intend the best. But it's a very different thing trusting your word versus trusting that of all Britannians. To her credit Helena did not try to argue otherwise, instead simply staring at the Japanese woman. It was obvious that however understanding she was about Inu's distrust of her fellow Britannians she still felt bound by her duty to the Empire. But to take Inu into custody unwillingly would destroy much of the goodwill that the nursing corps had built up here at KO, something that would severely undermine the wider mission the lieutenant was charged with. It was effectively a standoff. Ichijo cleared his throat and the others all looked over at him. Or perhaps not. May I suggest a compromise, he said. If Inu-san were to become a guest of the Sumeragi family, we could ensure that she is available for any questions the Britannian authorities might have. Conversely, should it become clear that the authorities do not intend to pursue a case against KBR, then we would guarantee Anu-san's safe release. Helena raised an eyebrow but after a few seconds nodded. That would be acceptable. The lieutenant glanced over at Anu and waited for her response. The Japanese woman kept her own gaze on Ichijo however. The man was taking a significant risk on behalf of the Sumeragi family, effectively guaranteeing that Anu would not run away while their ostensible guest but also promising Anu herself that they would make sure she could get away if certain Brightonian parties decided she was a liability. And seeing as the families that made up the NAC were reviled by many Japanese if it became known that they had gone back on their world here, well, it was hard to think their reputations could sink any worse, but there would still be ramifications. It was all a calculated risk, a cost and benefit equation here. If Anu refused, she would be putting the hospital in a very difficult position, effectively buying her own freedom at considerable cost to many people she cared about. If she agreed, there was still the risk that the Sumeragi would not honor their word, but compared to being outright taken into Brightonian custody, the odds were much more in her favor. Yet this also offered the opportunity for Anu to make a connection with the Sumeragi family, perhaps even speak with the head of the household. If the Sumeragi were really part of Kyoto House, their sponsorship would change so much for her resistance cell. And maybe the legend of the Red Knight would grow to be more than just a one-off rescue of the Princess Euphemia. When all this was weighed against her own personal safety, there was no choice. Anu nodded. I accept the Sumeragi House's generosity. Kuroba sighed visibly in relief while Ichijo offered a polite nod, not that the slight smile on his face did not go unnoticed. Helena also nodded, apparently as satisfied as she could be with the arrangement. I must report this development to my superiors, the lieutenant said. I would suggest that Ms. Anu be moved to the Sumeragi estate before then however. Agreed, Ichijo said. Kuroba-sensei, how best can we move Anu-san without risking any further injury? We will make the arrangements, Kuroba said firmly. A few hours later Anu was well on her way to the Sumeragi family's main house. Few at the hospital knew what had transpired and the near disaster that had been averted, and Kuroba was looking forward to getting some rest after a truly hectic day. That reprieve however was once again deferred as a nurse called upon him for a minor issue at the front desk. Tired as he was, Kuroba knew he would not have been summoned if the volunteers could not handle the matter themselves, and so he trudged down the stairs. As he got closer to the main desk however, his ears perked up as a familiar but long absent voice reached him. Worked here for several years. I'm not sure what the difficulty is. The voice was calm and composed and almost a bit carefree. Kuroba picked up his pace. Yes, I worked with Kuroba-sensei many times. In fact, my last shift was with him. Should he not be off rotation? The man was now in a flat-out run as fast as his aged legs could take him. Or is he covering for someone? He was always so kind, willing to help his colleagues out when they faced difficulties. Kuroba turned the corner and saw the source of the voice, a slim woman with her brown hair tied up in buns standing at the desk. The nurse caught sight of him and waved for him to quickly come over. Following the direction of the motion, the woman turned about and smiled as she saw him. Kuroba-sensei, I was asked to wait for you, Koton Kaujiki said. Are you on shift again today? Kuroba's mouth opened and closed soundlessly as he met Kaujiki's glassy eyes. He had seen this before, he had seen this so many times, and every time it tore at his heart. Yet to see this woman, a nurse that had shined so when she worked at the hospital, like this, he found it almost too much to bear. But bear it he most, for he recognized the severity of Kaujiki's state. The amount of refrain she must have taken to have been rendered so out of touch he could barely fathom. And when the drug's effects began wearing off, the shock to her system could well prove fatal. So he did the only thing he could do as a doctor. He began to treat his patient. Yes, I am Kaujiki-san, Kuroba said. Before you start work, do you mind coming with me? Will that be okay? Kaujiki asked. The other nurses. They will understand, Kuroba said firmly but gently. And this will not take long, I promise. Very well then, Kaujiki said, giving him that heartfelt smile of hers. Kuroba felt his own heart nearly break at the sight, but he forced his own face to smile. He leaned toward the other nurse. I need something for detox and pain relievers readied immediately, he said as quietly as he could. Right away, sensei, the nurse said with equal discretion. Now, come this way, Kaujiki-san, Kuroba said, putting a smile back on. You're actually a bit early for your shift today, you know. Am I? I must be losing track of time with how rambunctious Colin has been. Do you remember the last time I brought her with me to work? Yes, yes I do, Kuroba said with utmost sincerity, recalling the joyful and kind girl. Well, she is getting better, but she has so much energy that even Naoto can barely keep up. Kuroba nodded, listening as Kaujiki spoke of her children, of her husband, and of her friends. She spoke of her contentment and her gratefulness to have all these joys filling her life. And ultimately she spoke of the past, a past that Kuroba relived with her with every word. The doctor had never felt as old as today. End of chapter 18. Does this count as a cliffhanger? I'm not sure anymore. And those who want more Lelich, He'll show up next chapter. I have a policy of trying not to go over 8,000 words a chapter, and if I added his scene here I would have been pushing 9,000 easily. Nothing's more terrifying than honest men applying their skills to kill people. Personally, I'd be a lot more worried about honest men trying to help people. Or honest women in the case of this FIC. When I was at my peak writing for Intune, I generally got out 2 chapters a week, each averaging about 7,000 words. Intune and a cold calculus has been splitting my attention since I started the latter, but with the former wrapping up I am technically able to focus more on this FIC. I will not guarantee that I'll be updating at the same rate, but I don't expect to be that much slower, if only because I want to actually finish the damn story instead of letting it hang for years on end. That pissed me off enough as a reader, and I have no desire to inflict that on others. I'm not quite done with Intune yet, still have 2 more epilogues to get out, but seeing as they are generally much shorter than full chapters, they should be done within the next week or so. I had intended to talk a bit about this in last chapter's author notes, but I more or less forgot. This is in response to a comment about a Lelich/Yuffie pairing in a review. Pairings in Code Geass are hard. Part of it is because Lelich is pretty much unresponsive to any moves put upon him, which creates an impression that he honestly does not care about getting together with anyone. He has shown affection for several girls, yes, but he doesn't seem to show any interest in the kind of romantic relationship and companionship one normally seeks from a significant other. He is for the most part too focused on his wider goal of creating said gentler world for all of his loved ones, and the creation of said world is pretty much how he reciprocates the love that others have for him. Of the women who are with him or show interest in him, CC is probably the closest to providing him with the kind of companionship that he needs. I say needs very specifically here, since what the two give each other is not the sort of romantic affection of a couple, but the companionship of someone who understands and can share in the other's burden. Is that love? Possibly, it might just be as close as something as disinterested in romantic love as Lelich can get. Colin is something of an interesting case. It could be argued that she became passionate about her impression of Zero. She may have grown to see the man behind the mask and retain her passion for him, but the possibility of an actual relationship between the two is complicated. Colin was the one seeking Zero/Lelich's attention/approval/affection. And Lelich was in many ways very willing to give it to her as Zero. As himself, however, it was always more ambivalent. He certainly cared about her, but there is a sort of vagueness in just how he was willing to show it. On a personal level, I would actually rate a Lelich x Colin pairing as one of the less probable ones, and certainly one of the harder ones to pull off effectively. I do have a personal soft spot for it, however, as I tend to have a thing for tsundere redheads. Shirley's affection for Lelich is for the most part pretty straightforward and earnest. She saw what she felt was Lelich's inherent gentleness and sought to have Lelich show that gentleness to her. Lelich for the most part was perfectly willing to be kind to her, but there was always a reluctance on his part to take it much further. In the canon, it's probably due to his immense sense of guilt for causing her father's death and all the trauma afterward. Yet if there was one person who stood a chance of healing his heart, so to speak, with her forgiveness, it was probably Shirley, simply due to the lack of complexity of her affection for him. Millie is something of a dark horse as far as the whole potential love interests go. It is hinted at very subtly that she holds some affection for him beyond that of a big sister mentality, and I'm sure the Ashford family also considered a possible pairing between their daughter and Lelich to be potentially advantageous if Lelich ever regained his royalty. Lelich himself gave no indication of ever viewing Millie in a romantic light, and probably thought of her solely as an irritating big sister figure. Irritating, but still an elder sister that if need be he could rely on a bit and would protect when the cards fell. And while probability-wise the odds are near zero for all practical purposes, I actually think that a Lelich x Millie relationship would be one of the easier ones to pull off, if only because the lack of overt affection between the two provides space for a writer to fill it in him or herself. But it's all relative, since easier does not mean easy to begin with. As for Yuffie herself, well, the situation with her is complicated. At a most basic level, Yuffie wants to be loved. This is technically true of all of the potential love interests, but I bring it up with Yuffie specifically because she is much more explicit about it than the others. Two things, however, stand in the way of any relationship with Lelich as far as the canon references go. The first is obviously Sozaku, and the hordes of Sozaku x Yuffie shippers who seem ready to pay for the blood for anyone who disagrees with them, and the other is Nunnally. And I say Nunnally because she is the target of so much affection from Lelich that she effectively stands as an obstruction to damn near every potential love interest who seeks affection from her dear brother, not that Lelich harbors romantic inclinations towards his little sister. One also should remember that Yuffie is still Lelich's sister, and they were together during that very important period in their childhood where they would have imprinted on each other and the Westermark effect would be in full effect. Japanese Immuto trope be damned. Ahem. Anyway, assuming we ignored all the issues above, there are ways to make a Lelich x Yuffie pairing work. Lelich is capable of immense affection, and Yuffie is kind of greedy when it comes to that department and would gobble up everything Lelich could offer her. The two are also both quite intelligent and seem to grasp that no matter how close they might become, there are times when they need to give the other some distance. Nevertheless, I would not rate Yuffie's chances with Lelich much higher than any of the other girls, if only because Lelich himself seems so stubbornly disinterested. Figuring out how to realistically write around that problem is a bigger challenge than I am inclined to take on right now. Note: I really don't consider Kaguya as a contender. She was for the most part mostly Fang Earling over Zero, and the show itself never provided enough depth to that possibility to make me ever think much about it. Now that I have stuck my hand into this particular hornet's nest, I think I will take my leave. I should note, however, that I was around for the shipping wars that took place for the Evangelion series, so I know a little something about the fanaticism with which people will defend their preferred ships. It's why I, borrowed a Firestorm installation from Cabal. For a homicidal AI, he's actually quite accommodating. And to the people who seem to think I should give a damn about a certain single-gender pairing, in the eloquent words of the British, bugger off. That was at least an order of magnitude more eloquent than some of the ramblings that have come my way. CC Translations. Thou. What hast thou to sayeth for thyself? You. What do you have to say for yourself? Hast thou decided not to hark mine word? I be but astonied thou would walketh the streets so fainly with nary a care. Have you decided not to heed my advice? I'm amazed you would walk the streets so eagerly without a care. Mayhap thou be the queen and I thy gentlewoman of the bedchamber. Maybe you are the queen and I your lady-in-waiting. Everything else are either Shakespeare quotes or pretty plain spoken. Chapter 19. The Keio Foundation is one of the premier providers of affordable healthcare in Japan to this day and is celebrated by the Japanese people as one of the legacies left to them by the Empress Euphemia. Its origins can be traced to the hospital program started by Her Majesty while serving as Viceroy of Area 11, though its true establishment could be said to be a product of the aftermath of the Duke of Windsor's downfall. The exposure of the refrain and human trafficking conspiracy orchestrated by the Duke saw many parties called to account for either outright complicity or gross negligence for not detecting the misconduct earlier. For its part in the debacle, KBR was levied a fine, but the Princess Euphemia allowed the company to pay it by surrendering ownership of the shares previously controlled by the Duke of Windsor to the Crown. While this avoided the company paying out of pocket, it did result in Her Highness gaining control of a significant amount of preferred shares and the dividends ownership of those shares entitled 1 to. Her Highness would ultimately transfer all of the shares into the newly established Keio Foundation with the stipulation that the dividends earned be used solely to improve access to healthcare for all of Area 11's residents, a mission that is continued by the Foundation to this day. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 19, Caveat Venditor. Lelich pursed his lips as he regarded the sheets of paper laid out before him. No one could ever claim the young man was lazy or inattentive to detail. Still, a merely human mind could only focus so intently for so long before exhaustion overtook it. Case in point, Charlotte had fallen asleep several hours ago. Captain Devon had turned in even earlier, though his reason was because he needed to leave early the coming morning to begin evaluating the JLF's assets firsthand. Second-hand reports could only be trusted so far after all. Off to the side Charlotte stirred and Lelich gave her a gentle caress of her head. The touch seemed to draw the girl out of her slumber and she looked up blankly at Lelich. "Good morning, Charlotte," Lelich said with a slight smile. "Good morning, Lulu," the girl replied before blinking a few times and looking around. "Oh, right, we're in Japan." Charlotte yawned, accompanied by a big stretch. Lelich began gathering up the papers scattered about, an action that elicited a frown from his companion. "Did you stay up all night again?" "One of the advantages of not needing sleep," Lelich said nonchalantly as he continued shuffling papers. A hand fell upon the scattered sheets and Lelich looked up at his companion. "Not needing much and not needing are two very different things, Lieutenant Lambrouge," Charlotte said firmly. "You need to take care of your body if you want your mind to be at its peak." Lelich regarded Charlotte for a few moments before quirking a slight smile. "Very well, Lieutenant Dunois. But might you let me put my work away before shooing me off to bed?" Charlotte nodded and removed her hand but continued regarding Lelich intently, making clear that she was ready to intervene once more if it looked like Lelich was backsliding. "So what do you think of our current hosts?" Lelich asked as he cleaned up. "Their hospitality," Charlotte replied with a raised eyebrow, "or their assets?" "The Japanese are well renowned for their courtesy and etiquette," Lelich said with a smirk. "I think we can forego any critiques thereof." His companion remained sighing and apparently deciding that indulging Lelich on this topic was harmless enough. "On paper the JLF possesses 4 nightmare battalions and close to an entire division of infantry, mostly composed of former Japanese army personnel," Charlotte said. "That they managed to scrape together that many nightmares is impressive, but we both have serious reservations about how effective they would actually be in an engagement." Lelich nodded but said nothing in response. "Basic performance stats indicate the Japanese beret are generally not that much more effective than the Glasgows they are based off of, minus a few customized examples," Charlotte continued. "They would be at a marked disadvantage compared to the Sutherlands currently serving as Britannia's frontline unit in most situations. Of course, that assumes a parity in the quality of the nightmare pilots to begin with. Considering the constraints they are operating under, they are unlikely to have had much opportunity to conduct large-scale training exercises. They may function well at the platoon level, but unit sizes larger than that will likely be problematic." "Agreed," Lelich said as he finished gathering his papers into a single neat stack. The question however becomes whether despite their deficiencies they would still be able to overcome the occupation force. Charlotte snorted in a most unladylike way. I would say no. Even with only 2 battalions of Nightmares the Britannians are at effective parity when it comes to the mechs. Then there is the Armored Division up in Hokkaido and the Mechanized Infantry Division in Okinawa. If the JLF strikes fast and hard enough they may be able to break into the Tokyo concession and take out the Britannian forces at MacArthur Base, but they would almost certainly be overwhelmed by the remaining Britannian forces in short order, especially without any proper air support. Agreed again, Lelich said. The young man started to settle back into his chair but dutifully stood when Charlotte's eyes narrowed at him. With a slight chuckle he extended an arm. After a brief moment Charlotte rose and walked over to his side and hooked hers about and together the two headed out of the room, the door clicking shut behind them. Short of direct intervention by the EU or the Chinese Federation it is highly unlikely that any uprising would succeed in actually ejecting Britannia from Japan, Lelich said as they walked. A good thing that is not our. Charlotte shot Lelich a sharp look and the young man closed his mouth before smiling at her innocently. While Lelich had compromised the JLF's senior command officers there were still plenty of soldiers not under his thrall and even those that were he was still working on. Suddenly turning General Kates into a wooden puppet would hardly be conducive in keeping a relatively low profile for one. Well, we will just have to see what we can do to increase their chances of success, Lelich said instead. After you get at least 4 hours of sleep, Charlotte said ever so sweetly. Lelich chuckled as they arrived at the room assigned to him and Andrei. Charlotte on the other hand got an entire room to herself though truth be told she would have been perfectly happy to have switched with the captain. Out of deference to their host's sensibilities however Charlotte restrained herself to planting a simple kiss on Lelich's cheek before separating. Still she stood there before his door, smiling sweetly as she waited for him to actually turn in. Lelich chuckled and ruffled her hair before entering his room. Only after she heard the click of the lock did Charlotte head for her own quarters. It was just past 3 a.m. after all and while Lelich might be able to function on only a few hours of sleep each night Charlotte intended to thoroughly enjoy the 4 additional hours still waiting for her, not that any amount of sleep would ever get rid of the red sheen just barely visible in her eyes. Since first becoming acquainted with Her Highness Euphemia, Jeremiah had had occasion to witness her open displeasure twice thus far. This time displeasure seemed too mild a term for the princess mood. In fact Jeremiah was having great difficulty coming up with a single word to describe what he was seeing now. The Margrave was fairly certain Colonel Fraser was equally at a loss as the two stood stock still before the princess in her office. Euphemia herself was equally motionless, her hands clasped before her in a composed posture that was all too easy to mistake for serenity. Even now Jeremiah could not make out any tension in her form, any tightening of her lips or hands. Her eyes however, her eyes burned with a cold light that was impossible to tear one's gaze away from despite feeling as if one's life was being sucked away. And then the princess blinked and Jeremiah found that he was breathing once more. It would appear, the princess said slowly and carefully, that I have severely misjudged the Duke of Windsor. Neither Jeremiah nor Samantha made a sound, instead waiting for Euphemia to directly address them before speaking up. The princess however fell silent again and remained that way for what seemed an eternity. When it was broken the words that came out of her mouth were not by any means encouraging. I am going to wring that mountebank's neck and then see it hung from a noose. Jeremiah did not know whether to applaud the princess' firm determination or caution her from too zealous a reaction. Fortunately the woman beside him did. Samantha cleared her throat. Your Highness, at present we only have an accusation levied against the Duke. Before any punitive action is taken we must obtain proof. The princess glanced over at Samantha and the colonel returned the gaze steadfastly. Eventually however Euphemia tilted her head in acknowledgement. Proof, yes. That will be necessary. But if the Duke is truly engaged in refrain trafficking then the previous stratagem will not work, he would rather risk the displeasure of KBR's board than allow any connection between the drug and his person be discovered. Samantha regarded the princess quizzically and Euphemia shook her head. Apologies Colonel, I speak of a slightly different matter. She looked at the woman with a steady gaze. This woman, Naomi Inu. She is currently at the Sumeragi estate, correct? Yes Your Highness, Samantha confirmed. Very well. I will send a member of my staff to speak with her. Jeremiah frowned, a change in expression that did not go unnoticed by the princess. You have a thought on the matter, Margrave. The man grimaced. I find it somewhat incredulous that this 11 just happened to be investigating the KBR depot at the same time an insurgent force attacked it, Your Highness. Of course it is incredulous, Euphemia agreed. In all likelihood she was part of the group that destroyed the depot. Jeremiah blinked. He had not been expecting that blunt a response from the princess, though then again perhaps he should have. Should we not take her into formal custody then, Your Highness? He asked. Absolutely not, came a most vehement response. Despite himself Jeremiah flinched ever so slightly. Apologies Margrave, Euphemia said in a calmer tone. At present however this insurgent is more useful to us if she is allowed a certain freedom. If nothing else, she will likely be more willing to divulge information to us if she believes she has an exit available for her to take if she reveals anything outright incriminating. Jeremiah accepted the apology and explanation with a nod. In the meantime, continue on with your duties, the princess continued. I will consider how best to deal with the Duke. Yes, Your Highness, the two officers bowed at the dismissal and exited the room. Once outside, Jeremiah let out a deep sigh. To his surprise, the colonel gave him a comforting pat on the back. Her Highness certainly possesses depth, Samantha remarked. Yes, she does, Jeremiah agreed. Tell me, Colonel, do you believe this insurgent's claim? Samantha frowned thoughtfully. I would like to discount it, but what evidence has been presented indicates that someone at least is dealing refrain in the outer districts. And if it is a Britannian spreading that poison, I have little doubt the Viceroy will make the guilty party rue ever attracting Her Highness' attention. Once more Jeremiah found himself in agreement with the colonel. He regarded her thoughtfully. Samantha Fraser, the ranking officer of the Army Nursing Corps in Area 11 and in fact senior to all of the other members of the Army Medical Service present as well. That was somewhat unusual as the ranking officer from the Medical Service in an area tended to be from the Medical Corps, not the Nursing Corps. I must confess, I only have a passing knowledge of the drug, Jeremiah said as the two began walking. It somehow allows one to relieve past memories. The exact mechanism through which it works is still not fully understood, but yes, more or less, Samantha said as she kept pace with Jeremiah by his side. It appears to boost the production of endorphins in the brain, and while under its influence happier memories seem to come to the forefront vividly enough that a person thinks they are actually experiencing the event itself. The sensation of euphoria is extremely addicting, but that is not even necessarily the worst part about the drug. Jeremiah frowned. And what would that be? The crash afterward, Samantha answered. In addition to the basic withdrawal that occurs with any narcotic, refrain has an additional nasty side effect. There is not a lot of clinical data on it, but simplistically a person experiencing withdrawal sinks into a hysterical state as if they were experiencing their most painful memories. The Margrave's mouth tightened and Samantha nodded. As if it were a reverse of what they experienced while they were experiencing euphoria. As I said, the medical community still does not quite understand just how refrain is managing to trigger memories, but the preliminary findings were enough for the government to ban it outright. That really said something about how bad the drug was, Jeremiah understood. The Empire was pretty lax about what one did for their own recreation, but certain drugs and activities that tended to impose a wider social cost were regulated. To be banned outright took something really special. If the crash is this bad, why would anyone take the drug? Jeremiah asked. The severity of the crash depends primarily on how large a dose one has taken, Samantha said. As with many narcotics, initially one does not need a large dose to experience a strong reaction. And again, as with other narcotics, over time the body ends up building a small resistance to it, requiring a larger and larger dose. The few deaths that are on the medical record are not from what would traditionally be considered an overdose. In other words, it was not due to any toxicity due to the amount of refrain in a person's body. It was due to the shock from the severity of the crash. I see, Jeremiah said. And I begin to understand just why Her Highness reacted so strongly to the news. The man's eyes narrowed. If the Duke of Windsor really is responsible for this, then Nibelheim would be too kind a place for him after the Viceroy calls him to account. Samantha glanced over at Jeremiah. Temper your anger, Margrave. While I do not disagree with the sentiment regarding the guilty, guilt has not yet been established. It is when we predispose ourselves that we make mistakes that see the innocent punished and the guilty free to continue their transgressions. Jeremiah said nothing for a few moments before finally nodding. You are right, Colonel. I suppose I think too much like a soldier sometimes, where matters are simpler. I kill or be killed, there is no ambiguity or doubt there. You give yourself too little credit, Samantha said, eliciting a quizzical gaze from Jeremiah. One must show measured judgment as much as quick reflexes upon the battlefield, lest one misstep and see not only yourself killed but also your comrades. You are a leader, Margrave, and I have seen no reason to regard you as a poor one. Jeremiah smiled slightly. My gratitude, Colonel. Your confidence I find most heartening. Guy was in way over his head. Not because he was somehow indecisive or hesitant, but simply by virtue of the fact that there was literally nothing he could do right now to make things better. At this point all he was good for was helping hold down Kaujaki as she screamed and cried from the nightmares tearing her mind apart. The doctors had already administered as high a dosage of painkillers as they dared, anything more was liable to put the woman into cardiac arrest. Right now the only thing they could do was try to make her as comfortable as possible and pray that she was strong enough to make it out of this. From the expressions of the nurses and doctors, Guy could tell that they were not optimistic. But they would try, none of them would give up on a patient until the very end. Kaujaki collapsed onto the bed, her body momentarily so far beyond the point of exhaustion that she finally fell into a restless sleep. Guy sat back, his own face awash with sweat. It was hard, so hard watching the mother of his best friend reduced to this. Even worse was what he was going to tell Colin and Anu. There was no way he could hide it from them, that would be colossally stupid. But the reactions of the two women would not be pretty, and Ogai was especially worried about Colin going on a rampage after finding out her own mother had fallen victim to the refrain they were busy working on taking out the source of. And sometimes Anu scared Ogai even more than Colin. Anu was more patient, more methodical. If she decided to pursue an open campaign against all of KBR, Ogai had little doubt many of the company's offices would be rebelled by the end of the month. Ogai-san. The call of his name stirred the man from his moody preoccupation, and he looked up to see the doctor that had called him in. Kuroba-sensei, he rose in greeting. I have not had a chance to thank you for coming, the doctor said with a bow. No, I should be the one thanking you for calling me, Ogai insisted. I've known Kaujiki-san for many years, she's been like an aunt to me. And after everything Naoto and I have been through together, I would not leave his mother alone at a time like this. Kuroba nodded wearily, but the first hints of a smile appeared on the man's expression. They disappeared quickly, however. She is fortunate to have you with her. Kaujiki-san has, lost too much of her family. Ogai nodded grimly. And berated himself once more for not trying harder to keep in touch with the woman. He had assumed that with her and Colin in the same house the girl would be able to keep an eye on her mother, but that had obviously not happened. He could not very well blame Colin for this either. The girl had her own worries and likely would not have noticed the signs even if she was looking. He certainly would have never believed that someone as strong as Naoto's mother would have succumbed to the temptations of refrain. Now a lot of things seemed less certain. Ogai-san, Kuroba said, directing Ogai closer to the doorway and away from the bed. Do you have any way of contacting anyone else in Kaujiki-san's family? Perhaps even her daughter? The man blinked in surprise. Are you? No, Kuroba cut him off quickly and firmly. No, I am not suggesting we start preparing for the worst. Refrain is an insidious drug, one for which there are few documented treatments for. On the other hand, we here at KO have had more experience than any of us ever would have ever wished for with it, and there are a few things that seem to help. Kuroba allowed a pained smile. Or perhaps we are so desperate now that we are simply grasping for straws. But we must try. What are you suggesting? Ogai asked. The people who take refrain appear to relieve joyful or pleasant memories from the past, Kuroba said, or at least initially. As the drug wears off they start experiencing the opposite, painful and traumatic memories. But we have observed in a few instances where someone who was present in some of those joyful memories reaches out to a person suffering withdrawal, it can help lessen the intensity of the crash. Kuroba shrugged wearily. It is a forlorn hope, but I am afraid that I am at the limits of what my skills can do and pray for a miracle from the gods instead. Ogai took a deep breath. Damn. If only Anu-san were still here. Kuroba nodded. Yes, she too might have been able to help Kaujiki-san weather this. But she is not, and I do not believe she is in a position where she could simply return without significant difficulties. Thus I ask of Kaujiki-san's daughter, Colin. Ogai rubbed his chin. He could tell Colin and she would be down here without hesitation, of that he was certain. But he would need to do this carefully so that the girl did not put herself at risk in reaction to the news. I can get in contact with her, Ogai finally said, and the first look of hope that he had seen in the doctor since arriving shone. It'll take a few hours to get her out here, but I think I can do it. That is more than I dared hope for, Kuroba said, head bowed low. I'll need to go make some calls, Ogai said, glancing over at the bed. Do not worry, we will keep a watchful eye over her, the doctor assured him. Ogai nodded his thanks but lingered. What about Anu-san? I think we should at least tell her about this. She wouldn't take kindly to being kept out of the loop. I will inform her myself, Kuroba said. We have contacts with the Sumeragi family that I can get in touch with. I appreciate you doing that, sensei, Ogai said with evident relief. Breaking this to Colin is going to be difficult enough. I have faith in Anu-san's judgment, Kuroba said. I believe she would not do anything that would earn the disapproval of one she considers a mother. From that angle Ogai supposed that was true enough. Naoto's mother would not approve of the girl that nearly married her son going on a rampage for her sake. Hopefully she would not take out her frustration on him instead. Inu's hands were still shaking when she finally put down the receiver, and the servant that had brought her to the phone looked on worriedly. Is something the matter, Inu-sama? She asked respectfully. Yes, Inu said softly. Yes, something is, and I can't do anything about it. Do you wish to speak with Ichijo-sama? The servant asked. Inu stood there silently before finally shaking her head. No, that'll be all right, thank you. Other people I trust are looking after the matter and I should let them do so without fretting over it. Very well, madam, the servant said before bowing. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to call upon us. The woman walked off to attend to other duties, leaving Inu alone in the hallway. She remained like that for several minutes, grappling with the news Kuroba had just informed her of. Kaujiki Koton had appeared at the KO medical campus seemingly in a daze to report for her shift at work. Work that she had not done for years after the invasion of Japan. Kaojiki Koton, the woman who would have been her mother-in-law had the invasion not happened, had taken a massive dose of refrain and was even now fighting for her life, all while she was stuck here in the Sumeragi main estate trying to trick the Brightonians into going after KBR. Inu's fist slammed against the wall. What was she doing? She had been treating this too much like a game, even after getting shot and nearly killed on the supply depot attack. If she had to sacrifice being there for only mother she had left, she needed to drop the slow and steady approach and drop a bombshell that the Viceroy's representative could not ignore. Inu looked up with a feral sneer. And she had just the thing. An hour later, when Jane Eyre, personal assistant to the Princess Euphemia, entered the room, she found a calm and composed Japanese woman seated at the table awaiting her. Inu did not stand to greet Jane or Ichijo accompanying her, instead holding the woman in her gaze and following her every motion. Jane did not let the other woman's seeming rudeness perturb her, instead taking a seat herself before beginning introductions. I am Jane Eyre, a member of Her Highness Princess Euphemia's administrative staff. Naomi Inu, Inu answered blandly. Jane frowned ever so slightly as she wondered just why the other woman was behaving like this. The report from Lieutenant Blanche had indicated a willingness to collaborate on the part of this Inu person. Had something happened in between then? Was she reconsidering her accusation? For that matter, was there any truth behind the accusations to begin with? Her Highness has requested that I interview you to learn what you have uncovered about the trafficking of refrain in the outer Tokyo districts, Jane said, deciding that the only way to get answers to any of her questions was to ask them. If you could please tell me what you know about the dealers and their suppliers. Inu tilted her head slightly before speaking. The dealers tend to be petty criminals, gangs, and the like. Some of the larger ones act as middlemen for the people selling on the streets and get their wares from closer to the source, one such being Brightonian officers up on the take. Jane's eyes widened and she glanced over at Ichijo, the Japanese man, looking as surprised as she felt. This was apparently news to him as well, something that Inu had held back when she first revealed knowledge of the trafficking. Do you have proof of the complicity of Brightonian military officers in this matter? Jane asked. The quartermaster of one of the outposts outside of Tokyo proper, Inu said. I believe he suffered a most fatal incident. A bomb hidden in his desk. Jane's breath quickened at what could only be interpreted as an admission of responsibility. How else could an 11 know exactly how a Brightonian officer was murdered? And what could this woman possibly want badly enough to take that kind of risk? Are you certain of this? Jane said slowly. Midori-K, 2,000 pounds, Inu said instead of answering directly, 20,000 pounds. Jane looked at Inu in confusion. Ayuni R, 5,000 pounds, Inu continued, 18,000 pounds. Jane blinked, as did Ichijo, as a sense of horror began building within them. Naomi M, 3,500 pounds, 24,000 pounds. Inu's eyes flickered with the hardness of steel as she gazed at Jane. She continued rattling off names with two monetary values accompanying each. Had there been one, Jane would have simply assumed it was the debt that each addict owed to a dealer. Two, however, and the fact that all of the names were obviously female, and a sick feeling quickly filled her. She sat stock still for over a minute as Inu reeled off well over a dozen names. In fact, the Japanese woman would have likely continued on had Jane not finally rediscovered her voice. Stop. Inu's mouth hung open for a moment before it closed quietly. Jane took a deep breath as she tried to compose herself. Where did you get those names and figures from? The Brightonian woman asked. A ledger that was in his possession, Inu answered calmly. Was. Jane fought back a grimace. You remembered all those names? Inu smiled mirthlessly. I have a photographic memory. I have no need for refrain to re-experience the joys or sorrows of my past. Jane's eyes narrowed. She needed to focus, to not be distracted from her duty despite the turmoil in her stomach. You have a photographic memory, meaning you remember all the names and figures from the ledger. Could you reproduce it in its entirety? Inu glanced over at Ichijo. Could I have a pen and some paper? The man nodded to a servant and within seconds both were placed before Inu. The woman picked up the pen and twirled it once before popping off the cap and writing. Jane watched as Inu filled page after page and the sick feeling threatened to boil over. KBR's reputation for greed was well known even amongst Brightonians, and it was a given that its executives would resort to unsavory means of bolstering the company's bottom line. Disregard for safety regulations, use of forced labor, the ability to utilize such cost-cutting means was one reason why the company sought to do business in areas still undergoing development. But to sink so low as to engage in drug and human trafficking? That was a new low for even that company as far as Jane knew. But perhaps not, perhaps the rod had always been there and like so many others she simply had been willfully blind to it. As Inu finished writing, the same servant stepped forth and gathered all the papers together and laid a thick stack before Jane. The Brightonian woman looked down at it and then back up at Inu. The risk that you are taking is immense, Jane said. Risk? My entire life has been a risk since the invasion, Inu said coldly, sweeping her arms aside. I have nothing left to lose anymore, my parents are dead, my fiancé is dead, and one of the few people that I consider to be family is in a bed at the hospital because of this fucking poison. Risk. Her fist slammed down on the table. The word was effectively spat out. I have not taken damn near enough risks if this is what my life has amounted to. Jane was taken aback by the vehemence of the other woman's words. The vehemence, and the bitterness. To be a Britanian was to live in relative privilege and comfort. To be a mere number, however, was to suffer under the heel of the empire, to be deprived of opportunity and even hope. The anger that such people must inevitably feel was a given and something of an existential worry for full-blooded Britanians. In some ways, fear of that anger was what drove some of the empire's policies, to ensure that no mere number would ever have a chance to get back at their oppressors. At the same time, it was abundantly clear to Jane that those policies simply led non-Britannians to pursue alternative, far more violent means to avenge themselves, means that one Naomi Inu was obviously quite capable of if the suspicions about her involvement on the KBR attack and now the murder, no, assassination of the Britanian supply officer were validated. Jane looked at the stack once more. I cannot condone anything that you may or may not have done, she said without looking up. That is beyond my power or authority. Jane raised her head and held Anu's gaze. I will however speak truthfully to Her Highness about what you have told me this day. I do not ask for forgiveness or pardon, Anu said with a slight smile. That will come when I meet my family once more. Jane's head lowered ever so slightly. There is still someone you consider to be family, no? A surprised expression crossed Anu's face and Jane smiled gently. Be there for that person, Ms. Anu. Jane stood and picked up the large stack of papers. Should the Viceroy have further questions for you, I trust I will be able to call upon you at the KO campus, correct? The surprise stayed on Anu's face as she nodded. Jane glanced over at Ichijo. The Viceroy's office thanks the Sumeragi family for their assistance in this matter, Mr. Ichijo. If you would please see to it that Ms. Anu is returned to her residence safely. Ichijo seemed as taken aback as Anu as he uncharacteristically stammered a response. Oh, of course, Dame Heir. Jane nodded to both and left without further ado, and for a moment Anu and Ichijo simply sat there motionless watching her go. Only after the door closed did the two stir. Well, Anu-san, Ichijo said. I hope you have enjoyed the Sumeragi family's hospitality. Anu smiled weakly. That I have, Ichijo-san, though I honestly was not expecting it to end so abruptly. Neither was I, Ichijo said as he stood. By the way, Anu-san, I understand that you were caught up in the attack on the KBR supply depot. Anu raised an eyebrow. So they were still going to play along with that fiction? Yes, I was caught up when others attacked the place. No, we are curious, Ichijo emphasized ever so slightly. Had the place not been destroyed that day, what would you have done after confirming it was a source of refrain? Anu allowed a hungry smile. I would have passed on the news to those I knew could do something about it. Someone like a certain Red Knight. Ichijo kept his face expressionless, but Anu could see it in his eyes. She had his full attention. Before you do leave, would you perhaps be interested in speaking with the young mistress? Ichijo asked. Anu opened her mouth to say yes, but suddenly found herself without her voice. Her jaw tightened and it was with visible effort that she closed it. This was what she had been working towards, what she came here for, to establish a connection with Kyoto House and launch the resistance cell into the big leagues. All she needed to do was stay here a little longer instead of going to Kaujiki's side. Could she do that? Ichijo seemed to sense the conflict in Anu and stood, his eyes softening. Perhaps I could accompany you to the hospital and we can discuss the matter along the way. Once matters have had a chance to settle somewhat, you could return. A completely natural smile appeared on Anu's face as she felt the tension bleed out. She nodded. Outside, an armsman wearing Euphemia's coat of arms opened the car door for Jane and the woman climbed in. She sank into the seat, cradling the stack of paper. Is everything all right, Ms. Heir? Jane looked over at the woman seated beside her and nodded. Yes and no, Dame Nu, yes and no. Valletta frowned. Do we need to take the insurgent into custody? No, Jane said quickly. No, that will not be necessary. I have what Her Highness wanted. We should return immediately. Valletta nodded and tapped her radio. We are withdrawing. The armored car rolled out and off in the distance. The ranger team Valletta commanded also pulled back. There would be no bloodshed today, not here at least. Sometimes the Empire could get what it wanted without force of arms. Sometimes, but not always. Colin was feeling more than a little impatient. The call from Ogai had been sudden and unexpected, requiring her to fake an excuse to get out of school for the rest of the day. Fortunately, Tamaki was already waiting for her when she left the concession with CC, though the normally talkative man was surprisingly tight-lipped about why she had been called. He simply repeated the line that she would see what was going on when they got to the hospital, which they were not even directly going to. First was a stop at Ogai's apartment where she changed into something much less conspicuous. Now that they were actually here at the hospital, she was entering through a side entrance while CC waited in the car. It was all overly dramatic in the girl's opinion and she intended to give Ogai a piece of her mind once she got a hold of him. As Colin climbed the final stair she saw the man peeking out of one of the rooms. It looked like she would be getting her chance soon enough. Colin stalked over, and came to a halt at seeing another familiar face, albeit one from long ago. Kuroba-sensei. Colin said, digging the name out from her memory. The doctor smiled and nodded. Colin-san. It has been a long time. Yes, Colin replied, yes it has. Her gaze shifted back and forth before the two men. What's going on? Ogai grew maced. Colin, your mother, she's here at the hospital. Colin frowned. What? Why would she be here? Ogai paused. This was much harder than he had imagined it would be. She was taking refrain, Colin. The girl's body went rigid. In fact it completely locked up, her chest tightening such that all air seemed to be squeezed out. Thus only a rasp escaped her when she next opened her mouth. With great effort Colin took in a deep breath but the constriction within her chest did not go away. Her geass activated and a might roar thundered in her head. She paid it no heed, sweeping through the building until she found a familiar form twisting and turning on one of the hospital beds. A familiar form, whose body screamed in agony. Colin stormed out of the room and headed towards the ward. Colin! Ogai called out. The girl ignored him. With every step she took she could see more of her mother's condition. The raging heartbeat, the dryness of her throat, the gasping of her lungs. With every step she took the next one came faster until she was full out sprinting. As she closed in she started hearing gasps and cries from the room. Inside were two nurses doing their best, sponging down Kaojaki's body to try and keep her body temperature under control. Mom! Colin screamed as she charged in. The nurses looked up in surprise and even in a bit of relief. At this point all of them were praying for a miracle and if anyone might be able to effect one for their patient, it was her daughter. Colin was at her bedside in an instant and took hold of her mother's hand. Mom, I'm here, I'm right here, Colin said. Colin! Kaojaki whispered. Is that you? Yes Mom, it's me, Colin said. I'm here with you right now. Colin, the woman said, tears streaking from her eyes. You're happy now, right? You have a proper home, food, you can go to school. Colin stiffened and as she did so the grip of her mother's hand tightened. I couldn't give you any of that, but you have it now, right? The girl felt her own heart quicken. When she was made a Stotfeld she had resented her mother for leaving her with her father, the man that had abandoned all of them when the Empire invaded. As she matured intellectually she began to understand just why her mother had done this even if emotionally, deep down, she still felt resentment. Yet until now she had rarely given much thought to how her own mother must have felt about giving up her own daughter. The throbbing of her mother's heart quickened. Colin looked up at the nurses. Can't you give her something to calm her down? She hissed. We've already given her as much as we dare, one of the nurses answered. Any more and her heart might stop outright. A frantic look appeared on the girl's face. Colin. She looked back and saw Ogai and Kuroba entering. You need to stay calm, Ogai said. We brought you here because we're hoping your presence will help smooth over the painful memories your mother is experiencing, but if you are too excited and agitated that will only make things worse. The girl took a deep breath, willing herself to relax. Once certain she was in control of herself she looked down at her mother once more with a smile. I'm right here with you Mom, she said. Kaojaki blinked, her eyes glistening with tears. Colin? Colin. With her mother's bare hands in her own Colin could sense with almost surreal detail the woman's condition. Her body was exhausted, her system in turmoil as the signals from her brain continued going haywire. There was literally nothing the doctors could do to help her and Colin felt her own panic rising once more. No, she could not lose control. Colin focused on steadying her own breathing, on the beating of her own heart. As she did so, something else happened. Sensei, Kaojaki-san, look, one of the nurses murmured. The doctor walked around the bed to the other side and looked over his patient. He took the woman's other hand and felt for her pulse. Her heart rate is slowing, he said. And her breathing, it's becoming more regular. Kuroba looked up at Colin and saw the girl's eyes closed, her face tight with concentration. Colin-san. The doctor whispered. No responses came from the girl as she continued consciously measuring every breath, every beat of her heart. And in so doing she felt another's heart, another's breathing align with hers. She felt her mother's breathing steady and the racing of her heart calm. Colin opened her eyes and saw her mother's chest rise and fall slowly. The woman's eyes were barely open, but even so she still looked up at Colin. Colin. She whispered. Rest mother, Colin said. But, her words were cut off with a yawn. I still haven't done the dishes. I'll take care of them mother, you've had a long day, Colin assured her. A slight smile appeared on Kaojaki's face. You're a kind girl, Colin. Just like your brother. Just like your father. Colin nearly started at that list bit, but she forced a comforting smile to appear. She leaned over and gave her mother a kiss on the forehead. Rest, mother. I will see you in the morning. With those words Kaujiki's eyes completely closed and the woman's form sank into the bed. Colin rose back up and almost immediately toppled over before Ogai managed to grab hold of her. Colin, he said worriedly. I am all right, Colin said. Just, tired. Really, really tired. Ogai guided her into a chair and even before she was seated the girl drifted off. Kuroba walked over and took Colin's hand, checking her pulse. After a few seconds he placed her hand back down. She's okay, right sensei? Ogai asked. She seems to be, Kuroba said before glancing over at the bed. I am not sure what just happened. Ogai had an inkling but he was not about to share it, not even with someone he respected as much as the doctor. Some things were best kept a secret after all. I think, the man said instead, we got our miracle. Kuroba regarded Ogai for a few moments before finally nodding. Regardless of whether he understood it or not, that was something the doctor was prepared to accept. Yuffie ignored her headache as she continued to work. She had given explicit orders for her staff to not disturb her, though that was looking less and less necessary. It was turning out to be trivially easy to determine where the source of refrain being distributed by KBR was, almost laughably so. The blood of the samurai had at least tried to obfuscate their movements. KBR however had gotten so cocky and overconfident that it was a wonder no one else had discovered this. No, perhaps that was unfair, as Yuffie had access to much more information than an outside analyst could have called upon. The licenses for import of chemical compounds, for manufacturing of other compounds, all of this was something only someone in the administratum would have access to, and a high-ranking someone if the breadth of data was taken into account. Nevertheless, with said access Yuffie located the production site for the refrain with little effort. The chemical compounds that went into refrain were not terribly exotic. It was the fine control needed for the processes to actually synthesize the drug that could prove tricky. Even then most of the equipment could be bought on the open market, and before the invasion Japan was a rapidly developing nation, one with plenty of companies that engaged in the production of industrial chemicals. It would not have been terribly difficult for some enterprising criminal to gather together some leftover equipment and start turning out the drug. KBR, whether out of laziness or sloppiness, had not even bothered with that level of obfuscation. The refrain it produced came directly from one of the chemical plants it owned in Area 11. Specifically the one in Kashigaya City north of Tokyo, a conclusion Yuffie arrived at after collating the flow of chemicals, equipment, soil samples and a dozen other variables available to her. At this point she was certain of the accuracy of her analysis to within a margin of only 2 or 3% error. Statisticians might still waffle, but for anyone operating in the real world that was good enough. Kashigaya was not one of the designated development sectors, meaning Britannian law enforcement was thin if not non-existent on the ground. Keeping law and order was effectively left in the hands of the corporate interests with a presence in the city, interests primarily fixated on the bottom line and not on something as troublesome and costly as adhering to worker safety and health standards. In fact, Yuffie was almost certain that KBR and the other companies were responsible for some of the soil contamination that was creeping towards Tokyo itself. The problem was how to deal with it. If all Yuffie wanted was to shut down the place, she could probably leak this information to the insurgent hanging about the KO campus. The group she was affiliated with had demonstrated at least a willingness to resort to direct action against those they considered to be mistreating their people. Except blowing up a chemical plant was liable to have all sorts of unfortunate side effects well beyond just getting a lot of people killed in the immediate explosion. The resulting spillage would cost a fortune to clean up, and the number of people who would end up poisoned even as the government mobilized could easily run into the thousands if not more. At this point Yuffie simply did not know if she could trust this particular batch of insurgents to show restraint. An alternative would be to order the military in and search the place for evidence, but that would be a large-scale operation and the inevitable leaking of the plan would see the companies scramble to cover up their wrongdoing. In which case she would be burning a great deal of political capital dealing with complaints from the companies to the disruption of their operations without achieving anything measurable. And a small, targeted operation was not liable to be sufficient either. She needed to nail all of them, or the companies that escaped detection would simply carry on as usual. What to do, what to do? What Yuffie needed was an incident, a contained one that was serious enough to warrant mobilization of the military and lockdown of the area, but small enough that there was minimal risk of it setting off a chain reaction that would take out the entire area. Using the insurgents was a no-go, they were simply too volatile to entrust with something this delicate. But in truth she did not have to. Britannia after all had quite a few units that specialized in covert and unconventional operations. In fact, there was someone she was personally acquainted with who might be fitting for the task. Yuffie pressed the intercom. Rachel. Your Highness, are you finished? Her secretary asked. Yuffie smiled at the obvious concern in the woman's voice. Just about. Would you please send for Dame Nu? I believe she should be at MacArthur Base right now. At once, Your Highness. As Yuffie waited for the woman's arrival, she began collating all of the relevant data into a single packet of information. She might be able to hold all the disparate bits of information in her head, but Yuffie understood that not everyone was so similarly gifted, naturally or unnaturally. Better that all of the information the night needed be ready for her when she arrived than time be wasted during the meeting organizing it. As she worked, Yuffie tried not to think about the names and figures on the papers Jane brought back. She tried not to think about the boiling rage that nearly exploded from within her as she read each and every page. And she tried not to imagine personally strangling the Duke of Windsor. That would be left to the news she intended to see his neck in when all this was over. End of chapter 19. I believe I said that I was not inclined to try to write around Lelich's disinterest in romance. And that is entirely true. Anyone who thinks that his relationship with Charlotte constitutes a romance, needs to go get their head checked. We'll see more of Lelich later. Right now he has even fewer appearances than Sozaku. As his plans start advancing, however, we'll see more of him. The numbers I've given out are, I would actually say, somewhat on the low side for an occupying force that's facing an active insurgency, at least if one approached fighting the insurgency like a Western military. I think it's justifiable though, but we'll see. Info dumps can be handled properly via exposition provided by characters in the story, kind of like how I've done with this chapter with the discussion about the JLF, the Brightonian forces, refrain, and so on. One just has to avoid too blatant a rambling, otherwise readers risk getting fatigued reading through all the text. Hopefully this chapter wasn't too preachy. There were times when I felt I might have gotten a bit too heavy-handed. As it is, the story should be picking up its pace next chapter a bit, I think. I at least want to get the fireworks out of the way next chapter so that cleanup can be concluded in the following chapter. So, Collins leveled up. Makes you wonder what new tricks Yuffie will be able to pull in future chapters. Don't be too scared of Yuffie manipulating you. The worst she could do is make you believe in her so much you're willing to die in her name. Ahem. Some people have asked whether Valletta would be paired with someone else, since I've made clear I consider her relationship with Ogai to be extremely contrived. Jeremiah is the easy/obvious choice at first glance, the problem being, besides no indication of any sort of actual attraction between the two in the series, if the Brightonian military was at all professionally run, it would have regulations regarding fraternization in the ranks. Valletta is in the same chain of command as Jeremiah, she's his subordinate, so that would be a big no-no. Yes, I am paying attention to details like that. No, I'm not going to ignore them just to accommodate desired developments. Anyway, whether Jeremiah or Valletta ends up with anyone at all will be subject to the progression of the story, so all of you will have to wait and see. In tune, my other FIC of equivalent quality, currently stands at about over 380k words. That was approximately 50 chapters, counting the prologue and epilogues, and covered the 26 episodes of Evangelion. And without a bunch of stuff I either forgot to add in or was too tired to fully develop. While no two FICs are alike, I would say that story can be used as a rough guideline for how long a cold calculus would be, keeping in mind that Code Geass had two 25-episode seasons. I like to think of myself as one of the more competent writers on this site. Not the best, but certainly someone who makes an effort in making my work readable. Hint, spell check works wonders. While I am not so vain as to claim that others should write like me, I will say that I do hope that others regard my work as one standard that they would like to measure against, if only from a technical perspective, proper spelling, grammar, and a certain depth in plot. And for the love of God, spell check. I've toyed around with a variety of concepts since starting this FIC, though I doubt I will ever actually get to them. One was intended as a romance set in an alternative universe where the world was not such a crapsack and involved basically the unexpected courtship between the noble daughter Colin and the imperial prince Lelich. Provisionally titled A Most Civil Campaign. It would have been an interesting experiment to see if I could actually write romance of that nature and still keep the characters identifiably themselves. But as I said, probably not going to get around to it. I'm juggling so many things at the same time that my update schedule is looking like it might suffer. As a general blanket policy, I do not accept story requests. See above sentence for reason. Cabal has been a perfectly genial AI to work with. He even ever so helpfully comes to clear out the angry fans that get stuck between the two firestorm perimeters. What he does to the people he harvests is of course not my problem. Ahem. Chapter 20. Snippet spoiler, Major. While the Empress Euphemia is remembered for her greatness in many things, her legacy is not entirely unblemished. Perhaps the blackest mark against her involves the heralding of the age of nuclear weaponry under her watch. While the initial steps to developing weapons that harnessed the power of an atom began before she was even born, it was in many ways the Empress who set in motion the final pieces to complete the nuclear puzzle. Her sponsorship of Dr. Nina Einstein would result in the first controlled artificially induced fission reaction, an achievement that would draw the attention of the Prince Schneeisel. Continued support from the Prince would see the first application of an uncontrolled artificially induced fission reaction with the detonation of the Trinity prototype at Bikini Atoll. In spite of all this, the Empress' contribution to the creation of nuclear arms might well have been overshadowed by her many other more positive achievements. This was not to be, however, due to one singular event of infamy, for shortly after her ascension to the throne the Empress would become the first, and to this day only, person to order the deployment of an atomic bomb. The immediate fatalities ran into the tens of thousands. Of the deaths that followed in the years after due to radiation poisoning, no definitive number has ever been established. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 20, Crescat Science Ntia Vita Excolator. Ichijo was remarkably composed for a man finding himself face to face with someone who claimed to be Prince Clovis' killer. Of course it could be he did not believe the young woman standing before him, but he had yet to enunciate any doubt on his part. That or he was trying to understand just exactly what the woman's goals were, seeing as she was also apparently the one that saved the Princess Euphemia from the blood of the samurai. A seeming contradiction, or was it? What is it you seek? Ichijo asked. Colin tilted her head ever so slightly, a slight glint bouncing off her sunglasses. It was the only trace of light in the shadows her upper body was bathed in. She folded her arms nonchalantly and leaned deeper into the shadows, the crimson cut of her outfit melting into blackness. To help my people, Colin said. And, how did killing Prince Clovis do that? Despite the darkness obscuring her face, Ichijo thought he saw a grin appear. We got the Princess Euphemia as viceroy, didn't we? And it's thanks to me that we still have her, no. Ichijo seemed to consider her words for a few moments before nodding. A fair statement. And it would appear that you are not hell-bent on simple vengeance. Hell-bent? No. But I would not say I am entirely disinterested, Colin said coldly. The Japanese man shrugged. A desire for vengeance is entirely natural, but as long as you do not let it cloud your judgment, well, we can come to an arrangement. The glare from her glasses shifted once more as Colin nodded. Then let us come to an arrangement. What does Kyoto House know about the refrain traffickers? Ichijo raised an eyebrow. You are remarkably forthright, Akakashi-san. I know what I want and I see no reason hide it, Colin said. And yet you hide your face. That smile again, or at least the white teeth behind it. Because I know what I want, I also know what I need to do to get it. Ichijo felt a slight chill run down his spine at those words. This girl, despite her apparent youth, was not to be trifled with. Kyoto has been looking into the matter since we became aware of it, Ichijo said, but we have yet to pinpoint the source of the drug. We do believe we have some leads. Any that I can follow up? Colin asked. This time it was Ichijo that smiled. This work requires a more delicate touch. But rest assured that we are making progress in our search. TCH. Colin rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Inu's very good with anything that requires a delicate touch. And she can make sure I'm kept in the loop about any developments. Ichijo chuckled as his own words were thrown back at him. That would be acceptable. Inu-san has proven to have a sharp mind. I expect we will make excellent progress with her assistance. Colin stepped out of the shadows and the lights came on, or more specifically a light. Ichijo raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sudden brightness, but from the cracks of his fingers he could make out the young woman's silhouette. Her face was still heavily obscured however, though the man thought he could make out a hint of red hair. A hand was extended towards him. To a new dawn for Japan, Ichijo-san. Ichijo accepted the offered hand. To a bright future for our people, Akakashi-san. Akakashi. Ogai said as Colin entered the room. The Brightonnians call me the Red Knight, Colin said as she took off her sunglasses, and the Japanese call me the Akakashi. Though I wonder which kanji for red that guy was thinking of. Ogai sighed and instead glanced over at Inu. Are you okay with going back to the Sumeragi estate? Sure, Inu replied, a warm, soft bed, good food, real tea, what's not to like? Colin chuckled and even Ogai found himself smiling slightly in response. I suppose there are worse places to be a guest of, the man said. Still, be careful. The Sumeragi have been level with us so far, but there's no telling if they might suddenly decide we're a liability and try to tie up the loose ends we would represent. I've thought about that, Inu said, and I think when the time comes for Colin to show her face, we use the same disguise we had her in when we hit the KBR depot. Colin sighed. And I had just gotten the dye out of my hair. We'll probably want a wig if we need to parade you around as much as I think we will, Inu said. The girl nodded, then caught the grimace on Ogai's face. What? The man sighed. You already know what. I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of you exposing yourself. If your civilian cover gets blown, you stand to lose a lot more than any of us. We've been over this, Colin said firmly. I think the risk is worth taking and I'm going to take it. I am well aware, Ogai said, but think about it from another angle. Right now you're our best source for entry permits, ration tickets, you're effectively our reserve in case things go really south on us out here in the ghettos. But if you get discovered because of the Sumeragi, then it's not just you that would suffer the consequences, the cell would also lose access to all the resources that Colin Stotfeld could bring to bear. Colin frowned, but when she looked over at Inu she found the other woman actually nodding. Ogai does have a point, Colin, Inu said. I don't think the danger is that great that we shouldn't risk it, but it's also not something we can just blatantly dismiss or ignore. If we're going to win this fight we have to be smart, be aware of as many angles as possible and have lots and lots of redundancy. Let's be honest here, we've been one of the luckier cells thus far. We're pretty well equipped, none of us have ever really faced starvation, and we've scored some pretty major victories. The woman chuckled. Well, you've scored some pretty major victories. Colin cracked a smile but otherwise kept her face serious. What I'm getting at is, we shouldn't get too complacent just because it looks like we've made contact with Kyoto House and they seem willing to support us. They already know probably way more than they should about me, but if we can keep a few things in reserve, like Guy's warehouse and your connections as a Brightonian citizen, then I'd feel a lot better about getting into bed with them. Fair enough, Colin said. Though if Kyoto House's intelligence network is any good at all they probably stand a good chance of digging up anything we've held back from them. True, Inu conceded, but at the same time they have a vested interest not to pry too much. It's a give and take relationship, after all, they provide us with support and we fight Britannia. But their support is not worth so much that we would accept getting compromised by the Empire for it. They know that, and they know that if we think they're sniffing around too much, we would rather cut ties than let them dig up too much info. Colin nodded. Alright, that makes sense. So it's sleight of hand then, we show them a Japanese Akakashi instead of a Brightonian Red Knight. Both Inu and Ogai nodded. I can live with that, Colin said agreeably. Good. Now that that's settled, if you two would excuse me, Inu said as she stood, a certain Akakashi has volunteered my services to the Sumeragi. The red-headed girl cracked a grin. Enjoy the warm bed and real tea, Inu. Oh, I will, the woman assured her. Is Colin absent again? Millie asked her friends. Rivalts nodded. She left yesterday because of some big emergency, it wasn't quite clear what the fuss was. I think it might have something to do with her family, Shirley added. She looked fine herself. Well I suppose that's fine, Millie said. It'll give her some more time to think before having to deal with Yuffie again. I wish I had some more time, Rivalts grumbled. Millie smiled and gave the boy a comforting pat on the shoulder. Still haven't figured out what you'll ask Yuffie for. What am I even supposed to ask for? Rivalts said tiredly. This is like one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that if I blow it I'll always regret it. I could ask for money, but that just sounds so crass. I don't want Her Highness to think I'm some sort of Philistine. Millie chuckled. She wondered if Yuffie ever considered the anxiety her actions could cause in others. On reflection Millie decided that it probably was entirely intentional on the girl's part, a way of testing people's character to try to find those that could aid her work. Rivalts was a good, hard-working guy, but Millie doubted he would have the fortitude required for what would be demanded of him if he signed on with the princess. Well, you could ask for a scholarship, Millie said. It's technically a monetary reward but one that is geared towards your own self-improvement. Oh come on Prez, Rivalts said with a playful smile. I know I work a lot of part-time jobs but I'm not that hard up for money. And my family don't exactly need the help to put me through university. Perhaps not, but this way you can impress both your parents and Yuffie, Millie said. And you can stop agonizing over what to ask her for. Rivalts scratched his head. Maybe. I'll think about it. She won't be here until this afternoon after all, so I still have a few hours. With that the boy went back to munching on his sandwich. Millie shrugged and did the same. She had given her advice and it was up to Rivalts to make a decision. A scholarship would be nice, Nina suddenly said. The others looked over at their friend curiously. What do you mean by that, Nina? Millie asked. The girl certainly did not need the financial aid either, seeing as the Ashfords considered her as much one of their own as Nunnally. Well, not necessarily a scholarship, Nina said, but a research grant. Millie's mouth opened into an understanding awe. Still working on the atomic fission problem, Nina? The girl nodded. I have the math worked out, I think, but to actually test any of it would require a lot of really expensive equipment. The older girl nodded in understanding. The Ashfords were rich, though how much so Millie was only beginning to get a grasp of as she learned the ropes of actually managing the family's affairs from her grandfather. Even they however did not have the money necessary to fund a large-scale experiment like that needed to validate Nina's research. At one point they did before their exile from court and perhaps one day they would again, but not now. What if, Rivalts began talking around the mouthful of food, only to earn a bop on the head from Millie. He chewed for a few seconds before finally swallowing. What if I asked for a research grant from the princess for you? Nina's eyes went wide. But, it's your boon, Rivalts. I couldn't ask you to do that. The boy smiled slightly. Yeah well, there's not really anything I want, and at least this way it will help a friend of mine. And while I don't really understand exactly what your theories are about, if they work they could change the world, no. Well, maybe, Nina said uncertainly. Definitely, Millie said, shooting the other girl an encouraging smile before looking back at Rivals. But Rivals, we're talking about a lot of money here. This is way beyond just a simple scholarship. The boy scratched his head. Well, I could at least ask Her Highness to hear you out, Nina. That'd at least give you a chance, no? It would, Nina said, sounding more confident herself. She smiled brightly at the boy. Thank you, Rivals, I really appreciate this. Don't worry about it, Rivals said, flashing a smile of his own. It always feels good to help a friend. And if you feel you owe me anything, well, just remember me when you become famous. Nina nodded, her expression completely serious. I will. Millie chuckled, but before she could say anything else the bell rang. Rivals quickly proceeded to stuff his face and doing his best not to choke on the food while the girls calmly wrapped up their lunch boxes. All right, remember everyone, be here promptly after classes end tonight, Millie said. In addition to Yuffie, Sozako will also be joining us, officially to also study for the exam, so treat him as you would any other student, got it? The others nodded and Millie smiled. Yes, these were her cherished friends, all right. Then I'll see you all after school. I didn't think I'd be back so soon, Inu said wearily. Things are certainly moving quickly, Ichijo agreed, but Akakashi-san was a most insistent young woman. Inu chuckled. Don't I know it? All right, so what do we have on KBR? Ichijo waved at all the papers laid out before them. Quite a bit, but it's all raw data. We have not had time to distill it down to the essentials. All right, fair enough, so let's start filtering. The chemicals that go into making refrain are pretty straightforward, but based on the amount of the drug that's out on the streets they have to be creating it on an industrial scale, which means getting the inputs on an industrial scale as well. Ichijo nodded. Much what we thought as well, hence why we have been digging out the shipping records for chemical plants owned by KBR. Well, Inu said as she reached out for a sheet, let's get started then. 4 hours later, Inu's initial spirit had been stomped flat even as the scattered papers built up into neat stacks. The woman's eyes were a bit hollow at that point, though they brightened as a cup of tea was slid before her. Oh, thank you, Inu said, perking up a bit. I must say, I am impressed, Inu-san, Ichijo said as a cup was placed before him. Your grasp of chemistry is remarkable. And your memory, well, suffice it to say, if you ever wish to take formal employment with the Sumeragi family, we would be all too happy to have you. Inu chuckled. Tempting, ever so tempting, especially with the good quality tea you serve. Even as the servants set down the teacups, they picked up the stacks of power, making sure to keep them clearly separated. The Brightonians unfortunately do not seem to appreciate good green tea, Ichijo said as he nursed his own cup. The majority prefer the black tea of India. Not sure why, Inu said as she took a sip and watched the servants retreat. I've had black tea and it doesn't come close to the flavor and fragrance green tea has. Ultimately to each their own, Ichijo said with a slight smile. I do not begrudge the Brightonians their tea so long as they do not complicate me getting mine. Sadly, the Empire does not reciprocate the mentality. Indeed, Inu said, a thoughtful look crossing her face. It is telling though, the current Viceroy's approach is so different than Clovis, but her ultimate goal is still to tie Japan more firmly to the Empire. The smile widened ever so slightly. It might be expecting a bit much to ask for a princess of the realm to support granting independence to an area. I would rather ask for an empire that was less imperialistic, Inu said before sighing, but I get your point. I suppose I'm just a bit tired is all. Sometimes it feels like the fight against Britannia will go on forever. You and your comrades have been on the front lines of that fight, Ichijo said, whereas I have been fortunate enough to hide in the shadows in relative comfort, so this may not sound very convincing, but I believe we are at a turning point. What makes you say that? Inu asked with a curious look. Ichijo clasped his hands together. For many years the Brightonians showed no signs of ever changing. They squeezed our people and our land of its blood and wealth without any consideration for the damage being done. Does that remind you of anything? Strip mining, Inu answered immediately. A corner of Ichijo's mouth quirked up in a half smile. Quite. And once they were done, nothing would be left of Japan except a ruined pit. That above all else was something the Sumeragi family and the other houses have sought to avert. For a long time, the relative inattention of the Brightonians in anything but their own immediate interests meant that despite their disregard for the welfare of our people, we could get away with certain things, resettling people whose land was seized, diverting resources to clean up after industrial pollution, and so on. Inu smiled mirthlessly. That must take a lot of money. Ichijo acknowledged the point with a tilt of his head. Indeed, it does. But now we have a viceroy that shows a personal interest in the plight of the Japanese people. In the long term, assuming her concern is genuine and she gains the power to actually effect change, then we might achieve genuine prosperity as part of the empire. Perhaps even greater prosperity than Japan could achieve alone. Prosperity, hey. The Japanese man regarded Inu. Do you disagree? Inu set down her teacup. Do you know why the Sumeragi family is loathed by much of the general population? Ichijo blinked in surprise. Because they think the Sumeragi betrayed Japan by siding with the Empire, no. A dry chuckle sounded. A lot of people sided with Britannia after the Empire invaded. We might hate them or pity them, but we don't really loathe them. The members of the NAC though, you lot, things are different. Ichijo frowned. What do you mean, Inu-san? You speak of prosperity, Inu said, running a finger around the rim of her cup. Has there ever been a point where the Sumeragi have not been prosperous? I am not sure I understand, Ichijo said. Inu tapped the edge of her cup. How long have you worked for the Sumeragi family, Ichijo-san? My family have been retainers to the Sumeragi for generations, Ichijo answered, though the expression on his face made clear he still did not understand what Inu was driving at. And have you ever wanted for say, a cup of proper tea? Are you saying, Ichijo said slowly, the people loathe us because we have not had to suffer the same deprivation they do? Inu looked up at Ichijo once more. Would the Sumeragi ever face deprivation for the sake of Japan? Of course Ichijo's jaw hung open as the man's protest died in his throat. He closed his mouth and regarded Inu in silence for a minute or so. The people think the Sumeragi only have their own self-interest in mind, regardless of whether they are helping Britannia or their own countrymen. Is that what you have been getting at? Are the people wrong? Inu asked. Ichijo found himself unable to deny or even respond to the question. He could not dismiss the point entirely now that he was finally confronted with it. A part of him was surprised the thought had never occurred to him before. Perhaps it was a sign of his own blindness due to being part of the Sumeragi household, a bias in favor of the family that had raised him. He was of firm belief that the Sumeragi were good people and despite Inu's words that opinion remained unchanged. But again, he could not dismiss her viewpoint entirely. Fortunately he did not need to come up with an excuse or defense. The man suddenly stiffened and shot up before bowing deeply. Inu looked at him in confusion before turning about to see a teenage girl dressed in a traditional hazama enter the room. She cocked her head to the side quizzically. Sumeragi Aja-sama, Ichijo said, identifying the woman in his greeting. Inu's eyes widened. She had heard rumors that the headmistress of the Sumeragi family was still a minor, but as the saying went, seeing was believing. Inu stood and offered a bow of her own. No need to be impolite after all. Sumeragi-sama, I thank you for your hospitality. Kagaya smiled. I should be the one thanking you, Inu-san. You and your Akakashi have certainly livened things up considerably the past few months. Inu raised an eyebrow. Liven things up, Sumeragi-sama. Kagaya nodded. Though you might not see it yet, the changes that you have effected will be felt all throughout Japan. But for the better or the worse? Inu responded. Kagaya clasped her hands over her chest. I have hope that it will be for the better, Inu-san. And while I understand that hope alone will not change the world, hope combined with strength is another matter entirely. Inu chuckled. Maybe so, Sumeragi-sama. But as you said, I do not see it quite yet. I understand, Kagaya said genially. I also understand that there are many things you see that I do not. Would you care to join me for dinner, Inu-san? There is much I would like to ask of you. Inu glanced over at Ichijo and saw that the man was as surprised by the offer as her. Apparently this was not a setup, at least not on Ichijo's part. It would be my pleasure, Sumeragi-sama, Inu said. Yuffie regarded the sheets of practice problems before her with an amusing wariness, Millie mused. The princess' grasp of mathematics was absolutely phenomenal and the Ashford daughter wondered at her intuitive ability to perform computations in her head. Where everyone else relied on calculators, Yuffie simply glanced at a problem and a few seconds later wrote down an answer. Even more stunning, she had yet to make a mistake tonight. Which made the fact that she seemed so wary of the chemistry problem sets so much funnier. Achman Yuffie, Millie offered in encouragement, you got through the math problems without breaking a sweat. Chemistry is just math using slightly different equations, no? I suppose, Yuffie said, but being able to solve the equations does not mean I understand what is actually happening, or why this equation works and why this other equation is not applicable. There is a great deal of memorization as well. Millie supposed that was fair enough. Mathematics was abstract after all, while it could describe nearly everything that did not mean the description was easy to translate into things ordinary people found to be tangible. She swept her gaze across the table to see how the others were doing. While neither Rivals nor Shirley could be termed unintelligent, their level of academic achievement was at best above average and it was with determined effort that they worked through the problems that Yuffie had blazed through. Nina was the only other person seemingly able to keep up with the princess. In fact, she actually seemed to be doing better seeing as she was already making good headway into the chemistry problems. Suzaku was at least keeping pace with the others, though it was clear from the boy's face he did not particularly enjoy working numbers. Well, we've been at it for about an hour, Millie said, so why don't we take a short break? The girl clapped twice and from a side door Sayoko and Nunnally entered bearing drinks and snakes. Yuffie smiled at the girl, who positively beamed back. I think that would be an excellent idea, the princess said, even rising and walking over to Nunnally. Here, let me help you with that. Thank you Yuffie, Nunnally said. Does the middle school also have exams right now? Yuffie asked as she walked to Nunnally's side. The younger girl shook her head. Nope, no exams, though we do get tested on a pretty regular basis. Just nothing big like what the high school has. Oh? Maybe I should have attended Ashford when I was younger, the school I went to had exams at the end of every quarter. Ouch, Rivals winced, nodding in thanks to Sayoko as she placed a drink before him. Not sure I would have liked middle school nearly as much as I did if I had to do that. That does seem a bit stifling, Millie remarked, grabbing a glass for herself. When would you ever find time to just play and enjoy yourself? I suppose, Yuffie said with a slight chuckle as she placed the snacks on the table. Though I am certain you would have found some way to liven up your environment regardless, Millie. It is a skill that has been passed down the Ashford family for generations, Millie proclaimed proudly. And you intend to pass it on yourself, I'm sure, Rivals said with a teasing grin. But of course. Millie's eyes took on a mischievous light. Are you offering to help me with that, Mr. Cardamond? Rivals nearly choked on the cookie he was in the midst of swallowing and it took a hearty smack from Suzaku to get the boy breathing again. My, I did not know you held Mr. Cardamond in such high regard, Millie, Yuffie said playfully. Does this mean Nunnally will be getting a brother-in-law soon? Millie burst out laughing. I'm sure Rivals here wouldn't mind, just as I'm sure he'll turn into a tomato if we keep talking about him like this. That certainly looked to be true, though whether that was due to the boy nearly asphyxiating versus simple embarrassment was an open question. The look on Rivals' face made clear he had no intention of answering it either. Anyway, Rivals said as he cleared his throat. Your Highness, there was something I wished to speak of with you. Ah, Yuffie said understandingly. Please, Rivals. I've thought quite a bit about your very generous offer, the boy said, obviously trying to sound as polite and composed as possible, and with emphasis on trying, I wonder if you might actually listen to a proposal from my friend, Nina. Yuffie blinked in surprise and glanced over at the bespectacled girl. Nina for her part flushed but did not avert her gaze. A proposal? Yuffie repeated. Rivals nodded. Nina's been working on this physics theory for years now, and she's gotten to the point where she can actually test it now. I was wondering if you would be willing to hear her out, to see if it's something you think would warrant a research grant. Yuffie nodded in understanding as her gaze shifted back to Rivals. I see indeed. I would be happy to listen to her proposal, Rivals, but first, are you certain this is what I wish from me? Yes, Rivals said firmly. I thought a lot about what I could possibly ask of you, Your Highness, but when it comes down to it, I don't really want for anything. I have my family, I have my friends, and I'm pretty happy where I am. And one of the reasons I'm still alive is because my friends kept their heads when I got shot and took care of me. And Nina, I don't really understand her work, but I'm certain that it could change the world. Yuffie raised an eyebrow and looked back over at the other girl once more. Nina's face was an even deeper shade of crimson than before, but again the girl returned Yuffie's gaze. Yuffie offered a comforting smile. Very well then, Nina. What is it that you wish to achieve? Nina shot a grateful look to Rivals before taking a deep breath and began her explanation. The work is based off of a model my grandfather derived but one that he never finished before his death. It was originally intended to serve as the primary power source for the prototype nightmare the Ashford Foundation had developed. By now it was not just Yuffie paying close attention, Suzaku's ears also perked up. It was before the Yggdrasil drive was developed, Nina went on, and my grandfather was trying to develop a compact and mobile power system so that the Ganymede prototype could operate untethered. He sought to harness the power from atomic fission into such an energy source. Yuffie pursed her lips thoughtfully. I am afraid I am not familiar with the concept. Do you know what atoms are, Your Highness? Nina asked. The princess nodded. Of course. The fundamental building blocks of, well, everything. Atoms themselves are composed of several things, an electron shell and a central nucleus made up of neutrons and protons, Nina explained. It is possible for the nucleus to decay, to split, and this split is theoretically capable of producing vast amounts of energy. In fact, the energy density of fissionable sources is effectively unparalleled. Do you have a number? Nina chewed her lip somewhat nervously. I believe it to be in the millions, if not billions of megajoules per liter, Your Highness. Megajoules per liter, units of measurement based on the metric system instead of the imperial one used by Britannia. Yuffie could quite understand the appeal of such a simplistic system of measurement and sometimes felt a pang of envy for those in the scientific fields who got to use it on a daily basis. As it was, however, the princess was still more intuitively familiar with the imperial system and so did a quick conversion in her head. Her breath caught as a number crystallized. Billions, Yuffie said. Nina nodded firmly. Yes, Your Highness. That seemed absolutely insane, not even Sakuradite had that energy density despite its high efficiency. Do you have your calculations with you? Yuffie asked. Nina pulled out a thick stack of papers stuffed in an overflowing binder. Yuffie regarded the other girl. You did all this by hand. Nina blushed slightly again. Yes, Your Highness. I've always been good at numbers. The girl's voice trailed off. It's about the only thing I am good at. Yuffie smiled gently and extended her hand. I myself have a bit of a head for math. May I take a look? Nina thrust the papers forward as her head bobbed up and down. What was supposed to have been a break turned into anything but as Yuffie looked over the calculations page by page. Even with her mind sharply focused on processing the numbers, however, she was still mindful enough to accept the cookies Nunnally offered to share with her. On another piece of paper the princess began jotting down notes of her own, keeping track of minor errors and discrepancies. To the amazement everyone present, not least Nina herself, after a good 20 minutes Yuffie finished going over all of the notes and was circling a very large number on the latest sheet of paper she had been filling up. The princess tapped the number thoughtfully several times with her pen. The underlying math is sound, Yuffie said, eliciting a hopeful look from Nina. The few errors I found in your calculations were all minor and do not affect the final result much if at all, certainly not to the order of magnitude needed to suggest any fundamental problems. Yuffie set down the pen and massaged one hand using the other. Nunnally offered up another piece of a cookie and Yuffie happily let the girl pop it into her mouth. The problem, Yuffie said after swallowing, is that though I can grasp the math, I do not understand the physical principles that underlie them. As such, determining whether there is merit in pursuing this work to the experimental stage is beyond my personal level. Nina sank back a bit, trying to keep both her hopes and disappointment in check. May I take these notes, or at least a copy? Yuffie asked. I wish to consult with someone that I believe would understand the actual concepts beyond just the math. I think so, Your Highness, Nina said somewhat nervously. Are you thinking of Earl Asplund, Your Highness? Suzaku spoke up. Yuffie nodded. Or Captain Krumi. And if neither of them can offer a confident second opinion on the matter, then I think that by itself indicates that the work merits further development. Nina's eyes widened and Yuffie smiled at the girl. To do all this by hand is extremely impressive, Yuffie said. I have a hunch that you may well be right about the potentials offered by this, atomic fission, and I look forward to seeing you prove it, Nina. The girl's eyes seemed to shine behind her glasses and she smiled. Thank you, Your Highness, I promise I won't disappoint you. Millie chuckled and gave her friend a comforting squeeze of the shoulder. Well, now that that's settled, maybe we should go back to studying for the exams. Though if what you just did there was any indication, I don't think you'll have any trouble with the physics test. Yuffie smiled ruefully. I may just surprise you yet, Millie. The girl suddenly glanced over at Rivalts. Well, Mr. Cardamond, you have certainly surprised me this day. Thank you, Your Highness, Rivalts said with a nervous smile. Please, Yuffie will be fine, the young woman said with a most charming smile. And I look forward to what you ultimately decide your boon will be. Rivalts blinked, though he was hardly the only one taken by surprise. Hey? But, I just asked you to listen to Nina's proposal, the boy said in confusion. Indeed you did, but having seen her work I am of the firm opinion that it is I that have come out ahead this evening, Yuffie said with a most beatific smile. If anything, you have placed me even further in your debt. Rivalts' jaw worked soundlessly as the boy tried to figure out something to say in response to that. And besides, Yuffie said almost mischievously, what fun would it be to let you off that easily? Millie burst out laughing and was soon joined in by the others. Rivalts was the last to do so, his own noticeably more nervous as he sank into his chair. One thing was made perfectly clear though, the princess really was something else. Rivalts wondered just how long she would be able to string him along with this boon of hers. And whether he would ever be able to actually enjoy it. Colin woke to the sound of her cell phone ringing. She did not answer immediately, however, instead checking on the sleeping figure on the bed beside her chair. Her mother's breathing was still even, her heartbeat steady. Only after having confirmed the woman's condition did the girl check the incoming number. It was Inu. What is it? Colin said without preamble. We've found it, Inu replied equally curtly. Colin's eyes narrowed. Where? A chemical plant run by KBR up in Kashigaya, Inu answered. I'm at least 80% positive it's the place. Does Kyoto have anything on the place? Colin asked. Quite a bit, Inu said. Look, they're willing to provide support for a hit, but they have a couple of conditions. The girl frowned. What sort of conditions? Just blowing up the plant's going to end up poisoning the surrounding area with all the chemicals stored on site, Inu said, not to mention the likely secondary explosions we'd trigger at the other chemical plants in the area. Kyoto doesn't want that happening, and I agree with them on this. Me too, Colin said. All that it accomplishes get a lot of people killed and destroy all the evidence in the process. Exactly. So they're recommending a more subtle approach. Which is? A brief pause passed before Anu continued speaking. They want to discuss it in person. Meaning you and the other leaders here. Reflexively an eyebrow rose on Colin's face despite Anu obviously not being around to see the expression. The ramification of the older woman's words was not lost upon Colin however, or rather ramifications. The most obvious was that with the core leadership of their cell gathered together, if the Sumeragi family intended to betray them this would be the perfect opportunity to do so. Colin doubted there was much risk of that however and so did not spend any time worrying about it. The really interesting bit was Anu's reference to the other leaders. Practically speaking Ogai was the de facto leader with Anu acting as his deputy. Colin tended to be their ace in the sleeve in the field, but operational command was almost always in the hands of Ogai or Anu. On the other hand it appeared that the Sumeragi family at least was assuming that she as the Red Knight was the one truly in charge and Ogai and Anu were her deputies instead. Whether this was a good or bad thing she could not tell just yet, but they would need to get their story straight before meeting up with the Sumeragi representatives. And you think we can trust them like that? Colin asked. Well so far everything's been above the water. Above the water. A code phrase to indicate that Anu was not under coercion. All right, I'll take care of things on our end, Colin said. Are they coming to give us a ride? Yes, Anu said, they should be there in about an hour, so be sure to be dressed by then. Colin smirked and gave a strand of her red hair a slight tug. Roger. See you soon. Colin flipped her phone closed and after another glance to reassure herself left the room. Ogai was camped out in one of the offices, commuting back and forth between his warehouse and the hospital and effectively letting Tamaki have the apartment more or less to himself. Cece was kept more out of sight, her exotic features all too likely to invite unwelcome questions. She would insist on coming along to the meeting however and Colin was resigned to making sure the girl did not get too out of hand. As she entered the office Colin found Ogai's feet propped up on a desk and his head resting against his chest. The girl unceremoniously poked him on the cheek, causing the man to start. Where? It's me, Colin said. Oh, Colin, Ogai said before letting out a big yawn. What time is it? 6 in the morning. Anu called, she says they've found the source of the refrain. That fully woke Ogai and the man looked at her with widened eyes. Where? Kashigaya, Colin answered as she proceeded to repeat the information Anu had relayed, including the Sumeragi family's conditions for cooperation. Ogai nodded as he listened and an eyebrow quirked up at the last bit. They think you're in charge. And I think we should let them keep thinking that, Colin said. Why? I've already established a reputation for the Red Knight, if we keep everyone's attention on me they'll be less liable to pay attention to the rest of you. That'll provide some obscurity for you guys to hide behind if anything goes wrong. Are you sure it's not because you do want to be in charge? Ogai asked. Colin snorted. Oh please, what makes you think I could do nearly as good a job as you? The look of surprise on Ogai's face made abundantly clear that was not the answer he had been expecting. I've given you a lot of crap over the past few weeks Ogai, Colin said, and you know why. But you're also the one that kept us alive and together after Naoto died. Do you really think I could have done that? Ogai chuckled humorlessly. No, I don't think you could have. That's right. Colin folded her arms across her chest. As much as I complain about you trying to coddle me, Ogai, you do know how to put together a plan and execute it. If we're going to make anything of this, we'll need that as much as my Geass, probably even more so. So, are you in? The man raised an eyebrow. I was not aware I was ever not in. This time Colin chuckled. I'll take that as a yes then. Ogai offered a slight smile, one that even if it lacked zeal also lacked hesitation. So, next stop, the Sumeragi estate. He stood and smoothed out his clothes. I suppose I should let Kuruba-sensei know that we will be away for a bit. Colin nodded. I'm going to check up on Mom before we head out. The girl returned to the ward Kaujiki rested in and found the woman still peacefully asleep. A part of Colin earnestly yearned for her mother to wake while another was reluctant to see the peace this sleep offered her disturbed. Colin gently caressed her mother's head, running her hands through the older woman's hair. A slight moan escaped Kaujiki's mouth and her eyes flickered. Mom. Colin said, kneeling down at the bedside. Kaujiki turned her head slightly to regard her daughter. Colin. I'm here Mom, Colin said as tears started welling up in her eyes. The woman smiled, her hand crawling forth before Colin quickly took hold of it and squeezed gently. I'm here Mom, the girl repeated. Colin, Kaujiki whispered. You're my light, my treasured daughter. Please, be happy. Colin smiled weakly. I am happy, Mom. I'm happy with you. Kaujiki sighed contentedly and her head sank into the pillow once more. With another flicker her eyes closed and she drifted off to sleep. Colin reached out and placed a hand on her mother's cheek. I am happy Mom, and I won't ever let you be alone again. End of chapter 20. I seem to have a very quiet group of readers. I really was intending to have the raid on the chemical factory be this chapter, but the scenes kind of ballooned. Next chapter then. And with any luck I'll be able to even squeeze in the resolution. Or at least the start of the resolution. So, any more of you scared of Yuffie yet? Not much to say in the author notes, didn't get any questions since last chapter. Drop a review with your thoughts or if you have questions. Feedback is after all always appreciated. Chapter 21. Snippet spoiler, medium. 58 KBR employees formally charged, convicted, and sentenced. 36 commissioned officers court-martialed and stripped of rank. 87 enlisted court-martialed and dishonorably discharged. Of the guilty, 18 were deemed to have played critical roles in the refrain and human trafficking operations and handed death sentences. As the direct representative of her father the Emperor, the Princess Euphemia held the power of high, middle, and low justice, which was usually delegated out to the court systems. In this instance, however, Her Highness was directly involved in the prosecution and sentencing of the civilian defendants, while her sister the Princess Cornelia personally oversaw the panels that tried the members of the military. With their signatures under signing the sentences, avenues for appeals were limited and most of the guilty simply consigned themselves to their fates. None of the deaths, however, were as much of a spectacle or as dramatic as that of the Duke of Windsor and his son respectively. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 21, Extirpi Kao San on Oritur Actio. The industrial district of Kashigaya seemed to be perpetually overcast, likely a byproduct of all the fumes gushing out from the various factories. Even though it was the weekend, a continuous stream of trucks flowed through, bringing in supplies and carrying away products. With so many workers trying to scrape by a living, there was no need for the factories and plants to shut down over the weekend, so long as there was a market for their products, of course. And when times were hard, the workers could simply be dismissed without having to worry about any sort of severance pay. It was a win-win situation for the various companies with facilities here. And if a certain Red Knight had it her way, before the day was out that would change into a lose-lose. The truck that rolled into Kashigaya looked like countless others, though it was definitely on the larger side. Inside its trailer, Colin did a final check on the Sutherland's systems. Everything okay? Inu asked over the radio. Yep, the girl replied. Powers at optimal levels, with this I could fight for hours without running dry. One of the first things Colin had asked for was a proper energy filler for the Sutherland. The old one they had for the Glasgow was incompatible, and while Anu had managed to jerry-rig something that could trickle charge the Yggdrasil drive, its efficiency was extremely low, never mind the risk of accidentally frying the core luminous if there was an unexpected current spike. Now though, with the assistance of the Sumeragi family, the Sutherland was in close to peak condition and ready to strike at the very powers that it was built to fight for. Alright, one final review of the plan, Anu said. Your objective are the security checkpoints and the administrative offices of the KBR factory. Those can be safely destroyed without risking detonating any volatile chemicals in the plant. If security forces respond with enough firepower to actually warrant a fight, however, you are to pull back to Point 3B. The factories there are all engaged in manufacturing machine goods, so in theory there is not any risk of you accidentally blowing something up. So long as the records Kyoto has are accurate. Indeed. But so far everything's checked out. And we're running out of time as well, don't you need to get back to school soon for exams? Colin growled. This is much more important than exams. And what did we say about needing to maintain your cover? Colin grumbled but kept the mic muted. Apparently satisfied that her point had gotten across, Anu continued with the briefing. We've got 3 extraction points for you to use to get out of sight. Try to stay within 10 kilometers of them, otherwise we might not be able to warn you quickly enough if the military shows up. Gotcha. The truck came to a stop behind several buildings. Colin closed down the system checks and powered up the Nightmare's appendages. The whine of motors filled the trailer and Colin felt her blood quicken at the thought of once more riding her steed. A grin slowly formed on her face. The door rose. Begin operation. Anu's voice sounded. With a roar the Sutherland rolled down the ramp and shot out into the streets. Colin did not need to look back to know that the truck was already making its retreat. Her attention was focused on the gate 3 blocks down and closing. Countless bystanders gawked at the Sutherland as it thundered past. Many of them stopped gawking and began scrambling away when the Nightmare raised its rifle. The guards that were peering curiously at the oncoming mech did much the same, and it was the only thing that saved them as a burst of rounds smashed through the checkpoint. Screams now filled the air, but Colin paid them no heed. She cut through the lot of the KBR facility and took aim at the second guard post. This time someone was actually crazy enough to shoot back at her, but the rifle rounds simply bounced off the Nightmare's armor. Such courage, or insanity, deserved note. Colin continued her charge and still the guard kept shooting. The expression on his face though made clear he was probably pissing his pants. At the last moment Colin swerved about, a burst of pressure hitting the man and sending him sprawling onto the ground. He was still alive, probably, and Colin headed for the third guard post. This was also the closest one to the administrative building and Colin had left it for last to give the people inside more time to evacuate. She watched in satisfaction as people streamed out before physically smashing the last guard post. That ate up a few more seconds, and as Colin took aim at the building she was satisfied that most everyone was out. Not everyone who worked for KBR was guilty, and she would rather not have the blood of innocents stain her hands if she could help it. Concrete crumbled and windows shattered as Colin blasted apart the second floor wall. The girl then proceeded to do the same for the first floor, exposing the beams that held up the building. From her view the inside was empty of people, and so Colin began shooting out the supports. Within a few minutes the entire structure began shaking and more pieces collapsed on their own. "Akakashi," the radio sounded, "we've got incoming, pull out." "TCH, that's rather fast. What direction are they coming from?" "Northwest. Get to extraction point 8E. "On my way." Colin glanced at the building. It was still standing, barely. The girl focused her senses once more. Could she find where the load-bearing beam was, take it out and bring the entire place toppling down? Colin scanned the area. She could make out all the people fleeing, a few security guards panicking and trying to figure out what to do, but the building remained just that, a building. Steel, concrete, and glass, nothing more. TCH. Hell of a time to figure that out, Colin murmured. After taking one last shot she turned her nightmare about and began heading for the extraction point. As she rode off a rumble sounded. Colin did not bother glancing back to see the cause, but she was pretty certain the building had finally come down. Apparently sometimes plain old luck could still trump magic powers. The svelte figure danced about as she tried to move outside of her opponent's attack line. The thrust that came at her showed that she had not quite succeeded in the endeavor, but the beat parry succeeded in pushing away her opponent's épée. The counter-attack the young woman launched aimed high, but her opponent recovered just quickly enough to parry the blow. The second thrust was met by a mirror of the attacker's own previous defense as she saw her blade batted aside. Her opponent did not take the opportunity to renew her attack, however, instead retreating and recovering her defensive line. The two fencers circled one another, looking for openings to exploit. The first fencer advanced once more, driving forth with her thrust. Her opponent met her blade with her own, maintaining contact while retreating ever so slightly. Apparently sensing an opening, the young woman pressed her attack, only to have her opponent stop her retreat and angle her own blade upward. The attacker's blade suddenly found its foible sliding against the defender's forte and was easily pushed aside. The young woman tried to step to the side and execute a hasty retreat, but her opponent gave her no such opportunity. A quick lunge landed a score on the young woman's shoulder, but a wild flaying of her épée prevented her opponent from turning the initial hit into a complete rout. Finally able to withdraw, the first fencer tried to quickly reform her defense. Again her opponent declined to grant her such an opportunity, dropping low and stabbing at her legs. The young woman executed a circular parry, managing to push aside the other blade and carrying into an attack of her own to keep her opponent from rising once more. The other woman's blade relaxed ever so slightly and broke contact with the first fencer's. Sensing another opportunity, the young woman pressed her apparent advantage when suddenly her opponent lunged forward. Once more forte met foible and the young woman found her blade pushed completely of the way. This time she had no angle for even a wild attack, and her opponent's épée bent into a curve as it scored on the center of her jacket. The match concluded. The two combatants disengaged and saluted each other. Stepping out of the match grounds, both women pulled off their helmets. Yuffie gave her head a shake, the bun her hair was tied into swaying slightly from the motion. "You are improving, Your Highness," Jane said, cradling her helmet under her arm. The princess smiled ruefully. "But apparently not enough. You still seem able to find holes in my defenses all too easily." "Your Highness has a tendency to overcommit on the attack," Jane remarked. "It leaves you more vulnerable than you ought to be." "So you and everyone else I fence keep telling me," Yuffie said with a slight pout. "I cannot seem to help it though, when I see an opening I instinctively reach for it." "You do not necessarily have to train yourself out of that," Jane said. "If you take care that you are always angled to parry a counterattack, that would also eliminate the weakness of your stance." Yuffie regarded her épée thoughtfully. "Perhaps so. I suppose I am letting the fact that fencing with an épée is a first touch scoring system lull me into too aggressive a stance. Perhaps I should try foil more often, where I actually have to worry about right of way." Jane smiled. "I am sure my uncle would be more than happy to demonstrate to you the proper techniques, Your Highness." Yuffie chuckled. "Oh come now Jane, I can't even defeat you, what chance do I have against the Brigadier?" "One never knows without trying," Jane said playfully. That elicited another chuckle. "True enough. Well, shall we see if my trying will finally allow me to win a bout against you?" The woman glanced towards the clock. "Ah, should Your Highness not spend a bit more time preparing for the upcoming exams?" The princess sighed. "Must everyone keep reminding me of them?" Jane smiled gently. "We but do our duty, Your Highness." Very well, Yuffie said with feigned capitulation. But first I intend to spend a good while in a nice hot bath. The two armsmen standing watch over the princess did their very best to keep from openly smiling. The pointed gaze from Jane simply reinforced that they had best show proper restraint. As it was, the two were getting quite a view with Yuffie in the form-fitting fencing outfit. Little wonder that this particular shift had no shortage of volunteers for. As the two women arrived at the sword rack, the door to the gym opened and a soldier entered and snapped a salute. Your Highness, an incident has arisen in Kashigaya. Yuffie immediately latched onto the city name. What? The girl hissed. There has been a terrorist attack on the industrial district, the soldier explained. Reports indicate a Red Sutherland was responsible, though the extent of the destruction is still unclear. Yuffie's eyes narrowed dangerously. A Red Sutherland. A Red Nightmare. A Red Knight. Is there any risk of detonations of any volatile chemicals stored in the area? Yuffie asked. At present we do not believe so, Your Highness, the soldier answered. Very well. Yuffie dropped her épée into its scabbard and let the sheathed sword drop into its slot before glancing over at one of her armsmen. Get me a secure line to General Darlton and Dame Nu. Yes, Your Highness, the guard said before speaking into his radio. Dismissed, Sergeant. Yuffie turned back to the soldier. The man saluted and took his leave. Jane similarly bowed before doing the same, leaving Yuffie to handle the latest crisis of her administration. If the princess found need for her, she would be called upon again, but for now Jane got out of Yuffie's way. It did not take long to get Andreas or Valletta on the line, and the guardsman handed Yuffie his radio once they were ready. General, are your follow-up forces ready? Yuffie asked without preamble. Only 2 platoons were in position, Your Highness, Andreas replied. The rest of the company had not been reassembled yet, and what elements are ready for deployment are here at MacArthur Base. And the engineering elements? They'll need at least another 2 hours to finish prepping. Right now they're grabbing chemical warfare gear from other units. Then this will have to do for now, Yuffie said. Dame Nu, have you finished reviewing the data on the KBR chemical plant? Yes, Your Highness. I want you to take operational command of the platoons and deploy them around the site to keep anyone from getting back in, Yuffie ordered. Take custody of anyone who is still on site. General, get the rest of the company concentrated as quickly as possible. Once the engineering teams are ready, I want them to go over the site with a fine comb, leave no stone unturned. Yes, Highness, Andreas acknowledged. And what of the insurgent that launched the attack? Were you able to track the Nightmare? Yuffie asked. To a degree, the general replied. It disappeared into the service tunnels leading out of the city, but we have drones in the area on the lookout for anything big enough to haul a Nightmare. Keep at it, Yuffie said. Though this Red Knight might have provided her with an excuse to go after the KBR facility, Yuffie was loath to let a renegade Nightmare move about as it pleased. And whatever personal gratitude she owed the woman for saving her and Nunnally's life, that did not outweigh her responsibility as Viceroy to clamp down on the insurgency. I will be joining you at MacArthur Base shortly, General, Yuffie said into the radio. Acknowledged, Your Highness, we will await your arrival. Darlton clear. Yuffie handed the radio back to her armsman and headed for the locker rooms. It appeared she would not have time for a bath after all. A little over 45 minutes later, after a very quick shower, Yuffie stepped off the helicopter and was greeted by a saluting Claudio Darlton. Your Highness, the General is waiting for you in the Situation Room. Thank you, Lieutenant. With her customary pair of armsmen trailing her and Claudio himself at her side, Yuffie hurried over to the command center. Soldiers all along the way snapped to attention as she swept past, cutting quite the figure with her austere business dress. The princess herself had a stern visage on her face, one of steely and uncompromising determination. When she entered the Situation Room, those that glanced in her direction all instinctively shot to their feet and saluted. Only Andreas did not look like an awestruck youth, his motion crisp and measured as always. Your Highness. The current situation, General, Yuffie said as she walked to his side. I have 1 platoon on the ground already, Your Highness, Andreas answered, with a second expecting to arrive within the next half hour. The other 2 platoons are concentrating now on base and will be leaving within the hour along with the engineering teams. Estimated travel time to Kashigaya is approximately 20 minutes. And has anyone attempted to enter chemical plant since the attack? No, Highness, in fact there is a steady stream of people fleeing the district even as we speak. I expect within the next few hours the place will be effectively deserted. Good. And have we received any word from the corporations? Some panicked inquiries and requests for the military to do something about the attack. Nothing we did not expect before. And Dame Nu, there is not any difficulties with the unit under her command. The captain is carrying out her duty, Andreas said. Thus far there has not been any complications with the units under her command. Yuffie nodded. If she performs to expectations, I will have other duties that have need of her. And if she did not, would the captain find the princess having less use for her? Andreas considered. The princess had a ruthless streak, that much the general was certain of. But to what degree Andreas was still not certain. A certain ruthlessness was necessary in a leader, Hard decisions could not be made by the squeamish after all. But an excessive degree of ruthlessness was simply wasteful, and a proper leader could not afford to be wasteful. Did the princess already know this, or was she still too young to have learned that lesson? General, Captain Nu is on Channel 6 with a report, sir. Back to his duty. Andreas picked up a headset and presented it to Yuffie. The princess put it on and nodded to the general. She at least knew to delegate responsibility. Captain, this is General Darlton, Andreas said into his own headset. Sir, my forces have secured the perimeter and are awaiting further orders. No one has attempted to enter the plant, Captain. No, sir, and my own troops have remained at their stations. Very good, Captain. Sir. Andreas and Yuffie both looked up as an operator shouted back. We're seeing movement. An unidentified force. Andreas frowned. Hold one, Captain. Then to the operator. Feed to main monitor. The video from the drone was shifted to the large monitor at the front of the room, and Andreas studied the huddle of men and vehicles that were approaching Valletta's position. More insurgents? Yuffie asked. No, the general said, no, I do not believe so. He tapped his radio again. Captain, we have incoming approaching your position, they appear to be a Britannian force. A pause. I see them, sir. They look to be PMCs. This time it was Yuffie that frowned, and she glanced over at Andreas. Private military contractors. Andreas nodded. Mercenaries in all but name. And the fact that they are approaching the captain's position can only mean one thing. They are under contract with KBR, Yuffie agreed before tapping her own radio. Dame Nu. Highness. Valletta said, only a hint of surprise audible in her tone. This is a direct order from your viceroy, Yuffie said. You are not to permit anyone not directly authorized by myself or General Darlton to set foot within the factory. You are also granted authorization to use lethal force to stop anyone who attempts to defy my directive. Am I understood? Yes, Your Highness. Yuffie keyed off her pickup and looked back at Andreas. Is there any way we can get reinforcements to her more quickly, some air support, anything? We can have gunships in the air in 5 minutes, but they will still need another 20 or so to reach the captain's position. Do it, Yuffie ordered. Unless I'm mistaken, that many mercenaries could actually stand a chance of breaking through Dame Nu's cordon. Andreas nodded grimly in agreement. Normally it would be unthinkable for mere mercenaries to openly challenge the Britannian military, but considering the forces under Valletta's command, and if KBR was desperate enough, they might try it. Captain, the general spoke into his radio again, we are scrambling reinforcements, ETA 25 minutes. Hold until then. Understood, sir, nuclear. As Andreas turned to issue the deployment orders, another voice cut in. Excuse me, my lords and ladies, a jovial voice said, but might I offer the assistance of the Asik for this matter? Yuffie immediately identified the voice and felt her jaw drop at the sheer audacity of this interruption. Andreas was certainly no less surprised, but his reaction was more measured. Earl Asplund, if you have been tapping the command channels again, you and I will be having words. But how else am I to know when you might have need to call upon my masterpiece? Earl, Andreas began. General, see to the deployment of our forces, Yuffie cut in. I will handle this. To the general's credit, a mere second passed before he nodded curtly and began issuing deployment orders once more, after one final aside. Earl Asplund, switch to Channel 17, Her Highness will discuss the matter with you there. Yuffie quickly made to switch herself. Earl Asplund, are you there? Please, just Lloyd is fine. As I was saying, Earl Asplund, Yuffie repeated pointedly, this is a military operation, not a field test for the convenience of the Asik. The force composition was selected based on the requirements of the mission, and Lancelot was not included because its capabilities were not needed for the mission parameters. Am I clear, Earl? Yes, Your Highness, a female voice responded instead of Lloyd, Cecile apparently deciding to cut in before her nominal superior dug himself into an even deeper hole. I apologize for Earl Asplund's disregard for military protocol, and I promise it will not happen again. A muffled protest in the background carried through before being abruptly cut off by a strangled sound, and Yuffie resisted the urge to snort. She had laid down the stick, and it was now time to dangle the carrot. So long as in the future the Asik remembers to go through proper channels when offering to deploy the Lancelot, I do not foresee any further difficulties, Yuffie said before turning to Andreas and making sure her own pickup was still on. General, how quickly can we get a carrier for the Lancelot ready to go? I believe the Asik has one dedicated to their nightmare, Andreas said, switching his own headset to the appropriate channel. I have a slot already allocated for them in the takeoff sequence in 5 minutes. If they cannot make it, they will need to wait until the end of the queue. We will be ready, Cecile assured both of them immediately. Thank you for your confidence in us, Your Highness, we will not disappoint, crew me clear. You had better not, Yuffie muttered under her breath. Andreas politely refrained from any indication that he overheard her as he went back to overseeing the troop deployment. The seconds counted down and soon a quartet of helicopters lifted off from the base carrying another platoon to reinforce Valletta. Right behind them were an equal number of attack helicopters to add some teeth to the force. At that point Andreas looked down at his watch, all the indication Yuffie needed to know that this was the slot he was prepared to provide the ASIC. Except, no plane rolled forth onto the runway. Perhaps 5 minutes was a bit tight to complete their pre-flight checks. Yuffie suggested. If they really had come forth that quickly I would have probably grounded them to make sure they had not cut corners, Andreas stated before addressing the operators. Prepare to deploy the engineering. Sir, look. The general's head snapped in the direction of the voice and quickly locked onto the screen above said operator. Yuffie was not far behind and actually gasped at the sight. What in the world is that? The princess exclaimed. Andreas' eyes narrowed. That, looks like the Lancelot. And, some sort of additional module. Some sort of additional weight, is that some sort of flight system? I have no idea, Andreas said completely honestly. I've never seen the like before. The consternation was obviously shared by everyone else present as hushed murmurs spread through the room. The operators manning the control tower likely also faced similar confusion if the amount of time the Lancelot simply stood there on the tarmac was any indication. Finally, however, the signal came through that the next departure from MacArthur Base was cleared and the Nightmare began moving. It picked up more and more speed, and as it crossed the runway a pair of boosters ignited and lifted the Lancelot into the air. Somehow, and Yuffie was not going to even pretend she understood how, the Nightmare remained airborne and even began gaining altitude. Soon enough it was a mere speck in the sky, racing for Kashigaya. That's why he wanted to deploy the Lancelot, Yuffie said as she massaged her forehead. He wanted to test out this new system. Evidently so, Andreas agreed. I will need to have words with the Earl, Yuffie concluded. That Andreas was also in agreement with. For now, however, he needed to get the rest of the forces on their way, and so the general returned his attention to the task at hand. Valletta kept her face composed as she watched the approaching vehicles. The 8 Humvees, even assuming they were stuffed with soldiers, did not quite have numerical parity with the platoon under her command. At the same time there was the issue of the troops nominally with her right now, for all of its enlisted and a not insubstantial percentage of its NCOs were honorary Britonians, all 11s at that. Then again this platoon and the ones ostensibly on their way to reinforce her had been put together personally by General Darlton, so Valletta was less dubious of their worth than she would have been otherwise. The mercenaries stepping out of their vehicles on the other hand looked as disdainful as she herself might have been in their shoes. Valletta let her hand rest on her sidearm, a motion not lost upon the mercenaries or her own troops. Everyone started gripping their weapons tighter. Dame Nu, the ostensible leader of the mercenaries, greeted. I must say, your presence here is most unexpected. Valletta scowled. Of all the inbred noble brats she might have run into, it had to be the Duke of Windsor's own son. The man, not that he was much of one, was well known in Area 11 for his arrogant swaggering and ostentatious extravagance. For all the man's boasting of martial prowess, he had never actually served in the military, instead simply playing soldier as a supposed officer in KBR's security division. And now Valletta would have the dubious pleasure of dealing with the man. I am here at the Viceroy's order, Lord David, Valletta responded civilly, and her orders stipulate that none without her direct authorization may enter the premises of this facility. The ostensibly friendly smile on the man's face disappeared as he regarded Valletta. This facility is KBR property. What right do you have to keep me from entering? Any right that you have is trumped by the Viceroy's authority, Valletta said coldly. If you wish to protest this, take it up with Her Highness. The man sneered. So you hide behind your orders? I hide behind nothing, Lord David, Valletta replied. I carry out my duty without hesitation. The young lord continued staring at Valletta for several seconds before smirking. Even the princess has to follow the correct protocol when exercising her authority. Do you truly wish to be associated with such impolite conduct? It was all Valletta could do not to snort. This was too rich coming from Duke David's son, seeing as he would not know tact or etiquette if it bit him in the ass. Nevertheless, losing her temper or being overly snide with the man would not do any good, seeing as she just needed to stall long enough for reinforcements to get here, at which point none of his posturing would be of any relevance. The politeness of Her Highness' order matters not, Valletta instead replied. She has issued them, and as a loyal daughter of the Empire I will carry them out as I have sworn to do. The young lord sneered. If you say so, Dame Nu. To Valletta's surprise the man turned away and walked back to his Humvee. He took hold of a radio and said something into it that Valletta could not make out, but the way he continued glancing in her direction with that smirk did not set her mind at ease. And then the smirk turned into an outright grin. Valletta however had no time to continue worrying about it as a shrill whine sounded. A shrill, very familiar whine. Take cover! She cried. Her soldiers quickly obeyed, hunkering down behind their positions. The mercenaries did likewise, save for the Duke's son, who simply continued grinning. The pitch of the whining flattened before an explosion sounded behind them. Valletta spun about to see the trail of smoke rising up from the factory. Another whine sounded and she gripped the fence as the ground rumbled once more. Locate where that mortar is. She yelled. Yes ma'am. It looks like you're having a bit of trouble there Dame Nu. The young lord called. Valletta turned back and glared at the man. Lord David, are you absolutely insane? Whatever do you mean? The man called back. This facility has volatile chemicals, you know this. If you accidentally detonate it, we will all be caught in the blast. Oh dear, perhaps that is what those terrorists who attacked this place were originally after, the man said in feigned shock. Perhaps they wanted to lure us out here to kill more of us. Valletta's mouth twisted into a grimace of disgust but she did not waste her breath trying to respond. Command, the chemical factory is being hit by a mortar. Do you have a location? We do, the operator on the other end replied. Forward me the coordinates, we'll respond with our own mortar. It's, Captain Nu, it's located in another chemical factory. You can't hit it without risking a detonation of the chemicals there. Valletta's jaw tightened and her eyes seemed to blaze as her glare fell upon the mercenary captain. The man's grin had turned more capricious as if he was enjoying this farce. It looks like you know where the mortars are coming from Dame Nu, should your forces not go take care of these terrorists? My men and I would be happy to remain here and keep out any terrorists that might return for another attack on KBR's assets. It was with utmost difficulty that Valletta did not pull out her sidearm and put a bullet in that smirking face. She restrained herself however, knowing that the military could not be the ones to openly escalate this standoff. They did not have positive identification of the people mortaring the factory after all. The KBR mercenaries could and would deny any involvement and claim that it was insurgents launching the attack. Captain. Valletta was momentarily distracted from her anger as one of her subordinates approached her. She tried to keep her temper down, blowing up when talking to one of her 11 NCOs would not help the situation. What is it? She asked as calmly as possible. Ma'am, the man said in a hushed voice, we might have an alternative. One of the contingencies we were equipped for was if a mob might attempt to force their way back into the factory. Our orders were to try to minimize civilian casualties so we brought along crowd control munitions, including a flashbang round. Valletta's eyes widened but for a second before she nodded. Do it. Command, forward us the coordinates of the enemy mortar, we have a means of suppressing it without risking detonation of the chemicals at the location. Static filled the radio for a few seconds before an acknowledgement came back and the coordinates were relayed. The soldiers wasted no time however and already had the mortar ready to go as Valletta watched. Her attention was so focused on them that it took her a moment to notice someone approaching from behind. Turning about, she saw that it was the young lord. The smile on his face was gone now. Dame Nu, just what do you think you are doing? He demanded. Carrying out my duty, Valletta responded coldly. Fire when ready. Ma'am. The man's face twisted in consternation. Are you mad? And why would you think that? Valletta replied. Or do you perhaps know the location of the attackers? Surely then it would be in your company's best interest that you go and stop them from further damaging KBR's assets. Consternation turned into anger as the young lord glowered at her. This time it was Valletta that was smirking however. Fire in the hole. The thud of the mortar launching never sounded so sweet to Valletta. It took a few moments before loud banging sounds echoed in the distance. The Duke's son listened into his radio and Valletta could just barely make out the cries of men momentarily blinded and deafened by the charges her men and launched. She was wrong, this was even sweeter a sound than when they were launched. You bitch, the man snapped, dropping all pretense of civility. You think you're so clever? You think you're going to get away with this? I'll have you thrown out on the streets without the clothes on your back. You'll look back on this day when all you were good for was commanding a bunch of dirty 11s as paradise. Before anyone could muster a response the man cleared his throat. The next moment Valletta felt something wet splash onto her face. Valletta reared back in disgust and swept the spit off her face. All about her the sound of weapons clicking filled the air as her subordinates as one took aim at the young lord. The mercenaries responded in kind, bringing their own weapons to bear. Valletta's eyes burned in anger as she regarded at the man who simply returned the gaze with a glare of his own. The standoff remained in tense silence before a whirling sound filled the air and all eyes were drawn toward the sky. Valletta's eyes widened as the familiar form of a nightmare soared towards them. A flying nightmare. That's impossible, she managed to utter. Apparently not as the ground shook from its landing. And then she recognized the nightmare, a white unit that she had seen only a few times before. The Asiks Lancelot, piloted by one Suzaku Kururugi. Valletta smiled humorlessly. First she was sent here in command of a platoon made mostly out of 11s, now another was riding to her ostensible rescue in a white nightmare. The irony was almost painful for the former second of the purist faction. All non-military forces drop your weapons, Suzaku's voice sounded over the Lancelot's speakers. Any who do not comply will be regarded as hostiles and engaged accordingly. The sounds of rotor blades soon drowned out nearly everything else as several helicopters appeared. Two moved off in the direction of the mortar attacks while two others hung in the air as the soldiers in them rappelled down. The attack helicopters floated ominously, their chain guns spinning up as they pointed towards the mercenaries. The previously cocky KBR operatives were now looking considerably more contrite, and quite a few quickly threw down their arms. Others, at seeing their comrades give in, followed suit, and not even the glaring of the Duke's sun could stop them. The young lord spun back towards Valletta, his teeth visibly grinding. "Don't think this is over," he screamed. "My father will have you under the lash before the week is out, you bitch." Valletta felt her temper flare once more. This man really did not know when to cut his losses. At this point he was simply digging a deeper grave for himself. "Lord David," a frigid voice spoke, "you have insulted both myself and the soldiers under my command in manners unbecoming of your so-called station. Your conduct is an affront not only to myself and my soldiers, but also to the oaths we swore to the Empire and to Her Highness whom issued our orders. If you apologize now, I will consider the matter settled. If you decline to do so, I will demand satisfaction." For a brief moment doubt and even panic crossed Edward's face. But then the man's overwhelming arrogance reasserted itself and he glared back at Valletta. "You are the one that has shown discourtesy, Captain," the young lord exclaimed, pointing rudely at Valletta. "You dare trample upon the dignity of the nobility with your high-handedness and expect us to simply accept it. You are the one whom should apologize lest you suffer our united displeasure." This time it was not just Valletta that stared at the man in stunned silence, even Edward's men looked as if they thought the young lord was insane. If Edward actually expected Valletta to back down, however, he was sorely disappointed by her response. "Very well. Settle your affairs, Lord David, for in 1 week's time we shall see whom the gods hold in their favor. I would suggest you pray, my lord, for the satisfaction that I demand will see your blood personally spilled." With that Valletta turned her back to the man and headed back to her troops. She did not care a whit whether the Duke's son would construe this as another insult, in fact she hoped he would. That would make what would come in 1 week's time all the sweeter. As she came before her subordinates, it took a moment for Valletta to realize that all of them were saluting her. At first the woman was at a loss of how to respond as she saw that the looks on all their faces, even that of the 11s, was a profound respect. It was strange to say the least to have people she previously persecuted and even mistreated now accord her with such respect. Yet Valletta found that she could still take comfort in their respect. There was nothing undignified about accepting the opinion of an 11. As Valletta saluted, she idly wondered if that might have been another reason for Her Highness assigning her to this mission. A slight smile appeared on her face. Best not to think too much on that lest she accidentally think the princess was omniscient. Suzaku watched as the KBR mercenaries withdrew, making sure that his guns remained trained on them until they were out of sight. Only then did he relax a bit and start responding to Lloyd's increasingly incessant queries about his nightmare's status. "The Lancelot is doing fine," the young man said. "The landing does not seem to have worn down on any of the motors. So no performance degradation?" Cecile asked. "None, ma'am," Suzaku replied. "Of course there wouldn't be," Lloyd said proudly over the radio. "We took into account the strain from the force of impact when we programmed in the landing sequence after all. The real world often has a different opinion than what simulations produce," Cecile remarked before continuing with Suzaku. "What about the power levels? Our remote probes indicate charges at only 10%. Suzaku glanced at the diagnostic display. "Same here, but the Lancelot doesn't seem to be any less responsive or slower even with the power this low." "Still, watch your energy expenditure," Cecile cautioned. "We're about an hour out and until we get there you're on your own." "I will, Cecile," Suzaku assured her. "But it really is amazing, you actually figured out a way to let the Lancelot fly." "It's still a work in progress," Cecile said. "The drain on the power supply is too heavy for practical deployment. If you had been dropping into an actual combat zone you would have had only a few minutes of running time." "Nothing that we will not surmount over time, my dear Cecile," Lloyd said chipperly. "The important thing is that the test was a success and we can move on to the next stage of the Lancelot's deployment." "Well, I look forward to seeing what else you come up with," Suzaku said. "Kururugi clear." The young man leaned back and relaxed as he watched the activity about him. While the newly arrived soldiers apparently all had orders of one sort or another and hurried about to carry them out, Suzaku really had nothing to do but wait until the ASIC staff arrived. He wished he could have done something to help, but it was pretty clear this entire operation required a rather delicate touch. A part of him was still amazed that the princess had agreed to send him in the first place. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if Her Highness had even been aware of the Lancelot's flight pack. In fact, the more he thought about the whole thing, the more he was starting to realize that the princess and quite possibly the rest of the military might not have appreciated Lloyd butting in on the operation. Her Highness could not have been that mad, otherwise she would have grounded Lancelot. For that matter, she might not have been mad at all. Best not to take her approval for granted, however, Suzaku decided. As Suzaku looked about, he saw that as they passed the Lancelot quite a few of the soldiers were saluting him. Not just the other Japanese honorary Britonians, even some of the regular Britonian NCOs. Suzaku quickly gripped the controls and raised his nightmare's arm in response. These people were courteous enough to respect him thusly, he would at least return it. Maybe one day they would also be as willing to extend that courtesy to him outside of Lancelot as well. End of chapter 21. This chapter took a while to get out because I took a bit of time to mentally choreograph the fencing match between Yuffie and Jane. I wanted it to be realistic and somewhat fun to read. I'd appreciate feedback on it as well. I'm not sure how well I'm doing the fighting scenes. I had considered having Yuffie be the one to call out the Duke's son, but decided that would have been too heavy-handed. Not that she won't have something to say about Valletta's challenge, but for a variety of reasons she can't directly intervene/interfere. But I think you guys will enjoy how the affair ultimately plays out. Technology in the Code Geass universe is really lopsided. By all rights, some of the commercial products they showed imply a pretty sophisticated understanding of physics, materials science, and so on. You don't get cell phones, for example, without being able to produce integrated circuits and have a very strong grasp of digital signals. Then there are the very large flying ships. The power supply for those things might be saccharide cores of some kind, which might explain the lack of interest in exploring atomic fission as a source of energy. But the idea that they had never bothered figuring out fission as late as the 60s is a bit hard to swallow. Nevertheless, I'm going with it because it's convenient for the story development and it's already in universe. We're also never given an explanation on saccharide beyond that it's radioactive and is a high-temperature superconductor. There are a few problems with its properties in terms of how its usage is portrayed. I've worked out what will hopefully be a fairly coherent portrayal for my own interpretation that will be revealed over the course of the story. Having said that, it is not going to be playing much of a role in the development of fission weapons. I have something entirely different in mind for what it will play a role in. Yuffie's rate of progress is, well, to be frank, she's making progress, but she's still nowhere near to being considered a serious contender for the throne. The canon series had a tendency to screw characters over, though it did so in what I feel is a somewhat sloppy way. Very little foreshadowing in a lot of cases and some pretty dumb reasons for why a character would randomly get shafted. Thus far I've tried to make sure there is plenty of foreshadowing for events. Colin's mother, for example, quite a few of her appearances before she showed up at the hospital was to indicate the increasing strain she was feeling and so on. The other thing is that even though Yuffie is succeeding, she is not doing so without cost. Recall that from her perspective the reason she began taking an active role in the court was due to losing Lelich and Nunnally. Granted, she has rediscovered Nunnally, but as far as she knows Lelich is dead. Then her ascension to Viceroy of Area 11, paid for in blood by the death of her brother Clovis. As much of a pompous ass as Clovis could be towards non-Britannians, he was still her brother and someone she was relatively close to. Then there was the Lake Kawaguchi incident. Yuffie got out of that alive, yes, but she did so only because Colin intervened. She also nearly ended up losing Nunnally a second time and now has to worry about keeping the girl hidden and out of the line of fire. Not to mention her industry's minister got shot. She ultimately might have benefited from the aftermath, but the cost, well, it's taking its toll. Anyway, my point is Yuffie's successes and failures will all be measured and make sense instead of only being there for drama or to make up plot. And ultimately the woman that emerges will truly earn the title the Ironheart of Britannia. Anyways, drop a review if you are enjoying the work or if you have questions. I'm perfectly willing to explain things that are unclear or if I feel people might have missed something. Chapter 22. Snippet spoiler rating. Hi. The Knights of the Round assembled by the Empress Euphemia were a mixed lot, ranging from pure-blooded Britannians to those of mixed heritage to those with not a trace of Britannian blood in their veins. Several only made Her Majesty's acquaintance upon her assumption of the Viceroyalty of Japan. One such individual was the future Countess of Agravain, Valletta Nu. An ambitious woman whom joined the purist faction as a means to advance her military career, Countess Nu was already a knight by the time she entered the Viceroy's service. For someone whom ostensibly believed in the superiority of pure-blooded Britannians, the Countess would demonstrate a highly tolerant willingness to command and fight alongside the people of the former areas, most especially those of Japan. She would also become renowned as the best swordsman amongst the knights, a not minor achievement by itself. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 22, A Posse ad Esse. Valletta walked down the halls of MacArthur Base's main administrative building with visible calm. Underneath the surface, however, turmoil boiled within the woman as she headed towards the conference room she had been summoned to. Hushed whispers followed her everywhere she went and Valletta tried to ignore them. What was done and the woman was determined not to let regret or doubt cloud her mind. Valletta. The woman's form froze as a familiar voice called out to her. She turned about and reluctantly confirmed that it was Jeremiah walked over. You return in success, the man said as he fell in next to Valletta. A nod as she began walking once more. I believe I completed my mission to Her Highness' satisfaction. Jeremiah nodded in turn. A most creative solution to the attempt by KBR's hired dogs to draw you away from the factory. I thank you for your graciousness, my lord, but it was really one of my NCOs that came up with the idea. Is that so? Jeremiah said quietly before smiling wryly. Well, I suppose we should not expect any less than the soldiers General Darlton had readied. Valletta held her peace. This small talk was simply dancing around the edges of what the two were really thinking, but the woman was not quite sure how to bring the matter up. She did not doubt the Margrave's faith in her remained unwavering even with her brusque challenge of the Duke's son. The few times Jeremiah ever made mention of father or son, the man had been dismissive of both, and whatever the Margrave's pride in his own nobility, possession of a noble title was but one of the many ways in which he measured others. Incidentally, Jeremiah said, breaking the silence between the two. I have checked my schedule for the next week and find that I have nothing pressing that requires my attention. Should the need arise, please do not hesitate to call upon me. A stunned gaze was all Valletta could manage as her body went on autopilot. Had she taken much longer to recover, the woman might well have walked right into a wall as they reached a corner and turned right. By the time they were before the doors to the conference room, however, the look of shock was replaced by a heartfelt smile. I thank you, my lord. Jeremiah nodded cordially but offered a slight smile of his own. And then he opened the door for her in a gentlemanly manner, and Valletta dipped her head ever so slightly in acknowledgement of his courtesy. As she entered, Valletta felt a calmness despite the august personages present. She presented herself with no sign of hesitation and saluted crisply with the Margrave. The other attendees were already gathered and seated around the table. Cornelia was at the end with Euphemia to her immediate right and Andreas her left. In a seeming inversion of precedence, Colonel Fraser sat next to the Viceroy, then Captain Crumey, whereas Earl Asplund was at the end. Apologies for making everyone wait, Jeremiah said. It is quite all right, Cornelia said. Please, be seated. Ma'am, both Jeremiah and Valletta said before obeying. It would appear that some very extraordinary developments have occurred over the past day. Cornelia began the meeting, her eyes sweeping across the room at the other attendees. I would like to establish an understanding of what we currently do and do not know. Cornelia glanced over to Andreas and the general began speaking. The engineering teams have completed a preliminary survey of the site. Andreas picked up the remote and with a click brought up photos on the monitors around the room. The setup allowed people on all sides of the table to see without having to turn about, and everyone's heads rose ever so slightly as they gazed at the images. These were taken in the area of the factory dedicated to refrain production. The technicians working there did not have time to sabotage or really destroy any of the equipment before they were forced to flee, and so everything was secured intact. At this point, chemical analysis has definitively confirmed that the compounds in the various tanks and chambers are refrain or refrain precursors. The smile on Euphemia's face was far too satisfied to be mere triumph. It looked very much like a predator after having sank its fangs into a choice prey. Andreas clicked the remote again and the displays now showed a pile of rubble, albeit a very large pile. The smile morphed into a thoughtful expression. The factory's administrative building was demolished by the insurgent nightmare relatively quickly, the general continued. While it generally does not take military-grade weapons long to destroy civilian targets, this was still a multi-story building that was brought down in a matter of minutes. Whomever this Red Knight is either had detailed plans telling her where to shoot, or she was very, very lucky. She. Cornelia raised an eyebrow. It is, at present, mostly conjecture, Andreas said somewhat reluctantly, but some of the analysts believe that the person piloting the rogue Sutherland has some connection or even is the insurgent that aided in Princess Euphemia's rescue. This time Cornelia's gaze fell on her little sister expectantly. Euphemia, however, simply shrugged. I cannot say, the girl said. The Red Knight motif is a similarity, certainly, but that seems a rather tenuous link. I agree, Cornelia said and looked over at Andreas again. Unless the analysts can come up with some concrete evidence to support such a connection, I do not want them wasting their time on hearsay and speculation. Noted, Highness, Andreas said and continued on. At present the engineering teams are still sifting through the rubble. A few documents and computers have been recovered so far and we have other analysts going over them. If we are lucky we may even find detailed records about the refrain trafficking, such as customers and middlemen. Especially customers and middlemen, Yuffie said emphatically. The rot has already gone deeper than we initially thought and we cannot let it continue to fester. Heads bobbed up and down in agreement, though Lloyd's only did so after a seeming grimace replaced the look of disinterest previously on his face. The way Cecile's posture shifted ever so slightly certainly had nothing to do with it. General, Yuffie continued, how would you rate the performance of the platoons deployed to Kashigaya? A frown just barely arose on Cornelia's face before the marshal assumed an expression of passive interest. Very well, Your Highness, Andreas said, though I believe Captain Nu is better suited to providing that assessment as she was directly in the field with them. Oh. Yuffie said as hers and everyone else's gaze for that matter fell upon Valletta. Very well then, would you please provide us with your assessment, Captain Nu? Valletta swallowed, not that her throat was really that dry, and nodded. Yes, Your Highness. The platoon that I took command of had already secured the immediate area by the time I arrived. At no time during the operation did I see any indication of slackness and carelessness. When we were approached by the KBR mercenaries they demonstrated fitting resolve in standing their ground. And when the factory was mortared in an attempt to draw us away, one of the NCOs came up with a most clever counter to the tactic. A Sergeant Kurosaki, Andreas said with a nod. You mentioned him in the dispatches. Valletta nodded in turn. I believed his ingenuity in the face of the attack merited note. It has been noted, Yuffie said with a slight smile, as has your own conduct. Please, continue. Valletta resisted the urge to ask just what exactly the princess meant for the latter. Yes, your highness. Even upon the arrival of reinforcements and the withdrawal of the KBR mercenaries, the platoons remained on alert. Until I was ordered back to MacArthur, not once did I witness any conduct that would have been wanting of a soldier of the Empire. An approving nod came from Andreas while the princess was more thoughtful. The marshal did not display any open reaction, but the lack of disapproval was probably about the best Valletta could hope for. Jeremiah was also equally impassive, though Valletta already knew that there was more to the man than blind intolerance of numbers. If that is all on that matter. Yuffie asked, and seeing no objections she turned towards Cecile and Lloyd. Very well then. Earl Asplund, perhaps you could explain the nature of Lancelot's deployment during the Kashigaya operation. The Earl's face was now plastered with a wide grin. I am glad you asked, your highness. The float system that we debuted has been in the works for many years now and promises to revolutionize nightmare warfare. Yuffie raised an eyebrow. An audacious claim. But of course, Lloyd said enthusiastically. Imagine the advantages the flexibility of flight would offer. Is not mobility one of the greatest tactical assets on the battlefield? To this Yuffie glanced over at her sister and Andreas, both of whom nodded ever so grudgingly. It is true enough, Andreas spoke for both. Being able to move about the battlefield at will would provide significant advantages if the enemy did not possess similar mobility. Having said that, I do not recall seeing this float system before Lancelot's deployment to Kashigaya. It was its maiden flight, Lloyd said proudly before Cecile could intervene. Eyes narrowed all around the table from the professional military officers to even Euphemia herself. The float system has undergone extensive testing indoors, Cecile said hastily, even as Lloyd flinched from a seeming unseen jab under the tables. We have clocked hundreds of hours with it in wind tunnels, and while it is true that the Kashigaya operation was its first field deployment, we would have never sent it out if the system was not ready for it. I would hope not, Captain Krumi, Yuffie said somewhat frostily for most everyone else present. A military operation is not the time to be taking risks with new, untried equipment. That is a bit unfair, your highness, Lloyd said. We of Camelot take pride in the engineering perfection of our work. To have it fail out in the field is both an affront and a matter of deep shame. The princess shrugged. Murphy cares not for whether you are offended or not, Earl Asplund. To disregard it would suggest a less than perfect application of engineering principles. But that is my point, Lloyd pressed on, apparently oblivious to the less than approving gazes directed at him. We do not field machines that we are not absolutely confident in, and that confidence is born of the rigor with which we test and verify their readiness. Yuffie sighed again and waved a hand to move the conversation along. Regardless of the success of its initial deployment, Andreas said, how practical is this float system for actual usage in a combat situation? That is something we are still working on, Cecile said quickly before Lloyd could respond. The power draw of the float system means that it cannot be used for long distances, though for short hops that can perform without depleting a nightmare's energy reserves should still provide for a tactical advantage if employed properly. Yuffie once more looked over at the professionals. We will need time to develop doctrines and tactics that incorporate the float system, Andreas stated, and added almost as an afterthought, and counters for when our enemies develop comparable capabilities. Lloyd sniffed. It will be some time before then. War is not won by an over-reliance on exotic weapons and technology, Andreas said flatly. It is won by understanding the limits of what you and the enemy possess and exceeding theirs while remaining within yours. Nevertheless, we of the ASIC would be happy to consult with your staff about ways that the Lancelot's capabilities might be of use, Cecile spoke up for her nominal superior once more. If you are to best use the Lancelot to its limits, you must be made aware of what its limits are. To that Andreas acknowledged with a curt nod. I will see to it that the necessary effort be made. We appreciate it, General, Cecile said respectfully. I would also like to be kept appraised, Yuffie put in. While I may not understand the nuances of military matters, I wish to remain up to date on the Lancelot's development and integration into the regular military. Of course, your highness, Andreas said, and Cecile nodded alongside. Good. Yuffie glanced over at Cornelia. Are there any other matters we need to discuss regarding the Kashigaya operation? Not at this time, Cornelia said. The remaining military matters my staff can handle. The judicial aspects fall within your purview as Viceroy. Yuffie nodded. Very well. She beamed a wide smile to everyone present. Then I thank all of you for taking the time today. Most of the others attending could not help but return the smile as they stood to leave. Valletta did not know whether to be relieved or not the princess had not deigned to bring up the matter with the Duke's son. If the matter had been settled here and now she could perhaps relax, even if it was disapproval that was meted out. Silence however let the tension simmer, a less than pleasant sensation to put up with. Dame Nu, Captain Krumi, Earl Asplund, A moment please. Valletta froze up a moment before registering that she was not the only one that had been asked to remain. Yet as quickly as she realized this, she was also certain that whatever the princess wished to discuss with the ASIC members, she herself was to remain for another matter entirely. Dame Nu, Yuffie said. Brigadier Ari asked to speak with you. He should currently be in the second gymnasium. Valletta exchanged a brief look with Jeremiah, who nodded before she offered the princess a salute. Understood, Your Highness, I will go speak with him immediately. Yuffie watched the others leave before turning back to Lloyd and Cecile, whom had sank back into their seats. Have the two of you had a chance to review Ms. Einstein's notes? The girl asked, cutting to the chase without preamble. An excited grin crossed Lloyd's face and he nodded. Indeed we have, Your Highness. And I must say you have discovered quite the diamond in the rough. Yuffie raised an eyebrow in amusement at the Earl's turn of phrase. She had never taken the man for someone who cared for such language. So you believe her work has merit? The princess asked. Very much so, Your Highness, Cecile said. I did a review of the publicly available research on the subject, and there has not been measurable advancement on achieving artificial atomic fission for the past decade. The last major experimental results were published over 10 years ago on an experiment in Berlin, and the results were disappointing to say the least. Comparing the numbers, however, it would appear that the Germans did not have sufficiently enriched uranium to achieve fission. Yuffie held up her hands. I am afraid the nuances of atomic physics are also beyond me, Captain. The princess put her hands down. But you believe that there is no reason for Ms. Einstein's proposal to not work. Based on our current understanding of atomic physics, that is correct, Your Highness, Cecile said. That, however, is different from saying that it is guaranteed to work. As far as we are aware, no one else has succeeded in an attempt to initiate a fission reaction, but Ms. Einstein's basic math checks out and it is ready to take to the next step of designing an actual experiment to test her hypothesis. I see, Yuffie said. Well then, I suppose I will need to look into allocating a budget for this. I don't suppose you have also come up with a preliminary estimate for the cost of this experiment? At that Cecile actually grimaced. This will be extremely expensive, Your Highness. To obtain uranium sufficiently enriched for the experiment will require substantial industrial capacity. At this Yuffie herself frowned. Oh? And how expensive do you believe this will be? In the billions of pounds, Your Highness, Cecile said quietly. Yuffie's eyes widened ever so slightly. She had expected a cost of millions, 100 million on the outside, but billions, plural? And how much would be needed for an exploratory effort, laying the groundwork so to speak? Significantly less, Cecile said, but the costs will ramp up quickly, Your Highness. Yuffie tapped the table thoughtfully. Tell me, Captain, what exactly is the advantage of atomic fission? How does achieving it advance us as a nation, as a people? The older woman blinked uncertainly. That is hard to predict, Your Highness. But at a practical level, if a means could be found to generate power from the reaction, well, you already know the power density numbers. While we might not be able to miniaturize it to replace saccharide energy sources, it could still be extremely economical for large-scale power generation. I see, Yuffie said with a nod. Cecile glanced over at Lloyd, a motion that did not escape the princess' notice. Is there something else? If anything, the grimace on Cecile's face was even darker than when she brought up the matter of the budget. There has been some literature about what might result if an atomic fission reaction were to become uncontrolled, the woman said softly. The belief is that it would result in a massive exothermic reaction, easily in the kiloton range. Perhaps even the hundreds of kilotons. There was nothing slight about how wide Yuffie's eyes were now. The girl might not be terribly familiar with all the details when it came to military matters, but she had at least a passing knowledge of things like explosive yields. Bombs were less common means of assassination than a knife or a bullet in the imperial court, but they were not unheard of either. How firm are those numbers? Yuffie asked, her voice showing no trace of hesitation. Numbers are sound, assuming there is not some sort of fundamental error in our understanding of atomic physics, Cecile replied. I see, Yuffie said, her eyes no longer focused on the two before her. Instead they seemed to be gazing at something far away. I see indeed. Cecile and Lloyd remained silent as the princess seemed to sink deep into thought. A minute or so passed before the princess' gaze fell back on the two. I am hereby classifying Ms. Einstein's research. I want you two to meet with her and determine, discreetly, if she is aware of the military applications of her work. If she is not, do not bring it up with her. Am I understood? Lloyd nodded blandly while Cecile's was more reserved. Work out a preliminary assessment of resources and manpower you will need with Ms. Einstein, Yuffie continued, and I will see about providing what I can to at least begin the project. For now this information does not go further than the four of us. I will discuss this matter with my brother myself. In other words, Euphemia would take it very poorly if Schneeisel learned about this before she had a chance to tell him directly, his sponsorship of the ASIC be damned. This time nods from both the two adults had a nervous edge to them. The last thing any sane, or even insane, Britannian wanted to happen was to get dragged into the crossfire that could erupt when two members of the imperial family did not see eye to eye. Do not worry, Yuffie said with a flat and completely not reassuring smile. I will make sure to discuss the matter promptly with my dear brother. There were several gymnasiums at MacArthur Base, with the second numbered one being for the use of commissioned officers. As such, it had far fewer pieces of fitness equipment and much of the floor was rubber to facilitate certain martial drills. When Valletta entered, the gym was mostly empty save for the brigadier and two of the princess armsmen. The woman walked over and saluted. Captain New, reporting as ordered, sir. Captain, Jonathan said, returning the salute and looking over Valletta from head to toe. He then glanced over at one of his subordinates and nodded. The armsman unclipped his sword, stepped before Valletta, and presented it to her. The woman looked down it quizzically. Sir. Jonathan unsheathed his own blade and Valletta's eyes were drawn to its form. At first glance it appeared to be a straightforward court sword, but the width of the blade was just a bit too thick. As she watched, Valletta caught a glint on the blade's edge. One side was definitely sharpened, indicating the sword was capable of cutting as well as stabbing with the point that was now directed at her. On your guard, Captain, Jonathan said, his gaze flat and clearly considering where on Valletta's body he would plant his blade. The knight quickly grabbed hold of the sword offered to her and pulled it out, leaving the scabbard in the armsman's hands. She assumed a ready stance of her own, feeling the weight of the weapon. It was most definitely heavier than a fencing saber and was even a bit heavier than the dress sword all Britannian officers were issued. And that was all the time Valletta was given to acclimate to the weapon. The armsman beat a very hasty retreat and a moment later Jonathan advanced with a powerful thrust. Valletta barely parried the attack, forcefully pushing aside her opponent's sword only to find the brigadier was not so easily brushed off. Another thrust came with blinding speed, slicing through where Valletta's head was just a second before. The knight swiped upwards, twisting Jonathan's blade about before launching a thrust of her own. The brigadier calmly met the attack with his own blade, angling it to catch the tip of Valletta's sword with his forte and deflecting the strike with casual ease. Jonathan flipped his blade about and launched another thrust, again forcing Valletta to physically dodge. The knight retreated a few steps, trying to open up the distance to allow herself time to re-establish her guard. The brigadier declined to allow her that time, however, closing in rapidly and turning the dodged thrust into a slicing sweep. Metal rang as the two blades clashed and Valletta found herself on the losing end of a contest of physical strength. She held on for a second, then another, before finally Jonathan powered through and batted her blade down. The brigadier's own sword bounced right back up and this time there was no retreat, no time to re-establish her guard. Valletta gasped and stood stock still as the tip of Jonathan's sword came to rest against her throat. The two remained frozen in that stance for several seconds, Valletta not daring to even swallow with the sharp point pressing against her skin. Finally the brigadier withdrew his blade and the knight let out a heavy sigh in relief. It is my understanding that you have called out the Lord Edward David Jr., son of the Duke of Windsor, Jonathan said as he sheathed his blade. Valletta simply nodded, returning her own blade to the armsman that had offered it to her. That is correct, sir. Jonathan regarded the woman, the palm of his left hand drumming on the pommel of his weapon. And do you believe yourself prepared to cross blades with the man? If he possesses as much skill as yourself, brigadier, then no, Valletta stated honestly. Jonathan snorted. Then why did you issue the challenge? The woman frowned. Sir. A battle is not won by fighting an enemy you are not certain you can defeat, Jonathan stated. You are a soldier, an officer of the Empire, responsible for leading others to victory. Can you claim to be qualified to lead them if you cannot pick your own personal battles with such care? Can you claim to stand as an example for them to follow if you fall and thus deprive the Empire of your further service? Valletta pursed her lips and tried to convince herself that the brigadier was simply testing her. Or was it the brigadier? Whom am I answering, sir? Valletta replied, yourself or Her Highness. Another snort. Why does that matter? In truth it really did not, yet Britannia remained a society that ingrained deference, up to a point, to the nobility. But despite serving a member of the imperial family, Jonathan Airy was obviously not someone as steeped in such deference, and so Valletta found need to give a proper answer. The Lord David offered insult not only to my person but to the soldiers under my command, Valletta stated. To slander my person, that is a private matter which does not warrant my depriving the Empire of my service should I fail to avenge the insult. But to slander those that followed me into the field, those who risked their lives for and because of me, that I cannot let slide. Valletta's face tightened. I will not let that slide. Jonathan regarded the Valletta with what could easily be construed as a smirk. Yet as Valletta stared at the man, she found that there was nothing snide or condescending in his eyes. In fact, he almost looked impressed. There are some things worth risking your life for, the brigadier said, clasping the grip of his sword with one hand while folding the other behind his back. My schedule will see me at MacArthur Base in the afternoon for the next week. Should you have need, you will be able to find me here at 1500 hours. The edge of Valletta's mouth quirked up in a slight smile. Her face was however of the appropriate solemnity as she saluted. Thank you, Brigadier. When Cecile and Lloyd returned from the debriefing, Suzaku thought the former looked a bit weary. Lloyd had his ever-present smirk plastered over his face, but as Suzaku looked more closely there was some strain in even the normally unflappable man's expression. Is something wrong? The Japanese boy asked. Cecile tried to smile reassuringly. No, nothing. Her Highness and the other officers were just a bit concerned about our deployment of what they consider to be an untested system on what might have turned into a combat operation. But, we've spent weeks testing the float system, Suzaku began. Cecile held up a hand, stopping the boy before he went further. We tested it, yes, but that was the first time it actually flew in the open air at altitude for such a long distance and time. They are not entirely wrong to have been concerned about its deployment. Not that there was any real need for concern, Lloyd said. We had already accounted for all of the variables that make up the equation. That we knew of, Cecile countered. There is always an unknown variable, one whose effect may have a greater impact than we expect. Perhaps so, but unless we push the limits of what we build we will never conquer that unknown, Lloyd said, his grin widening. Is that not what science is for? Why we seek out ever greater challenges? Suzaku found himself smiling slightly. The Earl certainly had his quirks, but there was a certain clarity of purpose in his goals. He sought to create, to overcome. And even if at times he seemed aloof about the consequences of the technology he created, Suzaku felt that ultimately Lloyd was a decent person. Especially with Cecile keeping a tight leash on him to keep the Earl from going too overboard. By the way, Suzaku, the woman in question said. Would you happen to know a student by the name of Nina Einstein? Suzaku nodded blankly. She's the student council's treasurer. I think she's also very close to Millie Ashford. Cecile nodded and took out an envelope. Could you pass on a message to her? And escort her here to meet us. Suzaku looked at the extended envelope with palpable hesitation before finally accepting it. I will do so, ma'am. Cecile raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem, Suzaku? The boy smiled wearily. I don't think Ms. Einstein likes me very much. A frown appeared on Cecile's face. Suzaku, did you get another girl at school mad at you? No, no. Suzaku said, frantically waving his hands in denial. No, it's just, I don't think she likes Japanese 11s, in general. At that Cecile's mouth opened in an awe of understanding. I see. Then, perhaps I should have someone else deliver the message. No, Suzaku said firmly. No, I can do it. I shouldn't just avoid something because it might be unpleasant, after all. A smile crossed Cecile's face and she nodded. That is right, Suzaku Kururugi. Suzaku smiled back at the woman in assurance. Oh, there is one thing, Cecile said. The reason for Ms. Einstein's invitation is classified. Make sure that she understands this, and that she also understands you are not cleared for the matter as well. The boy's eyes widened. No, she is not in trouble, Cecile assured him. The matter, however, is very important to the Viceroy. That seemed to do it, and Suzaku nodded firmly in understanding. Ms. Stotfeld. Colin shot out and looked about frantically, her groggy mind taking a few moments to register that she was in class. Are you all right, Ms. Stotfeld? Her literature teacher asked. Sorry Ms. Miller, Colin said. I must have dozed off. The teacher smiled with patient understanding. Perhaps you should go down to the nurse's office to get some rest? You have already finished your exam after all. Colin fought a losing battle to suppress a yawn. No, I should stay here. I still have the history exam after this. Ms. Miller glanced at Cece, whom was sitting off to the side reading a book, and the ostensibly French woman looked up. She smiled wearily and stood, walking over to Colin. Mayhap milady hast forgotten, a willing spirit doth not ensure willing flesh. The teacher returned C.C's smile, and Colin reminded herself that her literature teacher was probably one of the few people who enjoyed listening to the woman's archaic speech. Or maybe it was C.C's ability to quote Shakespeare at will. Regardless, Ms. Miller was probably one of the few people who could understand C.C's speech without a headache. Colin was almost certain that Cece herself was more than a bit loopy due to having to come up with the speech in the first place. Well, I can't very well disobey my assistant's advice, Colin said with a dry smile. If you do not mind then, Ms. Miller, may I be excused? Of course, Colin, the teacher said with a kind smile. As Colin rose, a thought occurred to her. Ms. Miller, I think I will get some rest in the student council room. Is that all right? I don't see why not, the teacher said, the smile taking on a bit of humor. I'm sure the sofas there are much nicer than the beds in the nurse's office. More than a few snickers sounded, and Colin smiled in agreement with her teacher. She waved to Shirley and Rivals and then took her leave with Cece right by her side. Thou intendeth something? The girl asked. Not really, Colin said with a yawn. The student council office is just more comfortable. Thou intendeth to while away thy time. At least until lunch, Colin said. I could use a proper nap. Thou hast tilted with many a matter recently. Not least of which being you, Colin said with a smirk. Said expression was returned. Nayless, art thou any closer to thy goal? A little bit, Colin said as they reached the student council office. We now have the support of Kyoto House and we managed to orchestrate the downfall of KBR. The girl's face tightened ever so slightly. That's something at least. Ever an observant individual, CC noticed the other girl's tension immediately. Conversely, that same observant trait meant she knew not to tease Colin at this very moment. What dost thee intendeth next? She asked instead. Lay low for now and watch the fallout, Colin replied as she plopped onto the couch. The Viceroy seems to be pretty hellbent on tearing KBR a new one, which suggests that she might really be serious about cracking down on abuse and exploitation. And if she is, well, I'm sure we can find other individuals and groups deserving of her attention. That be so. Colin smiled dryly. We're a long way from trusting her implicitly, but at least now it looks like we might actually achieve something instead of beating our heads against a Goliath. The girl regarded CC. You're not gonna bail on me now, are you? CC grinned teasingly. Not whilst thou art making good on our contract. Colin sighed. If only you would tell me what that bloody contract is. The young woman slumped over and let her eyes close. Perhaps she was more tired than she had thought as she drifted off soon after. Even so, it was not a deep sleep, and as the doors opened to the large room, Colin rose almost immediately. CC was huddled up on another chair facing the door, ostensibly reading, but the alertness of her form made clear she was also standing watch. And while the other girl did not rise from her seat, she did not ignore the newcomer either. That was enough to let Colin know that even if the person entering was not an overt threat, whoever it was not a member of the student council or some other regular student. Colin sat up and turned about. She grimaced. Oh, you. Suzaku smiled wearily. Good afternoon, Lady Stotfeld. Might you know where Nina is? Colin looked at her watch and saw that it was indeed past noon, if only just. An hour nap was not bad, though she could have gone for more. No, I don't, the girl replied brusquely before turning back around. Suzaku was undeterred and walked around, seating himself in another chair. Does she usually eat lunch here? Colin raised an eyebrow. And why do you care? I've been asked to pass along a message to her, Suzaku said. What sort of message? Colin asked suspiciously. It was given to me in confidence, Suzaku replied and said no more, but his gaze remained on Colin. The girl returned it for a few moments before snorting. Seeing as the boy had yet to report her to the authorities, she needed to give his sense of integrity some credit. She should be here soon, Colin said simply and left it at that. Suzaku smiled ever so slightly, only to elicit a scowl from Colin. He cleared his throat in an attempt to mask it, but it was a bit too late for that. Still his gaze did not leave the girl. It was you, wasn't it, at Kashigaya, Suzaku finally said. The scowl turned into a full-on glare. We are at school, Colin hissed. I expect you to not bring it up ever in a public place like this. Suzaku looked about. I wouldn't call this very public, Colin. And how do you know someone won't walk in on the middle of you blurting things out? Colin demanded, even as her own senses flared up and she swept the surrounding area to make damn sure that would not be happening. Suzaku grimaced, understanding full well that Colin still did not trust him. She might never, but he was growing increasingly convinced that despite her brusqueness she was not a bad person. I just wanted to say, well, thank you for being careful in Kashigaya. For making sure as few people as possible got hurt. Colin's eyes narrowed. Do not presume that I agree with your beliefs, Kururugi, and do not expect me to limit my future actions for the sake of your own self-satisfaction. Suzaku grimaced. You still think that's all I care about? The girl snorted but said nothing more, apparently considering the topic closed. Suzaku opened his mouth but closed it wordlessly. Words would not move her, only actions would. For now he needed to be patient. He could afford to wait, at least as long as Colin did not do anything that would trouble his conscience. The boy grimaced. How easily he had excused her for that. Before Suzaku could mull over it more, the doors opened and the cheerful chuckle of Millie and Shirley sounded. Achman, it can't have been that bad. Millie teased. Well, excuse me for not having a head for math like Nina and the princess, Shirley said with a pout. Oh? Suzaku, what are you doing here? The young man stood and bowed politely. Apologies for the intrusion, Millie, Shirley. I'm here with a message for Nina. The mouse girl's eyes widened, but instead of meeting Suzaku's gaze she looked over at Millie. The older girl raised an eyebrow and extended a hand. All right. Suzaku pulled out the letter but made no move to hand it over. I was given very explicit orders by Earl Asplund and Captain Krumi that this message was only for Nina. And that the contents of this message are to be kept strictly private. Millie frowned and glanced over at her friend. Nina. The girl still refused to look Sozaku in the eye as she stepped forward and extended a hand. Sozaku placed the envelope gently into her hand but did not let go right away as she tugged. "Nina," he said, causing her to flinch ever so slightly. "I do not know what the message says, but I really meant it when I said that the message is to be kept private. You are not to talk about it with anyone save the Earl and the Captain." Nina's jaw tightened and she finally met Sozaku's gaze. For someone who seemed so timid there was a firm conviction in her eyes. Sozaku's grip loosened reflexively and Nina pulled back with all due speed. Sozaku glanced down at his empty hand for a second before withdrawing it. "Now for the hard part. I have also been ordered to escort Nina to MacArthur Base at her convenience to discuss the contents of the message with the Earl and the Captain." Nina's eyes widened and she shot a surprised look not at Sozaku but at Millie. The older girl regarded Sozaku thoughtfully as she rubbed her chin. "And what exactly is so important that they need to discuss the matter at the base?" "I don't know," Sozaku admitted. "As I said, I do not know what the message says." Millie looked back over at Nina who gingerly opened the letter and began reading over it. Her own curiosity piqued. Colin narrowed her eyes and activated her Geass. She felt a bit guilty about peeking like this but the way Sozaku was treating the matter this was a lot more serious than just a simple personal message. To Ms. Nina Einstein. "We have examined your proposal in detail and have determined that there is merit in taking the work to the experimental stage. Due to ramifications of your work, we ask that you refrain from discussing it openly with anyone outside of the team that will be assembled to conduct the experiment with you. We invite you to come visit us at MacArthur Base at your earliest convenience so that we may discuss your participation and how best to proceed. Warrant Officer Kurugi has been ordered to escort you here at a time of your choosing. We of Camelot look forward to working with an individual of such exceptional talent and intelligence. Captain Cecile Crumi." A fairly brief message that made very little sense to Colin seeing as this Captain Crumi had elected not to mention exactly what Nina's work was. Whatever it was, they must have thought it was really important. "Nina," Millie said. The girl looked up and nodded to her friend. "This, is it?" Millie frowned. "But why would they want you to not talk about it with anyone?" Now that was interesting, Colin noted. Apparently Millie at the very least did know what Nina's work was. I can think of one reason," Nina said, growing increasingly nervous. "The reaction, if it was not contained properly." Millie's eyes narrowed and when she looked over at Sozaku there was none of her usual good humor. "Sozaku. If you would be so kind to take a message back to this, Earl and Captain." Yes ma'am," the boy said instinctively, wondering just where Brighton noble daughters learned how to sound so imperious. Maybe there really was something in their blood. If the Earl and the Captain wish to discuss the matter of Nina's project, they are welcome to come to Ashford Academy to do so. I am afraid that otherwise it will be quite some time before she otherwise would have the time to make the trip down to MacArthur Base. Sozaku opened his mouth to say something but the way in which Millie regarded him made him shut it wordlessly. He finally nodded. "Good," Millie said, concluding this discussion with a firm finality. End of chapter 22. Life has been busy. Very, very busy. I am curious, who is everyone's favorite character so far in this FIC besides Yuffie and Colin? I'm not sure if it was definitively stated whether Nina's grandfather was Albert Einstein, but I believe that was the implication in canon. I'm just running with what I remember. Colin's plan was basically what Yuffie herself was planning, make a big fuss that would provide an excuse for the military to move in. As everyone with a working brain in this FIC noted, blowing up the chemical factory was liable to get a lot of people killed and simply end up destroying all the evidence. I'm not sure how closely the characters in my FIC could be compared to those of the Honorverse. Elizabeth Winton has a pretty fiery temper whereas when Yuffie's pissed you're more likely to feel like you're freezing than burning to death. And as far as Valletta and Honor, I'm not sure there is much of a similarity right now beyond both receiving less than welcome attention from the son of an overfed inbred son of a noble. Though in some respects David Jr. is likely an even bigger idiot than Pavel Young, as hard as that might be to believe. Anyway, bottom line is any similarities at this point are entirely unintentional. There are things I'm drawing direct inspiration from, but the Honorverse is not one of them. I try to make sure my writing is grammatically correct and avoid spelling errors, but mistakes do slip in, usually from me typing too quickly. As I notice such issues I correct them in my master draft and for the most egregious ones I uploaded cleaned up versions. Much as with Intune I'll probably post a director's cut sometime after I'm done with all the things cleaned up along with additional scenes that I either forgot to add in the original run or did not have time to put in. I know that I have at least one reader who is a Frenchman and so I have a question. Napoleon is reputed to have said, "Ask of me anything but time" at the Battle of Waterloo. What would the French language version of that have been? I know enough French that I could do a direct translation, but I'd like to get this right and I haven't had much luck finding the direct quote in French. Anyway, drop a review if you're enjoying so far. And please do tell me more about how much I am a fiend for addicting my readers to polished writing. Tongue sticking out. Chapter 23. Snippet spoiler, medium to low. The various resistance movements fighting the Britannian occupation were not a united force. Coordination and cooperation outside of those group under the direct sponsorship of the Six Houses of Kyoto was spotty at best, and it was not unheard of for different resistance cells to even end up fighting each other over territory and resources. Ideologies amongst the resistance cells was also extremely varied, with some focused on seeking vengeance on the empire while others simply sought to protect the Japanese people from Britannian predation. These differences did not go unnoticed by the Princess Euphemia, and as Viceroy Her Highness made a concentrated effort to exploit them. Her ultimate goal was disarmament of the various resistance cells, and while she preferred peaceful reintegration back into civil society, she also did not hesitate to reach for the stick that was the Britannian military to force the issue. Needless to say, progress on this effort was slow to bear fruit, and for the first several months of her reign even those resistance cells that might be inclined to cooperate with a more benign imperial government, such as the one led by the Lady Colin Statfeld-Kaujaki, continued to operate against Britannian authority. As testing as these occurrences were, however, the next genuine threat to the Viceroy's own personal safety came not from the Japanese resistance cells but from the disagents that were in the process of fomenting what would become known as the Black Rebellion. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 23, Agira Sequitur Credera. Millie Ashford received 5 minutes warning before a team from the Princess Euphemia's security detail arrived at Ashford Academy to secure some of the premises. The soldiers were courteous, professional, and obviously feeling more than a little harried, seeing as not 10 minutes later the princess' own armored limousine rolled onto the school grounds and came to a stop before the student council building. Needless to say, there was some heavy breathing as the soldiers took up positions around the perimeter. Millie was caught between amusement and pity, seeing as the princess armsman probably had about as little warning as she about Yuffie's impromptu visit. Then again, she was not quite sure whether that pity was for herself or for the soldiers. When she had sent Suzaku back to his superiors with her message, this was not the reaction she was expecting. Millie watched very carefully as Yuffie exited the car. The smile that Yuffie greeted her with was calm and composed. Her eyes, though, there was a hard glint to them that Millie could not recall ever seeing. Quite the unexpected reaction indeed. Your Highness, Millie greeted with a slight curtsy. This is quite the unexpected surprise. I apologize for dropping in like this, Yuffie said, holding up a stack of papers. I thought I should return Nina's notes and drop off my exams at the same time. That was not exactly what Millie would have called subtle, but then again this way there was no mistaking the point the princess wanted to make. You didn't need to come all the way here in person to do that, Millie replied. Yuffie's eyes regarded Millie unwaveringly. Some things one cannot delegate. Millie nodded. Indeed, some things one could only do oneself. Well, seeing as you took the trouble of coming all the way here, would you at least stay for some tea? I believe I have some free time this evening, Yuffie said. Yes, I do humbly accept your invitation, Millie. Millie refrained from snorting, not just because of the 4 armsmen standing around. From what she had seen thus far, the Princess Euphemia was fair and could be very open-minded, but humble she was most definitely not. She was a princess of the realm and well aware of what that meant, both in terms of the privilege and the responsibility that position entailed. At times she seemed too cognizant of the two, sometimes having someone take their responsibilities too seriously was even worse than someone simply ignoring those same responsibilities. As the 2 girls entered, Yuffie came to a stop at the threshold. Wait for me out here. The 2 armsmen immediately tensed up. Your Highness. Yuffie glanced back at them. That is an order, Corporal. When faced with a direct command from a member of the imperial family, it took someone of considerable fortitude to even consider disobeying. To the man's credit, even faced with such an order, he did not forget his primary duty. Begging your pardon, Highness, but the brigadier is liable to shoot us himself if we leave you alone, even here. The smile that earned the soldier was a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I will apologize to Brigadier Eyre myself. The matter that I wish to discuss with Ms. Ashford, however, is of a private nature, thus I must insist that all of you remain outside. The armsmen exchanged looks all around before deciding that maybe, yes, Ashford Academy's security might just be sufficient such that they could risk letting the princess leave their hearing. Their side, however, well, that was not a question of if but where the brigadier would shoot them. We will be posted at the windows, Your Highness, the sergeant said. If you move out of line of sight, we will force entry. That earned the soldier a raised eyebrow from both girls, but he returned their gazes unflinchingly. Yuffie finally nodded and followed Millie inside. True to their word, the armsmen did not attempt to follow them inside. The soldiers did, however, take up positions so that at least 2 of them had a clear view of the princess at all times. A tea service with a warm pot was indeed waiting for them inside, and as Yuffie took a seat, Millie poured her a cup. Yuffie took a single sip to be polite before setting it aside. You are concerned that I intend to weaponize Ms. Einstein's work? Yuffie opened. Your bringing it up means you've thought about it, Millie replied. Of course I've thought about it, Yuffie said, and in the process I've learned more about atomic physics than I ever wanted to. And what I have learned scares me, Millie, because what I have learned is that we still have gaping holes in our understanding. Ms. Einstein's work might create an incredible source of energy beyond even Sakuradite. It might also unleash Pandora's box by creating a weapon of untold power. Or, and this is a long shot, all it might do is reveal that we have a fundamental misunderstanding of atomic physics. Hey, you know, I think that'd be the best option of the three, Millie said, Nina proving all those boffins wrong. To be perfectly frank, so do I, Yuffie said. But the problem is that no one knows for sure which of the outcomes it will be. The only way is to try and, well, see what happens. Millie regarded the princess quizzically. Try and see what happens doesn't exactly inspire confidence, Yuffie, especially with how freaked out both you and Nina seem to be over the destructive potential of what she's been working on. Yuffie massaged her brow. I am well aware, Millie. And if there was some other way to get this information, I would have done so already. The fact of the matter, however, is that this is still a field undergoing active research, and your friend is not the only one working on it. In fact, I look a quick peek at government expenditures over the last couple of years and I'm pretty sure there is already an official program running. One that you weren't aware of, Millie noted. Quite. While I certainly do not know about everything the government does, my access to the Exchequer's records mean I can generally find the financial black holes classified projects tend to be. And this one is a very, very big hole. Wait, stop, Millie said with an upraised hand. Should you really be telling me all this? Strictly speaking, no, Yuffie said, but I have enough faith in your good judgment to trust that you will not be leaking this, and that you will make sure that your friends who already know about Nina's work are equally discreet. Millie gave the princess a cool look. Sometimes you really worry me, Yuffie. Yes, I suppose I might, Yuffie said softly. If only things were simpler and the imperial court was not such a, how did your grandfather describe it, a snake pit. But you're hoping to change that, Millie said. And while I don't begrudge you that ambition, I do wonder at the cost. You believe the cost will be high? Millie pursed her lips. I remember my history, Yuffie. Of the last 6 emperors, 4 of them were deposed in what amounted to military coups. If you're really going for the throne, there will be blood. Right on cue. An eyebrow rose. You believe I am aiming for the throne? Well, that's what all of you imperial scions are supposed to do, no? Millie responded. The princess considered the words for a very brief moment. Point. But do you honestly believe I stand a chance at winning the throne? Does it matter? Millie countered. You're a princess of the realm, regardless of whether you stand a chance or not, whether you even want the throne or not, everyone else's expectation is that you are going to go for it. And since everyone expects you to want the throne, they're going to treat you accordingly and either try to push you to make a play because they think they can get in your good graces or kill you to eliminate a rival to whomever they're aligned with. All valid points, Yuffie conceded. But the question still stands. Do you believe I stand a chance, Millie? The other girl smiled wryly. I don't really have a choice but to believe otherwise at this point. You've dragged us back into the limelight after all. Yuffie grimaced ever so slightly at that. Yes, that was certainly true, and in so doing it was not only the Ashfords that were suddenly at risk but also Nunnally. But then again, these days Nunnally was more an Ashford than a Britannia. Everything you have said thus far has truth behind them, Yuffie said. Nevertheless, this partnership, alliance, whatever you want to call it, will not work if your belief in me is not genuine. So I ask again, do you believe I stand a chance if I made a play for the throne? A scowl darkened Millie's as she answered. You don't, unless you can come up with an ace in the hole. And you are afraid that I am hoping that this atomic weapon might be that ace. The Ashford girl regarded Yuffie silently and pointedly before nodding. Yuffie on the other hand took a deep breath. What I am about to tell you, you cannot repeat to anyone, including Nunnally or Reuben. Millie grimaced. Is this something I am going to regret hearing? I hope not, Yuffie said. Tell me, if the unthinkable was to happen and His Majesty were to pass away right this moment, whom do you think would succeed him? Millie gave the younger girl a flat and very unamused look. Yuffie smiled coyly back at her. I know, my question and any answer you give could be misconstrued and twisted by others, but we are alone right now and I promise that anything you say will be in confidence. The Ashford daughter knew that she could probably trust the princess' word. That did not stop her from staring at the girl for another few seconds with a renewed scowl before finally answering. Prince Schneeisel. Not Prince Odysseus. The scowl deepened ever so slightly. Apologies, Yuffie said, holding up her hands. I do not mean to press you. And I happen to agree, were my father to pass away now, it would be Schneeisel whom would ascend the throne, for obvious reasons. Obvious indeed, for despite Odysseus being officially heir primus the man did not possess the personal authority to go along with his positional authority. Others of the court, including Schneeisel and Euphemia herself, deferred to him because he was the crown prince, but should the matter of succession actually become an issue Odysseus possessed few means with which to defend his position. Schneeisel on the other hand was the prime minister and therefore the head of government, a position that provided him with many levers of actual power. The only one that could directly challenge him was Cornelia due to her control of the military, something that most everyone at court was cognizant of. And what would happen to me and the other imperial scions after Schneeisel ascends the throne? Based on past precedents, a purge, Millie stated flatly. His rivals, anyone that supported them, and anyone close to any of the above would be exiled if they're really lucky and completely ancillary to the actual court, or more probably lined up against the wall if he's feeling generous. If he's not, they're handed over to the Inquisitio for questioning. And you believe that Schneeisel would repeat the actions of previous emperors? You tell me, you're the one who actually knows the Prime Minister, Millie responded somewhat testily. As disrespectful as the older girl was starting to get, Yuffie did not hold it against her. In fact, it was probably a good thing that Millie was venting right now, seeing as it was obvious the girl was feeling more than a bit stressed about how her life was getting turned upside down. Then allow me to be blunt. There will be no purge, no interrogations, and no executions. When Schneeisel ascends the throne, he will do so with the support of the politicians via his own position as Prime Minister, of the military through the support of Cornelia via her position as Marshal of the Empire, and the gods willing, of the bureaucracy through my support via my position as Cabinet Secretary. Millie made a slight choking sound. The position of Cabinet Secretary sounded fairly innocuous. It was, however, the highest-ranking position in the Empire's civil service and the de facto head of the administratum. Officially, the Prime Minister was listed as the formal head, but the day-to-day management of the administratum was carried out by the Cabinet Secretary. It will be a few years yet before I can assume such a position without inciting a mutiny within the civil service's ranks, Yuffie said with a wiry smile, but those few years are likely to be passed before we even realize. Yuri talking about, Millie stuttered. Oh Odin, you really are planning a coup. A somewhat put-off look crossed Yuffie's face. Were you not listening? I was, Millie said. And I heard you when you said there weren't going to be arrests or executions. But Yuffie, what you're talking about is still a coup even if it's bloodless. You're going to be concentrating the power of effectively the entire government in the hands of you three. This time it was Yuffie that grimaced. She should not have been surprised that Millie would see that potential problem. The older girl's whimsy was after all more a product of boredom due to her intelligence than a lack thereof. You are again correct, the princess said. We would be concentrating power into our hands. But the current system is structured such that such concentration is a necessity. If power is decentralized too much, we run a major risk of the empire fragmenting due to the individual ambitions of the nobility. There is no substitute for a strong emperor, a strong central government, and the only way to ensure that a smooth transition occurs when the next emperor ascends the throne is to ensure that the right of the new emperor to the throne is unquestionable. Yuffie shrugged resignedly. And for that, the instruments of rule must be firmly in hand, if not his, then those whom he has invested trust in. They cannot be allowed to remain in the hands of those who would pursue their own personal ambition over that of the good of the empire. And just how certain are you that what you want is for the good of the empire? Millie questioned. Yuffie smiled sadly. Is it for the good of the empire that an empress can be slain by her political rivals? That an imperial princess be forced to discard her name and heritage and live in the shadows? That an imperial prince be driven to such despair as to take his own life? Millie's face twisted in an unhappy frown. At both a personal and civil perspective, Yuffie was right, that ambition could inflict such costs was more than a little unhealthy for any society. Yet if the princess' desire to basically seize power with her siblings was being primarily driven by her sense of grief over Lelich and Nunnally's death, could that desire be considered any healthier? Still, not once did Millie consider asking whether the flaws in governance that Yuffie brought up were fundamental to the empire's social hierarchy. And not once did Yuffie herself ever consider that possibility. I'm going to need to sleep on this, Millie said before massaging her temples. Assuming I can get any sleep after all this. The smile Yuffie now gave Millie was of genuine sympathy. In the meantime, and back to what first brought you here, Millie continued, I just need a straight and simple answer. Are you interested in Nina's work solely because of its military applications? Solely? No. But it is not something that I can ignore. For reasons that should be quite obvious, I absolutely need an understanding of just how potent an atomic weapon might be. But it is my sincere hope that the only fruits of Ms. Einstein's work is a new source of energy that surpasses Sacredite-based systems. Millie licked her lips. All right, I can live with that. But if Nina gets cold feet about helping you, I expect that you'll let her drop out without trying to pressure her to continue. She's as much a sister to me as Nunnally. Then I shall consider her the same, Yuffie said with a solemn nod. The Ashford daughter in turn nodded, and the two girls reached an understanding on at least one matter this evening. Many others would need to wait before similar resolution. When Euphemia arrived back at the Viceroy's palace, she found a stern-looking figure awaiting her. With hands clasped behind, the figure of Brigadier General Jonathan Eyre was sufficiently imposing that there was just the slightest hesitation as the princess stepped out of her car. Nevertheless, she had an image to maintain and so approached the man with her usual composure. Brigadier, Yuffie greeted. Your Highness, Jonathan replied courteously. Was there something you wished to discuss with me? Jonathan's eyes wandered over to the armsman that had accompanied the princess, and there was the distinct sound of shuffling boots. The words he next spoke, however, were directed to Yuffie. I understand well that you have secrets that you feel a need to keep from even the members of your royal guard. I have no intention of asking that you stop doing so, that is ultimately your prerogative as our liege. I simply ask that you remember two things. The first is that every single member of your guard is there to die in your stead, and I sincerely hope that you trust us enough to perform that duty should the need ever arise. The second is that all of us are sworn to you, meaning that we will follow you to Niflheim to slay hell if you so ask, and that anyone whom seeks to do you harm or stand in the path of your ambition is our enemy, be they commoner, noble, or the emperor himself. Yuffie gazed at the brigadier flatly, her face completely expressionless. She recalled once more that the man really did consider tact to be an optional skill in life. You obviously intend for me to draw some sort of conclusion with those 2 points, Yuffie said. I hope you will forgive me if it eludes me right now, it has been a somewhat long day. Jonathan snorted, his mustache flickering ever so slightly. The conclusion is simple. We will die in your service, your highness, regardless of whatever secrets you believe we are better off not knowing. It is not your responsibility to try to shield us from any fatal consequences of your actions, it is our responsibility to shield you. The gaze with which Yuffie regarded the brigadier now was most pointedly not expressionless. Surprise was mixed in with a palpable guilt in those eyes. The guilt, however, had nothing to do with the likely sacrifices that her armsmen would make in the future. Even if only at an intellectual level, Yuffie had understood that she would likely see the men and women whom wore her coat of arms lay down their lives in exchange for hers. No, the guilt was for the fact that it would be for the sake of her own personal ambition, not her own personal safety, that her armsmen might fall. That was turning out to be a bit more troubling to her conscience. Yuffie felt her chest tighten ever so slightly. That look tells me you're about to have an anxiety attack, Jonathan said dryly. Before Yuffie could respond, or start said panic attack, the brigadier clapped his hands on her shoulder and stilled the trembling. If it had been anyone else laying a hand on their liege like that, the armsmen surrounding the two would have had weapons trained. As it was, several hands did drift towards holsters before conscious thought caught up to instinct. Your Highness, Jonathan said as he bent over to level his eyes with Yuffie's. Your ambition is worthy of us. Do not doubt that for a moment. Yuffie stared into the calm eyes of her protector. After a minute or so she finally took a deep breath. The tightness in her chest was still there, but the tremors were subsiding. She offered Jonathan the sincerest smile she could manage. Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you. Your words are more comforting than you could know. Jonathan straightened and snapped a crisp salute. Then by your leave, Your Highness, I return to my duty. It's not enough. Quizzical looks were directed at the speaker, though it was a young woman of similar age that responded verbally. Is something wrong, Lelich? Charlotte asked. The young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Our assets. They are not enough if we want to actually stand a chance of getting to the Viceroy and the Marshal and killing them before Britannian forces are able to turn the tide. Charlotte frowned. Why do you say that? Two things, Lelich responded. The first is the Britannian air superiority. The liberation movements can't put anything meaningful in the air, which means Britannian forces will have effectively complete domination of the sky. The anti-air weapons that are available will help, to a degree, but we do not have enough of them, and what we do have is not good enough to offset the advantages the combat jets like the F-15 and F-18s stationed in Japan offer Britannian forces. The French lieutenant tapped the map. And then there's the naval task force stationed at Nimitz base. Grimaces appeared around the room, at least on the faces of those JLF officers whose minds had not been completely overridden with obedience to Lelich. The Britannian Pacific Fleet was actually composed of two distinct fleets, the 3rd and the 7th. 7th Fleet was the one that mattered to the Japanese resistance fighters, as its assets were the ones actually stationed in and around Japan. The fleet's principal battle forces were concentrated in two carrier strike groups, one currently anchored at Nimitz base in Yokosuka and the other on patrol between Japan and the Philippines. Every 6 months the strike groups would rotate, with the departing unit drawing upon elements from other task forces as needed to supplement its numbers. Even a single carrier wing had over 80 planes, however, the majority of which were F-18 Hornet multi-role combat jets. Add to that the firepower of the destroyers, cruisers, and even the single battleship attached to 7th Fleet, and any force that sought to attack the Tokyo concession would have a very rough time of it if the Britannian military decided to forego restraint and just flatten the opposition. And if an attacking force was not able to breach the concession's defenses and got bogged down in the ghettos, few were of the illusion that the Britannian Navy cared enough about the people living there to hold back. Then again, there was that wild card that was Euphemia. The princess seemed intent on winning the hearts and minds of the Japanese people, so perhaps the Britannian military might for once actually try to eschew massive collateral casualties in their operations. And that by itself was a problem all on its own. The second is the Viceroy, Lelich continued. While it would be premature to claim that her attempts to win over the population are working, that may well change in the time it takes us to prepare for our assault. Time is our enemy, and the longer we take to marshal our forces, the longer Euphemia has to carry out her reform program. We need to slow her down or, if the opportunity presents itself, remove her from play outright. Do you have a plan, Lieutenant Lamperouge? General Geass asked with unnatural deference. A plan? No, merely problems in search of solutions. Lelich began pacing around the table. We will need to bolster our forces somehow to offset the material advantage Britannia holds, but for the moment my concern is with Euphemia. Right now the Viceroy enjoys a great deal of public support, not just amongst the Britannian population but also a fair degree amongst the Japanese. The way in which she is publicly eviscerating KBR over the drug and human trafficking is playing well with both groups, and if she keeps this up she is liable to severely undermine support for a popular uprising. If that support is absent when we make our move, we might see active obstruction by the general Japanese population and any resistance cells that are not under our direct control. Then we undermine her, Charlotte said. Force her into no-win situations where she cannot satisfy one party without angering the other. And if she attempts to forge a compromise she will simply leave both sides unsatisfied. Assuming we cannot orchestrate a successful assassination, that would be the next best thing right now, Lelich said before smiling wryly. So, do you happen to have such a situation up your sleeve, Lieutenant Dunois? Charlotte shook her head. I believe we must rely upon our gracious host for such convenience. Lelich regarded the officers present with a raised eyebrow. A few simply stared back blankly while others actually looked thoughtful. One in particular however seemed uneasy. Is something the matter, General Geass? Lelich asked. It was with visible effort that Geass began speaking. The Viceroy. Her actions have been of benefit to my people. And that was all the general was able to get out. It was enough however for Lelich to sigh. The leader of the JLF possessed a strong will, and if Lelich was not careful in how he remade the man's mind it would snap outright. An unimaginative slave had its uses, but the rest of the JLF would find any such change in demeanor extremely suspicious. As such Lelich's only option was to shift Geass's perspective little by little until the man was convinced that Lelich's own objectives were exactly what he himself wanted. Until that transformation was complete however there remained the risk that if something sufficiently conflicted with Geass's original principles the general might be able to reassert himself. Lelich walked over to the general and stared him in the eyes, deftly removing the contact that clouded his own left. General. We both seek the restoration of Japan as an independent nation, do we not? Yes, Geass said without a trace of emotion. And that cannot happen so long as Britannia remains in control here, is that not so? That is correct, the general replied once more in his flat tone. And the Viceroy represents Britannia's dominion over Japan. No matter what she does for your people, allowing her authority to go unchallenged is tantamount to accepting Britannian rule. Do you not agree, General? This time Geass did not respond immediately, but his jaw slowly widened nonetheless. Yes, I agree, he said slowly. The tension in the man's features seemed to bleed away as Geass finally succumbed. Lelich smirked in triumph and stood back, inserting his contact once more. Very good General, I am glad that we are all in agreement. The young man looked about. So, does anyone here have any suggestions for how to undermine Euphemia? Those officers that still retained their imaginations exchanged looks. The political prisoners, one spoke up. Lelich turned to face the man. Explain, Lt. Colonel Kusakabe. In the early days of the occupation some people attempted nonviolent protest against the Britannians. They learned at great cost that Britannia does not distinguish between those that take up arms against their rule and those that pursue nonviolent means of protest. Anyone that they find agitating for independence is dealt with harshly. The lucky ones are granted a quick death, the unlucky ones have been languishing in Fuchu prison ever since. That is also where the Britannians are holding various respected intellectuals and former politicians that they do not want to make martyrs of by killing outright. A hungry grin crossed Lelich's face. You don't say. He looked over at Charlotte. I think we have our no-win scenario, my dear Charlotte. And perhaps it is time we begin making use of Kyoto House's other assets. The thrusting sword was met with a parry that just barely succeeded in pushing it aside. The attacker was not perturbed however and was withdrawing his blade for another attempt even before the swords broke contact. Valletta advanced, launching a counterattack to prevent any such attempt from being made. She slashed at the brigadier and the sound of metal clashing rang in the gymnasium. Jonathan twisted his wrist about, forcing his blade atop Valletta's and regaining control of the engagement. The knight angled her own sword downward and away from her opponent to prevent him from sliding his forte down to her foible. Despite the awkward slant her hand was forced into, Valletta still counted this as a gain, seeing as allowing the brigadier to gain any sort of leverage over her blade was an open invitation to get stabbed. The two remained locked together with their swords, but Valletta was again slowly being forced to concede ground. Despite his age the brigadier was still the physically stronger of the two and used that strength to the utmost. A great many lessons on swordsmanship had been imparted upon Valletta from the numerous duels fought this past week. Foremost amongst them was to never let your enemy play to their strengths. The second was the necessity of taking advantage of your enemy's strengths to predict their likely responses. Valletta began withdrawing, allowing her blade to slide downward. The brigadier pressed down on her sword as expected in preparation for pushing it aside outright before lunging in for the kill. Instead, Valletta closed the distance until her entire body was nearly pressing against the locked blades and for a moment managed to offset Jonathan's physical strength. That moment was enough for her to drive the brigadier's blade against the ground even as her own rebound into a horizontal sweep. That came to an abrupt halt as Jonathan let go of his sword and seized Valletta's wrist with his right hand. His left snatched up the blade sticking into the rubber flooring and Valletta suddenly found a very sharp edge pressed against her side as the brigadier's right leg hooked behind her own while he pulled her physically closer even as his grip kept her own sword pointed away from him. "New lesson for the day, Captain," Jonathan said. "A sword is not your only weapon in a duel." The brigadier released her but let his blade linger against her side until he was physically too far away to poke her with it. Valletta regarded the man with a rueful smile as she sheathed her sword. "I will take that lesson to heart, sir," she assured him. "You have improved," Jonathan said as his own sword was returned to its scabbard. "You at least now understand how to use the edge of a sword in addition to its tip." Valletta nodded. On the second day of her lessons she had asked the brigadier why he and the rest of the Princess Royal Guards used spadroons as their ceremonial weapons instead of court swords. The brigadier's response was to demonstrate his mastery of the weapon by effectively shredding the jacket she had been wearing that day. It was an embarrassing but ultimately instructive lesson and Valletta herself came to appreciate the extra tactical flexibility having multiple ways to hurt someone with a single weapon offered. "I have had a good teacher," Valletta said as she surrendered the sword she was using to its original owner. "I hope you have found me to be a worthy student." Jonathan snorted. "Your worthiness can only be determined by yourself, Captain. No lessons I teach can truly prepare you for the actual battlefield. When you face that pompous ass tomorrow you will do so alone. Your victory or defeat will also be yours alone." This time the nod was solemn. Valletta understood well that in his own way the brigadier was trying to make sure she was mentally prepared for the duel. One would have thought that was beyond doubt after all the battles she had fought, but duels were intrinsically different. With modern weapons it became possible to inflict death on one's enemies with impersonal detachment. A rifle might be more efficiently lethal than a sword, but one cannot feel a bullet sink into an opponent's flesh as one would with a blade. A duel was a one-on-one affair with one's attention focused solely on the opponent and their attention on oneself. The kill would also be direct and personal and any hesitation to deliver the final blow was a weakness that a desperate enemy would exploit. Valletta took a deep breath. "I will not waver, Brigadier." The smirk reappeared on Jonathan's face. "No, I don't think you will." That was perhaps the first compliment the Brigadier had paid her since their training began and Valletta felt her cheeks color ever so slightly at hearing them. She coughed to cover it up and moved the subject onto one other matter. "Brigadier, for the past week I have been training extensively with a spadroon and my body has grown used to the nuances of such a blade. I do not personally own such a weapon and the armory does not carry them as part of its standard complement. May I borrow one from Her Highness Royal Guard?" Jonathan tilted his head as if considering the request. Then before Valletta's widening eyes the brigadier reached to his side and unclipped his own blade. She was still gapping as Jonathan stepped before her and presented the sword. "Yes, sir. I expect this back in person or not at all." Valletta swallowed and accepted the weapon with a low bow. "Thank you, sir." The members of the Numbers Administration Council were from both a Britannian and Japanese perspective extremely wealthy. Much of that wealth was tied up investment in saccharide mining so the amount of liquid assets at their disposal was but a fraction of their total wealth. Of that fraction, a significant portion was funneled to the various liberation movements that dotted Japan. Only a few select groups received direct support from the six houses, the vast majority benefiting only indirectly via the odd disbursement of equipment and supplies by third parties or the bribes paid to Britannian officials and soldiers to look the other way from certain activities. Sometimes these small tokens were the difference between freedom and death, other times they made no difference at all. The most recent direct beneficiaries of the six houses, or more specifically of the Sumeragi family, was at present enjoying the hospitality of their patrons. The room they were all gathered in was quintessentially Japanese with everyone kneeling around a large table. Only 5 people were present, ignoring the servants/guards hovering in the background. The hostess herself was at the head of the table, her face unveiled for all to see. It was a measure of trust, this revealing of her true identity, not that hiding behind some curtains would have served as anything more than a formality. Still, appearances served a purpose and Kagaya's direct and personal appearance served as a clear enough message to Colin and the others. "You have been most gracious in your generosity, Sumeragi-sama," Colin said politely. The half-Britannian half-Japanese girl was in her disguise again, her hair shaded a dark brown and the blue of her eyes muddled by a pair of contacts before being outright obscured by shaded glasses. "And you performed most admirably in Kashigaya, Akakashi-san," Kagaya said with a smile. "The Viceroy reacted as we hoped and is even now dismantling the leadership of KBR's Japanese branch." Colin pursed her lips. "How certain were you that the princess would actually move against KBR?" Was there not a risk that she would have stood idly by and let the company brush things under the rug? If you truly believed the princess was of such a character, would you have spared her at the Kawaguchi resort? Kagaya asked back. The fake brunette shrugged. At the time she had not done enough for me to get anything more than a passing read of her character. As far as I was concerned, letting her live was a gamble. She seemed to be more capable than Clovis, but that capability could have cut both ways. Kagaya nodded. A point. And to answer your question, it is because our agents learned of plans on the part of Her Highness to create an opportunity to investigate KBR. On the day of your operation, the princess was already marshalling forces to secure the chemical factory. That elicited a raised eyebrow from all three resistance fighters. You're saying the Viceroy was planning a false flag operation of her own? Colin said. Indeed, Kagaya said with a nod. So why did you bother supporting my raid? Inu cleared her throat before Kagaya could answer, drawing the attention of the others. I believe it was intended as a test, Akakashi-san, Inu said, addressing Colin by her alias, to determine whether we were capable of operating with finesse. Is that not so, Sumeragi-sama? Kagaya mouth widened into a smile. Very astute, Inu-san. She then looked back over at Colin. You have very able seconds, Akakashi-san. Colin held her face impassive. The way the young mistress of Kyoto House worded that sentence sounded like yet another test. There was however another purpose, Kagaya continued. We wanted to send the Viceroy a message. Compression appeared on Inu's face almost immediately, while it took Colin a few moments to make the inference. You wanted to let the Viceroy know that we Japanese are not solely dependent on her to deal with those who would harm us. The smile sharpened and took on a slightly predatory air. Correct, Akakashi-san. Our ultimate goal after all remains independence from Britannia. It would be unwise to allow the Viceroy to start believing that it is at her discretion are Japan's problems resolved. Colin chuckled. Whatever happened to obtaining prosperity as part of the empire? Pursuit of both goals need not be mutually exclusive, Kagaya stated. We can work to improve the lot of our people even as we work to ensure the continuation of the Japanese identity and eventually the re-emergence of a Japanese state. To treat the two as some sort of zero-sum game would be a major strategic error. That was a pretty audacious claim from Colin's perspective. The young woman did not entirely dispute it, but the level of complexity inherent in Kagaya's position made the problem as much a philosophical one as it was a political one. It was all too easy to take a direct view of Japan's situation, to regard all Britannians as oppressors and any Britannian initiative as anathema. Black and white, no shades of grey. But the real world was not that simple, and to try to treat it as such would simply result in missed opportunities to advance the greater cause of independence, or worse, do active damage to it by overreacting to Britannian maneuvers. And I presume dispatching us to Kashigaya was a means to ascertain whether we would make that error? Colin asked. In part, Kagaya said. We also needed to determine your technical competence. Seeing that you're allowing us to meet a new person, I presume we passed, Colin said dryly. Kagaya smiled playfully. Indeed, Akakashi-san. And having witnessed both your intelligence and your capabilities, I feel confident that there are many ways in which your cell can contribute to the wider liberation campaign. Colin regarded Kagaya levelly. We will help in the greater fight, but we will not be pawns. Of course, Kagaya agreed, the smile still on her face. You are after all already a knight? Colin snorted at the wordplay. She supposed she had made it a bit too easy for Kagaya to play off the chess imagery. Was there something you wished to discuss specifically then, beyond informing us that we had passed your test? Colin asked. Kagaya nodded and glanced over at Ichijo. Are all of you aware of Fuchu prison? The man asked. It's where the Britannians stuck all of the political prisoners they took after they seized control of the country, Inu answered for the trio, and then some. Are you thinking of a prison break? That is one of the options on the table, Ichijo said. Several prominent honorary Britannians will soon be petitioning the Viceroy to release the prisoners held at Fuchu. Many have been there since the occupation began. All of them are civilians. Politicians, intellectuals, normal everyday civilians. While some were active resistance members, the majority are simply people that dared raise their voice against Britannian tyranny and brutality. So you want us to break them out if the princess refuses to release them, Colin said. If it comes to it, Ichijo said. We must after all maintain a certain degree of pressure on the Viceroy. While her effort to raise the standard of living for our people is admirable, that does not change the fact that her ultimate goal is for the full integration of Japan into the empire. If we are to keep the dream of independence alive, we must be willing to test the limits of the princess' magnanimity on matters such as this. Colin glanced at Ogai and Anu and received ever so slight tilts of their heads. I think we can get behind that, she said as she looked back at Kagaya and Ichijo. So long as the operation doesn't end up getting those same prisoners killed in the process. Keeping them safe both during the extraction and afterward is of paramount importance, Ichijo assured them. We will make any arrangements necessary to see it through. Colin nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then let's get to it. End of chapter 23. No love for the brigadier? Inu's relation with Naoto was something I made up. Nevertheless, there's not really anything in the anime itself that contradicts it as far as I can remember, but then again it's been a while. God damn it, I wanted to get the whole KBR thing dealt with this chapter, but it's just dragging on and on. Hopefully none of you are getting arc fatigue, I'm starting to suffer it a bit myself. By the time this is done I'll have dedicated at least 5 chapters to the immediate situation around the refrain plot, more if you count all the setup. Anyway, the next chapter will positively conclude the refrain arc, minus some scene here or there talking about the judicial sentences or the portrayal of the carrying out of said sentences. The duel between the noble asshole and Valletta will be the first scene next chapter. It's actually been somewhat tricky to put Yuffie and Colin on opposing sides. At a basic level what the two want complements each other quite well. Of course that does not mean that there will be no conflict between the two, far from it, but any point of contention between them has to be something the two would have genuine cause to disagree over instead of me arbitrarily making one of them too pig-headed to be reasonable about something that they can work out a compromise on. Looking through my own references, it looks like the quote "ask of me anything but time" was not necessarily something he actually said at Waterloo, but more of a general quote attributed to him that he said to his generals and marshals. At this point I'm almost wondering if the English sources I'm looking at are misquoting him or something. This is mildly irritating to say the least. Oh, and apparently I have at least 2 Frenchmen actively reading this story. I hope I'm doing the predecessor to your DGSE proud. A note on technology that I forgot to add last chapter. The rate of development for new weapons systems is going to be on a much more realistic timescale than it was in the anime. In the anime they supposedly went through 3 or 4 generations of nightmares in the span of a year, maybe 2 years if we're being generous. That is not realistic, at all. Over the course of the 6 years of World War II the Germans only went through about 4 generations of tanks, assuming we treat the Panzer IV, the Panther, the Tiger, and the Tiger II as distinct generations. What this boils down to is, don't expect these massive leaps and bounds of technology to happen in my story. If you're lucky you just might see the Gareths and Vincents starting to roll off the production lines at the end of the story, but the majority of the Brightonian nightmare forces will be good old Sutherlands slowly being supplanted by Gloucesters. Oh, and the whole float system is so not going to become standard issue. It is and will remain a neat trick for certain deployment scenarios, but it will never be for general purpose combat. If you want to fight in the sky, get in a damn fighter jet like any real air force would use. Anyway, on that note, the majority of the military tech Britannia uses is obviously based on American gear. Most of the stuff is from the 1970s, but seeing as they have commercial technology that wasn't widespread until the late 90s at the earliest, I think I'll be forgiven. For the most part I'm also using a lot of American units and historical figures, mostly for convenience reasons. That and the irony quota. Can't forget about that. Any bets on which battleship the Brightonians are keeping anchored at Yokosuka? Side note, the notion that Suzaku could lose an entire naval task force to the Black Knights and not suffer some pretty major blowback in the Code Geass anime is pretty stupid, regardless of his position as a Knight of the Round. At a minimum his credibility as a commander would have been massively shot after that kind of screw-up, and the trust and opinion of your subordinates is not something that political cover can save you from. All of the Latin phrases I've been using for chapter titles can be found on Wikipedia. No, really. I'm literally copying them directly from the site's list. You could do a search on the page and find them verbatim. Today's translates to action follows belief. There was one a couple chapters back that I modified to be bread and medicine instead of the more standard bread and circus, but otherwise I just copied them wholesale. Anyhow, keep the questions, and reviews of course, coming. At this point I am starting to seriously question whether I'll be able to finish the R1 storyline within 50 chapters. We're, maybe, a third of the way through it. Maybe. I know what the next 2/2.5 major crisis will be, and I need one more before I kick off the Charlie Foxtrot that caps off R1. Chapter 24. Snippet spoiler, low to non-existent. Up until the reign of the Empress Euphemia, the constitution that governed the Holy Brightonian Empire was decidedly slanted in favor of the nobility. Those checks and balances that did exist were geared more towards ensuring the peerage could not easily move against the sovereign, and while protections did exist for the common citizenry, most legal scholars would not regard them as very robust. This of course did not mean the nobility had free rein, and in fact a far more informal system of checks and balances existed where the formal one lacked sufficient teeth. This informal system rested on 2 points, the first the fact that the House of Commons' approval was required to pass appropriations bills through Parliament, even if they could only originate in the House of Lords. As such, despite the superior position of the upper house of Parliament, the nobility was not in a position to outright ignore the views of the commoners. The second point of this system was the power of high, middle, and low justice possessed by the emperor. While there existed a formal judicial system in the empire, the emperor could at his sole discretion rule on a case himself. These rulings supersede any precedent set by the courts themselves and may only be overturned if the emperor changes his mind or a successor makes a new ruling to reverse the previous one. This authority can to a limited extent also be granted to the Emperor's agents. In fact, officially this was what granted the Britannian judiciary their power. The Knights of the Round also possessed a remit to exercise this power, as did viceroys such as one Princess Euphemia. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 24, Octorida's face at Legem. The Viceroy's palace was, in addition to being the seat of government, a major aggregation of noble interests. There was prestige in being invited to its halls for the various social events hosted here. Conversely, to be issued formal summons to the palace generally portended unpleasant tidings. As Captain Valentinu stepped into the building, however, she felt eminently calm. Perhaps it was because of the noble whose steps mirrored hers on her right. Or perhaps it was because of the sword strapped to her left. Whatever the cause, Valetta was at peace with both her past actions and whatever fate lay in store for her this day. The two officers were escorted through the palace by a pair of the princess armsmen, which in and of itself was not that surprising. Euphemia's royal guard was after all responsible for the security of their liege's residence, though their still small numbers made Valetta wonder why two would be assigned to play tour guide for herself and the Margrave. When the four emerged on the roof garden, however, the captain's serene composure lapsed momentarily as she caught sight of the princess herself with Brigadier Eyre and General Darlton standing by her side. The butterflies that Valetta had thought absent started fluttering in her stomach. The brigadier's presence was nerve-wracking enough, but to have General Darlton and the Viceroy herself to witness the duel was far beyond her expectations. The night, however, was soon out of time to stew over the unexpected development, as from another entrance came the Lord David, accompanied by someone wearing his family's colors and two more of the princess armsmen. Valetta frowned. One look at how the man was dressed made clear that he was not intending to fight this duel himself, not with that flouncy get-up he was currently sporting. The one getting his hands dirty was obviously going to be his escort. The four soldiers took up positions at the four corners of what would serve as the dueling ground, and each made the motion of momentarily resting their hands on their holstered sidearms. The message was clear enough. If any threats to the princess emerged over the course of the duel, the armsman would cut down the source without hesitation. "Calm yourself," Jeremiah said at her side. Valetta realized that her breathing had become more labored. She took a deep breath and tried to settle her nerves. Her hand was already itching, eager to tighten over the grip of her sword and commence with the duel. The forms had to be obeyed, however, and so she forced herself to wait patiently. Andreas positioned himself on the side between the two parties and regarded each group. "Blood and honor," Andreas began. "Those are the measures of a noble of the Britannian Empire. To lose honor is to become unworthy of the blood. And to spill blood one must take care that it is done in honor. Lord Edward David the Younger, you have been accused of slandering the honor of the Dame Valentinu. In accordance with her standing as a knight of the Empire, she has demanded satisfaction in blood. Will you seek her pardon before bearing your arms?" Edward sneered. "This entire affair is a farce. Captain New has no standing to demand satisfaction from one of the blood. She should be stripped and put to the lash for such impudence." Valetta felt anger boil within her, but Jeremiah's hand came to a rest on her shoulder before she could respond. Looking over, she saw the man shake his head. The knight took another deep breath. The Margrave was right, allowing herself to be baited like this was probably exactly what the Duke's son was hoping for. Andreas raised an eyebrow at Edward's words. "Lord David, I remind you that Dame New's petition for satisfaction was submitted and cleared by Her Highness herself. I offer you this chance now to withdraw that remark, otherwise I will allow her armsmen to exact their own satisfaction for your slander of their liege." Edward scowled but had enough sense not to keep digging his own grave. "Apologies, Your Highness," he said with a bow in Euphemia's direction. "I do not presume to gainsay your judgment." The princess made no visible response, instead continuing to watch with cool composure. Seeing no decline of the noble's retraction, Andreas shifted his gaze over to Valetta. "Dame Valentinu. The Lord Edward David the Younger has declined to offer amends for his insult. Do you still demand satisfaction, or will you withdraw your accusation of slander?" The question was a mere formality. In the history of the Empire only once had an accuser ever come this far only to withdraw. That individual had disappeared the following day, only for his headless body to turn up a week later. Valetta had no intention of set a second such precedent and drew her sword. She then unclipped the scabbard and tossed it aside. "I will not, Lord Darlton," Valetta said firmly. "I will see satisfaction this day or I will die defending my honor." Andreas regarded Valetta with tightened lips before moving on to the next formality. "Who will champion your cause, Dame New?" "Myself," Valetta stated, "and the Honourable Margrave Gotthold has deigned to serve as my second." Andreas looked back over at the Duke's son. "And who will champion your cause, Lord David?" "Why, my loyal servant Sebastian, of course." The sturdy-looking man accompanying the noble drew his own blade, a more traditional fencing saber. Valetta frowned. So she had been right. For all the younger Davids playing at soldier with KBR's mercenaries, there had been little indication the man possessed the stomach for getting bloodied himself. Edward had also likely guessed that Valetta would take the field herself. By having someone else fight for him, he could minimize the chances of being personally harmed while also increasing the chances of Valletta being cut down. And if Valletta did defeat his champion, he would still have one last chance to plead for his life by apologizing. Rejecting such a final apology was not unheard of, but there were significant risks in doing so, especially with Valletta being a mere knight and Edward being a duke's son. Of course, with Duke Windsor's current legal troubles, his son might not have long to hide behind his pedigree, but right now at least he remained a blooded noble. Then, seeing as no recourse to avoid bloodshed remains, champions, step forward. Valletta came forth and stopped the prerequisite number of paces from the center of the field. Her would-be opponent did likewise. Salute. The two did so, both knowing that it was a false courtesy they were extending the other. On your guard. The man named Sebastian adopted a crouched stance befitting his fencing saber while Valletta shifted to a side stance. Begin. Valletta waited for a single second before taking the offensive. She advanced with a powerful lunge, slashing downward diagonally with her sword. The stiff blade of the spadroon easily bent her opponent's saber, but Sebastian did not allow her to keep their weapons engaged. He let his own saber slide up the length of Valletta's sword before breaking contact, the tip of his blade flicking back as the pressure on it suddenly disappeared. Valletta jerked back, just barely getting nicked by the point of the saber. She would need to take care. Whatever advantages her spadroon afforded her against a more flexible blade could be turned against her if she gave Sebastian an opportunity. The two combatants circled one another as both sought such opportunities. Sebastian was the first to seemingly find one, lunging forward in an attempt to jab Valletta in the chest. The knight batted aside the saber, but Sebastian let his blade bend until it sprang straight inside Valletta's guard. Valletta just barely managed to reverse her own sword to parry the renewed thrust, this time stepping in to force contact between their respective fortes. The maneuver was not without some risk as she narrowly dodged being skewered in the neck, but with blades now locked once more she was able to reassert a measure of control over where Sebastian could shift his weapon. The man withdrew, opening the distance to try and break off contact once more. Valletta allowed him to just begin his retreat before twisting her sword about and slashing downward. The motion did not quite catch Sebastian off guard, but when the two separated, the tip of Valletta's spadroon began staining the ground red. The knight smiled ferociously. First blood was hers. Sebastian flexed his shoulder but otherwise ignored the cut. It was a shallow wound, and so long as he did not allow further such touches he could live with letting Valletta land the first strike. Conversely, if he did end up with more such wounds, the loss of blood if nothing else would do him in. Death did not need for 1,000 cuts to set in. The man hefted his saber and began circling about once more. Valletta considered her options. She could go for Sebastian's left again, try to draw him with a feint before hitting him on the other side. If she could get the man's sword arm, the duel would be as good as finished. The knight shifted the angle of her blade. The next moment she went for a vertical slash. Sebastian's saber came in from the side to meet her blade, a motion that made no sense to Valletta. And then she recalled an earlier maneuver where the man bounced his more flexible blade off hers and used the backlash to get under her guard. The direction of Sebastian's parry would not allow for a repeat of the move, but it would allow for something else. The saber's blade curved away from Valletta as it just barely deflected her sword before snapping back like a whip. The flicker was just fast enough to cut across the Valletta's right arm and leave a shallow trail of red in its wake. This time it was Valletta that retreated. The knight looked down at the trickle of blood that now ran down her arm. Much like her own strike, the wound was not deep, just enough to break the skin and draw blood. Sebastian's strike, however, had the potential to be more serious, seeing as he had managed to wound her sword arm. She needed to end this quickly before her opponent found some way to take advantage of this. The two continued circling with Valletta waiting for Sebastian to press his advance. Instead, the man hung back, keeping his guard tight and seemingly content to remain on the defensive. That made no sense, but Valletta soon grew tired of waiting for an attack and launched one of her own. This time she aimed low, stabbing at Sebastian's legs. Her opponent parried her strike, but instead of trying to repeat his whipping maneuver, pulled back. Valletta frowned. She lunged at his center, not expecting to actually get through, and sure enough, Sebastian once more blocked. And once more her opponent did not deign to counterattack. Valletta blinked. That last attack seemed to take a lot more out of her than it should have. As she leveled her sword against Sebastian, she noticed a slight tremor in her hand. That was not right. She had not lost that much blood from the wound, in fact the cut should be basically coagulated at this point. Valletta spared a quick glance at her arm to confirm this, but the sudden shift caused her vision to blur in that moment of transition. Her footing seemed to shift from out from under her, and Valletta forced her body to freeze long enough for her sense of balance to stabilize. She looked back over at Sebastian once more to see a wide grin on his face. That was when it struck her. Poison. She had been poisoned. Valletta took a deep breath, fighting the tightness in her chest. Officially there were no rules regarding the use of poisoned weapons in a duel. Unofficially such deception was frowned upon, assuming one got caught. The complication with that, however, was once a duel was commenced, it could not be stopped without one side conceding. That was probably what the Lord David was aiming for. If Valletta halted the duel to get treated, she would basically forfeit. And if she continued fighting, either the poison or Sebastian would kill her. Valletta's grip tightened. She needed to end this fast. The knight launched another attack, once more aiming for Sebastian's center. Her opponent prepared to parry her attack, but as their blades touched, Valletta threw the weight of her body against her sword. The added force caused Sebastian's saber to bounce instead of deflecting Valletta's blade, and the man backpedaled hurriedly, trying to get away. Had Valletta been at her best, he would have failed. As it was, her blade sank into the top of his right shoulder and left a deep gash. Sebastian cried out in pain, lashing out with his foot and kicking Valletta away. The knight just barely managed to stay upright, taking a few moments to re-establish her guard. Sebastian glared at her as he cradled his bloody shoulder. This was not a wound he would be able to shrug off, but it was apparent in the man's expression that he still believed he held the advantage. And as it was, Valletta shared that belief. The poison was taking its toll, and she did not expect to last much more than another minute or so. She either needed to finish this or figure out something to counteract the poison. And then Valletta's eyes fell upon her own blade. That just might work. Sebastian still seemed intent on waiting her out, apparently preferring to play it safe than take any further risks in their duel. That lack of daring was now going to bite him, however, as he simply watched as Valletta stopped threatening him with her sword. Instead, the woman ran her left hand along the edge, slitting her own hand and letting its blood coat the blade. A sharp pain shot through Valletta and she felt her mind focus. She had bought herself perhaps another minute, but now it really was all or nothing. And the way Sebastian eyed her blood-soaked blade was telling in and of itself. After all, her blood had to be full of the very poison he had gotten her with. Valletta took a deep breath. And then she charged. This time Sebastian was ready for any attempts to power through and positioned his footing accordingly. All that accomplished, however, was to leave his left leg exposed as Valletta delivered a hard kick to his shin. The man howled once more in pain, a cry that was abruptly cut short and then replaced by Valletta's own as she slammed her sword into his chest. The blade slipped between the ribs and a gush of blood erupted from the wound as a hole was torn in Sebastian's heart. The man stared at Valletta in shock for a few seconds before his eye glazed over and his body crumbled. Too weak to hold herself up, much less the corpse her sword was buried in, Valletta fell with him. Her sight was becoming fuzzier and fuzzier, and it took her a few moments to realize that Jeremiah was at her side. "Valletta, can you hear me?" the man said frantically. "My lord," Valletta heard her voice say. I believe I've been poisoned." And that was the last thing Valletta's senses passed to her before she blacked out. Jeremiah grabbed hold of the woman as he looked up at Andreas. "Sir, she's been poisoned." Andreas' face darkened into a scowl as his gaze fell upon Edward. "Armsman, first aid, now." Technically Andreas had no authority to be issuing orders to members of Euphemia's royal guard. Today, however, he was serving as master of the grounds, and Euphemia had explicitly ordered her armsmen to obey any order he gave in that capacity. As such, the two armsmen on Valletta's side of the grounds immediately rushed over to the woman. They pulled her off of the still bleeding Sebastian, and as one checked her pulse, another pulled out a flashlight and pried upon an eye. "Dilated pupils," he said, pulling out a syringe from his pouch. "We need to get her down to the medical ward immediately." The soldier injected Valletta with the emergency antitoxin all armsmen carried in case their usual charge was ever poisoned. Once done, he and the other man picked Valletta up as gently as they could manage and hurried off. Once they were gone, Jeremiah's gaze turned to the Lord David, the scowl on his face easily matching if not surpassing the one on Andreas. "Edward David," Jeremiah said, not even bothering with any courtesy titles. "You are a miserable worm unworthy of the privileges and dignity accorded your title." Edward snorted derisively. "Insult me however you wish, Margrave, it changes nothing, for this affair is settled. Your precious knight has spilled the blood needed to satisfy her vanity." Edward adjusted his clothes. "Now if you will excuse me, I have more pertinent matters to attend to." "Those matters will have to wait, Lord David." Heads turned towards the speaker. Jonathan stepped onto the dueling ground, his sword already drawn. "Lord Edward David, you are accused of complicity in the manufacturing and trafficking of refrain and the abduction and impressment of Her Highness subjects." Jonathan glanced over at Euphemia. "Your Highness, have you considered the evidence before you?" "I have, Brigadier Heir." Edward's jaw dropped. "Your verdict, Your Highness." "Wait just a moment." The Duke's son exclaimed. "I am a noble of the blood. I demand my due before a proper court of my peers. As His Majesty's duly appointed Viceroy, Her Highness holds ius gladii within Area 11, Jonathan said with a sneer. "Her authority is all that is necessary to judge any subject within her domain." He looked back over at the princess. "Your verdict, Your Highness." Euphemia's eyes hardened. "The defendant is found guilty of the accused crimes." This is a farce." Edward screamed. "You won't get away with this, my father will see you drawn and quartered." "Sentence, Your Highness?" Jonathan asked, ignoring the whimpering noble brat. The princess regarded the Lord David coldly. "Death. You may proceed with the execution, Brigadier Heir." "By your command, Your Highness." Jonathan now turned toward Edward and directed his sword towards the man. The lordling looked about frantically, seeing no hint of pity in any of the others. The two armsmen that stood at the corners on his side of the field stepped away as they drew their sidearms and leveled them at the Duke's son. Backed into a metaphorical corner with no options left, Edward frantically drew his own sword and faced Jonathan. With a mad cry he charged the brigadier. Jonathan Eyre was regarded by those familiar with the man as a highly competent swordsman. This regard did not come from his winning of any prominence in formal fencing tournaments. In fact, the last time the man had fenced in a scored match was back when he was a cadet at West Point. And with his casual disregard for such fencing niceties as right of way, Jonathan was absolutely merciless when it came to creating and exploiting openings in his opponent's guard. Edward David was regarded by most people as the overfed and pompous ass of a son of the Duke of Windsor, someone who liked to imagine himself as a warrior but did not possess the discipline or competency to serve as an officer in the Britannian military even with his father's influence backing him. And while Edward was a decent shot with a rifle or pistol, he had never bothered putting in the sweat and blood needed to forge his own body into a proper weapon. As the swords of the two men met, Jonathan casually twirled his wrist and in one smooth motion used his blade to wrench Edward's weapon from the astonished noble's hand. The man's eyes were still wide when Jonathan reversed his swing and brought the tip of his blade clean through Edward's neck. A muffled gurgle sounded before being abruptly cut off as the brigadier twisted and severed the noble's head. As Edward's vision spun with the fall of his head, the last words he ever heard reached his ears. "Thus die all traitors to the throne." When Colin arrived at school, the student body was already abuzz with the latest news. It was only yesterday that the charges and execution of Edward David the Younger, son of the Duke of Windsor, had been released to the general public. The severity of the man's crimes, along with their sheer depravity, ensured that few people even amongst the Britannian populace harbored any sympathies for him. A few nobles did wring their hands and make noise about the importance of members of the peerage receiving proper consideration even for matters as severe as the crimes the late Edward was accused of. Most of those same peers knew when to take a hint and wisely kept their mouths shut if they could not find anything approving or respectful to say about the very permanent defenestration of one of their members. The company of soldiers that stormed the Duke of Windsor's estate at the same time his son was being executed probably had as much to do with their sudden discretion as said execution. More arrests would certainly be made over the matter and no one wanted the Viceroy's eye to be drawn in their direction. By the time lunch rolled around, Colin was getting more than a bit tired with all the hushed whispers. It was mostly the boys that were doing the whispering, the majority of the girls seemed fairly squeamish about the thought of someone getting decapitated. Still, it was with some relief that Colin made her way to the student council building with CC. "Thou art of ill humour," her companion remarked. "What ails thou?" "Ill humour? Not really. I'm just trying to figure out what the princess angle in all of this is." "Thy princess hast confound thou." "Sort of." The manner with which she arranged Lord David's execution was unexpected. As Viceroy she does have the authority to order summary executions, but that authority is very rarely exercised these days, or at least exercised so publicly and against such a prominent member of the aristocracy. Now, what sort of person would just outright execute someone without even bothering with a formal trial? "'Tis obvious, no? A despot." "Exactly. Oh, most everyone that's talking about the execution publicly support the princess, especially with how nasty the crimes were, but the thing is, it was an open and shut case. The princess had all the evidence she needed to successfully convict them already, she didn't need to bypass the courts. That she did so anyway, it's a message. A reminder of her stature. And a warning," Colin said as they reached the student council building. "Anyone that crosses her or attempts to undermine her authority will end up on the chopping block, whether you be a Japanese commoner or a Britannian noble." With that closing remark, Colin opened the door and entered the building. Millie and the others were already there, and with her classmates about any conversation would have to move on to safer topics. Millie waved at Colin with a wide smile. "Yo Colin, are you feeling better?" "Much, thank you," Colin replied with a smile of her own. "My apologies for my absence." "Ah, don't worry about it," the student council president said. "Just be sure to take care of yourself, you don't want to miss what's coming up this weekend after all." Colin blinked. "This weekend?" "Yep, it's the big dance," Millie said with good cheer. "We've been planning it for months now. All the catering is arranged, the decorations bought and paid for, we just need to dragoon some of the sports clubs to provide the manpower to put them up." "Oh," Colin said with muted enthusiasm. "I think I heard some of my classmates mention it a while back, I had forgotten about it." "Well, it's a good thing I warned you," Millie said. "At least this way you won't be taken by surprise by all the guys lining up to ask to escort you to the dance." This time Colin did not even bother trying to hide her displeasure as she sighed. "Oh. Lovely. No one you'd be interested in letting take you?" Millie asked. "Not really," Colin said. "To be honest, I haven't really thought much about that. What about you?" "Ah, well, I'll be busy coordinating everything, so I'm afraid I officially will not be looking for a date," Millie said before giving Rivals a pat on the shoulder. "I'll have my trusty vice president with me though, so I guess he could count. Thanks Prez, Rivalts said with a wiry smirk. A slight chuckle escaped Colin as she took a seat. I believe you'll need to go one round on the dance floor with Rivalts to make it count. She then looked about. By the way, where's Nina? She's working on a special project, Millie said. Even breathing in a calm heart rate. At the very least Millie was not lying about that. Oh? Sounds interesting, Colin said as nonchalantly as she could. What's it about? Rivalts and Shirley were not quite able to keep their bodies from tensing up, not that anyone without Colin's enhanced senses would have noticed without knowing exactly what to look for. Millie on the other hand looked completely composed. Were it not for the slight quickening of her pulse not even Colin would have noticed the other girl's wariness. I'm afraid I've been asked to not discuss it too much, Millie said with a genuine-looking disarming smile. Colin was not fooled in the least but her instincts warned her to back off from the topic. This almost certainly had something to do with the message Sozako delivered last week but if Colin wanted to find out more she would need to pursue alternate paths, the rest of the student council was obviously not prepared to share what they knew. For now Colin tried to shift the topic as gracefully and innocently as she could. So is she going to be too busy to attend the dance? While the loss of tension was more subtle on Rivalts and Shirley's part Millie chuckled openly. Not sure she would have gone unless I dragged her along. Nina's not that social. A mischievous smile appeared on Millie's face and Colin felt a chill run down her spine. What about yourself, Milady Stotfeld? Colin regarded Millie ruefully. She probably should have seen that segue backfiring that way. As I said, there really aren't any guys at the school that I'm particularly interested in, Colin said. Ah, so you are free for the evening. Millie said, her grin widening with every word. I suppose that is the case, Colin said warily. Then you would perhaps be free to help me and Rivalts manage the dance. The grin was starting to remind Colin of a certain fictional cat. I think so, Colin said. I don't have anything scheduled for this weekend. Excellent, Millie said. And this way you have an excuse to use to dodge all those guys who'll try asking you out. Win-wins are the best, no? This time it was Colin that chuckled. Yeah they are. And if I'll be there so will Cecilia, so make sure she also gets her fair share of work. Millie regarded the ostensibly French girl. You won't mind, Cecilia? 'Twould be mine pleasure, Mademoiselle la Presidente. Will the occasion warrant formal attire? Millie nodded. It is a dance after all. 'Tis so, CC said with a sly grin. Then might I commend thee to grant thy rede to mine charge? Colin's head snapped over with a look of consternation. What? 'Tis most regrettable but Mademoiselle Stotfeld payeth little mind to her clout. Surely a woman of that quality could see to the rectification of that lack. The smile that was now on Millie's face was making Colin very, very nervous. No, that's fine, the redhead said hurriedly, trying to head off the inevitable storm even as she shot an irritated look at CC. I have plenty of dresses to choose from, I'll be fine. Plenty you say? Millie said. Well I'm afraid plenty just won't cut it this day, Colin Stotfeld. For an event of this importance we must find you an outfit that will see you positively shine. But... Nah ha ha, Millie cut her off. I will hear no protests. Clear your schedule for this afternoon, Colin, for we will be going shopping. But... Oh don't worry, it won't just be you and me, Shirley needs a new dress too, and we can test out our selections on Rivalts and have him carry the bags. Shirley smiled comfortingly at Colin while Rivalts was accompanied with a shrug. But... And there's Cecilia too, did you bring any formal dresses with you from France? If CC was taken by surprise by the question she did not show it. Nay, Mademoiselle la Presidente. Well then, we'll need to get you something as well. You know, a lot of the guys have been eyeing you as well. Might as well strut what you've got. The headache Colin was now feeling had nothing to do with her geese. 'Twould be a merry time for all, CC smirked. I certainly hope so, Millie said. Honestly, it takes a lot of work to make sure everyone has a good time, never mind all of the security arrangements that just make things more complicated. Colin's ears perked up. Security arrangements? The older girl nodded. I was running an errand for my grandfather yesterday at the Viceroy's palace and ran into the princess. She's been busy, but I managed to convince her to come and take a break from her duties. Now that piqued Colin's interest. She had only ever exchanged a handful of words with the princess, as either the Red Knight or as Colin Stotfeld, but it was becoming increasingly clear that she needed to get closer. The princess was obviously planning something and her position as Viceroy of Area 11 meant that whatever she intended Japan and her people would be impacted. She already had a foot in the door thanks to her joining the student council, now she just needed to step all the way in. Hey, I see, Colin said aloud. It would be nice to speak with her again. She seemed like a very nice person. Millie was no fool and her eyes narrowed ever so slightly before the girl's face assumed a genial mask. I'd like to keep the evening business free, Colin, you know, give Yuffie a chance to unwind. Colin nodded. I understand. I'll be on my best behavior and try to make sure that the princess can enjoy herself as just another student of the academy. The girl tilted her head thoughtfully. Hey. You might need to arrange a date for her. Millie blinked at the seemingly random remark. What do you mean? Well, if the princess is coming by herself, how many guys are going to want to ask her to dance, irregardless of whether they already have a date? And somehow I don't think it'd help the princess enjoy the evening if she's surrounded by a bunch of jilted teenage girls. Millie rubbed her chin thoughtfully. You know, that's actually a very good point. The problem is finding a guy that I'd trust to not screw this up. We could just have one of Her Highness guards play the role, Rivals suggested. No, both Colin and Millie simultaneously shot him down. You don't want to create any emotional entanglements between a primary and the person they're protecting, especially not romantic ones, Millie further elucidated. Even if the armsman would be playing at it, yeah, no. All right, Rivals said, holding up his hands. I get the picture. Millie's eyes were still on him. Actually. The Cheshire grin was back in full force. Rivals' eyes started bugging out. Oh no. No, no, no. But it's perfect, Millie said. You still have your boon from Yuffie and I know you won't try to do anything inappropriate with her. If I bring the princess to the dance, every guy in the school is going to be after my head the next day, Rivals said. And no girl here would ever give me the time of day again. Ah, is there someone you're sweat on here? You I mean, gah, Millie that is not funny. Flippant and irreverent as the girl could be, Millie Ashford was not insensitive and knew when she crossed a line. In fact the Ashford daughter generally could sense where such lines were and which ones not to cross. On those rare occasions when she oversteps however she knew better than to try to deny or cover it up with more inappropriate humor. Sorry, Millie said with clear sincerity. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Rivals nodded curtly, his anger still a bit raw but he knew Millie well enough to understand she had not meant any harm. The boy sighed. I can offer to escort the princess to the dance, he said, so long as we make it clear to her that I'm just a stand-in. If Her Highness has someone else she would rather go with, she should feel no obligation to me. The smile that reappeared on Millie's face was one of sincere gratitude. Thanks Rivals. But, the boy said, the next time we have a dance, I get off from student council duties so that I can go enjoy myself with a date I pick. Fair, Press. The smile even widened. Fair, Rivals. On the first day Valletta had drifted in and out of consciousness as her body was flushed of the poison that had coated her opponent's blade. By the second day she was lucid enough to feel bored even with the selection of premium cable channels her private suite afforded her. Fortunately she would only be here for another day before being discharged, assuming that word still applied even when she was not formally admitted to a hospital. Not surprisingly the Viceroy's palace had plenty of rooms that could be converted into a makeshift ward and Valletta was prepared to provisionally interpret the princess' seeming generosity as a good sign. A knock sounded and Valletta turned off the TV, not that she had really been paying attention to the show. Come in. Valletta had been expecting a palace servant, none of the doctors or nurses that had attended to her the past 2 days bothered to knock, hence why she was leaning back lazily against the pile of pillows. When the door opened however the knight shot straight up as she watched first Margrave Gottwald, then General Darlton, and finally Brigadier Eyre enter. Sirs, Valletta spluttered. As you were Dame New, Andreas said with an upraised hand. We would not want you to undo the healing you have managed this past day. Valletta relaxed, just a bit, but remained sitting upright as 3 of the most powerful men in the area positioned themselves around her bedside. Dame New, Jeremiah said. You are recovering well. I am my lord, Valletta replied. Thank you for your concern. And once again thank you for standing by my side. Jeremiah smiled and nodded politely. It was the least I could do for an officer as talented as yourself. Valletta returned the smile before looking over at Jonathan. And thank you as well, Brigadier, for taking the time to instruct me. Were it not for your tutelage, I would have fallen victim to the Lord David's machinations. Jonathan raised an eyebrow. And do you still believe in the worth of calling out the late Lord David? Valletta nodded firmly. I do, sir. And then she grimaced ever so slightly. Had I known of his intended duplicity however, I would have been more careful in seeking satisfaction. Jonathan smirked. So long as the lesson was properly imported. The remark was a bit vague but Valletta was pretty certain she understood the gist of it. On that note, the woman said as she reached for the sword hanging from the bedpost. She presented it to Jonathan. Thank you for the loan, Brigadier. As per your condition, I return it to you in person. Jonathan looked at the offered blade, then up at Valletta herself. Instead of taking it however he glanced over at Andreas and Jeremiah. Both men nodded and after nodding back in turn Jonathan returned his gaze to Valletta. What say you to keeping the sword? Valletta looked at the man in confusion. Sir. I have gone over your record Dame New, Jonathan said, and it is impressive. Graduated third of your class from West Point and served a tour of duty as part of the pacification campaign in Area 14 before transferring to Area 11. Since your arrival here your record has been impeccable and it is also my understanding that you commanded the forces that stormed the Kawaguchi resort. Valletta's expression was just a tad rueful. I am afraid on that last count I did not act with enough haste, sir. I was responding instead of forcing a response in that instance. Yet the fact remains that you did respond instead of dithering, Jonathan countered. I reviewed the ops plan you put together and considering how little time you had to get everything organized, everything was superbly coordinated. So superbly in fact that I feel just the slightest guilt of potentially depriving General Darlton and Colonel Gottwald of your services. Valletta's breath caught as the final pieces clicked into place. Sir, she choked out. Are you? Indeed I am, Jonathan said, the smirk back on his face. Should you be willing, I have a place within Her Highness Euphemia's Royal Guard for you. And considering your obvious competency and dedication, I see no reason why in a short time the princess herself would not take notice of you personally. And make her a knight of honor, was the unspoken intimation. Valletta was now finding that the tightness in her chest came from something else entirely. Aye sir, this is a tremendous honor, she managed to say despite the shallowness of her breath. It is a tremendous responsibility, Jonathan said dryly. As you may have noticed Her Highness tends to be somewhat willful. That willfulness no doubt makes her an effective leader, but it also sets her against a variety of interests. It is our job to protect Her Highness from those interests, to lay down our lives if necessary. If you sign on, I will hold you to the same expectation as I do for everyone else in the guard, not excepting myself. The smirk returned. And it will only be when you meet that expectation that we may speak of tremendous honor. As recruitment speeches went the brigadiers would not have been rated as particularly inspiring. It was however very frank and Valletta found herself oddly moved by that frankness. For all the pomp and livery that went hand in hand with the upper strata of Brightonian society, it was sometimes difficult to see clearly where the lines were drawn. The brigadier on the other hand dealt with that particular problem with his usual brusqueness by simply ignoring all the pageantry and focusing on what really mattered, the safety of his liege. And that was the sort of dedication that Valletta could find inspiration in. The woman looked over at the other two officers present. My lords. The brigadier discussed this matter at some length with myself and the Margrave, Andreas said. It is true that I am loath to lose the services of as fine an officer as yourself, Dame Nu, but I am in agreement with the brigadier on all the salient points. The ultimate choice is yours, and whichever path you choose you shall have my full support. Valletta's gaze was now solely on Jeremiah. The Margrave smiled wearily. I have little to add to the general's remarks, he said, but I will say this. I am slightly envious that it was you whom the brigadier considered capable of shouldering the responsibilities and worthy of the honor of being recruited into Her Highness Royal Guard. And worry not about the matter of your duty to Britannia. By helping ensure Her Highness' safety you are performing a service that has few equal within the Empire. Valletta nodded and smiled gratefully in return to both men. She then looked back at Jonathan. If you will have me brigadier, I wholeheartedly accept. Jonathan's mouth quirked up again into his habitual smirk. Rest well, Dame Nu, for you will not be getting much time for it once you report for duty. His eyes fell on the sword Valletta still clutched. And make sure your sword is properly sharpened. We of Her Highness Royal Guard have no weapons for the sake of ceremony. I will sir, Valletta said, gripping the sheathed weapon tightly. I will. The smile that was on Schneeisel's face as it appeared on the monitor was probably as genuine as her brother could manage. The same could be said for the one Euphemia returned. Good evening Euphi, I hope you are doing well. Well enough, thank you brother, Euphi replied. And yourself? The smile became somewhat strained. Much as always. There is a small uproar in the House of Lords at present, but then again there always is. Ah. I hope you are not at risk of losing your majority on account of me. Far from it, many of the peerage are hoping that remaining within my good graces will offer some protecting from my inexperienced end. There was genuine humor in the smile now, capricious, younger sister. Amusement colored Euphi's expression. If there was one trait that was genuinely shared by every member of the imperial family it was a notably irregular sense of humor. Distinctive personality quirks were a dime a dozen amongst the peerage in general but when it came to the Britannia's comment tended to be hushed lest a member of the family decide someone needed a demonstration of said humor. In all seriousness Euphi, you have ruffled quite a few feathers, Schneeisel said. While I agree with the necessity of putting down this trafficking ring, in the future please at least give me some warning, even if you must do so via our secure lines. Having seen the deftness with which you are handling the bewailing, yes, I believe I can provide my dear brother advance warning the next time I have need to put to the sword a noble, Euphi said, her own smile disappearing as she paused. I expect to sign the Duke of Windsor's death warrant in 2 weeks' time. You have sufficient evidence? Schneeisel asked, not a challenge, merely a confirmation. Euphi nodded. Some of his inner circle have already confessed, in detail, to their crimes and the Duke's complicity. There is no doubt. Very well then, Schneeisel said. I will deal with any issues that arise here in the homeland. Would a writ from His Majesty sanctioning the execution be of assistance? It is likely the Duke is already preparing an appeal in expectation of his conviction. The smile returned as Yuffie bowed her head ever so slightly. If you could arrange such, I would be most grateful. Schneeisel nodded. Consider it done. And so the back and forth continued. Yuffie's trust in her dear brother was not unconditional, much as Schneeisel's own faith in his beloved sister. It was not simply a matter of confidence that either would not be willing to inflict harm on the other for the sake of their own advancement, there was also the concern of how well each handled the power already at their disposal and how they responded when limits to that power appeared. As Viceroy, Yuffie actually possessed some powers that Schneeisel lacked as Prime Minister, the ability to circumvent the judiciary being one of them. On the other hand, Schneeisel was one of the few people in the Empire to have direct access to the Emperor, even more so than the rest of his siblings, and that access translated to another type of power. Softer perhaps than the delegated authority a viceroy possessed, since Schneeisel at least needed to convince his father of the merit of any proposal he made, but when he succeeded it was an absolute authority that he could wield. And in this way the two siblings tested each other, giving and taking in turn to what all involved hoped was in a mutually beneficial way, for in those instances where such equilibrium was disrupted the end result tended to be very bloody. Incidentally, I intend to visit Area 11 within the next month, Schneeisel said. The Camelot Institute is preparing to test a new nightmare prototype they have been working on, and there is another research project I have over there that is beginning to bear fruit. And seeing as both you and Cornelia are in the area, I thought I could also use the opportunity to meet with the two of you and discuss Gimel. A polite smile remained on Yuffie's face as she replied. That is an excellent idea, brother. And I hope you do not mind if I also squeeze in some occasions of state that would benefit from your presence. Schneeisel chuckled wearily. So long as you arrange for banquets to accompany them, I think I could be persuaded to put in an appearance. I shall arrange for a veritable feast, Yuffie assured him. Oh, before I forget, there was one other thing I believe we should discuss when you arrive. Oh? And what would that be? I have potentially found something that would be of help to Muspelheim. Schneeisel's expression did not visibly change and his voice when he responded was its usual levelness. I see. Its brevity on the other hand made clear his surprise. Yuffie smiled innocuously. I suggest you speak with Earl Asplund and Captain Crumey for the details. Though please do note that I have given my word that the asset must be voluntarily offered. Schneeisel smiled wearily. I see indeed. Well, that is certainly something for me to ponder on. I almost fear that I might not have the patience to see me through this next month. I am sure you will endure, dear brother, Yuffie said, her expression softening ever so slightly. And it will be good to see you again. This time there was no hidden depth behind Schneeisel's own expression. And I as well, Yuffie. Stay safe until we meet again. End of chapter 24. No, I am not setting up rivals with Yuffie. Who I do end up setting her up with is a not-so-minor problem, seeing as there really weren't that many impressive guys around her age that match her caliber in my version. Or in canon for that matter. I'm almost certainly going to need to come up with an original character. And what is that lovely music? Oh, it's the screeching of the Yuffie x Sozaku zealots. In all seriousness though, don't take it as a given who she will end up with. And she is going to end up with someone, if only because of her sense of obligation in the necessity of leaving an heir behind. Love need to have nothing to do with that. The next 1 or 2 chapters will be breathers. I think a lot of my fatigue was just from having to try to maintain the overall tension. Though then again a breather for the main set of characters doesn't necessarily mean the side characters will be getting off nearly as easily. There are a couple of plot points that I really need to start laying prep work for. We're only about 30%, on the generous side, of the way into the R1 arc. Which means that we're only at about 15%, on the generous side, of the overall story. Meaning we're still in the setup and preparatory stage and not really that far into the story. Meaning there isn't enough of a foundation for anything to be left if I drop in a development that does permanent damage this early. On the other hand, from the snippets that I've released thus far, you all know the Black Rebellion is coming, and you all know that sometime in the near future things go balls up enough that Yuffie ends up dropping a nuke somewhere. I think you can all take it as a given that both events leave permanent damage. Oh, and there's still the EU to consider. I didn't give them scenes for nothing. All those events however need to have the proper setup. The Black Rebellion is not going to be happening in a vacuum, same with the nuke. When they come about, I fully intend for their occurrence to actually make sense instead of dropping them in arbitrarily for the sake of creating drama. Doing otherwise is just sloppy writing, and by all rights any one of the major setbacks that Lelouch ran into in the canon anime should have ended him. One does not succeed by relying on the stupidity or carelessness of your enemy, one wins by making sure that your enemy can't win even if they make no mistake at all. That said, that doesn't mean the world won't burn a bit by the time I'm done. What am I saying? It's going to burn a lot. At the same time, let's keep Yuffie's successes thus far in context. When she became Viceroy, Area 11 was a giant mess. It doesn't take much to start making things a little bit better, but she is nowhere close to actually getting the place integrated into the empire. Yuffie's own timeline for this little project is measured in years. She is competent, she is not a miracle worker. Note that while I am open to questions, I am not going to respond to any questions whose answers would constitute spoilers beyond those already planned in the snippets. CC lines because this time they might actually not be the most straightforward to decipher. I've been lazy the last few chapters. Thou art of ill humor. What ails thou? You seem somewhat down. What's bothering you? Thy princess hast confound thou? Your princess is confusing you? 'Tis obvious, no? A despot. Isn't it obvious? A dictator. A reminder of her stature? A reminder of her authority? 'Twould be mine pleasure, Mademoiselle la Presidente. Will the occasion warrant formal attire? It would be my pleasure, Madam President. Will I need formal wear for the event? 'Tis so. Then might I commend thee to grant thy rede to mine charge? It is so. Then might I ask you to give some advice to my charge? 'Tis most regrettable, but Mademoiselle Stotfeld payeth little mind to her clout. Surely a woman of that quality could see to the rectification of that lack? It's most regrettable, but Lady Stotfeld pays little attention to her clothes. Surely a woman of your station could see to remedying that? Chapter 25. Snippet spoiler, medium to low. The 100th Infantry Battalion was formed by General Andreas Darlton as part of the reorganization of Britannian forces in Area 11 after his and the Marshal Cornelia's arrival. The rank and file of its constituent companies was composed of primarily honorary Britannians, with only the senior NCOs and commissioned officers being native Britannians. It would go on to become one of the most highly decorated combat units within the Britannian army, fighting for the Empire across the world over the course of the Great War. Many of its members would go on to serve as members of the personal detachments of the various Knights of the Round that served the Empress Euphemia, while others would become direct armsmen of Her Majesty. The latter is especially fitting, seeing as the first major engagement the 100th fought in after its establishment was the First Battle of Tokyo, the opening of the Black Rebellion. Two of the battalion's companies was stationed at or around the Keio Hospital campus when it came under attack by Japanese Liberation Front units seeking to assassinate the then Princess Euphemia. The 100th fought alongside the Princess Royal Guards under the direct command of Brigadier General Jonathan Eyre, losing a third of their numbers to casualties in the desperate defense of the campus. For the valor they demonstrated that day, the 100th was granted permission to emblazon the battle on its colors, only the 5th predominantly honorary Britannian unit in the Britannian unit to be accorded this honor. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 25, Ante-Festum. The military's reorganization has seen quite a few people move up and down the ranks, Andre said. Quite a few officers that were overly slack in their duties have been kicked out of the military outright, and the units they commanded handed to more energetic officers. The Marshal Cornelia and General Darlton know what they're doing, though. They are making sure that the commissioned officers taking over the units are backed up by seasoned NCOs as well. So attempting to subvert those units would likely be difficult, Lelich stated. At least not without attracting considerable attention. As unreliable as those units might have been, their new costs are getting them into shape, and if they suddenly decided to go rogue, questions would be raised. C'est dommage, Lelich said. Come on dit, attendez pas la coopération de votre ennemi en la création de votre enclenchement idéal. Andre chuckled. It might be more profitable to attempt to suborn the PMCs that the Viceroy is in the process of dismantling. They are likely hold some enmity towards the Britannian government in general and the Viceroy in particular. Fewer people would find it suspect if they were to go on a rampage in the ghettos and indiscriminately murder civilians. Suspicions would still rise if entire companies engaged in such bloodletting. But it is a good idea, we just have to be a bit creative in pulling it off. Before Andre could say anything else, a knock sounded. As befitted his nominal subordinate rank, Lelich was the one that walked over to answer it, and when he opened the door to the hallway he was greeted by a beaming Charlotte. Mademoiselle Dunois, you seem remarkably upbeat, Lelich said jokingly. Indeed I am, Monsieur Lamperouge, Charlotte responded as she held up a thin packet of paper. I have found something that may aid us in offsetting the force disparity between the Japanese resistance fighters and the Britannian military. An eyebrow quirked up on Lelich's face. Well then, by all means come in and share with me your discovery. It was with a noticeable skip to her step that Charlotte accepted the invitation, and once the door was closed she wasted little time pressing herself against Lelich. And then she caught sight of Andre and blushed ever so slightly. Nevertheless Charlotte made no move to separate herself from Lelich. The young man chuckled and wrapped an arm around the girl and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. Captain Divany, would you mind giving me and Charlotte some time alone? Andre chuckled dryly as he stood. And I thought the two of you would have had plenty of time to share while I was away. They, Japanese, were surprisingly prudish, Lelich said. Charlotte here had to remain on her best behavior. Charlotte withdrew her elbow even as she smiled brightly. Well, I will see about making myself useful elsewhere, Andre said. I trust whatever idea Lieutenant Dunois has brought, you will brief me on it later. The older Frenchman gave Lelich a knowing grin as he closed the door behind him. Lelich himself chuckled and gave Charlotte's shoulder a squeeze. Before we become too distracted, why don't you tell me what you found, he suggested. Very well, Charlotte was an exaggerated sigh before holding the papers up to Lelich's face. I was reviewing the intelligence the JLF has on prominent honorary Brightonians and this caught my attention. You remember who Suzaku Kururugi is? He was awarded a medal for participating in the rescue operation at the Kawaguchi resort, Lelich answered almost immediately. Charlotte nodded. Full points. Here's something that escaped our attention though, he's also a test pilot for the Advanced Special Envoy Engineering Corps. A bit of a mouthful, Lelich remarked before his eyes narrowed. A test pilot? Meaning nightmares. Another nod. According to our intel during the Shinjuku incident, the ASIC deployed a prototype nightmare to take down the insurgents that had managed to seize several Sutherlands. It was successful too. So successful that Prince Clovis was still assassinated. Well, that one's not exactly the ASIC's fault, since they were hardly responsible for the prince's personal security. Lelich grunted. True enough. The two were at his bed and took a seat. So, did you have any specific ideas regarding the ASIC and this Kururugi? Indeed, for one of the details in this report is that he is currently enrolled at Ashford Academy as a regular student. Lelich's expression turned pensive. Is that so? At present we are only aware of the single prototype nightmare the ASIC possesses, Charlotte continued, but assuming the reports have any accuracy to them, this Lancelot is a very impressive machine and represents the next generation of Britannia's nightmare technology. If we can compromise them and get the design specifications back to the EU, I'm sure our own militaries could put the technology to good use. That may be so, but while that may help offset one of Britannia's advantages in the long term, how does it help with our more immediate and local problem? Well, what would happen if this Kururugi were to pilot the Lancelot for the JLF instead of the Brightonian military once they begin their assault on the concession? Teeth was bared in the savage smile that appeared. Je suppose tout bon nouvel n'est pas action ennemi. Maxime 40, Charlotte replied. Bien que je préfère Maxime. Lelich burst out laughing. A woman after my own heart. Charlotte feigned a pout. And here I thought I already had it. The laughter subsided into a dark chuckle and he favored the girl with a quick kiss on the lips. We will need to find an opportunity to compromise him. We know at least one place where he can be found and where we can gain access to with relative ease, Charlotte said as she pressed herself more forcefully against Lelich. Ashford Academy. Perhaps, and perhaps not, Lelich said as he was pushed down onto the bed. The Ashfords are liable to recognize me if I put in an appearance. That may be the case for you, Charlotte said as she began to literally climb atop the young man, but they will have never seen me before. Lelich frowned ever so slightly. You may have to make an approach to trick Kururugi to follow you to some place where I can work on him. Charlotte leaned over until she could almost see her own reflection in Lelich's uncovered eye. Are you worried that I might fall for a mark? A hand rose and caressed Charlotte's face almost gently. I would rather you not need to resort to such tactics. Charlotte chuckled dryly. Tactics. Such a clean, sterile word. Well, have no worry Lelich, I know that you will still hold me dear regardless of how I might be sullied. You could never be sullied in my eyes Charlotte, Lelich said as his own arms wrapped around her. You will always be the light of my life. Charlotte smiled before touching her lips to Lelich's once more. This time they did not part for a very long time. When the bell rung, Colin had barely finished putting her things away when a brightly smiling Shirley was at her desk. The girl smiled wearily as her hand was taken hold of and the brunette almost dragged her back to the student council building with an amused rivals trailing them. Apparently her fellow student council members were under orders to make sure that she did not make a run for it. Millie was not long in arriving, though she did not come alone, Nunnally's wheelchair rolling alongside her. Good afternoon Nunnally, Colin greeted the girl with a smile. I hope you have been well. Very, thank you Colin, Nunnally did likewise in response. Are you feeling better? Much, Colin assured the girl. So, will you be joining us on our little, shopping expedition this afternoon? Nunnally giggled. Millie seems to think I too am in need of new clothes. A girl can never have too many, Millie proclaimed cheerfully. Yet all things in moderation, Colin countered. Life is meant to be enjoyed, Millie replied. The simple things in life. Millie chuckled. If only life were simple. Colin sighed. Quite. The two girls smiled at each other in mutual sympathy, neither likely grasping fully the extent to which their trials and tribulations paralleled the others. Well then, shall we get going? Millie said. Where exactly are we going? Colin asked. Why, to Ginza of course, Millie said. Where else would we find such a concentration of fashionable clothes and delicious snacks all in one place? CC chuckled. Thou hast thy needs well ordered. Life's too short to dither and hesitate, Millie said. If you don't know what it is you want from life, you will never find happiness. But, enough with the philosophizing. Let's get going. And where do you think you're going? A voice cut through Millie's exuberance. The others looked about to see a young man with a beatific albeit less than reassuring smile in the black of the Ashford uniform standing behind them. Oh, Cole. Did you need something? Millie asked. The student extended a sheet of paper at Millie. Your signature. Nina's been absent for the last week and every time I try to find you or rivals you two are off dealing with another minor crisis or whatever it is, apparently forgetting that if I didn't have your signature by the weekend you won't have any food at the dance. Ahaha, Millie laughed nervously as she took the paper. Sorry about that, things have been more than a bit crazy with all the millions of things that we needed to get nailed down. I guess this one must have slipped my mind. Now, here's a pen. Here Prez, Rivalds said, offering one from his book bag. Thanks Rivalds, such a dutiful vice president, Millie said. Now if you would be so kind as to lean over a bit. The boy sighed with feigned exasperation as he obeyed and let Millie use his back to write on. There, Millie said as she put her name down with a flourish. That do it Cole. The boy raised an eyebrow as he accepted the paper back. You're not going to even bother looking over the invoice. If I ever thought you would try to cheat me, I wouldn't have let you draft it in the first place, Millie replied. If you say so, Cole said, folding the paper and stuffing it into his own book bag. He then leaned over, this time his smile a more genuine one as he faced Nunnally. Be sure to drop by the club sometime with your friends, Nunnally, we have a new brownie recipe for all of you to try. I will, thank you Cole, Nunnally replied brightly. The student straightened, nodded curtly albeit politely to the others, and walked off. Once he was out of earshot Colin looked over at Millie. Who was that? Cole Kraft, Millie answered, a classmate of mine. Colin raised an eyebrow. Kraft. Millie nodded. Yab. His old man is currently serving as Yuffie's exchequer. Hey, I didn't realize Sir Kraft had a son, Colin remarked. Didn't know he went here either. Cole's the head of the culinary club, Millie said. He has a good head between his shoulders so I recruited him to help with the dance's catering. Colin snorted. Recruited, like you recruited me for the student council. Are you complaining? Millie said with a mischievous grin. That caused the redhead to blink and she looked over the others, Rivalds, Shirley, and even Nunnally. With a rueful smile of her own she shook her head. No, I'm not complaining. Though from the looks of it Cole is also not complaining about helping you. A mixture of chuckles and giggles sounded from the others, Millie included. Well, shall we get going? The class president suggested. No further interruptions delayed their departure and not too much later the group were in a comfortable and comfortably roomy car being whisked to the Ginza district. The ride itself was uneventful and was spent mostly with the girls discussing what types of clothing they would be on the hunt for this day. Even Colin found herself drawn into the conversation despite her usual apathy for such things due to Millie's sheer exuberance. That and if she remained silent there was no telling what overblown outfit the girl would end up choosing for her with C.C.'s help. The Viceroy's palace was filled with many a conference room, all finely furnished so as to leave no doubt to the wealth and power of its resident and the empire she represented. Yuffie could have cared less about the ostentatious furniture and decorations, what she valued was genuine comfort and basic utility. That was perhaps why the rooms that were reserved for her convenience had most of their furniture switched out. Gone were the overly pretentious paintings and busts, instead the walls were covered with monitors or projector screens. The aged oak tables were switched out for more modern ones that were specifically designed to run wires and cables through, allowing for terminals to be placed at each seat without creating a massive tangle of cords. And the chairs, instead of the old Victorian-style chairs that might have looked regal but were ungodly uncomfortable, office chairs designed to properly support the backs of whomever sat on them were swapped in. All in all the working environment within these rooms were now considerably more comfortable. Not all of the conference rooms were so refurbished of course, the ones that Yuffie rarely if ever even set foot in were left as they were. On the other hand Yuffie's cabinet took their cues from their viceroy and several of the ministers had gone about refitting the rooms in their own sections of the palace along similar lines after having experienced just how much nicer the new arrangements were. 3 of those cabinet members were presently in such a conference room, along with Yuffie herself and a representative from the military. The 4 men together were widely considered to be Yuffie's inner circle, entrusted to both carry out her will as well as advise her on matters of policy. And that is the broad overview of our current fiscal situation, Lawrence concluded. We are seeing a slight uptick in revenue thanks to increased tax receipts, but spending is still outpacing income. I expect we will be running a deficit for at least the next 3 quarters. A good percentage of the increased expenditure is from the recent military operations, Rubin added, but if things continue on their general trend of stabilizing we should be able to pay off our debts within the next 5 years, 10 on the outside. Just a few short months ago Jeremiah would have taken immediate offense to a perceived insult against the military from a bunch of paper pushers. Now though he understood that Rubin and Lawrence were simply stating a fact, not passing judgment. About what we expected, Yuffie remarked. Still, we are making some progress. Policing costs in general are trending downward and economic activity seems to be picking up. The princess smiled slightly. Though I suppose I should not obviate your role, Edward. Rochester smiled wearily. It would be appreciated, Your Highness. Then please, Baron, Yuffie said with a nod. The Baron nodded in turn. Yes, Your Highness. The rebuilding project in Shinjuku is just getting started, the initial set of surveys having just been completed. Nevertheless, several construction companies have taken cues and are hiring on 11s, both honorary Brightonians and otherwise, in preparation for the surge. And as Lawrence said, they are also doing the hiring formally with all the accompanying documentation and paperwork, so we should be seeing income tax on the wages, along with some payroll tax. A lot of this is driven by government spending, but the hope is that with more money being injected into the wider population we'll see an uptick in consumption as basic necessities take up a smaller percentage of more 11s incomes. Another positive note is the number of 11s whom have applied for business licenses at the KO campus. That was an inspired idea, Your Highness, and combined with the less complex paperwork we are seeing quite a few people try their hand at entering the formal economy. I'm afraid the credit for the former will need to go to Dame Sumeragi, Yuffie said with a slight smile, though I will gladly take credit for trimming down some of the red tape. I see, Your Highness, Rochester said with a grin of his own. Nevertheless, the combined effects are promising, and if we can get more people out of the informal sector, we should see a measurable increase in tax revenues, which I'm sure will help Lawrence with meeting his budgets. Moving on, Saccharide production remains on target. As per your instructions, we have been diverting 2% of the current profits into a sovereign wealth fund managed jointly by my ministry and Lawrence's. It's still a trifling amount relative to the wider budget, but with prudent investment and assuming continued production levels, within a few years I expect it will be substantial indeed. At that Lawrence nodded. Siphoning off the revenue like that is going to put some additional pressure on the budget, but I agree with Your Highness' position that we should not become overly reliant on the income generated by the Saccharide mining in order to balance the books. It may be decades away, but eventually the Saccharide veins in Japan will run dry. Best that we make sure we can live within our means now and invest the coin earned for the future. Manufacturing is more subdued than I would like, Rochester continued. The industrialists I've spoken with have generally cited two issues holding them back: infrastructure and Japan's relative paucity of raw materials aside from Saccharide. Infrastructure we are already working on, and as we re-establish law and order in more districts outside the concessions we should see fewer instances of sabotage and attempts at electrical theft. The raw materials issue is more complicated since the closest source is the Chinese Federation, and as a non-domestic source there is a rather high tariff in place. Yuffie pursed her lips. That is a matter of foreign policy and not something I can affect directly. Indeed, Your Highness, Rochester smiled slightly. Hence why it is a complicated issue. As loath as I am to further reduce tax receipts, one option is to offer a rebate to companies to try and offset some of the tariff costs, Lawrence suggested. This is less than ideal as tariffs go directly to the central government, so we have few means of offsetting our revenue. And of course there is the concern that companies would in the long term become dependent on what amounts to a subsidy. We will have to see if there are ways to offset the increased costs by improving efficiency in other areas for now, Yuffie concluded. Rochester nodded. My staff is already performing an analysis, Your Highness. While I doubt we could ever completely offset the effect of the tariffs, I think that there are definitely improvements to be made in areas like the rail system, handling of freight at the ports, and so on. Then I leave the matter in your capable hands, Yuffie said before looking over to the oldest of her advisors. Moving on, you had several matters to discuss, Reuben. Yes, Your Highness, the elderly man said. The survey of the current public and private schools in the area has been completed, and while the final conclusions are still being drafted, I can provide you with a précis now. Please. The quality of the schools in the area is, as might be expected, extremely uneven. While the schools inside the concessions do not have any major deficiencies, the ones that are supposed to serve the 11 population suffer from chronic underfunding and general neglect. Yuffie wished that came as a surprise, but she was too honest a woman to claim such. And as much as she loved Clovis, she knew that her deceased brother had played his own part in letting such rot permeate throughout the area. I presume your remedy for this problem is to make sure that these schools are no longer chronically underfunded, Yuffie said dryly. More or less, Your Highness. The princess sighed. Very well, how much will we need to increase the funding levels of these schools? My current proposal would see the effective funding they receive increased by 40%, Your Highness. The only thing that stopped Yuffie from reflexing letting out a gurgle from her throat was years of practice stifling anything that might detract from her imperial dignity. As it was, she spent perhaps a minute simply staring at Reuben. After that minute passed, her gaze shifted to Lawrence, where she immediately noted the relative lack of reaction on the man's face. Am I to presume, Yuffie said to her exchequer, that Reuben already sounded you out about his proposed budget, Lawrence? He has, Your Highness, Lawrence said after clearing his throat. And while the increase appears substantial on paper, there are several factors at play that reduce significantly the actual increase in expenditures the Treasury would have to shoulder. Yuffie raised an eyebrow and looked back and forth between the two men. And these factors would be graft and waste, Your Highness, Reuben said. There was, and to an extent still is, significant amounts of both interfering with the proper distribution of funds to the schools serving 11s. My staff and I however have made significant headway tracking down expenditures and instituting proper controls to make sure the money that is spent actually pays for products and services the schools need instead of lining some bureaucrat or contractor's pockets. Ah. And with the elimination of such wastage, how are the actual increases in out-of-pocket expenditures? Yuffie asked. Between 20 and 25%, Your Highness, Reuben stated. Yuffie's eyebrow arched upward ever so slightly at that number. It was another way of saying that previous to Reuben's audits approximately 20% of the budget allocated to schools for 11 students was being diverted and wasted. That was a lot of money. Do you have enough evidence to bring cases against those responsible? Yuffie asked coldly. To an extent, Reuben said, which brings us to another issue. Oh. Your Highness has been overseeing the case against KBR and its affiliates personally, Reuben said. Would that be the case if you had any confidence in your present Attorney General? Yuffie pursed her lips. Point. I have however not been able to find a replacement for Mr. Dancer. The three men minus Jeremiah exchanged glances again, a motion that did not escape Yuffie's notice. What? This time both Lawrence and Rochester looked over at Reuben, seemingly deferring to the older man. Would Your Highness be open to a recommendation for the position? The elderly man asked. Why not? I did not hire all of you just so you could listen to me talk after all. This time it was Lawrence that came under the gaze of the others. Jeremy Finch, the exchequer said. He is a lawyer that practices criminal law in the private sector. He also has some experience in commercial law. His conduct has been unimpeachable and his record in court is also respectable. Yuffie's head tilted aside. An acquaintance of yours, Sir Kraft. We went to university together, Your Highness, Lawrence stated. And you believe his integrity to be beyond reasonable doubt? The princess asked. Yes, Your Highness. Why? Because of the father that raised him, Your Highness, Lawrence answered without hesitation. That gave Yuffie pause as she regarded the man. Explain, she finally said. Jeremy's father was also a lawyer, one who practiced in a relatively small town in Alabama. When Jeremy was a child during the Depression, his father was called upon to serve as a public defender for a person of color accused of rape. The man was innocent, but because his accuser was not of color, it was near impossible to assure him of a fair trial. According to Jeremy, a crowd even attempted to lynch the man, but his father kept a watch outside the jailhouse with a shotgun to make sure his client would survive to be brought before the courts. A corner of Yuffie's mouth quirked up ever so slightly at that last bit, nor was she the only one to react so. Jeremiah himself found the account more than a little remarkable, not least the fact that it was a lawyer that stood his ground so firmly. But then again, one need not be a soldier to possess such iron will. His father was the one that inspired him to take up a career in law, Lawrence continued, and from what I have seen of his work since he received his license, he is living up to his heritage. Yuffie nodded. And did his father succeed in getting his client acquitted? Lawrence's mouth tightened. Not exactly, Your Highness. The silence from the princess was all Lawrence needed to know that she required a more detailed answer. The man was convicted, after several hours of deliberation by the jury apparently, and Jeremy's father was working on an appeal when news arrived that the man had been killed in an apparent escape attempt. Yuffie nodded very slowly. I see. The princess sat there for several moments in silent thought, her advisors waiting patiently for her to arrive at a conclusion. And you believe that this Mr. Finch would be willing to accept a position in my administration, Yuffie said, even after what happened to the Lord David. Ah well, Lawrence covered up a cough with a clearing of his throat. I believe so, yes. Yuffie smiled thinly. I am not going to take offense simply because you do not agree with all of my actions, gentlemen, nor will I become less willing to heed your advice in the future. I am aware that there is some disquiet about my decision to summarily execute the Duke of Windsor's son. I know that some of you question the necessity seeing as the evidence against the Duke and his son is incontrovertible. If you so wish we may discuss my rationale for my actions at a later date. For now, I ask simply that you perform your duties as your conscience demands. Lawrence licked his lips nervously before once more glancing over at Reuben. The old man however retained his composure and nodded. Very well, Your Highness, we will discuss that matter at a later date. Yuffie nodded in turn before looking back at Lawrence. Do you have a dossier prepared for Mr. Finch? Yes, Your Highness, Lawrence said, pulling out a folder with a not excessive but still measurable number of pages held within and setting it on the princess' desk. I will review it and arrive at a decision next week, Yuffie stated and looked over to Reuben herself. Was there anything else regarding the education budget you wished to address today? No, Highness. Very well. And now it was Jeremiah that was held in Yuffie's gaze. Your report, Margrave. Highness. At present the reorganization of our forces is proceeding on schedule. The initial upheaval from the dismissals and replacement appointments has been settled and General Darlton is satisfied with the overall readiness levels of the troops. And morale? Uneven, but we're making progress on that, Your Highness, Jeremiah answered. There were quite a few units that had become too slack under General Esprius and were resistant to the increased readiness stance the Marshal and General Darlton insists upon. The truly bad apples are being plucked out and discharged, but it will be some time before we fully flush out the indolence amongst those that remain. On the whole, however, morale is quite high. The operation against the blood of the samurai has helped significantly in allowing the military to recover its confidence after the debacle that was Shinjuku. Yuffie nodded. That is good to hear. Quite, Your Highness, Jeremiah agreed before clearing his throat. There is one other matter, Your Highness. General Darlton has a proposal for the organization of the companies composed primarily of honorary Britonians. At present the companies are nominally attached to other battalions. He believes that it would improve morale and efficiency if these companies were amalgamated into a single battalion instead. That is technically a matter at the discretion of the military, is it not? Yuffie asked. In an ideal world, it would be, Jeremiah said, as surprised as anyone else that he was saying any of this. There however is no precedent for battalion-level units to be composed primarily of numbers from an area that has not obtained satellite status. Is that so? Yuffie said thoughtfully. Then, is the general requesting permission, or simply asking for input? He has indicated that he will defer to your recommendation on this instance, Jeremiah stated. The princess seemed to spend a moment considering it before addressing Jeremiah once more. And do you have an opinion on the matter, Margrave? You are after all one of my military advisors. Jeremiah had been expecting the question and so answered without hesitation. I believe the general's position to have merit. These are the same companies that deployed under Dame Nu's command to Kashigaya, and their members demonstrated both ingenuity and discipline. And with the officers and NCOs that have been selected, I believe that any risk of disloyalty can be managed. Yuffie smiled ever so slightly before nodding. Then please inform the general that I share his confidence in his selected units. Yes, Your Highness. The princess' gaze widened to all of the men assembled before her. Are there any other pressing matters that we need to discuss this day? Heads shook unanimously. Very well then, I thank you gentlemen for your time. Let us all be about our way to doing some real work. Subdued chuckles answered Yuffie's little joke, and the men all bowed respectfully before taking their leave. Only after they were out and the doors to not just the office but also the waiting room closed that Lawrence let out a long sigh. This earned the man a pat on the shoulder from Rochester. See, there was no need to worry. The princess is an inimitably reasonable young woman. For the most part, I agree, Lawrence said as he began walking. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel a certain anxiety regarding how she handled the matter with the Lord David. While the man certainly deserved his fate, to have him summarily executed like that seems rather unnecessary. The case against him and his father is airtight. Why did the princess not simply convict them in a formal court? There is something to that, Rochester conceded and glanced over at Jeremiah, whom was keeping pace on his left. What say you, Margrave? You were there during the duel. Did Her Highness give any indication at all what she was planning to do? Technically this conversation could have been construed as second-guessing their viceroy behind her back. At the same time Jeremiah could understand the unease even the most loyal of subjects could feel when their liege did something unexpected. Thus he answered and became a participant in said conversation. None whatsoever. In hindsight it is obvious that the princess did not intend to let the Lord David leave the palace alive. At the same time, as much as I feel a certain satisfaction in seeing that fool cut down, I too am baffled as to why Her Highness chose that course of action. Lawrence sighed once more. The princess always struck me as someone who respected the word of the law. To have her resort so openly to an extrajudicial execution is, well, discouraging. In point of fact, Reuben's voice rumbled, her actions that day were completely legal. The other men all looked over at the elderly man, a mixture of confusion and surprise on their faces. What do you mean by that? Lawrence asked. Are you talking about the prerogative of the throne and its agents to hold court and issue rulings? Reuben nodded. But even in that case there are procedures, protocols that need to be observed, Lawrence protested. And they were, Reuben said. Tell me, Sir Kraft, what constitutes the absolute minimum of a formal judicial court? Not what the norm is, but what the absolute minimum for a court to be legally recognized. A defendant, a prosecutor, and a judge, Lawrence answered without hesitation. Correct. And it should be quite obvious to all of us just who the defendant was. Reuben raised a finger. That is one. The judge is also obviously Her Highness herself. 2 fingers. All that leaves is the prosecutor, and in areas that have not achieved satellite status, that role can be fulfilled by an officer of flag rank. Reuben now looked over at Jeremiah. And who formally accused the Lord David of his crimes that day, Margrave? Jeremiah sucked in his breath. Brigadier Eyre. A thumb rose, joining the other two fingers. Correct. And because the basic requirements to hold court was fulfilled, Her Highness' verdict that day also constitutes a formal judicial decision. Reuben lowered his hand. The princess did not order an extrajudicial execution, Sir Kraft. Her conduct that day was completely legal, according to the letter of the law. The spirit in the other hand, well, that brings us back to the question you raised already. Why did Her Highness orchestrate the Lord David's execution in such a manner? The others fell silent, only their footsteps sounding in the hallways as they walked. Her Highness, Rochester finally said, she offered to discuss her rationale at a later date. Reuben nodded. And discuss it with her I will. And I would suggest all of you do the same as well. Then should we be approaching her together? Lawrence suggested. That earned him a shake of the head from Reuben. No. Something tells me that this is something we must each shoulder by ourselves. Her Highness has made clear that she is willing to take us into her confidence on a most sensitive matter. The Lord David's execution was not done arbitrarily, there was a reason that he needed to die then and there. Once we are made aware of that reason we will be bound even tighter to Her Highness, and that is a decision that we must each make ourselves. And that was all Reuben had to say on the matter. None of the others could put to words their own thoughts at this moment and it was in silence that they parted for their respective destinations. There was much to ponder on after all and all too few hours in the day to do so. Ah, that was great. Millie said happily as she plopped into the chair. Colin regarded the other girl with a rueful smile. The Ashford girl was energetic in the extreme and had dragged the rest of them through half a dozen stores in the space of 2 hours. Not all stores were of course treated equally, one they spent a scant minute or so inside before something else caught Millie's fancy and she shepherded them out. In the end though the afternoon's mission was nominally achieved as all of the girls managed to acquire a new outfit for the upcoming weekend's dance. New shoes too in the case of Shirley and Millie. That had probably taken more time than choosing a dress, Colin mused. Satisfied? Colin asked the older girl. You bet. It's nice to let loose once in a while and let all the stress flow away. Colin chuckled. Once in a while. The snickers from the others echoed Colin's sentiment and Millie smirked. Yes, once in a while, the blonde girl stated primly. Anyway, we should probably get ready to head back, so if there's any last-minute whims you'd like fulfilled, hop to it. Oh, I want to go get some of that fruit tea, Nunnally said, pointing to a line coming off of a kiosk. My classmates said that they have some really tasty combinations. All right then, I'll get some with you Nana, Shirley said. Thanks Shirley, the girl beamed as she rolled off with the older student. I'll be right back myself, Rivalts said. The call of nature and all that. All three of the remaining girls snorted in a mixture of amusement and something other than admiration. With Rivalts away however Colin found herself left alone with Cece and Millie. The older girl was soon regarding her intently. You seem rather interested in Yuffie, Millie said even as she glanced over at Cece ever so briefly. Colin got the hint. Cecilia, could you go get one of those fruit teas for me as well? Cece raised an eyebrow but nodded and walked off. Millie smiled wearily and waited for Colin to properly respond. I've given some thought to what you said before, Colin said once Cece was out of earshot, about needing to be careful about letting the princess draw me into her circle. She's done things that in the long run will make Area 11 a genuinely better place. She's also done things that make people much more wary of her. You mean the execution of the Lord David, Millie stated. Colin nodded, her face twisting into a grimace. He deserved what he got, considering the crimes he was guilty of. But for the princess to simply have him cut down like that without trial, that sort of capriciousness is disturbing. It is almost as if the princess either does not respect, or does not trust, the legal system, and neither possibility is particularly pleasant. Agreed, Millie said. But if you remain interested in Yuffie despite how she worries you, you obviously want something from her that you think is worth the risk. Colin reminded herself once again that for all the airiness of Millie's attitude, the girl was very, very sharp. I suppose that is true enough, Colin said. But what I want is not something for myself personally. What I want is a proper ruler for Area 11. This place is not just my home, it is also home to all the people I care about, and I do not want to see it torn apart by further upheaval. The smile on Millie's face this time lacked her usual mischievousness. I'm glad to hear that Colin, she said, I really am. And if you're still serious about getting to know Yuffie better, I can probably arrange for you to have a little chat with her. This time a smile crossed Colin's face. I'd appreciate that, Millie. Since the moment I met you in Nunnally, your sense of humor notwithstanding, I've felt that you were a good person. I'd like to think that that is also reflected in the trust you hold for the princess. Millie chuckled. I don't want to worry you too much Colin, but me too. Suzaku, are you ready? The young man straightened. Yes ma'am. Cecile sighed. What have I said before, Suzaku? The boy smiled sheepishly. Sorry Cecile, force of habit. Well, I suppose we'll just have to keep working on training you out of that habit, Cecile replied with a slight smile. Anyway, let's get going. Yes, Cecile, Suzaku said as he picked up his duffel. The two walked through the hangar used by the Asik. Without the Lancelot laid up, the main chamber felt surprisingly empty. Outside, the majority of the technicians and engineers were piling into an armored bus. Suzaku and Cecile, however, joined Lloyd in what was likely a significantly more comfortable motorhome. Rank did indeed have its privileges, though once in the field Suzaku would be camping out with the rest of his unit instead of hanging out in here. Sorry you have to miss your school's dance for this, Suzaku, Cecile said. That's all right, the boy said. I wasn't exactly planning on going anyway. Cecile frowned and gave him a poke on the forehead. That's not the attitude you're supposed to have, Suzaku. You're at school to both learn and also socialize. You can't let just one bad experience turn you off from trying to get to know girls better. Suzaku smiled wearily, seeing as Cecile had no idea the true extent of the animosity one Colin Stotfeld held against him. And so long as the arrangement between him and Colin held, Cecile would never find out, or at least not until Colin was brought around to their side. Or something occurred that would set the two of them implacably against each other. Suzaku sighed inwardly. As optimistic as he was in even giving Colin a chance like that, he was realistic enough to understand that he was taking a very big risk. If Colin ended up deciding for whatever reason that Japan was better served by her taking out the princess, then he would be partially at fault for not having nipped that threat in the bud the moment he discovered the girl. Something wrong, Suzaku? Cecile asked. Hey? Oh, no, nothing at all, Suzaku said quickly. Well, try to get some rest while we're traveling, Cecile advised. Once we get to the exercise location we'll all be very busy. I will, Cecile, Suzaku assured her. With that, the boy settled down into one of the chairs and let his mind drift a bit. The training exercise had been in the works for over a month, ever since the defeat of the Blood of the Samurai. From the after-action reports, Marshal Cornelia and General Darlton had identified a series of issues, major and minor, and formulated a series of steps to resolve them. One of the two Nightmare battalions along with 2 battalions of mechanized infantry would be participating in the exercise, and as part of the effort to better incorporate the Lancelot into tactical doctrine, the White Nightmare would be operating as part of the platoon commanded by Claudio Darlton once more. Suzaku had no particular objection to serving under the Knight's command once more, in fact he was even looking forward to it. That enthusiasm was tempered somewhat by the fact that one Alfred Darlton would also be present, but Suzaku was as always determined to not let the other man get under his skin. The opportunity to get some more experience piloting the Lancelot as part of a proper unit was too important to let it be so easily ruined. For the most part, all of his previous training and simulations had been with him operating the Lancelot solo. That was fine for making him a better pilot, but being a better pilot in and of itself did not necessarily make him a better soldier. Modern war was won not by acts of individual valor, no matter how glamorous and inspiring those acts might be, but by the application of overwhelming force against an enemy. As powerful as the Lancelot was, it could still be buried by sheer numbers if an enemy was intent enough on destroying it. For that matter, a single sufficiently large yield explosive would also do the trick if the Lancelot got caught in the blast zone. Thus, as effective as Suzaku might be alone with the Lancelot, that effectiveness would be multiplied many times over if he could work well with a group of other soldiers, whether they also be in nightmares or not. And the more successful he became as a soldier, the more he would force Britannians to reconsider their preconceptions about the Japanese. It was perhaps a naive approach to take, and Suzaku was prepared to admit that some of the things he was forced to do in service of Britannia was distasteful, but his present position served as a testament that what he was doing was not futile. He may not have been a knight, but he was a nightmare pilot. And despite his youth he had been promoted to a non-commissioned officer rank. These facts meant that effort would be rewarded in the Britannian military regardless of one's heritage. Perhaps those of non-Britannian blood would need to work harder to earn those rewards, but the possibility was there. For now, that was good enough. And for the future, he could hope for much, much more. End of chapter 25. Well, this took a lot longer to get out than I was expecting. Then again, I've been obscenely busy. I took 3 years of French back in high school. I don't remember much of it. Some of the above French I got with a reader's help, other bits I worked out with a combination of Google Translate and what French grammar I remember. Figures of speech are really hard to translate. Anyway, consider the snippets in French to be a kind of Easter egg. The person I asked for help translating them figured out where they were from right away. The story is unfolding rather slowly, to be honest. I need to pick up the pace a bit to avoid getting bogged down too much. The problem is that I could easily double the number of chapters to give more scenes to the bit players, so I need to pick and choose who I give emphasis to. Might need to basically stop publishing for a month or so, write 2 or 3 chapters ahead, and from there figure out if I'm getting too bogged down with the characters or if I can continue as is. At this rate I'm actually somewhat afraid that this will be 3 times as long as in Toon, and I'm not sure I have the endurance to pump out something of that length. Whether Colin or Suzaku is the better pilot pretty much comes down to personal preference. We never see a controlled setting where the two fight in nightmares of equal caliber while fully aware of who they are fighting. The argument could be made that Colin held a decisive advantage with the upgraded Gurren in their last battle, but a counter-argument could also be made that Suzaku's live command should have more than offset that advantage, seeing as he was able to short-circuit Bismarck's Geass with it. Anyway, it's all ultimately a moot point since I'm not treating the nightmares as some sort of literal deus ex machina that decisively tips the edge all by themselves. The religion of the Britannian Empire is Nordic. I'm not going to bother going into the rationale of why Christianity did not successfully take root in the British Isles. It's already an alternate history in the anime, so I'm just exploiting that for my own purposes. Anyway, a few more literary references and guest appearances. They should be pretty obvious. I was really tempted to just use Atticus himself, but by this time he'd be an old man. Fortunately his son would be at about the right age. Chapter 26. The abolishment of the numbers system by the Empress Euphemia is often heralded as one of Her Majesty's great reforms. The process was not without difficulty, as a great many laws and regulations needed to be revised or rescinded outright. It must be remembered that the numbers system was not some singular thing that could be dismantled with a single stroke of the pen. It was in fact a cumulative effect of countless restrictions and limitations that permeated Britannian civil society and government. Many commentators and historians however consider the Empress' initial act of emancipation to be incomplete, for the removal of restrictions does not necessarily equate the legal guarantee of freedoms. Laws to enforce the equal treatment of all peoples in the empire were slow to work their way through Parliament, and the courts were reluctant to infer the existence of such protections based solely on the lack of laws restricting freedoms. Combined with a prejudicial mentality amongst large swathes of the Britannian population, even with the removal of formal restrictions on the activities of former numbers, informal ones still permeated society. It was only after the introduction of a new constitution enshrining the rights of the empire's citizens that the tide truly began to turn toward a new dawn. The rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 26, Legis sine moribus vini. The day of the dance, Colin and CC arrived 4 hours early to help with the preparations. They were promptly handed a stack of paper by Millie and asked to go over all of the items listed and make sure there were no problems. Without further explanation, and certainly not hanging around long enough to let Colin get a word of protest in edgewise, Millie dashed off, an equally thick stack in her own hands. For several moments Colin simply gazed after the student council president with a sinking feeling in her stomach. There was no way that Millie had waited until the last minute to make sure everything was ready, right? 2 hours later Colin collapsed in the student council office, silently cursing her nominal senior. While there were not outright problems in the preparations, and really the list of things she was asked to look into was just a final checkup, the sheer quantity meant Colin ended up doing a lot of running around. And of course the few things that did turn out to be problematic ate up a disproportionate amount of time relative to those things that did not need last-minute fixes. "Thy liege be most demanding," CC said dryly as she sat down next to Colin. Colin snorted. "And here I thought you were getting on merrily with her." The other girl smirked. "'Tis so, but this and that art not the same." "Well, whatever," Colin said. "At least we still have a few hours before the dance itself." She sank into the chair. "I could really use a nap." A knock sounded on the door, causing Colin to scowl. "What now?" Despite her irritation, the girl dutifully rose and walked over to the door. When she opened it, however, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. Looking out, she saw Cole standing outside pushing a cart. "Ah, good afternoon, Colin, was it?" the young man said. "Are Millie and the others back yet?" "Not yet," Colin said before looking down at the cart. "What's this?" Cole picked up the cover to reveal a stack of sandwiches. "Some snacks. I know all of you have been running around all day to get everything ready. I don't want you to ruin your appetite for dinner, but this should tide all of you over until then." Colin smiled gratefully. "That's very thoughtful of you, Cole, thank you." She opened the door wider to allow him to push the cart in. "It's just some leftovers from all the ingredients for tonight's menu," Cole said as he entered. "It wasn't much trouble to put together." "Maybe so," Colin said, "but you still took the effort to begin with." Cole gave Colin a sincere smile of his own in acknowledgement of her gratitude. "Oh, victuals," CC said as she noticed the food. "And a lovely spread." Colin rolled her eyes. "This is Cecilia Clermont, my personal medical assistant." "Cecilia, Cole Craft." "A pleasure, Ms. Clermont," Cole said politely. "And thou as well, Monsieur Craft." Cole tilted his head aside as he regarded CC quizzically. "Cecilia is French," Colin tried to explain away. "I see," Cole said before chuckling dryly. "Well, I hope tonight's fare will meet your expectations, Mademoiselle Clermont." CC grinned. "Now good digestion wait on appetite, and health on both." "Not sure a quote from Macbeth is suggestive of confidence in my cooking," Cole said playfully as he took a seat himself. Both Colin and CC chuckled at the remark. "I would presume you are head of the culinary club on merit," Colin said. Isn't that why Millie seems to be so remarkably generous with your club's budget? Well, I'd like to think I got the job because I'm a decent cook, Cole said with a chuckle. Though getting money out of Millie is sometimes kind of like trying to squeeze blood from stone. Not sure she's quite that stingy, Colin said as she helped herself to a sandwich. Stingy? No. Hard to pin down to get her to sign the paperwork? Well, you were there when I finally got a hold of her. Colin chuckled and proceeded to take a bite. The bread itself was warm and crispy and the cheese that covered the meat was at just the right temperature to basically melt into the slices of meat without being so hot as to drip and make a mess. This is really good, Colin proclaimed after swallowing. It tastes like it was made by a pro. CC's agreement was more muffled albeit also more enthusiastic as she happily munched away at her own selection. I'm glad you two are enjoying it, Cole said with a smile. Are you thinking of becoming a professional chef? Colin asked. No, probably not, Cole said. This is really just a hobby, something I do for fun. Oh? That almost seems a waste, Colin remarked. Cole regarded the girl thoughtfully. Why do you say that? The girl blinked. I mean, you're so good at cooking, don't you want to share your achievements with other people? Cole shrugged ever so slightly. Honestly? I'm not sure I want to cook for random strangers. I mean, what is the point of having my cooking be praised by them? And yet you're helping cater for the dance, Colin pointed out. True, Cole agreed, but that's a personal favor for a friend, and technically a club activity. The young man smiled wryly. And besides, if I have to constantly deal with the logistics that go into running a large kitchen, when am I going to find the time to just enjoy the actual cooking? Colin chuckled. True enough. And something tells me that this is so good because you enjoyed making it. She finished the sandwich and looked pensively at the others on the tray. It was tempting, oh so tempting, to grab another one, but as Cole had said there was still the dinner to look forward to this evening. And if the young man had put anywhere near as much effort into that as this snack, Colin was certain she would regret spoiling her appetite now. CC on the other hand seemed to have no such reservations and grabbed a second sandwich. Make sure to leave some for the others, Colin chided. C.C's response was probably an affirmative, at least as far as Colin could make out from the muffled sounds of a full mouth. The girl shook her head in resignation while Cole chuckled. Well, I'm glad you two seem to like them, Cole said as he picked himself up. Give Millie my regards. I will, and thanks for the snacks, Colin said as she rose to see him out. Before either of them could actually take a step towards the door, however, they were flung open and an exuberant Millie marched in. I heard there's food. Colin felt a very strong urge to massage her forehead but settled for simply giving the older girl a reproachful look. Not that Millie was at all moved by her half-hearted disapproval, of course. Thanks for all your hard work, Cole, Millie said with cheer as she bounded over and gave her classmate a pat on the shoulder. You are most welcome, Cole said with just the right mixture of wiry humor and exasperation. How did you even know Cole had brought something for us? Colin asked. Oh, I dropped by the kitchen to check up on how things were going and one of the chefs mentioned that he had put together some sandwiches with the leftovers, Millie answered, cradling her chin with one hand. After that it was elementary, my dear Colin. Colin's response was a snort and shake of her head. It looked like Millie's whimsicalness was directly related to the amount of work the girl had on her plate. Well then, I shall take my leave, Cole said. I'll see you Monday, Millie. You know you could still come to the dance, Millie said in a sing-song tone. I know of 5 girls you could ask right now to accompany you. It was a good thing Colin had already finished her snack as otherwise the girl was certainly she would be choking right now. There was no way that all of this was just Millie trying to set her up on a date with Cole. Or herself. Colin looked over at a highly amused CC. She was pretty sure Millie's sense of humor was not that deranged. She looked over at the girl in question to see a very wide smile. On second thought, perhaps it was. You have a very strange way of coming on to people, Cole said with a raised eyebrow before both brows furrowed thoughtfully. Wait, 5? There's you and Shirley, then Colin and Cecilia. I know Nina's not here, so who's the 5th? That would be I. Cole went stock still. He was not the only one for that matter as Colin herself locked up as she caught sight of the figure that now stepped through the doorway. It was with a radiant smile that Euphemia Lee Britannia entered, her features framed almost perfectly by the pink and white dress. Before either student could recover, Euphy dipped into a polite curtsy, the act of which immediately prompted Cole and Colin to bow. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cole, Euphy said. Your father has been of great aid to me. You honor me, your highness, Cole spluttered out. And Colin, Euphy said, shifting her gaze to the girl. It is good to see you again. Likewise, your highness, Colin said with significantly greater composure. Euphy glanced back at Cole with a reassuring look. Fret not, Cole, Millie's sense of humor is not so unbound that she intended for our meeting to be so contrived a social event. A telling pause accompanied a most thoughtful expression on the princess' face. I think. Ah, don't be like that, Yuffie, Millie protested. I just think that Cole should hang around and enjoy the fruits of his labors. Even if he doesn't have a date, he could hang out with the rest of the student council. Well, that seems eminently reasonable, Yuffie said with a nod. I do hope you find the time to join us this evening, Cole. At the very least the guests should have the opportunity to express their gratitude for all your hard work. Exactly. Millie agreed enthusiastically. I will make every effort, Cole said. Yuffie gave him another disarming smile. That is all that anyone can ask. The young man looked like he would soon succumb to a panic attack and Colin felt a pang of sympathy for him. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to drop by with the sandwiches, Colin said to him. I know you're busy with making sure everything is going smoothly in the kitchens. Oh yes, of course, you're very welcome, Colin, Cole said. To his credit he was quick to see a lifeline when one was thrown. Cole turned about and bowed once more to Yuffie. If you would please excuse me, Your Highness, I need to get back to work if there are to be any, fruits to be enjoyed this evening. Please, I would not want to keep you, Yuffie said with a dip of her head. Cole's parting was not in any way hurried. Nevertheless there was a fleetness to his steps that could not be denied. Once the doors closed behind him Millie gave Colin an amused look. Why Colin, I didn't know you and Cole were that close. Your overactive imagination is going to get you in trouble one of these days, Millie, Colin retorted. Maybe, but not today, Millie said as she took a few sandwiches, put them on 2 plates, and then covered up the rest of them. Cecilia, could you help me bring this to Rivals and Shirley? The girl winked at Colin. They're in the main hall taking care of a few last-minute things. Colin's eyes narrowed before she nodded over to Cece. The other girl gave Colin and Yuffie a quick glance before nodding and following Millie out the room. This left Colin, not quite alone with the princess, as an armsman remained hovering just close enough to be within easy reach of the princess but far away enough that he was not quite breathing down her neck. I sometimes wonder whether Millie is so subtle that she ends up looping back and becoming unsubtle, Colin said dryly. Whether she possesses a guile hand or not, Millie gets results, Yuffie said as she took a seat. That is an ability to be valued. If Millie's subtleness was of a backhanded sort, the princess was of the more traditional definition. Colin took a deep breath before seating herself. Many people look for the opportunity to display their value, Colin said. Some have genuine ability, others do not. But it is a shame when those that do are deprived of the chance to shine. Yuffie's face revealed nothing save for polite interest. Yet what need for a chance, those with genuine ability? Life is not fair, after all. If you cannot play the hand dealt to you, then you have no place at the table. That was a classically Brightonian response, one which Colin was coming to the conclusion that at a fundamental level the princess did believe in. That however did not mean the viceroy was completely literal in her own interpretation of that viewpoint. Life's unfairness is not excuse or reason for one's failings, Colin replied. It should however teach one the importance of economy. Oh? In what way? Colin glanced over at the sandwiches. Well, how long would you say it would take you to make yourself a meal, Your Highness? Yuffie laughed and clapped her hands together. Oh, you would not want me anywhere near a kitchen, Colin. The horror stories that my staff could tell. Colin allowed herself a smile of her own. She could take it as a good sign the princess was being that familiar with her. Well then might I recommend you sample some of Cole's handiwork? He really does seem to have a skilled touch. Is that so? Well, one should not ruin my appetite for the evening, Yuffie said as she reached out for a plate. Still, the main point stands, Colin said as the princess made her selection. Time you would spend trying to make a meal for yourself is time not spent performing other duties. The same can be said for all peoples, whether they be of note or not. There are so many hours in a day and we mere mortals can only do so much in those hours. Image if each of us not only needed to make our meals, but needed to work the earth to grow the ingredients as well. You are saying that all people are interdependent, Yuffie said before sinking her teeth into the sandwich. After chewing and swallowing she nodded approvingly. This is good. But I think my appetite will be well worked up in anticipation for this eve's fare. Colin chuckled. I concur on both counts, Your Highness. And because we are interdependent, should that not mean we ought to strive for ensuring those around us have their needs met, so that they are all the better prepared to meet our own needs? That is certainly the first time I have ever heard someone put it that way, Yuffie said before taking another bite. And I presume that you believe that there are those whose needs are not being met right now, was the follow-up after she swallowed. Yes, Your Highness. Yuffie wiped her hands and mouth with a napkin as she finished the sandwich. She then regarded Colin coolly. And why do you personally care whether the needs of the 11s are met? Of course capacity for subtlety did not equate a mandate to use it all the time. There were several possible answers that Colin could offer and out of those possibilities some were measurably worse than others. Claiming that the Japanese people had intrinsic rights was one of them. Even though she was not some fervent social Darwinist, Colin understood that ultimately those with power would always possess an advantage over those without, and no amount of moral platitudes would protect those without if those with decided to abuse that power. Life, as the princess had said, was not fair. I care, Your Highness, because the area is my home. I was born and raised here, but when I look out at the city, what I see today does not compare with the greatness and vibrancy of my childhood. The Empire has been stewards of Area 11 for coming on 7 years now, yet the land and its people are poorer than before the responsibility became ours. Colin's eyes hardened ever so slightly. We do not enrich Britannia by starving a significant portion of its people, even if they are numbers. Where her people should be her greatest strength, instead they become Britannia's greatest liability. It sounds like you are not much of a fan of the number system in general, Yuffie said in a light tone. Colin did not let the princess' seeming nonchalance catch her off guard. In fact, it was when Yuffie feigned obliviousness that Colin felt a tingle run down her spine. Danger did not always provide obvious signs. I am not, Colin answered bluntly. And sometimes to make progress one needed to face said danger. I think the entire policy is a mistake, that its existence is an admission of weakness instead of a proclamation of strength. That seemed to get a rise out of the princess as she raised an eyebrow. Oh? Please, elucidate. Colin took another deep breath. Yuffie had yet to shut her down outright. That was probably a good sign. Probably. The numbers system serves to deprive people that are considered non-Britannian a variety of rights and privileges. Without those rights and privileges, numbers are further deprived of opportunities to rise within society. This greatly benefits regular Britannians by protecting them from competition for things like jobs, promotions at work, and so on. But this very removal of competition is problematic in at least two ways. Firstly, by reducing competition there is the risk of complacency setting in. After all, why put in your best effort if there is no one else about that could threaten your current position? And secondly, this institutionalized restriction and limitation of opportunity makes us look like we are afraid. Why impose restrictions on others if we are truly in control and our claim of superiority is genuine? If we did not fear being shown up, would we need the numbers system at all? Yuffie tilted her head aside. Interesting points, both. But they are also easily counter-argued. A full Britannian that becomes complacent becomes a target for other Britannians. Your example, while intellectually sound, falls short when we consider that with 200 million full Britannians, statistically there will be competition even if numbers are restricted from providing it. Colin grimaced, but she did not interrupt. That would have been rude, and one displayed rudeness to a member of the imperial family at one's own peril. Especially when said member seemed perfectly willing to resort to the sword to get her point across. Your second point rests on the notion that the purpose of the numbers system is solely for the benefit of full Britannians. It took a few seconds for those words to penetrate. When they did, Colin found herself blinking rapidly in mild confusion. I'm afraid I do not understand, Your Highness, the girl admitted. The idea is simple, though perhaps non-obvious, Yuffie stated. The Empire believes that only when faced with adversity can the full potential of a person be brought out. Too much and obviously you are more liable to kill the person than to bring out his or her potential. Too little however and you end up coddling the person, making them soft. If an individual can overcome the limitations imposed upon them because they are a number, what depths must they have plumbed that they might never knew they possessed in less trying conditions? It was probably a good thing that Colin's first reaction to the princess point was sheer surprise. That surprise served as a very useful mask for the anger that began boiling up in the girl. Despite the raging emotions however, Colin kept her face as neutral as possible. You are right, that is a rather non-obvious idea, Your Highness, Colin managed to get out without sounding like she was gnawing at every word. You sound unconvinced, Yuffie noted. Apparently she had not kept her tone as impassive as she thought. Having been so called out, Colin dropped any further pretense as she shook her head. I do not, Your Highness. The entire concept seems wasteful in the extreme. It sounds like nothing more than window dressing, to distract people from the true purpose of the system, which is to benefit a select few at the expense of the many. Technically Colin had just not so subtly insinuated that the entire system that underpinned the Empire was wrong. She had also done it to a member of the imperial family, those that could be considered to be benefiting the most from said system. Colin found that she really did not give a damn however. If this ended up forcing her to burn her bridges with her Britannian persona, then so be it. She would be answered about the Princess Euphemia's character at least, and there would be no ambiguity or doubt when she put a bullet through the young woman's head. I see, the princess said simply, giving no hint as to what her own thoughts on Colin's position were. And is this your own personal opinion, or that of the Stotfeld family? The edge of Colin's mouth twitched ever so slightly. There were countless reasons for why Euphemia would ask that question, too many for Colin to think through before responding. As she often did when tight on time, the girl went with her gut. My own. I see, Euphemia repeated with a nod. She then rose. Well, this has certainly been an enlightening discussion, Colin, but I think you'll want to have some time to freshen up for the evening's festivities. Colin stared at the princess in surprise for a few seconds before glancing down at her watch. Euphemia was right, there was only about an hour left before the dance started and she still needed to take a shower before changing into her dress. I look forward to seeing you again later this evening, the princess said with a slight tilt of her head. Colin rose and offered a respectful bow. And with that Euphemia turned about and headed for the door, her armsman trailing behind her. It was with a not insignificant sense of relief that Colin slumped back into her chair. She had emerged from her meeting with the princess, though it was too early to say what the consequences would be. One thing was for certain however, Euphemia was not easily moved by impassioned conviction. The princess seemed coolly analytical and logical, a stark contrast from their first meeting at the Kawaguchi resort. The question now was, which was the true Euphemia? Which one could Colin trust? Those questions promised to distract Colin for the rest of the evening. Lawrence Kraft was widely regarded as a prudent, even frugal man. Many claimed this was due to his experiences during the Great Depression as a child and Lawrence himself did not dispute this. Perhaps not surprisingly the woman that he ultimately married was also one that shared his thriftiness, though that his wife was so prudent with her money might have surprised others seeing as she was a noble daughter. Prudence and providence were after all not what Brightonian nobility was known for. As a consequence, despite the relative wealth the Kraft family possessed, their home in Tokyo was an understated affair. True, it was in one of the nicer neighborhoods in the city and considering the inflated property values in Area 11 even a house as modest as theirs cost a pretty penny, but compared to the estate of one Edward Rochester or even the family house of Reuben Ashford, the Kraft residence was downright humble. Another seeming quirk of the Kraft family was that despite their wealth and fairly busy schedules they retained only a single servant to assist with the housework. Meals tended to be a collaborative effort between Hannah, the maid, and Cole, Lawrence's son. Dishes too for that matter, with Lawrence claiming that one should see through something from start to finish, though in this case there was a rotating shift between who assisted their housekeeper. And while keeping the house as a whole clean was Hannah's responsibility, the Krafts were not so pretentious as to have her do something as mundane as answer the phone for them. One advantage of his wealth that Lawrence had not been stingy about was making sure that only people he actually wanted to talk to would be able to connect to his personal home line. As such, it was with no hesitation that he picked up the phone when it began ringing. Hello. Oh, hey Dad. An uncharacteristically nervous-sounding Cole replied, Is Mom there? I could use some advice, from both of you. Lawrence frowned slightly but responded calmly. All right, give me a second. Pressing the receiver against his shoulder he shouted out. Eve. Cole wants to speak with us. Could you get on another phone? A mere moment passed after Lawrence put the receiver back up to his ear that a noticeable click sounded. Yes. A clear yet comforting voice sounded over the line. Hey Mom, Cole greeted. I need some advice. All right, go ahead, Eve gently encouraged her son. Well, I had a run-in with the princess a short while ago, Cole began. Lawrence felt a spike of anxiety shoot through him and he was certain his wife was experiencing much the same, not that she would have allowed anyone to notice. And she suggested that I should stay for the dance. The worry that was welling up crumbled into a palpable relief as Lawrence began to divine just what his son was so anxious over. Suggested? Eve asked. She said that I should be there so that people could thank me for my part in preparing for the dance. And why not? Eve said. You certainly put a lot of time and effort into all the dishes. Lawrence tried not to sigh. Eve was a loving mother to both their children, but sometimes she was a bit more forthright than comforting. And while Cole was not exactly antisocial, there was a definite hesitancy on his part to engage too deeply in the commingling of Britannia's upper class, a hesitancy that Eve had on more than one occasion tried to push him out of. Cole humored his mother, but both sides knew that that was all he was doing. Still, this time it was Cole himself reaching out for advice, and Lawrence thought Eve could be just a bit more reassuring about the whole thing. That's not it, Cole responded. It was, well, I think Millie was trying to drop hints. She said that there were 5 girls that I could ask to accompany me. 5. Eve said quizzically. 4 of them are part of the student council, Cole explained. Well, more or less. The 5th, she was including the princess. And there was perhaps the real reason for Cole's anxiety, Lawrence mused. Courtship and pairing of members of the imperial family was a very serious matter seeing as it played such an intrinsic role in the politics of the court. For a third party to even insinuate the possibility required a great deal of confidence, or a great deal of gall. Little wonder that Cole was more than a bit nervous about the encounter. Still. Cole, Lawrence interjected before his wife could pour more fuel on the fire by actually encouraging the boy to make an approach, haven't you said that Millie tends to tease a great deal? If she was just teasing that'd be great, Cole said. The problem is I think I ended up promising the princess that I would go to the dance. With her. Eve pounced immediately. No. Of course not. But I said I'd Well, try to make an appearance. Well, in that case it sounds like you had better not disappoint, Eve said. I'll have your sister bring over a proper suit for you. Cole sighed and Lawrence was tempted to join his son. This was probably not quite the help he was hoping for from his parents. Cole, who else besides Millie and the princess were the girls she was referencing in that count of 5? Lawrence asked. There's Shirley, she's the council secretary, and a new member, Colin Stotfeld. She's Baron Statfeld's daughter. The last girl is Cecilia Claremont, she's Colin's assistant. Assistant? For what? Well, putting aside this Cecilia, Lawrence said instead of satisfying his own curiosity, and Millie too I suppose, do either of the other girls interest you? Not really, Cole said. I mean, I've met Shirley several times before. She's nice, but she never really made much of an impression on me. And I can't say I know Colin or Cecilia at all. Well then this should serve as an opportunity to get to know the Baron Statfeld's daughter, Eve said. Eve, Lawrence began. Oh hush you, there's nothing wrong with Cole getting to know the daughter of a noble. That's really not why I would want to go, Cole said tiredly. Perhaps not, but if you're worried about Millie trying to rope you into something with the princess, then making clear that your attention is on the Lady Stotfeld instead should act as a deterrent, Eve responded. And just possibly kickstart some sort of relationship between her son and the Lady Stotfeld, Lawrence did not say aloud, even though both he and Cole knew that was what was running through Eve's head now. I'll think about it, Cole said non-committally. Just follow your instincts, Cole, Lawrence said before his wife could try to badger their son more. We'll support whatever decision you make. Yeah. Thanks Dad, Mom. Anyway, gotta go now. Take care Cole, Eve said. And remember, the dance is something to enjoy, not worry over needlessly. With that the click marked the end of the call and Lawrence set down the receiver. With a sigh he headed over to where his wife was. Perhaps not surprisingly she was already in Cole's room looking over the formal clothes their son had along with their daughter Nora. You know Eve, Lawrence said as he leaned against the doorframe, I think Cole might have been looking for a way out of this without needing to flirt with another girl. On the contrary, Eve responded, I think that's exactly what Cole was hoping to be able to do. Lawrence raised an eyebrow. You're going to need to explain that one. You and I both know that Cole's been approached by more than one girl since he started high school, Eve said. He's turned all of them down, not because he isn't interested in general, but because he knows exactly what kind of girl he's actually interested in. You heard how quick he was to discount that Shirley girl, but he didn't do that for this Colin Stotfeld. Are you sure you aren't reading too much into it? Lawrence asked after thinking it over for a moment. Perhaps, but a mother's intuition is rarely wrong. And besides, I'm not suggesting that he might actually like Colin, I'm suggesting that she's someone he doesn't know enough about, yet at least, to make that kind of assessment. The dance offers him an opportunity to do so, and by attending with her he can also find some excuse for whatever it is he thinks Millie is trying to rope him into with the princess. And do you really think the Ashford girl is actually plotting something like that? Lawrence asked. Doubtful, but Cole's obviously worried enough that she might be that he came to us looking for reassurance. Eve took out a dark blue suit and held it up to her daughter. How about this one dear? Nora nodded approvingly. Yes, Cole will look quite sharp in that. Now, where are the pants that go with it? Lawrence sighed once more. It was clear that he was outnumbered here, what with his own daughter also seemingly enthusiastically trying to shoehorn her younger brother into what might amount to a date with the Stotfeld daughter. Then again Nora might be helping because this offered to distract her mother from her own relationship status, or absence thereof. Having been happily married for many years, Lawrence knew when it was necessary to make a tactical retreat. Hopefully Cole would not hold it against him. When the time finally came and Colin prepared to leave for the dance hall, she found to her surprise Cole once more in the main room of the student council building. The young man was not alone, the rest of the student council plus the princess was also present, along with a young woman futzing over Cole's outfit that Colin did not recognize. Everyone was in their formal evening attire, from Millie's indigo dress to Rivalt's black suit. Colin's own deep crimson dress was more than on par with the others, even the princess, though something told Colin if Euphemia really wanted to she could have upstaged all of them. That she had chosen not to could be seen as indicative of the young woman's restraint. As Colin joined her classmates, Cole cleared his throat and nodded. Colin. You look lovely this evening. The girl smiled slightly. If Cole had the courtesy of paying her a compliment, she would return the courtesy of accepting it. Thank you, Cole. And you yourself look quite sharp. The older woman next to Cole beamed at the young man as his cheeks colored ever so slightly. Colin turned to her. I do not believe we have been acquainted, she said with a slight dip of her form. I am Colin Stotfeld. The woman curtsied politely in turn. A pleasure to meet you, Colin. I am Nora Kraft, Cole's older sister. After his belated decision to attend the dance, Mother requested that I bring him clothes suitable for the occasion. I see, Colin said with an amused tone. Cole cleared his throat. Shall we get going? The dance can hardly start without the master of ceremony there. Millie chuckled. Yes, let us depart, once we work out who will escort who that is. Colin blinked. I beg your pardon. Well, this is a dance after all, Millie said. It will not do at all for us to enter alone. You just made that up now, Prez, Rivalts said with a sigh. I resent that insinuation, Millie said with a faint huff. This is simply normal social decorum. Perhaps so, but there are 5 of us and only these 2 gentlemen, Yuffie said in a remarkably composed tone. Quite the imbalance, no? True, Millie nodded seriously with arms crossed. But the imbalance is not quite as great as you think, Yuffie. After all, we have 2 strapping men hovering over your shoulder even now. The 2 armsmen in question stiffened as they suddenly became the center of attention. Their duties often called upon them to perform a myriad of odd tasks, but being asked to escort teenage girls to the school dance was not one either had been expecting. Not that they would necessarily complain, seeing as the young women in question were quite comely. So long as the princess was not one of them. The brigadier was putting on a remarkably uncanny facsimile of an overprotective father these days. That might work, Yuffie said, though we would still be short one. Thou need not fret, CC spoke up. I but be milady's faithful attendant, there be no need for me to stand forth. You sure about that, Cecilia? Millie asked. I'm sure we could rope one of Yuffie's other armsmen for thee a few minutes. Quite, CC said with a playful smile. Nail's best that her highness retainers not face too many a distraction. Millie shrugged. All right then. Well, we're matched up then. I'll take that hunk on the left there, and Shirley here doesn't mind the guy on the right, right? Prez, Shirley said resignedly. Now the question is, whom amongst our fair gentlemen will escort her highness, and whom will see to the Lady Stotfeld, Millie said with a wide grin. Both boys looked more than a tad askance and Colin felt more than a slight pang of sympathy for them. It was, to be frank, a no-win scenario for both. For them to choose one girl could be construed as a slight against the other. And while Colin's social standing was nowhere near that of a princess of the realm, she was still a noble's daughter, so offending her was not without some risk. Not that she was so capricious as to actually hold it against either of the boys, of course, especially seeing as this was all due to Millie's machinations. Still, better to have some mercy on them. She had already lent Cole a hand earlier today, so it was only fair that Rivalts get it now. Besides, Cole's father worked directly for the princess, so the older boy was likely to be just slightly less out of his element than poor Rivalts would be. As Colin opened her mouth, however, a hand was extended to her. Her mouth stayed open as she gaped at the person extending it. Milady Stotfeld, Cole said. Would you grant me the honor of escorting you this evening? Had Colin not been so busy staring at Cole, she would have seen that everyone else in the room was doing the same. As it was, it took her a few seconds to get her jaw working again so that she could stop looking like a gaping idiot. Of course, Sir Kraft, Colin responded with as much dignity as she could muster. A relieved smile appeared on Cole's face as Colin accepted his arm, and the girl could not help but smile back at him. A giggle, however, interrupted her thoughts, and Colin found herself scowling slightly at Millie. The older girl did not seem fazed, however, and instead shifted her gaze to Rivalts. The young man sighed and smiled wearily before stepping before Yuffie. Your Highness, he said. Would you grant me the honor of escorting you this evening? As might be expected, Yuffie did not spend several seconds gaping at Rivalts. It would be my pleasure, Sir Cardamond, the princess responded gracefully as she accepted Rivalts' hand. With this minor drama resolved, and after a few moments to arrange the order in which they would enter, they were off. Before Cole and Colin made their exit, Nora gave her younger sibling a quick hug and to Colin an expectant smile. Colin found herself caught between amusement and a slight exasperation. Technically she had not been railroaded into this, and technically she had no objections to letting Cole escort her to the dance. Nevertheless, the fact was that she did not truly know him, and she doubted Cole knew her either. This evening's pairing was a matter of convenience, nothing more. Hopefully everyone else also remembered that. I apologize if I put you on the spot there, Cole whispered to her as they crossed the school grounds to the main building. Oh, it's all right, Colin said. Though I am a bit surprised that you, well, chose me. Cole smiled wearily. I mean no offense when I say this, Colin, but you're a bit less intimidating than the princess. Oh really, Colin drawled. Less intimidating, but no less lovely, Cole followed up quickly. By no means did I ask you because the alternative was to be at the princess' side, that would be rude to the both of you. Colin waited a few moments for Cole to elucidate. When the young man remained silent, she prodded him. So why did you ask me then? The look on Cole's face was either uncertainty of how to respond or uncertainty in general. You weren't planning on attending the dance before Millie roped you into helping with the organization, Cole finally said. How do you know that? She mentioned it offhandedly while we were discussing a few last-minute catering details, Cole explained. I wasn't planning on attending either, even with my mother and sister nagging me to do so. I guess, I became curious as to why you also did not plan on attending. From what I've heard there would have been a long line of guys trying to ask you out for it had Millie not enlisted you to help with running everything. There still had been a line, though with her ready-made excuse Colin had managed to deflect all but the most determined. Those that persisted had ultimately met with a flat-out rejection. And why would that make you curious? Colin asked somewhat pointedly. I suppose, I wanted to know if you were simply uninterested, or if you were someone who knew exactly the kind of person you would want to take you to the dance. That was not the answer Colin had been expecting, and as she thought it over she became more than a little surprised at the complexity of the reaction it was inciting in her. At a basic level Colin had declined all the other invitations because she was for the most part indifferent to the whole affair. She had more important things to worry about after all than the school dance, like running an insurgency against the Brightonian occupation. On the other hand, for the first time in perhaps, ever, Colin was actually forced to think about just what kind of man she would be interested in. Perhaps not surprisingly, the girl was drawing a near blank. And what of yourself? Colin asked more gently. Why were you not interested in the dance? Colin felt his muscles tense ever so slightly before quickly relaxing. I suppose, there was no one I wanted to go with, Cole responded frankly. Colin chuckled and gave the young man a pat on the arm. Well, that sounds like there were people who wanted to go with you. Am I going to have a bunch of jealous, heartbroken maidens baying for me after this day, Sir Kraft? Cole smiled wearily. I could ask you the same thing, Lady Stotfeld. That earned Cole a heartier laugh from Colin, a sound that did not go unnoticed by the other pairs about them. Well, I suppose we shall have to see, Colin said. Indeed, Cole agreed. They were at the main building now and quite a few other couples were also present. More were being dropped off by their parents, but everyone made way as Millie led her little procession to the main door. Several other armsmen were also visible and there was an almost jealous look on their faces as they watched their two comrades walking alongside Millie and Shirley. Colin reached out a bit to get a general feel of the mood. There was a lot of anticipation and excitement. There was also a lot of attention focused on the princess, hardly surprising given her station. There was also a fair amount on her, more so than on Cole. Hopefully that attention would be short-lived and the evening would end up as something she would actually enjoy instead of feeling like a forced social event. Still, if nothing else there was dinner to look forward to, the young man whose arm her own was hooked around had made sure of that at least. End of chapter 26. This was a surprisingly difficult chapter to write. I had originally planned on actually depicting the dance itself, but we're already over 7,000 words for the chapter and so I decided to cut it off there. And so much for a light-hearted breather. Though I suppose Cole's minor panic attack over being potentially asked out by Yuffie counts. Keep in mind at this point that as far as Yuffie is concerned the Red Knight and Colin are two separate people. She has no reason to suspect they are one and the same and the way she interacts with them is reflective of that. Lawrence has no relation whatsoever to the food company. At this point it should be fairly obvious as to which franchise I borrowed him and his family from, assuming one is familiar with said franchise. Of course I didn't borrow them wholesale, there are tweaks abound. I forgot to answer this question/comment last chapter, but the Chinese Federation is silent primarily because I have no prospective characters for them at this point. They're obviously doing something, but none of the current characters are paying them much attention or have any direct involvement with the Chinese, so the audience is equally in the dark. And I likely won't until the R2 sequence. Anyway, leave a review if you are enjoying the story thus far. We'll be back to the whole political intrigue bit soon enough, though hopefully I'll be able to intermingle the slice of life stuff a bit more cleanly than the last two chapters. Chapter 27. It has been argued that much of the Princess Euphemia's popularity as Viceroy of Area 11 was directly due to the failings of her predecessors, including her late brother Prince Clovis. This line of thought is not entirely unreasonable as under past Viceroys Area 11 suffered from years of mismanagement. To attribute the princess' success solely to past incompetence however is to give Her Highness too little credit. None would dispute the princess' innate intelligence or diligence, and the reforms she enacted during her reign of Area 11 were long-sighted even as they corrected past mistakes. Perhaps the greatest achievement by the princess however was the way in which she managed to convince the Japanese population of Area 11 to begin identifying more and more with the empire. This was by no means a quick process, and opposition to this integration came from both Brightonians and Japanese. Nonetheless, the princess' approach of offering inducements and benefits to those who integrated while simultaneously demonstrating her malignity by not exerting pressure on those who declined her generosity proved extremely effective at swaying a large portion of the population. Of course, this success only caused the true hardliners to become ever more extreme in their rejection of Britannia and likely served as one of the levers with which the Black Rebellion was launched. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 27, Ex Grazia. The nightmares stomping over the plains made no effort to hide their approach. The operational parameters of the exercise did not really have anything that would warrant trying to sneak up on their target, but any properly run exercise would have plenty of surprises that the briefing did not include. And seeing as the person who planned the exercise was one Lieutenant General Andreas Darlton, widely considered one of the Empire's best strategists, then it was more than simple prudence that motivated his subordinates to remain alert. An explosion ripped through the field and one of the forwardmost nightmares toppled over. Live fire, that was one of the other reasons the soldiers were wary. The general was of the school of thought that simulated weapons did not truly test soldiers, hence the use of live ammo in not just the loadouts carried by the troops but also in the traps and automated defense emplacements used for targets. Of course Andreas was not actually trying to get his troops killed on a training exercise, the fallen nightmare only had a foot blown out instead of getting its main body perforated by a proper anti-armor mine. The pilot that had fallen victim to the trap would suffer no worse than a few bruises to body and pride, and maybe also get docked some pay for not being careful enough. Suzaku took a deep breath as he looked over the Lancelot's sensor telemetry again. As far as he could tell there was nothing in his path, but the other nightmare pilot had likely thought the same thing before getting knocked out of the exercise. If he did step on a mine, he just might be able to redirect the blaze luminous system to deflect the blast. Then again he might not. The only way to be sure he got through this stage of the exercise unscathed was to not fall victim to a mine at all. The infrared suddenly lit up and Suzaku raised the shield. A low-yield round splashed off the green barrier and Suzaku responded by nailing the offending turret with a single shot from his railgun. Even stepped down his own projectile was able to punch cleanly through the armor and Suzaku was rewarded with the fiery death of his attacker. "Nice shot Suzaku," Claudio's voice sounded over the radio. "Thank you sir," the young man replied. "Beginner's luck," a snide voice cut in. "Whether it be luck or not, only the Norns know," Claudio said. "The result however is the same, the enemy is dead and we are not, and that is all that matters." Suzaku made a mental note to thank his superior sometime again. Claudio did not need to stick up for him, especially against his own brother, but the lieutenant was doing it nonetheless. Alfred also mercifully decided not to make an issue over this and so Suzaku was left to focus on his task. A few other nightmares were targeted and 2 more of the company were soft-killed. With only 17 nightmares to begin with, that represented a remarkable achievement for the OP force. "Lieutenant Darlton," a voice sounded over the radio. "Your platoon is taking point." "Yes sir," Claudio replied to the company commander before switching to the unit channel. "All right, you heard the captain. Suzaku, you're up. Let's put that fancy shield of yours to use." "Roger," Suzaku acknowledged as he moved with the rest of the Glaston Knights to take up the forward position. The terrain before them appeared innocuously empty but Suzaku proceeded cautiously. The rangefinder built into the Lancelot's head was able to actually take depth scans along a 2D plane, mapping discontinuities in the ground and flagging them. The pilot did not know entirely how they worked and the last time he asked for an explanation all he got back was a bunch of technical babble. Slightly wiser now, he would trust the boffins to know what they were doing and just hope none of this fancy technology would fail out in the field. Then again, Lloyd's eccentricities aside, the man was highly intelligent. And there was always Cecile's diligence to count on. A beep sounded and 2 spots on the ground were highlighted by Lancelot's display overlay. Suzaku leveled his rifle and fired off 2 quick rounds. The first slammed into the ground with a thud and did little more than digging a shallow trench. The other however triggered a mildly energetic explosion as the round punctured the anti-armor mine buried there. This repeated for another few minutes, the Lancelot successfully identifying 8 more mines while registering 6 more false positives. All in all it was a respectable performance and no more losses were suffered traversing the plains. "We're clear," Claudio announced. Enemy defensive positions in sight. The hills that lay before them had a variety of turrets, gun emplacements, and barriers sprinkled about. Most of them were made of wood and were nothing more than showpieces. 1 or 2 guns could be seen traversing however, indicating that the general still intended for them to remain on their toes. "Platoons 2 and 3, take positions along the north and south flanks," further orders came down. "Platoon 4, front and center, Platoon 1 will be right behind you." A frontal assault against a fixed defensive position was generally a poor tactical decision. On the other hand, these days fixed defensive positions only lasted as long as it took for air support to be called in. On the other hand the Nightmare Company was about to launch such an assault without calling in air support. A casual observer might question the value of such an exercise and hence the competency of the officers that planned it. Said questioning would however reveal only the ignorance of the person asking it. The Glaston Knights marched forward with Suzaku again in the lead. The young man held his fire, instead waiting for the enemy to shoot first. The first 2 rounds slammed harmlessly against his shield even as his platoon mates returned fire, demolishing the enemy guns. Weapons fire sounded all about the enemy position. The fake outpost was not too heavily defended and with attacks converging upon it from 3 directions even if the place had been manned by actual insurgents they would have had little chance of slowing much less stopping the surviving nightmares from rolling right over them. As it was a few minutes later the Glaston Knights and Suzaku were standing in the rubble of the makeshift base. "Objective secured," Claudio reported. "Good work," the company commander said. "Reform at point Beta 9. We're moving on to the next target. Yes sir. And here was the true purpose of the exercise. Without any time to rest, the still operational Nightmares fell back from the outpost and made for the main road. Once there they deployed their land spinners and made best speed towards the next objective of the exercise. In the relative comfort of his command unit, Andreas surveyed the movement of his forces. The first objective, capturing an enemy convoy seeking to escape the Britannian advance, was achieved efficiently and without losses. The second, assaulting the outpost that the convoy had been seeking to reach, saw a few Nightmares disabled by the traps and defenses. Losses in battle were inevitable, though Andreas still intended to grill the knights sloppy enough to let themselves be taken out like that, and otherwise the company was making good time. That was the true purpose of this exercise. The primary advantage possessed by Nightmares beyond that of conventional tanks was their increased mobility. Driving a tank over long distances put immense wear and tear on the treads, which required that they be pulled off the field for maintenance lest they end up breaking down in the field. Time spent in maintenance meant time not engaging the enemy or advancing into their territory. The Nightmares, despite their relative mechanical complexity, actually did not suffer too significant wear and tear from travel. Yes, their fuel needs were higher than tanks, and yes, there were more points of failure in a Nightmare frame, but simply going from point A to point B, even over rough terrain, was generally not a problem. To properly take advantage of this mobility, however, required proper planning and Nightmare pilots able to stand the strain of a high combat tempo. Humans, in this case, broke down much faster than the machines they rode upon. I suppose this will do, a somewhat petulant voice sounded behind Andreas. Acknowledge. The general glanced back to see Lloyd nursing his shin. The reproving look on his assistant made quite clear who was responsible. Is there a problem, Earl Asplund? Andreas asked. Not at all, General, Cecile began. My question was directed towards the Earl, Captain. Andreas stopped her before she could excuse her superior. I believe as a grown man he can answer for himself. The manner in which Cecile pursed her lips suggested the captain had some doubts in that regard. Nevertheless, she could hardly argue the point with the general, and so Cecile kept her mouth shut and prayed that Lloyd would not end up with his foot stuck in his mouth. It's quite simple, General, Lloyd said, doing a most stellar job of crushing any hope of that with the first words of his response. None of your exercises have been straining the Lancelot very much. Unless the machine's limits are properly tested, we will not get any proper data to improve it. And if we don't get any decent data, then there was little point in bringing the Lancelot out here in the first place. Andreas regarded Lloyd levelly for several moments before giving Cecile a brief look of sympathy. His expression hardened back into a slight scowl, however, as he addressed Lloyd. Earl Asplund, as the Viceroy stated so pointedly the last time this issue arose, the battlefield is not a laboratory for you to run experiments in. If you wish for your Lancelot to be employed by the military, we will employ it to win battles. And battles, Earl, are won by achieving an asymmetric balance of power that produce only one result, the complete and utter decimation of the enemy. Perhaps so, but no plan of battle ever survives contact with the enemy, Lloyd countered. Is it not also prudent to plan and practice for contingencies where an opponent is able to spring a surprise of some sort? Such as the possibility that the 11 insurgents might possess Nightmares capable of actually challenging your Lancelot. Andreas said dryly. Doubtful, Lloyd said dismissively, at least on a one-on-one basis. Should they bring sufficient numbers to bear, however, well, quantity is a quality of its own. And yet with sufficient quality they need not bring to bear overwhelming numbers, Andreas said. There are rumored aces within the ranks of the insurgency. This, Red Knight, for one. And then there is the 4 Holy Swords of the Japanese Liberation Front. 4 Nightmare pilots of supposedly exceptional prowess, equipped with the best machines the JLF can muster. Do you believe your Lancelot would be a match for them, Earl? Without a doubt, Lloyd said with a wide grin. Then you should have no cause for concern. Lloyd and Cecile both blinked. I beg your pardon. The Earl said in confusion. I have scheduled an additional training exercise for Specialist Kurugi tomorrow, Andreas explained. We will be testing its worth in Nightmare combat, against seasoned opponents instead of petty insurgents. A slight smile crossed the general's face. I expect that the Lancelot will be sufficiently challenged when facing the Glaston Knights. Lloyd gave a nervous laugh. Of course, such an exercise should prove most illuminating, General. I am glad you agree, Andreas said before turning back to regard the situation monitor. Behind the general, Cecile was feeling a distinctive sinking feeling in her guts. It was pretty evident that this exercise had been in the works for some time and was not just some spontaneous thing the general had come up with in response to Lloyd's complaints. Still, she felt just a slight tingle of guilt for what Suzaku was about to get thrown into. The Glaston Knights were considered the cream of the Princess Cornelia's royal guard, each trained to the exacting standards of their adoptive father and extremely capable both individually and as a group. Combined with their considerably greater experience of actual battle, Suzaku would be in for a hell of a fight. Cecile just prayed that the young man would come out unscathed. And that the Glaston Knights would remember that the Lancelot prototype did not yet have an ejection system to carry its pilot to safety should the unthinkable happen. Good morning, Your Highness. Yuffie smiled as the door opened to reveal her chief of staff. Good morning, Reuben. I trust you had an enjoyable weekend. The elderly man said with a twinkle in his eye. Yes, I had a splendid time, the princess replied with a slight laugh. Please pass on my gratitude to Millie, it has been so long since I was able to just enjoy an evening and not worry about the duties of state. I will do so, Your Highness, Reuben said. Still, a new week begins and I am afraid reality must reassert itself. Reality is not so bad, Yuffie said. Without sorrow there would be nothing for us to find joy in. Anyway, I presume there was something you wished to discuss with me. Indeed, Your Highness. Then please, Yuffie nodded to the chair before her desk. Have a seat. Thank you, Highness, Reuben said as he did so. The man opened his folder and placed a sheet of paper upon the desk. The first is a civil matter. A petition was delivered to the Viceroy's office late on Friday. You had already left for the day and the person delivering it indicated that there was no rush for a response. A petition? Yuffie said with a raised eyebrow. Indeed, Highness, and the person making the petition is an honorary Brightonian. The eyebrow stayed up. Oh. I would recommend that you read the petition yourself, Your Highness, Reuben said. Its basic premise is not very long. The princess was sufficiently wise to know full well that whatever the petition was, it was no simple matter, otherwise it would have been part of Reuben's daily briefing. Her eyes scanned the page quickly. The letter was not very long and was composed in precise albeit at times overpolite English. That was a common habit for many 11s that had learned English as a second language. The formalism, however, did not get in the way of the central point. Once done, Yuffie set the piece of paper back down with a thoughtful expression. Interesting. Reuben's mouth quirked up in subdued amusement, but he made no comment, letting the princess gather her thoughts. Who exactly is this Kachiyama person? Yuffie asked. She is a journalist, Your Highness, Reuben said, working for the Asahi newspaper, presently the only area-wide newspaper that still prints editions in Japanese. Ah, Yuffie said with a nod. If I remember correctly, they are a leftist newspaper that espouses citizen rights. Quite, Your Highness, Reuben said. Though, if I may be frank, I am often surprised that the company has been allowed to continue operating. Well, I suppose there is no harm in telling you this, so long as you do not spread it around, Yuffie said with a shrug. The Inquisitio uses its subscription records as one of its means for identifying potential insurgency sympathizers. Reuben's eyes widened ever so slightly. I see. I am uncertain as to how effective such a stratagem would be, but then again I am not an intelligence analyst. The princess shrugged again. It serves as a useful pulse on the general mood of the 11 population. All articles have to pass through the censors, and based on the type of articles are submitted, we can get a read on the concerns of the people, or at least what the Asahi reporters think the people care about. From time to time a provocative article is let through to give the impression that they can sneak things past the censors, which then motivates the reporters to continue in their diligence. In effect, however, the newspaper serves as another set of eyes and ears for the Inquisitio. Unofficially, of course. This time Reuben nodded. Clever. I had known the Inquisitio could be subtle, but I never even suspected their reach extended in this manner. Nor should you have if they were doing their job correctly, Yuffie said with a sweet smile. Point taken, Your Highness, Reuben said wearily. But we seem to have diverged from the matter at hand. Quite. Yuffie regarded the letter again. An interesting petition. The young woman's eyes narrowed. And a daring one. Ms. Kachiyama is assuming a certain amount of risk in asking for the release of these prisoners, Reuben agreed. The risk, however, is calculated. Yes, I suppose it is. Yuffie sat back into her chair. Tell me, Reuben, do you believe this petition to be spontaneous? No, Your Highness, Reuben said immediately. At least not in the direct sense. The list of prisoners and details regarding them is too thorough for it to have been put together quickly, even if we assume Ms. Kachiyama assembled it personally. And where is the list? My staff is working on digitizing it now, Your Highness, Reuben explained. As a hard copy, it is rather voluminous. Have you had a chance to get a basic impression? Reuben nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Assuming the information is accurate, it is as the letter says, all of the individuals are people arrested for protesting Britannia's rule of Area 11 in some non-violent manner. The range of their activities is quite wide, from attending demonstrations to leading rallies. A few even submitted similar petitions to past viceroys and military governors. Much as this one? Yuffie said dryly. Yes, Your Highness. Quite the conundrum indeed. I do not mean to presume, Highness, but does that mean you do not intend to grant Ms. Kachiyama's petition? The princess smiled thinly. You know as well as I, Reuben, that the petition in its current state is a non-starter. While Ms. Kashiyama is correct in that all of these people are in jail because they are prisoners of conscience and not because of any actual physical harm inflicted upon others, they still cannot simply be released without consequence. Advocating for the independence of an area is after all anathema to Britannian policy and even in some cases law. That is certainly true, Your Highness, Reuben agreed. Nevertheless, a symmetrical problem occurs if you reject the petition outright. Certain segments of the 11 population is slowly forming a positive opinion of you. That opinion may yet be turned depending on how you handle the petition. And that, I think, is the true purpose behind this petition, Yuffie stated confidently. Reuben nodded. I am in agreement, Your Highness. And I can already see that you have a plan in mind. Yuffie smiled ruefully. Am I really that transparent? With old age comes at least some wisdom, Reuben said with a playful smile. Well, I suppose I can only hope that my mind ages as gracefully and wisely as yours, Yuffie responded before a more serious expression came over her face. And you are correct, I do have a solution to this problem, one that will allow me to control this conversation instead of letting an outside party dictate its terms. I see, Reuben said slowly. The princess regarded her chief of staff. Something worries you. The old man smiled slightly. Am I so transparent, Your Highness? This time Yuffie chuckled. Call it a woman's intuition. Something to be ever wary of for us mere men, Reuben quipped before responding more seriously. The matter that concerns me, Your Highness, has to do with the Lord David's execution. Ah. And you are here to see that I make good on my earlier promise. Reuben simply nodded. And you understand that, once I reveal to you this information, there will be no backing out. Another nod. Yuffie smiled thinly. Then are you absolutely, completely certain, Reuben? Yes, Your Highness, came an answer without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Before we begin, I just want to make clear that you are not to share this with anyone, not even Millie, at least not yet. When the time comes she will need to be informed, but that is not yet here. Reuben acknowledged the order with a tilt of his head. The princess pursed her lips and sat back into her chair once more. What have you heard about the directorate? Reuben's face tightened ever so slightly. Whispers and rumors, but nothing to indicate it actually exists, Your Highness. Yet. And if I told you that I have personal confirmation that it exists? The man's expression was now, to put it mildly, very unhappy. Yuffie smiled sympathetically. You are aware that I worked as an auditor in the Exchequer before my appointment as Viceroy. During that time I found a very subtle divergence of funds from the various state budgets. The sum total, Reuben, is on the order of billions of pounds a year. And you believe this money is being funneled to the directorate? I know it to be, for when I started poking about I attracted both their attention and the attention of others. One of my nominal superiors at the Exchequer issued me less than subtle warnings about leaving well enough alone. Yuffie shrugged. He ultimately learned that however much indirect authority the directorate might wield, it was not sufficient to protect him from the ire of an imperial scion. Reuben narrowed his eyes. Are you insinuating that the Lord David was not the first person you have had summarily executed? Of course not, Yuffie said with a snort. The Inquisitio was preparing to interrogate the man, however someone else managed to silence him first. That was the first inkling that I had stumbled upon something serious enough to warrant the loss of life, something beyond the petty power plays of court. I was not the first however. Schneisel and Cornelia had stumbled upon concrete indication of the directorate's existence because of another matter entirely, the assassination of the Empress Marianne. There was no wavering in Reuben's gaze, only a firm intensity that Yuffie found almost reassuring. It appeared that wisdom was not the only thing the elderly man possessed, an iron will also lay at his core. You suggest that the directorate murdered the Empress Marianne, Reuben said slowly. It is a possibility, Yuffie said carefully. My siblings invested a great deal of time and effort in investigating the Empress Marianne's murder, Reuben. What they found however was the complete and total absence of a culprit. As far as they could determine none of the Empress rivals at court was responsible for her death, nor was this a case of her being betrayed by one of her allies. In the course of the investigation however, they stumbled upon footprints and ripples, so to speak, left behind by the directorate's actions. They were a bit more discreet in their inquiries than I was, and so had built up a considerably larger body of documentation, and when they realized I was starting to get an inkling of the directorate's existence, well, suffice it to say that there was a rather lengthy discussion. Reuben frowned. I do not intend to rush you, Your Highness, but what does this have to do with your execution of the Lord Davis? In due time, Yuffie said. As I was saying, my siblings had a long talk with me regarding the directorate and what it might be. Since then all three of us have spent a great deal of effort trying to indirectly determine the extent of the directorate's influence and its ultimate objectives. To do so, we have poked and prodded what we suspect to be ancillary assets, observing the responses to our actions and seeing to what length the directorate will tolerate interference in its plans. Suffice it to say, all three of us have been burned at times over the course of our investigation, though my siblings more so than myself. The princess smiled sadly. They continue to insist that I try to avoid drawing too much attention to my person even now. Seeing how willful the princess was, Reuben was not surprised in the least. Then again the princess seemed quite intent on ignoring those wishes. All that I have said thus far is more or less background, Yuffie continued. Important background that you are not to repeat to anyone else, but background nevertheless. There is however another piece of background that you need to be aware of before I can answer your question. Before the death of my brother Clovis, I had uncovered a flow of funds not dissimilar to what I discovered at the Exchequer. Not 2 days after I made him aware of the diverted funds, he was murdered. The princess' eyes hardened. What would you conclude in such circumstances, Reuben? The elderly man pursed his lips. I would take care not to jump to conclusions, Your Highness, especially in the immediate aftermath when my own emotions are high. Yuffie's eyes flared ever so slightly, but the princess kept any anger or irritation in check. I understand quite well the point you seek to make, she said instead. Nevertheless, since my arrival I have dug deeper into the finances of the area, trying to trace the routes the money took and where it ultimately ended up. One such endpoint was KBR. By now Reuben was looking more than a bit worried. You believe the Duke had a hand in your brother's death? Unlikely, Yuffie said confidently. There is however a high probability that he has at least an indirect connection to the Directorate. And if that connection exists, there is also the possibility that he is a bit higher up in the chain, so to speak, in the ranks of their associates than a mere senior clerk in the Exchequer. If that is the case, then the Directorate might be prepared to react if I directly struck at him, such as ordering the execution of his son and charging the Duke himself with crimes against the Crown's subjects. The young woman's eyes darkened. And if the Directorate did arrange Clovis' assassination because he was poking at something they did not want disturbed, then the Lord David's execution serves as a message to them about the consequences of such conduct. Reuben grimaced. That is a very dangerous stratagem you are pursuing, Your Highness. Yuffie smiled slightly. Those were Brigadier Eyre's exact words when I asked him to participate in my plan. The Brigadier is a seasoned soldier, Reuben stated. His counsel is well worth heeding. I have been heeding it, Yuffie replied with equal firmness. It was with some effort that Reuben suppressed a sigh. The course of action the princess was taking was not unreasonable. It was, however, as he said, extraordinarily dangerous, especially if this Directorate was really as dangerous as she was implying. Yet that there was the rub. I trust that I do not offend, Your Highness, when I say that I will need to see what evidence you possess of this Directorate before deciding whether I believe your actions are warranted. Of course, Yuffie said genially. For something of this magnitude skepticism is well warranted. It will take a great deal of time to go over the evidence, however, and matters of state cannot be left undone in the meantime. Shall we set up appointments over the next week or so? That would be acceptable, Reuben acquiesced. For now though, you said you had a solution to the issue of the political prisoners. Ah yes, Yuffie nodded, a wolfish smile appearing. Yes, I do have a potential solution. And I hope you will have fewer reservations about it than about the matter with the Directorate. As Reuben listened to the proposal, the elderly man found that he did indeed have fewer reservations. Some still lingered, that was perhaps inevitable, but the princess' solution was an elegant counter to the political mess the petition was threatening to spiral into. Of course there was some risk involved in the Viceroy's intended course of action, but as was plainly evident, risk alone was hardly sufficient to deter the young woman. That however was both a positive and negative. Only time would tell which side of the coin would land. Colin's absent. Millie remarked idly as the student council settled down for lunch. Shirley nodded. She wasn't in class this morning. Maybe she's feeling a bit under the weather after running around so much helping organize the dance. Hey, well that's certainly possible, the older girl said, though I would hope that she would let us know if she was feeling any strain. Or at least Cecilia would. Maybe have Cole cook up some brownies or something for her, Rivals suggested. Those two seemed to be hitting it off really well at the dance. A wide smile appeared on Millie's face. They did, didn't they? I wonder if that will actually get anywhere. The rest of the student council regarded their nominal leader with an amused wariness, for what the girl really meant was how she could help make sure things went somewhere. And while Millie had not come right out and said it, all of them were pretty certain that she had intentionally arranged for the princess and Cole to bump into each other. One of these days someone was going to turn the tables on her and set the girl up with a guy, but seeing Millie's practiced experience in dodging marriage interviews set up by her parents, that day was likely long in coming. I was a bit surprised though, Rivals commented. I mean, I think the first time the two met was when Cole was chasing you down for your signature. Ahaha, Millie laughed with uncharacteristic sheepishness. Yeah, and they didn't even talk back then. Maybe it was love at first sight, Shirley said with a smile. If only that actually happened outside of romance novels, Rivals said almost wistfully. And not a setup for heartbreak. My, but aren't you the romantic, Millie said with a chuckle. Still, if Colin was to take off for a bit now would actually be a good time for it. We don't have any major work in the near term, and the semester will be wrapping up soon enough. Millie, are you forgetting about something? Nina spoke up. The girl picked up the manila folder and presented it to her senior. The new transfer student. Oh, I didn't forget about that, Millie said with a smile, but since she'll also be in Rivalt's and Shirley's class, I thought I'd delegate. Rivalt sighed wearily. Well, whatever. So, who is she? Charlotte Dunois, Millie said as she opened up the folder. Dunois? Sounds French, Shirley remarked. Millie nodded. Her family was probably one of those that fled the French Revolution to Britannia. There was a surprising number of people with similar lineages in the empire, though these days they were so integrated they were considered as Britannian as those who traced their ancestry to the British Isles. Her parents apparently work in the saccharide industry and have been here for a few years, but they didn't send for her until they felt that Area 11 was more stable and that she was old enough, Millie continued. Hey, well, I guess Yuffie's reforms are having an effect even faster than I thought. When is she starting? Shirley asked. Tomorrow, Millie said. I think, yeah, the paperwork's dated from last week, but it looks like our copy got lost in the shuffle with everything that was going on. It is important to keep on top of the things the office sends us, Nina pointed out. Yeah, I know, Millie said with a slight smile. Still, things should be calm enough that we can work through anything that's in our backlog. She handed the folder over to Shirley. Mind helping Charlotte around until she's acclimated to the school? Of course, President, Shirley said with a nod. Part of the job after all. Speaking of job, there is one last thing we need to take care of before the summer break starts, Millie said. Gotta get the student council elections organized. Right, Rivals. The last was said with a blink, but both word and deed only elicited a sigh from the young man. Yes, Millie, I'll have my candidacy papers in. He looked over at the others. So long as no one is planning on jumping ship next year and leaving me all by my lonesome. We wouldn't do that, Rivals, Shirley reassured him. If you want our help, you have but to ask. Oh good, Rivals said with a grin. Then I look forward to working with you, Vice President Fennett. You've already planned the roles? Shirley said. And shouldn't Nina get the vice president slot? She's the treasurer this year after all. I don't know how much time I'll have next year, Nina said apologetically. Don't worry about it, Rivals said. I know your atomic work is important. Sorry, Nina said nonetheless, though she did smile gratefully at Rivals' words. Well, Nunnally will be in entering high school next semester, Shirley said. Maybe we could have her become a formal member instead of just an honorary one then. All eyes fell on Millie and the girl pondered over it. The student council was a very visible presence on campus, and so having Nunnally take an active role would expose her to more attention. Of course that alone should not preclude her participation, but it was always something that hovered in the background unfortunately. That should be fine, Millie said before smiling slightly. And who knows? Maybe in a few years she'll even be able to inherit my seat. The others also smiled. For that to happen, quite a few things would need to change in Britannia, but that did not mean they needed to discard such a possibility. The future was, after all, unknowable. Anu sneezed, rubbing her nose to get rid of the itch that had elicited it. You okay? Fine, the woman said. Let's get this done so that we can get out of all this dust. The man chuckled as he nodded. The room they were in had spent the last few years storing many boxes filled with broken down equipment that the clinic could not afford to throw away, but had not yet gotten around to fixing up or stripping down for parts, and a fine layer of dust had accrued on all the boxes. Now with the revitalization of the KO Medical Campus picking up steam, however, it would soon be repurposed as another properly equipped ward. Before said repurposing could happen though, everything needed to be hauled out, sorted, and more likely than not tossed. Fortunately there were plenty of warm bodies about to help with all the work. A steady procession of people filed in and out with boxes on their shoulders as Anu supervised. Each person would crack open their box before leaving to let the woman examine it, after which she would determine the ultimate fate of the contents. Keep. Toss. 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 Good God, we still had that? Toss. Keep. And so it went. Amongst the people helping was a somewhat slender but otherwise quite fit brunette. In truth there was no real need for Colin to be here helping out, as not only were the usual volunteers and campus staff all pulling long shifts to get the work done, workers from the Simuragi family and even members of the Britannian Army Engineering Corps were also pitching in. Colin was originally only here to consult with the Simuragi representatives, but after seeing everyone else so hard at work the girl found herself unable to just sit around. CC on the other hand had no such reservations, and as such was lounging about in one of the private offices. That was probably for the better. The girl's exotic features would have been nearly impossible to disguise like Colin's, and her visible presence would have raised all sorts of questions. With so many hands available the room was soon completely emptied and then wiped down. Windows were opened to let the room air out, after which others would be in here to apply a fresh coat of paint. Only after that was done could beds be brought in. Still, every journey was the sum of its steps and Anu was satisfied with the progress thus far. "Come in," she said as she gave Colin a pat on the shoulder, "let's go get something to eat." "Lunch is on me," Colin said. "I brought some of the leftovers from the dance." "Oh? Well, this should be good," Anu said with a grin. As the two walked through the halls they passed a flurry of activity in the halls and other rooms. The entire building was crawling with people working on its restoration, which once completed would house all of the campus patients while work then shifted to the other buildings. It was heartening in many ways to see all these people moving with purpose once more. That purpose was of course not entirely driven by spirit or will, it was also fueled by cold hard cash. Before the infusion of resources by the Brightonian government, the staff at the KO Community Clinic made do with very meager wages, with most performing more than one job for even that little pay. Since the Viceroy's project began, however, everyone's pay had seen bumps. Anu herself had actually received two. The first was part of the general pay raise everyone at the campus got. The second was the result of the Brightonians finding out that Anu knew more about the campus electrical systems than any one other single person. She was promptly appointed head of maintenance with another pay raise to go with the title. Of course Anu was not the only one to benefit from the sudden largesse by the Brightonian government, nor were the benefits restricted solely to the original KO staff. While some of the initial preparatory work in fixing up the campus had been done by employees of the Sumeragi family, more and more of the workers were being drawn from the local community. The sudden availability of decent paying jobs was injecting a not insignificant amount of cash into the local economy, with more and more people no longer living day to day or even week to week. Old debts were cleared, new things were bought, and some money was even being set aside for the future. That was not to say there were no downsides to this sudden surge of prosperity, however. The most obvious one was the upswing of prices in the area around the hospital. Now that people could afford things, businesses could actually charge higher prices. That was in and of itself not that big of a problem, since the resulting cash made by the businesses allowed them to get higher quality supplies, hire workers themselves, and invest a bit in new equipment and the like. So again, it was a net gain for the community at large. A more subtle downside was also on display in the flurry of activity, for Anu had been utterly unable to get away from the campus for the last week as she coordinated parts of the restoration. Even Tamaki had been dragged into the work. At this rate the resistance movements might end up falling apart just because all of their members were too busy working and earning money. It was a means of combating the insurgency that Colin and her comrades had to admit a grudging respect for. The outside grounds that the two emerged onto was slightly less chaotic, though trucks hauling supplies regularly passed through. It was also where the third potential downside to the restoration project was visible in the form of the soldiers with MP armbands standing about. All of them were honorary Brightonians serving in the Brightonian army who under normal circumstances would have been taking considerable risk being here so lightly armed. Their arrival, though heavily forewarned, had elicited a tense wariness from the campus staff and those living in the area. The soldiers themselves were well aware of this and took great effort to be courteous and professional. And then it somehow became known that these soldiers had participated in the raid on KBR's Kashigaya chemical factory, and a keen curiosity began displacing the barely concealed hostility. "My, how things have changed," Anu said with a wiry smile. Colin nodded. "I should be happy about this. Yet the best I can manage is ambivalence." "I know what you mean," Anu said. "When I first drifted onto the campus, it was run down and there were breaks in the wiring all over the place. Now, we're actually getting properly insulated mains and leaky pipes swapped out. That's all great, but we're paying a price for it." Both women glanced over at a pair of soldiers patrolling the grounds. The platoon was spread out quite a bit, with most of its numbers simply walking around. The two squads that were concentrated on the other hand were sitting tight in an armored truck in full gear, ready to respond on the off chance someone seriously wanted to take a shot at their comrades. It was an interesting balance between sensitive discretion and prudent caution. "Has Kuruba-sensei said anything to you?" Colin asked. "He's optimistic," Anu replied. "And it's pretty obvious that he hopes to keep me busy enough that I won't go jaunting off on another misadventure like what happened at the KBR depot." Colin nodded. That was quite understandable on the doctor's part. He was ultimately trying to do what he thought was best for those he cared about. "Have you had a chance to see Mom?" Anu asked, referring to Kotone Kaujiki as if the woman was indeed her own mother. Sadly, in a way, she was the only one Anu had left to call that. "Yet. She's getting better," Colin said. "She's still drifting in and out of the past, but that's happening less and less." The young woman smiled. "I think she'll beat this thing." "She will," Anu said with a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder. The two entered into the main building and headed for the small office that had been set aside for Anu after her abrupt promotion. Beyond a small fridge and a TV, it had few amenities. Every other piece of furniture was purely functional. That of course had not stopped CC from managing to lounge about in the chair while she watched TV. "Ah, thou art returned from thy labors. I'm starting to think I should send you back to Ogai's," at least there you won't have any excuse to not do some heavy lifting, Colin said with a smirk. CC returned the expression. Ye gods, thou think of me little more than a courtier. If only you did enough labor to qualify as one, Colin said as she pulled out the leftovers from the fridge. The other girl noticeably perked up at the sight of the food and Colin shook her head in resignation. If nothing else, CC was fairly transparent about what she did and did not enjoy. Methinks thou could find worse a man than one so able to grace a table with such fine victuals. Colin snorted. Is that how you judge all guys? 'Tis as reasonable as any other measure. Says you, Colin retorted before turning to Anu. We'll need to heat this up somewhere. We can just use the kitchen, Anu suggested. Though, if that smells as good as it already looks, we might need to beat off everyone else in there. Colin chuckled. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Anu gave the younger woman a playful ruffle of her hair before walking with her for the kitchen. Despite how busy things had become, there was fortunately still a spot open on the stoves and after a bit of prep work the food was soon in a warming pot. Before it was ready, but well after a most appetizing aroma began drawing attention, a voice called out. Inu-san. Inu turned about. Yes. Ichijo-san would like to speak with you, the man said. He is waiting for you in his office. All right, be right there, Inu said before glancing back at Colin. Just leave my portion on my desk. You sure you want to risk it being eaten? Colin said. I'm sure that you'll make sure it doesn't happen, Inu replied with a playful grin. Colin seemed to think over her response. Come by Mom's room when you're done, we'll all eat together. The smile took on a more affectionate air as Inu nodded. All right. I won't be long. The Sumeragi family representative's office was in a considerably nicer room than Anu's, not that the woman really cared. It was also soundproof and had been swept for bugs, so in theory it was one of the safest places to hold private conversations at the campus. Not that a request to meet Ichijo in his office meant every conversation needed such privacy, but Anu's instincts told her that this was one of them. As such she wasted little time making her way to the room and showing herself in. Ichijo-san, she greeted. Inu-san, the man replied. Please, have a seat. Inu did so. Has something happened? And cut right to the chase. The man pursed his lips. The Viceroy has formally received the petition regarding the Fuchu prisoners. We have learned that she intends to make a public statement about it later this evening. Inu's eyes widened. That was remarkably quick. Any hints at what she will say? No, Ichijo said with a shake of his head. The various news agencies have also not been given copies of the statement for transcription. Whatever the Viceroy intends to say, she intends it to be a surprise to the general public. And none of your usual sources within her administration have been able or willing to leak the statement details to you. That is correct, Ichijo said. This is causing a certain degree of concern. I can imagine, Inu said. So, was this information purely a courtesy or does the Sumeragi family have something they think Kakashi can help with? At the moment it is merely a courtesy, Ichijo said. Until we know what the Viceroy intends it would be premature to try anything. And seeing as it is highly unlikely that she would order anything so drastic that it would endanger the lives of the prisoners, we likely do not need to put into action any emergency contingencies. Inu nodded in agreement. While there was little doubt that the Princess Euphemia could be ruthless, even with her summary execution of the Lord David it seemed doubtful she would order the same against a bunch of harmless intellectuals whose only crime was to speak up against Britannia. Doing so would wreck beyond any hope of recovery the goodwill she was establishing with the Japanese people, and the princess did not seem nearly foolish enough to do that. Still, I presume our own plans for freeing the prisoners will remain on track unless the princess actually accedes to the petition? Inu asked. That is so. All right, I'll pass on the news to Kakashi and the rest of my associates and will be sure to watch the broadcast this evening. Thank you for the consideration, Ichijo-san. The media staff took only mere moments to finish adjusting the recording equipment, and after that it was just a matter of waiting. Fortunately Yuffie had had a lot of practice looking regal while sitting about doing absolutely nothing. It could still be trying on her patience of course, so she was almost relieved when the cameraman began counting down with his hands. And then the light blinked red and her image was projected across every TV in Area 11. Citizens and subjects of the Holy Britannian Empire, Yuffie began with proper solemnity. I speak to you this day to address a matter that has been overlooked for far too long. Shortly after Area 11's incorporation into the Empire, demonstrations by the people of the area occurred demanding the Britannia's withdrawal and the restoration of the area as a sovereign nation. Many of the instigators and organizers of these demonstrations were arrested and consigned to the Fuchu prison and have remained there since the early days of Area 11's formation. There was a bluntness, a frankness in Yuffie's speech that struck many people as uncharacteristic for a public figure. Some approved of it while others felt a disquiet. All however paid their full attention to the princess. Late last week my administration received a petition from one Yuriko Kachiyama, a reporter for the Asahi newspaper, pleading on the grounds of mercy and compassion for the release of those so imprisoned. I have given careful thought to the petition and I have arrived at a decision. That attention was now rapt as all waited impatiently to hear what that decision was, for it was becoming clear that this moment might well end up defining the Princess Euphemia in her capacity as Viceroy of Area 11. It is true as Ms. Kachiyama stated in her petition, that these men and women have made no physical transgression against Britannia. It is equally true that they have likely suffered greatly, both physically and mentally, as they languished in prison for simply espousing an idea. Many would suggest that such suffering is disproportionate considering their actions. Many would also suggest that none of these people so imprisoned posed any sort of danger to society and social order. The princess' eyes hardened visibly on TV screens everywhere. Many would also forget that an idea can be far more powerful than any single action, for an idea can serve to spur countless actions. A slight optimism had been building up in the Japanese viewers, just as an anxiety was surfacing in the Britannian ones. Almost immediately emotions were flipped and mixed with confusion as all those watching tried to figure out just what the princess' roundabout statements would finally result in. The notion that Britannia's dominion over her territory is violable has long been considered tantamount to sedition, Yuffie continued. This has been true regardless of who advances such a notion, be they a full-blooded Britannian or a number. As decreed on the founding of our great nation, the empire is a sacred union, indivisible and singular. To doubt this is to doubt the entirety of the empire, and such doubt is a greater danger to Britannia than any other force that might be arrayed against our great nation. As such, a simple idea is far from harmless. The princess' expression softened. Nevertheless, once more across the area, breaths were caught and emotions swirled. With just one word, Euphemia had turned her subjects into turmoil and confusion again. Nevertheless, she repeated, to divide the subjects of the empire in so callous a manner is an unbecoming thing. To deprive all possibility of hope or opportunity, an unworthy act. Mercy and compassion is often derided as weaknesses by many of noble blood. They forget, however, that only those with genuine strength can dispense either. And though a great measure of my strength comes from the authority vested in me by my honored father, I choose to believe that I still possess enough to show those worthy of it mercy and compassion. Euphemia smiled. It was a smile that echoed through the hearts of almost everyone that saw it. Almost. The acts committed by the prisoners held at Fuchu cannot simply be ignored. Those acts, however, can be balanced in the eyes of the empire. As such, I hereby proclaim that any person currently interned by the government for nonviolent protests against Britannian governance will be granted their freedom on condition of their swearing allegiance to the empire as honorary Britannians. Silence hung in the air for a singular moment as the full meaning of the princess' words percolated. And then all across the area people exploded as a whirlwind of emotions swept through them. Shock, disbelief, anger, relief, it was all mixed in across the entire spectrum of society. What the princess was decreeing was unprecedented. Even unthinkable for a notable portion of Britannians and Japanese both. But she had done it, and once more the Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia had caused a storm to erupt in her domain. Back at the KO campus inside a news office, 3 women had been watching the broadcast intently. Outside the room, shouts and cries could be heard as people reacted to the princess' declaration. Inside, the responses were more muted. CC regarded the image of the princess thoughtfully. Colin scowled. Inu chewed her lip. She was ultimately the one that summed up the situation. I think we just got outmaneuvered. End of chapter 27. Rather quiet. Not enough action in the dance chapter. The word count on this chapter is almost 9,000. I'm getting the feeling that I actually am going to need to bang out more chapters of such length if I'm to keep this story from breaching 200 or 300 chapters at the rate the plot is progressing. I have gone back and revised the scene where Yuffie got her geese from Vivi at the end of chapter 3. I believe it produces a greater sense of mystery and helps set the stage much better for a couple of developments I have in the pipeline. To the observant reader, it should be fairly clear that Yuffie has made a mistake. Based off of the information she has, her conclusions are actually quite reasonable. Because of information she does not have, however, those conclusions are completely wrong. Consider it an example of the limitations of her power. There will be ramifications, but they will take a bit more time to percolate to something that is reader visible. The British school system is, from the perspective of someone who went through a Prussian-based model like what the US has, weird. There's not what I would consider a necessarily clean-cut and straightforward mapping between the elementary/middle/high school model versus that of the numbered forms in the UK, at least in my own personal opinion. If someone could actually provide a straightforward explanation, that would be appreciated. Wikipedia is surprisingly unhelpful on this subject. On the topic of schools, this is another place where it's pretty blatant. In the anime they were basing Ashford Academy on the Japanese school system without even bothering trying to inject elements from an actual Western or British school. It's more than a bit jarring, to be frank. And it's more than a bit depressing just how little the production team seemed to put into actual world building. I'm not sure if I agree with me actually having a conversation pattern that I use a lot. The dialogue I write, I try to construct their flow in as natural a manner as possible. Some exposition by dialogue is almost inevitable due to the sheer complexity of some matters, but info dumping everything via dialogue can get really tiresome for readers, so I try to spread it out into narration and internal character thoughts as well. In the last chapter, a big chunk of the conversations were either characters learning about each other or basically a de facto debate on ideology. Those by virtue will get pretty wordy and is reflective of the imperfection of speech as a communication tool. That being said, there have been times when I do use dialogue to convey strictly information. I just literally have no recollection of trying to do that last chapter. It looks like the world history page on the Code Geass wiki is undergoing a minor edit war with a guy trying to, sell his notion of how the Code Geass timeline lines up with the Common Era years, and other editors not entirely happy with his reasoning. Chapter 28. Considerable debate remains to this day as to the Empress Euphemia's personal viewpoints on the issue of race. As sovereign, it is an undisputed fact that Her Majesty treated all with equal measure, never denying a subject their due and never extending leniency selectively. Nevertheless, it is also generally accepted that Her Majesty did consider the Britannian people to possess a mandate to impose order upon an otherwise chaotic world. The question that is often asked is what the Empress' own definition of Britannian was, whether it included only those of Western European descent, or whether all subjects of the Empire were Britannian regardless of heritage. Those that argue the former point to what they consider to be the very gradual pace of the reforms that lifted restrictions on numbers. Those that argue the latter counter with the fact that several of Her Majesty's most trusted advisors and confidants were of mixed heritage or not of Britannian blood to begin with. Requests to the imperial family for access to the Empress' personal journals have continued to be rebuffed, and those private records that have been revealed to the general public have remained utterly silent on the matter. Until such time as the imperial family is willing to release further records, it is unlikely the matter will ever be settled. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 28, Actus non facit rem nisi mens sit rea. Merd. That singular word summed up quite succinctly the reactions of those present in the room. The princess is proving a remarkably adaptable opponent, Charlotte remarked before glancing over at Lelich. More than that, she is demonstrating a daring that would be beyond most in positions of authority. Though considering her heritage, perhaps such strength of will should be expected. The two were in an apartment in Tokyo, arranged by Kyoto House to serve as Charlotte's official residence under her false identity. Tomorrow would after all see her enter Ashford Academy as a formal student. As important as it is to not underestimate an opponent, overestimating one can be equally dangerous, Lelich stated. We will simply have to account for this riposte and formulate our own response appropriately. At a minimum, however, the response that Kyoto House musters should serve to distract Yuffie and the rest of the Britannian government long enough for us to receive the packages arriving in Hokkaido. Charlotte regarded the young man. The second wave of shipments are on their way. Indeed, Lelich responded. Andri should be in the process of acquiring them now. Assembly of the weapons will take a bit of time, but the JLF should have ordnance technicians sufficiently skilled for the task. The captain should also be able to handle anything that is too complex for them. Well, they will certainly come as a surprise to the Britannians, Charlotte said. Especially if we can take them by surprise. A shame we will only have half a dozen or so, Lelich said. Used properly we just might have enough to be able to knock out the airfields at MacArthur and Nimitz. If we are very lucky we will also be able to neutralize whichever carrier is parked at Nimitz. But if we are able to compromise the ASIC that offers alternatives in neutralizing MacArthur base's air power, Charlotte pointed out. Very true, Lelich agreed, though that does require quite a few things to go right. Highest priority should be to take that Lancelot nightmare out of play. Lelich regarded the young woman. What is it? Charlotte asked. Nothing, just, it has been a while since I last saw your hair down, Lelich remarked. Charlotte glanced over at the tuft of her ponytail resting on her shoulder and smiled. Yes, I suppose so. Regulations in the field generally requires that I wear it in a bun or get it cut, but, well, I just can't quite bring myself to cut it. Lelich stroked the length of the hair. You look better like this. Why thank you, Charlotte said with a chuckle. Hopefully this Kurugi will think much the same and allow me to maneuver him into a position where you can work on him. An uncharacteristically pensive look appeared on Lelich's face. It would be so much simpler to just have the man assassinated than to carry out this charade. Charlotte smiled gently and took hold of Lelich's hand. Not all things worth doing are easy. Lelich grunted. I suppose not. Still, I will take immense pleasure in paying back this, Japanese, for any slights you may suffer because of him. Charlotte chuckled and planted a kiss on Lelich's cheek. My own Prince Charming. Colin was once more in her Akakashi disguise, seated in one of the many receiving rooms of the Sumeragi estate. The young headmistress sat opposite of her and both had their respective attendants and assistants on hand. The Viceroy's decree has come as something of a surprise, Kagaya stated. Of all the possible courses of action she could have taken, this was not one we were expecting. And in many ways this was the worst thing she could have done from our perspective. Colin nodded. That was certainly true enough. What does Kyoto House intend as a response? Colin asked. Our contingency remains unchanged, Kagaya said. We still intend to liberate the prisoners at Fuchu. And demonstrate to the Viceroy that it is not solely by her discretion that a person's freedom is determined, Colin stated. Kagaya smiled slightly. Indeed, Akakashi-san. Her Highness' intent is obvious, to entice our people to trade their freedom for a modicum of prosperity. It is they whom we must also remind that the princess and the empire does not dictate their destiny. Right then, how are we on putting together a plan for the jailbreak? Colin asked, glancing over at Anu. We have schematics of the prison itself and maps of the surrounding area, Anu said. The trick is going to be how fast the Britannians respond. Since Fuchu is on the outskirts of the city, they can't get reinforcements from MacArthur very quickly unless they deploy by air, which would preclude any armor, but conversely, since they are on the outskirts, there's an outpost just beyond the city limits that might be able to reinforce quickly. On-site security? Colin asked. None of the guards are, as might be expected, carrying firearms, Ichijo answered that one. There is a police station less than a kilometer away that has a rapid response team, but they are not equipped to take on heavy opposition. So they probably won't have any proper anti-armor that could harm a nightmare, Colin noted. Still, that won't matter much if we don't have a proper means of extracting all the prisoners held at Fuchu. How many people are there? Approximately 300, Ichijo stated. And you are quite right, safely evacuating all of them will be no easy task. We are preparing several plans. For one, the North Fuchu station is almost right next to the prison. We can position our own operatives at the station with special train cars with clothes for the prisoners to change into. Once they arrive at the next station, they can disembark and disappear into the general population. Colin raised an eyebrow. That was actually rather clever, assuming they could pull it off. And the other plans? They are more conventional. We will have a few trucks and other vehicles that can discreetly hide a number of people be passing through as well. The Britannians may be able to stop some of them, but they won't be able to stop all of them. The fake brunette nodded. That really was the best they could hope for in such a complicated environment. What's our timetable? Colin asked. We will be ready to execute within the week, Ichijo stated. To be frank, the sooner we break open Fuchu, the better. You worry that some of the prisoners will take up the Viceroy's offer? Colin said. It is inevitable, Kagaya spoke up. Some of these men and women have been imprisoned for a long time. That they might succumb to the temptation is not a mark against them, it is simply a measure of how much suffering they have endured. The young Sumeragi headmistress was surprisingly pragmatic and realistic, Colin noted. Though she held true to the principle of restored sovereignty to Japan, she seemed cognizant of the fact that achieving this goal did not require a scorched earth approach that precluded any and all compromises. That flexibility marked her as an effective leader despite her youth. It also marked her as someone Colin would need to remain wary of in the case that flexibility resulted in Kagaya deciding she and her cell were expendable for the greater good. Turning on Colin and her cell after having revealed her identity as a member of Kyoto House would be extremely risky, which meant any betrayal would need to be very final and very thorough to prevent that identity from reaching the Britannian authorities. Well, in that case then we should get our own plans ready, Colin said with a slight bow. We will keep you informed, Kagaya-sama. Kagaya nodded, and so concluded the meeting, the respective parties heading off to whatever was next on their agendas. Kyoto House is actually pretty worried about any prisoner accepting the Viceroy's clemency, Inu remarked as they left the estate. Is that so surprising? Colin asked. If enough of the prisoners accept it, it might convince a lot of regular people that becoming honorary Britannians isn't such a bad thing after all. And if those numbers reach a critical mass, we'll never regain our independence. True, Inu agreed. And breaking free all those people will put a lot of pressure on the Viceroy. She really flat-footed us with that announcement of hers. We need to regain the initiative. To think, getting a more competent Viceroy would cut both ways, Colin remarked. Everything she does to make the lives of our people better, the more they'll become willing to accept Britannian rule. So, as my deputies, any ideas of how to orchestrate the prison break? Colin asked. A few, Inu said. In fact, I think this might call for another appearance by the Red Knight. Ogai frowned. Operating in the city with a nightmare is risky. We'll need to have a very good exit strategy to get it out. Don't worry, I have an idea for that, Inu assured the man. And the prison is far enough away from MacArthur base that we should be able to get Akakashi out of there before the Britannians can respond with their own nightmares. Sounds good to me, Colin said. As confident as the girl was in her piloting, she also knew not to push her luck. If they could avoid another running battle against half the Britannian army, she was all for it. And getting clean away would take the Britannians down another notch, show the Japanese people that their oppressors were not invincible and that their sufferance was not needed. That was the real danger behind the Princess Euphemia's decree, the risk that the Japanese people would get used to letting her define their limits. It was when that happened that the chance for independence was truly lost. The field of battle was a wide open field with no places to hide and plenty of space for maneuvers. In theory that meant a nightmare like the Lancelot should have a clear advantage over any opposition thanks to its considerably improved speed and maneuverability. In practice when said opposition was 4 Gloucesters piloted by the cream of the Princess Cornelia's royal guard, the movements of the White Nightmare looked more like desperate scampering about than the graceful motions its sleek form usually produced. And even practice rounds could do a lot of damage if they hit in the right spot. What is he doing? Lloyd all but whined. Suzaku should be able to run circles around a Gloucester, why can he not control the flow of the engagement? He's fighting 4 of them, Lloyd, Cecile admonished her nominal superior. Surely you're not seriously expecting him to be able to do so without some difficulty. Well, there's nothing in the raw specs that would indicate the Lancelot isn't a match, Lloyd responded. Of course the part with the most variability is the pilot. Cecile sighed in exasperation. As intelligent as Lloyd was, no, perhaps it was that very brilliance that made the Earl so insensitive as a person. Aha! Cecile looked back at the monitor to see the Lancelot deftly sidestep a sword swung by one of the Gloucesters before swiping the purple Nightmare's legs out from under. The other 3 Gloucesters however were not idle, and as the Lancelot prepared to finish off its opponent they opened fire, forcing Suzaku to withdraw. Why did he pull back? Lloyd protested. The blaze luminous can handle at least that much fire. At considerable power expenditure, Cecile said. Really, Lloyd, what do you think would happen if Suzaku lost power in the middle of the exercise? Why do you believe he will not? Lloyd asked. I do happen to agree, Cecile, that fighting 4 Gloucesters like this may be beyond the limits of what the Lancelot can do now, but Suzaku should at least be able to defeat 1 or 2 of them before that happens. Cecile sighed, not sure why she even bothered at times. Lloyd could be extremely haphazard in his thought process. Instead of trying to deal with her superior's whimsicalness, she focused on the battle that was unfolding on the monitors. She personally had faith that Suzaku would put on a good showing and might even be able to outlast his 4 opponents. Some things after all were more than the sum of raw numbers. Suzaku zigzagged away from the 3 Nightmares trying to thoroughly ventilate his own and succeeded in avoiding the need to bring up the blaze luminous. Conversely, they also succeeded in keeping him from taking down Bartholomew's Nightmare, and the Glaston Knight was already getting back on his feet. That was unfortunate. With the way the 4 Nightmares were supporting each other, Suzaku was not sure if he would get another chance like that again. It was looking more and more like he would need to pick them off at range, which was easier said than done. The Lancelot spun about as Suzaku tried to get on the flank of the Glaston Knights. If they managed to catch him in a crossfire he would be well and truly screwed, but if he could get them to interfere with each other's line of fire he could lessen the amount they could pour on him. His opponents were however not stupid, and 2 of the Nightmares moved against Suzaku's flank in opposite direction of the White Nightmare's movements. Suzaku grimaced as he ever so slowly fell into their trap. There was not much he could do to get out of it at this point, but perhaps there was a way to make the relative positions work to his advantage. Abandoning his previous plan, Suzaku charged straight towards one of the Nightmares without bothering to strafe. The end result was predictable as his target let loose, splattering rounds against the Lancelot's green shield. Suzaku responded in kind, the step-down shot from his railgun still more than fast enough to preclude any hope of dodging, assuming he was on target of course. The first shot went wide, expected as it was a ranging shot. The second nailed the opposing Nightmare in the leg and sent the appendage flying upward. The Gloucester lost control and crashed into the ground in a sprawling mess. That was most definitely a mission kill, seeing as one leg was snapped clean off and an arm was twisted at a most unnatural angle. His target neutralized, Suzaku resumed dodging and just barely avoided meeting a similar fate as the blaze luminous system cut out. Looking at his power levels, the young man saw he was down to a little under a third. He was not going to win at this rate. Bringing his Nightmare about, Suzaku carefully studied the relative positions of the other Glaston Knights. They were in a triangular formation now, one that was trying to center around him. It was a sound strategy, and the only reason he got out of the last attempt was because of his shield. If they did manage to surround him again he was as good as dead. Maybe he would get one more of them in the process, but that would be. An explosion rocked the Lancelot and Suzaku was thrown about in the cockpit. Gah! The young man looked down to see a small crater to his left where some sort of charge had apparently gone off. When had that? There was no time for further confusion as the other 3 Nightmares sprayed his position with gunfire. The time it took him to regain balance was time spent under the withering fire. The shells fired by the Glaston Knights were training rounds that at worst might cause the armor to buckle if enough were pumped into a target. Impacts from them however were still felt by the Nightmare and its pilot, and every hit caused the mech to wobble. At this rate Suzaku's defeat was effectively assured, and the few shots the young man was able to return were badly off mark thanks to how destabilized his Nightmare was. Well, no guts no glory, he muttered. Bypassing the usual protocols, Suzaku dumped a good chunk of his remaining power into the blaze luminous system and used it to absorb the incoming fire for a few seconds. That nearly completely drained his battery, but he still had enough power for one last maneuver. Suzaku locked onto the closest Gloucester and charged. The maneuver put him into the very crossfire position that he had been trying so hard to avoid before, but Suzaku did not care. With a roar he unloaded everything he had, expending the last of his rifle's ammo to keep his target from maneuvering too freely. Tossing aside his spent weapon, Suzaku brought the Lancelot's sword to bear. He thrust at the Gloucester's center, certain that his speed combined with the power of the White Nightmare's systems would preclude any chance of the Gloucester from dodging or deflecting the blow. He was wrong. The Gloucester dropped to the ground, the Lancelot's sword scraping its head but otherwise inflicting no measurable damage. Suddenly the White Nightmare tumbled as the Gloucester tackled its legs. While the Lancelot's landing was not quite as messy as that of its last opponent, it still came down hard, and Suzaku was devoutly thankful for the crash webbing that kept him from slamming his head against the cockpit's interior. By the time he had reoriented himself, error and warning messages blinked all over Lancelot's displays. "Ouch," was the first coherent sound the young man was able to get out. Exercise concluded, a voice sounded over the radio. Lancelot neutralized. Glaston 3 also neutralized. Glaston 2 remains operational. While his throbbing head was already a pretty good hint, the operator's statement made clear that his last-ditch attack had failed. "You all right there, Suzaku?" Claudio queried over the radio. "Yes sir," Suzaku replied. "Just getting my bearings again." The Lancelot shifted about as Suzaku tried to right the Nightmare. Claudio moved his own unit back to give the young man some space. "You had a good run," Claudio said. "Kept us on our toes, even took down Bart." "It felt more like I was constantly on the ropes sir," Suzaku replied. Claudio chuckled. "It was 4-on-1, Suzaku. Those aren't the kind of odds that you can let your fancy machine carry you through. Now that I've had a chance to go head-to-head with it, I can see that the Lancelot is a very impressive machine. As you get more experience with it, I'm sure one day you might actually be able to match the four of us in Gloucesters, but right now you are not taking advantage of the Lancelot's capabilities enough to pull that off." "Really?" Suzaku said quizzically. "What am I doing wrong?" "Ah, now that would be telling," Claudio said lightly. "Anyway, I'm sure you'll figure some of it out yourself in the after-action reviews. The rest, well, you have to work them out yourself to make them stick." "I see sir." The Lancelot oriented upward as its balance was restored. "Still, thank you for the lessons today. I did learn a lot." "Anytime Suzaku," Claudio said cheerfully. "And hey, maybe if we put on a good enough show the Asik will give us Lancelots too." A strained expression appeared on Suzaku's face. "In that case sir, I hope you understand if I demur on another 4-on-1 match." "Welcome to Ashford Academy Charlotte," Shirley said cheerfully to the blonde girl. "I'm Shirley Fennett, Secretary for the Student Council." "A pleasure," Charlotte said. "Thank you for taking the time to help me get settled, Shirley." "Oh, no problem, it's always nice to be able to meet new people," Shirley assured the girl. "Come in, let's get you checked in at the office and then we can get to homeroom." Charlotte nodded and fell in alongside the brown-haired girl. "So you lived in the homeland before?" Shirley asked. "Yes," Charlotte replied very carefully, "in the state of New York. That's where my family originally settled after leaving France and where the rest of my relatives still are." "Ah, I see," Shirley said with a smile. "So while your parents were working in Area 11, were you staying with other family?" "Exactly. My parents did their best to visit for holidays and the like, but now that I'm old enough and the area is settling down more, it was decided we could all be together again." "That's good to hear. It's not much fun having parents constantly away because of work." Charlotte regarded the other girl. "Are you speaking from experience, Shirley?" The brunette smiled mirthlessly. "Sort of. Not too long ago my dad was caught up in some big project for a couple of months and we didn't see him home for weeks on end. It's over now, but while he was so busy I began to realize just how much I had taken his presence for granted." Charlotte nodded in sympathetic understanding. "But he's not busy anymore, so I'm sure you're making him feel appreciated at home, right?" Shirley chuckled. "I suppose I am." The two arrived at the main office and Shirley guided Charlotte to their homeroom teacher. "Ah, Charlotte," the man in question greeted. "Welcome to Ashford, though I suppose Shirley here has already extended that to you." "Yes she has," Charlotte said agreeably. "As expected of our school's future vice president," the teacher said with a playful smile. "Geez, shouldn't people wait for me to actually make a decision?" Shirley protested half-heartedly. "Some things are just meant to be. Anyway, where were we? Ah yes, introductions. I am Mr. Mansfield and I teach mathematics here at Ashford. Which, actually means that you will likely not be in any of my classes beyond homeroom." Charlotte smiled politely. The specific subjects that had been chosen for her cover had needed to balance her ability to actually competently pass as a student studying for the respective A-level certifications and also make sense as a group. As such, the three primary subjects that Charlotte would be taking during her brief time here at Ashford was philosophy, history, and Latin, topics that thanks to her own education in the French school system she was fairly well equipped to deal with. The mandatory physical education would be a piece of cake thanks to her training as a SDIS operative and the combined workload should be within her ability to manage. And anything that she could not do quickly enough she could always get Lelich to help her with. Now, you are transferring in at a somewhat awkward time, the teacher went on. The semester is more or less wrapping up and transferring in the middle of your sixth form does disrupt your preparations for your A-levels somewhat. Yes sir, Charlotte agreed. Nevertheless I expect that I should be able to make up any differences in the curriculums between Ashford and my old school. Well, considering your transcript, I believe your confidence is warranted, Mansfield said with a slight smile before glancing over at Shirley. I believe next up was showing Charlotte around the school grounds and where her classes will be. Yes sir, Shirley said with a bob of her head. Then I won't keep you. Ms. Dunois, once more, welcome to Ashford and I hope you find your time with us rewarding. As do I Mr. Mansfield, Charlotte replied with a radiant smile. The two left the office after that and Shirley directed them towards the classrooms. He seems rather nice, Charlotte remarked. Oh he is, Shirley agreed before wrinkling her nose. He also grades really strictly. Until the last set of exams no one had ever scored a 100% on his tests. Charlotte chuckled. Really? Are they that hard? There's always at least one question on his exams that is multi-step and requires that you apply multiple principles to solve it, Shirley explained. The problem comes however if you don't remember some of the tricks or shortcuts and end up doing the calculation the long way, which can be really error-prone. I see, Charlotte said with a nod. Though, you said until the last set of exams. That means someone did get full marks. Shirley's head bobbed up and down. Ahoy, it was the Viceroy. Charlotte's eyes widened. The Viceroy? Her Highness. Oh, right, you probably didn't know this, but the princess is enrolled at Ashford, Shirley explained. She doesn't sit classes here, but she does the coursework and takes the exams. Mr. Mansfield was going over the answers for the exam and for the last question, the really tricky one, he said he basically just copied the princess answer for the explanation. He sounded really impressed. If he decided to use her answer as an example, that sounds quite understandable, Charlotte said. Hey, are there any other such interesting personages here at this school? Well, I'd say Millie counts, Shirley said with a mischievous smile. She's the headmaster's granddaughter and the current student council president. Ah, and so our nominal boss, Charlotte said with a grin of her own. Quite. She's always organizing various social events for the school, though I think it's mostly been a way for her to blow off steam for studying for her A-levels. She somehow finds the time to do that. Charlotte said incredulously. Shirley nodded. Don't ask me how. She's also been serving as an understudy to her grandfather as part of his work for the Viceroy too. Wow, Charlotte said with completely genuine amazement. There were few people that she could think of that could maintain that kind of pace without cracking completely under the strain. Her own Lelich happened to be one of them. Ashford has quite a few amazing people. Yab. Shirley's expression flickered for just a brief moment. Sometimes they're too amazing. Charlotte regarded the other girl quizzically. What do you mean? The brown-haired girl shook her head. Nothing. Just, never mind. The French girl kept her own expression neutral though a part of her suspected what was bothering Shirley. Unfortunately there was no way for her to pry too much and it was also apparent that bringing up the Japanese boy Kurugi would only make things awkward. Unfortunate, but she would need to wait for another opportunity before she could begin digging for more information. Anyway, let's get on with the tour, Shirley said with a slightly willful cheerfulness. We'll go to them in the order or your schedule. Let's see, what's your first class? Latin, Charlotte answered. Ouch, first thing in the morning. The blonde girl chuckled. It's not that bad. What about you, Shirley? Oh, I have literature, the girl said. I think they actually put it first in the day so that you can't procrastinate on the reading assignments and do them in other classes or during lunch. Hey, that's very practical. Yes, that does describe Ms. Miller. Shirley chuckled. Let's not dawdle. Best that you know where all your courses are before the first bell rings. Suzaku yawned as the RV entered the city limits. The last few days had been hectic and while he had learned a great deal, both in the large-scale exercises and in the battle against the Glaston Knights, he was actually looking forward to going back to school. The coursework at Ashford might be difficult but he genuinely found the philosophy class interesting. The physics class less so but Cecile had insisted that he take at least one hard science course. At least he was getting homework help from the ASIC staff, many of whom were apparently capable of performing differentiation and integration in their heads. It would still take him a few days to catch up on the coursework he had missed but seeing as it would also take that long to get the Lancelot fixed up after it was banged around that should not be a problem. The RV shook as the rumble of an explosion sounded. Suzaku bolted up and peered out the window to see a plume of smoke rising not too far away. What's going on? He exclaimed. When no one answered Suzaku looked over to see Lloyd staring blankly at the scene in equal confusion while Cecile had her hand to her ear, apparently listening in on the radio. Deciding that was the quickest way to get some answers, Suzaku pulled out his own headset and began scanning the channels. What's going on? Where did that come from? There anyone in range? Under attack, repeat, this is Fuchu prison, we are under. A hiss of static cut off the transmission. There, the last one. Cecile, it's Fuchu prison, Suzaku said. There. Under attack by insurgents, Cecile finished for him. But this isn't an attack, this has to be a jailbreak. She went silent again for a few seconds as she listened intently to something. Gods, they brought a nightmare along? A Red Sutherland. Suzaku's eyes widened. That had to be Colin. Is the Lancelot still able to fight? He asked. Cecile looked over at him. What? Suzaku, you're not seriously thinking of intervening? Who else is close by enough to be able to take on a nightmare? Suzaku insisted. I know the Lancelot's banged up, but it should still be able to take on a Sutherland without too much difficulty. That it should, Lloyd agreed. Lloyd. Please Cecile, we have to stop this. Cecile's expression remained more than a little conflicted. Suzaku. All indications are this is a jailbreak, not an attempt to actually get people killed. And the prisoners that they are trying to free are political prisoners, Japanese political prisoners. Are you sure you want to be the one trying to stop this? Suzaku grimaced but quickly put on a determined visage. I appreciate your concern, Cecile. And you're right, on a personal level I don't think these people should be imprisoned. But I swear an oath to Britannia, and the princess has even offered a legal way for these people to obtain their freedom. A crime is still a crime no matter the moral justifications, and if I stand by and let it happen, then I am as complicit as the actual criminals. So please, let me go out there in the Lancelot. Cecile regarded the young man before sighing in weary acceptance. All right Suzaku, go. But please, remember that your life is not worth sacrificing over an ideal. Suzaku smiled sadly. Some ideals are. Before the woman could respond, Suzaku flung upon the door and made a dash for the trailer carrying the Lancelot, leaving Cecile with a worried expression on her face. Some ideals might well be worth a life, but not everyone agreed on which ideals were. The painting before Yuffie was fairly small, the princess herself could have picked it up with little difficulty. It portrayed only a simple country cottage, but the young woman lingered as her eyes traced how the colors seemed to melt into one another with barely any hint of the brush strokes that must have placed them there. The result was a subtle realism whose illusion was only shattered if one looked very, very closely. What do you think of this entry, Jane? Yuffie asked her assistant. It is well done, Your Highness, Jane answered. I feel a faint nostalgia when I look upon it. As do I, Yuffie agreed as her eyes fell upon the title of the work and its artist. A country house. I suppose that is descriptive enough. Oh? An 11 entered this work. Jane followed the other woman's gaze and saw that that was the case. Certainly no full-blooded Britannian would be named Arisu Yamazaki. Well done indeed, Yuffie said as she moved on to the next work. Please invite Ms. Yamazuki to come speak with me before the awards ceremony. Yes, Your Highness, Jane said, making a mental note. Seeing as there were thus far no other entries from other 11s, finding the woman should not prove difficult. Jane's attention shifted to the next painting as her liege regarded it. Classically Britannian, Yuffie remarked. Once more Jane was in agreement with the younger lady. The massive painting was of the emperor with fist raised high and likely meant to convey a sense of majesty and power. The colors were vivid and forthright, and while there were no technical flaws in the work, there was nothing terribly distinctive about it either. Ah, this is by the son of the Marquis Nikolai, Yuffie said. I suppose this is as good an entry as any other. We will have this entry be the winning one. Yes, Your Highness, Jane said. The sad thing was, besides the painting by the 11 woman and a select few others, the princess was quite correct in her assessment of the entries. Most had been submitted by members or relatives of the nobility, and while none were outright bad, the majority lacked any notable vividness or vitality. Still, that did not mean the princess would not be granting at least some tokens of acknowledgement to the few works that truly merited it, though thus far only the Yamazaki woman had been marked for a meeting with Her Highness. With the last details sorted out, final preparations for the awards ceremony commenced. As one of Yuffie's senior assistants, Jane had been entrusted with making sure all the little details were attended to, which meant while the princess went to have a tea break, the older woman was running about coordinating with the serving staff, checking that the security personnel had completed their sweeps, and countless other things that went into these events. Jane did not begrudge her liege for taking a break right now. In fact, it was almost a relief that the younger woman was even allowing herself such a moment of inactivity. There had been times in the past where the princess staff had felt obligated to literally force the girl to stop working, such was her sense of diligence. To see Euphemia proactively finding time to rest was welcome progress on the girl's part, and none of her subordinates were in the least worried that she might become indolent. As the time of the ceremony approached, Jane set out on one last errand. Finding Ms. Yamazaki amongst the guests was not terribly difficult, seeing as she was perhaps the only person with distinctly Asian features. The man accompanying her was Brighton Ian on the other hand, and the way in which he held her arm suggested an intimate relationship. The shared expression of anxious hope further supported that supposition. Ms. Yamazaki, Jane said as she stepped next to the pair. Yes. The woman said nervously. Jane offered a reassuring smile. My name is Jane Eyre, the coordinator for the ceremony. Your entry has drawn the attention of certain parties and they wish to speak with you. Would you please come with me? The worry on the other woman's face became palpable and she exchanged looks with the man accompanying her. Your companion may also come along, Jane said. Thank you, Ms. Eyre, Yamazaki said. Please, we are in your hands. Jane nodded. This way. Due to the sheer size of the Viceroy's palace, it took a few minutes to reach the palace garden. Throughout the walk Jane could detect a hesitancy in the footsteps of the two people trailing her, a hesitancy that seemed to grow the further away from the hall they got. Once they emerged onto the roof, slight gasps could be heard as the two found themselves amidst an abundance of greens. An even louder gasp sounded when they caught sight of just whom Jane was leading them to. Your Highness, Jane said with a bow. Ms. Yamazaki and companion. The two quickly emulated the woman. Thank you, Jane, Yuffie said. I will see you at the ceremony proper. Yes, Highness, Jane said before taking her leave. Ms. Yamazaki, Yuffie greeted. And? The man coughed roughly as if he were choking. From his complexion he might well have been Henry Olsen, Your Highness, the man said. I'm Alice's fiancé. Yuffie tilted her head slightly. Alice. It's what I go by, Your Highness, the woman said quickly. I see, Yuffie said. Well then, Ms. Yamazaki, Mr. Olsen, please, have a seat. Thank you, Your Highness, Henry said with a bow before accepting the invitation. Once the two were seated, a servant stepped forward and poured cups of tea for both. Henry and Alice both politely took sips as they waited for Yuffie to speak again. Tell me, what do you think of this garden? Yuffie asked. The two blinked in surprise and exchanged confused looks with the other. Eventually, however, Henry nodded. Alice took a deep breath. It's beautiful, Your Highness. It's widely known that there is a garden atop the Viceroy's palace, but this is the first time I've ever seen it. My brother modeled it upon the imperial villa at Ares, Yuffie said. It is a place of many fond memories for both of us. To this neither of her guests had any sort of response, and so they remained respectfully silent. Your entry into the memorial contest, Yuffie said after a few moments. The style reminds me of the Hudson River School. Are you familiar with it? Yes, Your Highness, Alice said with a firm nod. I studied the style while in school. I always loved the expansive grandeur that was captured in paintings of that style. Yuffie nodded. One can almost imagine that one is actually there. There is a lushness to the color even when at the same time they blend together with such subtlety. Exactly, Alice said, her eyes seeming to light up before she caught herself. Ah, pardon me, Your Highness. The princess smiled. What need is there to pardon genuine enthusiasm? She took another sip of tea. Which brings us to your work. I am interested in purchasing it, assuming you are willing to sell it. Alice gaped at Yuffie, perhaps somewhat rudely, but the woman could be excused for her reaction. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. She finally got out. It is as I said, Yuffie said with a shrug. I wish to purchase your work. For me to do so, however, it must be available for sale. At present, however, it is not. With that last statement, Alice began to understand just what the princess was getting at. All of the entries to the Clovis Memorial Art Competition became property of the state to be displayed in the Viceroy's palace regardless of whether one won an award or not. Combined with the entry fee, it might even be argued that the true purpose of the competition was to get would-be artists to pay to get their art displayed. That was of course not the case for everyone, as some of the entrants, like Alice, were genuinely hoping for an award. But entering the competition was still something of a gamble, as unless the award was enough to offset the entry fee plus the material cost of producing the painting, it would still end up as a negative. Intangibles such as publicity from getting one's work displayed was ultimately just that, intangible, and no guarantee of future commissions from those that might see the work. What the princess was offering now, however, was a guaranteed payment, one that was likely to be relatively generous and certainly sufficient to recoup all of the costs involved. All of the costs save perhaps one regarding pride, for the unstated point was that if Alice did not withdraw her painting from the competition, she was guaranteed to win nothing. As an artist, as a person, that stung despite the very enticing consolation prize the princess was offering. Alice's expression trembled, but she eventually nodded. It is for sale, Your Highness. Yuffie nodded, her solemn expression making clear that she was aware of the turmoil the other woman was facing. And your price, Ms. Yamazaki? A deep breath preceded the answer. 700 pounds, Your Highness. The price was not exorbitant, certainly not for something of the caliber of Alice's work. In fact, Yuffie would have personally considered it on the low side. She glanced back and forth between Alice and her fiancé. If I may, a personal question, Yuffie said. When do you and Henry plan on holding your wedding? Her two guests looked at the princess in confusion at the seeming non-sequitur, but Henry eventually answered. We were hoping to have a ceremony early next year, Your Highness. Another nod from the princess. She reached over to her table and picked up a not too thin envelope and presented it to Alice. The other woman accepted it reverently with head bowed. Enclosed is 2,500 pounds, Yuffie said, eliciting gasps from the two. 1,000 as a refund of your entry fee, and 1,500 for purchase of the painting. The princess smiled. I hope that it will go a small way to helping the two of you be able to hold that ceremony come the new year. Tears were starting to well up in Alice's eyes, and Henry was not much better. Thank you, the woman said as she bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Henry stood and followed Alice's example as he offered his own gratitude. You are most welcome, Yuffie said. As the two sat down, there was a noticeable lessening of tension on their faces, replaced by what could only be described as looks of hope. And wide smiles. Incidentally, Yuffie said after another sip of tea. Would you happen to be available for further commissioned work, Alice? Alice blinked once more in surprise. Yes, of course, Your Highness. Ah, excellent. Yuffie set aside her teacup. I myself am a great fan of the Hudson River style of painting, I even have a few pieces in my personal collection. I was hoping that you might be able to add a few more examples. The smile that appeared was even wider than before. I would be honored, Your Highness. I am glad to hear it. Before Yuffie could continue, however, one of her armsmen stepped forth. Your pardon, Highness, but a matter has arisen that requires your immediate attention. Yuffie frowned but nodded before turning back to her guests. My apologies, but it looks like we will have to discuss the details of the commission at a later time. Of course, that's no problem at all, Your Highness, Alice said as she bowed once more. And, thank you once again, Your Highness. Yuffie nodded with a smile. Corporal, please escort Mr. Olsen and Ms. Yamazaki to see Rachel. She can make some preliminary arrangements for the formal contract. The armsman clicked his heels. Yes, Your Highness. Both Alice and Henry bowed once more before they were shepherded away. Once the two were gone, Yuffie turned to the first armsman. The matter, Sergeant? Highness, there has been an attack on the Fuchu prison by a Red Sutherland, the man said. It appears to have been a prison break. A Red Sutherland, Yuffie said with a raised eyebrow. The Red Knight. The armsman wisely did not offer his opinion. Yuffie sighed. Call Jane. It looks like she will need to serve as the master of ceremony for the awards as well. Yes, Your Highness, the armsman said before stepping back to carry out the order. Yuffie picked up her teacup and took another snip. There was no doubt now. The Red Sutherland had to have been piloted by the insurgent responsible for the Shinjuku incident, the same person that had come to her rescue during the Kawaguchi incident, and the same person that had precipitated the Kashigaya matter. It certainly appeared that the mysterious woman was being true to her word, striking against the aspects of Britannia that she considered abusive of her people. In some respects Yuffie could even respect that. In others though, not so much. As Viceroy of Area 11, it was ultimately Yuffie's responsibility to see to the order and stability of her domain. Yes, there were problems, but she was slowly resolving them. Allowing an 11 insurgent to conduct her own brand of vigilantism in so cavalier a manner was not only dangerous, it was unbecoming. Whatever Yuffie might have owed her for saving her and Nunnally's life did not outweigh her responsibilities. No, this Red Knight needed to be brought to heel, Yuffie decided. She looked down at her teacup and the reflection of her steely determination. The edge of her mouth quirked up. Still, this Red Knight had gotten her out of a tedious ceremony. Once the woman was brought in, there might yet be room for mercy. The jailbreak was going surprisingly well. Taking down the walls to the prison was a trivial matter with a nightmare, and the armed men and women that stormed the place did not encounter any significant resistance. Getting all of the jail cells open turned out to be a very manual process, with the need to open each cell one by one. That not-so-minor issue also meant the place was a death trap if a fire ever broke out, and so Colin did her best not to set off anything potentially incendiary, the guard post at the main gate notwithstanding. A steady stream of prisoners were now starting to flow out, some heading for the rail station while others piled into trucks as they managed to get through. The tap into the Britannian military net made clear that the authorities were still in a state of confusion as to what exactly was going on beyond the obvious of the prison coming under attack. Colin had not been quite fast enough in taking out the guard calling for help, but without eyes on the ground the Britannians seemed unclear as to what other forces besides Colin's nightmare were participating in the attack. Akakashi, Inu's voice sounded over the radio, we've got incoming. It's the Lancelot. Colin frowned. Here. It looks like they were just passing through. Bad luck on our part. I'll take care of him, Colin said. You just need to stall him, Inu stated. Don't take any unnecessary risks here, the Lancelot has considerably better performance than a Sutherland. Don't worry, Colin assured the older woman. Now that I know what the Lancelot is capable of, I won't be caught off guard. The girl's senses were already extended and she could see the Lancelot making its approach. Upon closer examination the White Nightmare looked a bit beat up, likely a result of it participating in the field exercises. Whether its performance was at all degraded from the wear and tear was another matter entirely, so Colin played it safe. The last time she fought the White Nightmare it had demonstrated some sort of protective screen that could deflect at least a single burst from a standard Nightmare rifle. Combined with the very powerful rifles the Lancelot itself sported, trying to fight it at range would only put her at a relative disadvantage. The Sutherland hefted a large knife as Colin maneuvered to get closer to the White Nightmare. The Lancelot's movements made clear Suzaku did not have her location, just a general direction. Colin on the other hand was not so handicapped and brought her Nightmare to a position that would allow her to ambush her opponent. As the Lancelot passed the corner the Red Sutherland leapt out and drove its blade at its side. Despite the complete surprise she had achieved, the Lancelot was twisting about even as Colin made her leap. Suzaku might not have a Geass, but his situational awareness was phenomenal, likely the reason why he had been selected as the Lancelot's pilot. Colin however did not stumble like the last time someone had somehow reacted faster than they should have. In fact her follow-up was already in motion on the assumption that Suzaku would pull off another impossible stunt, and her Nightmare's pistol was already leveled at the Lancelot. 2 quick shots nailed the White Nightmare in the side, causing it to stagger even as it failed to actually breach the armor. Nevertheless, with the Lancelot off balance, Colin twirled the knife about and slashed upward against the Nightmare's shoulder joint. The blade sank into the metal and with a forceful jerk Colin succeeded in nearly wrenching the arm off. The appendage and the rifle it held dangled from the frame as Suzaku threw his Nightmare back. A wild swing of his sword was easily sidestepped by Colin and she unloaded another pair of rounds from her pistol. A green light flared on the still attached arm and the bullets bounced harmlessly. The light disappeared almost immediately, but Colin had not waited for her follow-up as she slammed her Sutherland into the White Nightmare. The two mechs tumbled, but it was the Lancelot that failed to maintain its footing. Colin however did not press her advantage, instead sliding back as suddenly the Lancelot's Harken shot out. The hook just barely missed her before sinking into the building behind and immediately beginning to retract, pulling the Lancelot back up. In theory Colin could have attempted to slice the line with her knife. In practice however, in order to hold up under the weight of a Nightmare, the material that composed the lines on a Harken were some of the strongest material known to man, and cutting it was no easy task. In situations where a Nightmare needed to quickly detach a Harken, it was easier to jettison the entire reel on the frame. Colin thus took aim at where the line connected to the Lancelot and opened fire. Unfortunately the location of the reel made it a very hard spot to hit even with her Geass, especially when her target was not feeling obliging. Suzaku deployed his land spinners and swung to the side in an attempt to ensnare the Sutherland with his Harken. Colin was already on the move, but in this case the Lancelot's faster speed meant she could not keep ahead of the line even with her preemptive action. The Sutherland wobbled as the Harken's line began exerting a force against it. Colin mentally cursed. Despite her total surprise, despite the advantage her Geass provided her, Suzaku had still somehow managed to entrap her. At this rate she was going to get slammed into the building and become pinned. Trying to break would not work either. The rate at which Suzaku was closing on her as he reeled himself in meant the two were on a collision course no matter what she did. And with the way the Lancelot was hefting its sword, it was clear that was exactly what Suzaku intended. Colin quickly came to a decision. Suzaku had outmaneuvered her, again, and the Sutherland was effectively a loss. That being the case, she would make sure that she would not be the only one walking away without a Nightmare. She stomped her Nightmare's feet into the ground, just barely avoiding being dragged down by the force of the Lancelot's Harken. As expected, the White Nightmare snapped about and barreled down upon her, its blade angled to take any shots Colin might get off with her pistol. The girl did not bother, instead charging forth to meet the other Nightmare and causing the line to slacken for just a brief moment. That moment was enough to force the Lancelot to slow ever so slightly to regain its balance. Colin threw the Sutherland at her opponent, dropping her weapons and seizing hold of the other Nightmare with the freed hands. She punched the eject button and her cockpit shot away from the tangled mechs. A second later an explosion consumed the two Nightmares. Colin's cockpit shook as it hit the ground, but the crash webbing kept the girl from getting banged around inside. After a seeming eternity the module ground to a halt and Colin popped open the hatch. "Akakashi." Inu's frantic voice sounded over the radio. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Colin responded. "The Lancelot is neutralized. Have we gotten all of the prisoners out?" "Yes," Inu said. "Yes, we have. Get out of there, more Britonian forces are inbound and they include more Nightmares." "Got it," Colin said as she hopped out of the cockpit. The girl regarded the mangled mess that was her Sutherland and the slightly less mauled Lancelot. To her surprise Suzaku was still in the Nightmare, alive but from the lack of movement unconscious. Colin would have expected someone with his instincts to have been able to eject before her Nightmare exploded, but perhaps this time it was Suzaku that had gotten unlucky. Still, this was no time to be worrying about her enemy, seeing as she still needed to get out of here. After all, the boy was still alive, and assuming he was not held responsible for the Lancelot's near destruction they would likely meet again. Hopefully next time she would have a nightmare that could actually match the Lancelot's performance. End of chapter 28. Oh hey look, I breached the 200 review count. One should keep in mind that the characters in the story do not have complete, perfect information. A course of action that might seem irrational to a reader is not necessarily irrational once the limited information available to a character is considered. There is also the fact that a character may have access to information that a reader does not, because I as the author have not revealed said information to my readers. God, I really hope that I'm at the point where the pace can pick up a bit. The past 2 chapters have been something of a slog. It would appear that I have at least 2 active readers from the UK. Thanks for the explanation about the British school system. It still looks really messy from the perspective of an outsider, but that might just because of my personal unfamiliarity. That being said, while I will try to make Ashford appear to function along British lines, there are some practical limits to what I can do thanks to the original setup. As I already complained about in a previous author note, Ashford is pretty obviously based on the Japanese school system because the Code Geass writers didn't bother trying to actually inject any sort of realism in that regard. As such, the best that I can do is try to retain a baseline consistency. It won't match 100% with the modern British model, but it'll at least be recognizably British instead of a blatant superimposition of the Japanese school system, and hopefully I can keep things consistent enough that it won't get confusing. I had originally considered having Colin and Sozako yelling at each other spouting stuff about their respective ideologies. I then started writing the actual battle scene and realized that being in the middle of a fight for your life is not a place where you have the luxury of discussing politics. Conservatively speaking, I'm hoping to finish the R1 arc by chapter 60 at the latest. I'd still prefer to keep this arc within 50 chapters, and with a recent reshuffling of plot elements I just might pull that off. But if I'm unlucky and end up needing more time to flesh out various developments, yet. Anyway, drop a review if you're enjoying the story. Or if you have questions. Chapter 29. Snippet spoiler, medium. The ruthlessness of the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage and its descendant organization, the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure, is well known. The lengths its field agents are willing to go in order to neutralize enemies of the Republic rivals that of the Britannian Inquisitio. Nowhere was this ruthlessness more clearly demonstrated than the attempts by this DIS to eliminate the Lady Statfeld Kaujiki once she was marked as a potential threat to the agency's plans to incite an open revolt in Area 11. Though the French government continues to deny ever sanctioning the operation, fairly conclusive evidence was produced by the Britannian government and verified by third parties that Leroi Noir, Lieutenant Lelich Lambrouge, was responsible for the first direct attempt on the Lady Statfeld Kaujiki's life. The number of innocents that were caught in the attack marked an especially ugly escalation in the run-up to the Black Rebellion. It would also ironically serve to undermine popular support for it when the liberation elements coordinated by this DIS began their assault on the Tokyo concession. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 29, Acta non verba. And we've only picked up a small number of the escapees, Jeremiah stated. Regrettably, the majority managed to disperse, and at present we have effectively no leads as to their whereabouts. As the Margrave finished speaking, glances shifted over to the figure at the head of the table. A thoughtful expression was on the princess' face as she rested her chin on her clasped hands. And does my sister still discount the existence of the Red Knight? Yuffie asked. Jeremiah grimaced. The Marshal said that she was seriously reconsidering her position, Your Highness. Yuffie's head tilted ever so slightly in acknowledgement of the point. And did she have any suggestions for how to neutralize the Red Knight? We are working on identifying just who this Red Knight actually is, Jeremiah replied. We are pursuing a number of leads, including a possible connection with this Naomi Inu at the KO campus. Yuffie blinked. Oh. The Margrave cleared his throat. It has been suggested that considering the involvement by the Red Knight in the attack on the Refrain production site and Ms. Inu's involvement on the attack on the KBR outpost used to traffic the drug, the two may be in contact or active collaborators. The princess adopted a somewhat pensive look. Naomi Inu. If I recall correctly, she was recently appointed head of maintenance for the KO campus and has been actively involved in its restoration. The investigation is still preliminary, Jeremiah assured Yuffie. If we believe there exists enough circumstantial evidence for more thorough inquiries, the Marshal has ordered that you be informed first. Informed, but not necessarily consulted before action was taken. While she might be reading too much into it, Yuffie made a mental note to speak with her sister on the matter. KO was simply too valuable to let it all fall apart because the military charged in to arrest one of its apparently crucial members. We also intend to debrief Specialist Kururugi again, at least once he wakes up, Jeremiah continued, and we will be sending inquiries to some of the hostages that this Red Knight helped free at Kawaguchi. The man grimaced slightly. That is, however, something of a long shot. Yuffie nodded. That was certainly true enough. Gratefulness to the woman for saving their lives might well outweigh their willingness to assist the government in tracking her down. Even for Yuffie, deciding to eliminate this Red Knight was not a decision made lightly, but her responsibility as Viceroy demanded she take action. The princess blinked as the first part of Jeremiah's statement fully registered. Is the specialist's injuries that severe? Yuffie asked. Not as such, Jeremiah said. My understanding is that there was concern he might have suffered broken ribs or a concussion. The only major injury noted in the after-action report was a broken arm, which should mend in a few weeks. The Lancelot is purportedly in considerably worse shape, though I do not have the specifics. I see, Yuffie said. This is troublesome. The Red Knight possessed only a Sutherland but was able to fight the Lancelot to effectively a stalemate. Was not the Lancelot supposed to boast far superior performance? It is your highness, but in this case the specialist had something of a handicap, Jeremiah said, feeling more than a bit strange defending the 11. The Asik had just returned from the training exercise conducted by General Darlton, during which the Lancelot participated in a skirmish against 4 of the Glaston Knights. My understanding is that the damage it incurred as a result of the exercise had not yet been repaired and so it was not performing at its best. Ah! Yuffie's eyes narrowed. Still, it is becoming increasingly evident that this Red Knight possesses a substantial support base. I do not doubt she will return to bedevil us regardless of whether she manages to replace her stolen Sutherland. A thin smile appeared. She best not appear with a red Gloucester next. Jeremiah grimaced once more. I assure you, Highness, we will do our utmost to ensure that such never occurs. Good. The princess glanced over at her chief of staff. Quite the turn of events. That it is, Reuben agreed as Jeremiah took a seat. Setting aside the matter of the Red Knight, however, we still must determine what to do about the escaped prisoners. I presume though that you already have a response in mind. More or less, Yuffie said. Attempting to actively rearrest all of the escapees is an exercise in futility, and to attempt and fail at it would only undermine the government's authority. We also, however, cannot simply overlook their escape, but... An ominous smile appeared on the princess' face. This actually provides the opportunity to set an interesting precedent. And what would be, Your Highness? Reuben asked with raised eyebrow. It is quite simple. The jailbreak was not actually perpetrated by the prisoners, it was instigated by an outside party. While it is true that the prisoners did defy us by escaping when the opportunity arose, that is an understandable reaction considering their condition and situation. Therefore the offer of parole remains. Their legal situation can be normalized assuming they are willing to swear to the Empire and become honorary Britonians, and their past crimes, including the jailbreak, will be forgiven. But to be eligible they must surrender themselves to the authorities first. Muffled coughs and clearing of throats were the only sounds after the princess finished speaking. Unlike in past meetings where the majority of the attendees were holdovers from Clovis administration, however, it was not long before the uncertainty that these people were sharing was given voice. Are you certain about this, Your Highness? Reuben asked. There are several potential ways in which your clemency could be manipulated to our detriment. Such as? Well, for example, what happens if one of the escapees makes known his location but also makes clear that he will not swear allegiance to the Empire? The elder man proposed. Leaving him or her be would be interpreted by some as an admission of impotence on the matter, but ordering the police or even the military to forcibly rearrest the escapee would almost certainly inflame the 11 population. Yuffie pursed her lips. That is certainly a point. Well, are there any other suggestions? The room once again fell silent. And once again it did not remain so for very long, for the silence was one of thoughtfulness, not hesitation. What if we did the opposite? Lawrence said suggestively. The exchequer immediately became the center of attention. While some might have found it odd that the man responsible for the area's finances would be sitting in on what amounted to a security and judicial matter, Lawrence was rapidly becoming one of the princess' most trusted advisors, and so his opinion was sought on an ever-widening range of matters. Explain, Yuffie prompted. Your Highness suggested that your offer of a pardon remain open to any who comes forth and surrenders to the authorities. Perhaps instead we do the opposite, make the presumption that all of the escapees accept the conditions of the pardon and are therefore from this point forward honorary Britonians unless they come forth to repudiate it officially. It was with wide eyes that Yuffie regarded Lawrence, and after a few moments of simply gaping an amused smile appeared as the girl shook her head ruefully. And here I thought my own response was bold, the princess said. Yours truly requires a great deal of mental flexibility. At the risk of revealing my lack thereof, Rochester said, how would that even work? I can't think of any legal precedent, and it feels, well, somewhat unnatural, to be honest. It does, Lawrence agreed with a slight grimace, but something deep in my gut keeps pushing it. I'm not sure how else to describe it. I think I understand both perspectives, Yuffie stated. Many people will question the validity of such a roundabout method, and others will dismiss it outright because it is so outside their usual line of thought. At the same time, Lawrence's proposal possesses the possibility of turning the greatest problem we face with the escapees into an advantage, namely the fact that these people will likely go to ground and do all they can to avoid drawing any attention by the authorities. And the longer they remain at large, the more impotent the government looks. On the other hand, if the government was to declare that these individuals would not be hunted, that as far as we are concerned their situation is normalized, what sort of message does that send? The princess' face firmed. It sends one of confidence, but also one of mercy. The advantages that we might reap are immense, Reuben said thoughtfully. Nevertheless, so are the risks, even more so than your own proposed response, Your Highness. Indeed so, Yuffie agreed with a nod. But risk should not bind us to paralysis. With proper care it can be managed and even reduced, but we must never require its absence before making a decision. The men assembled in the room all nodded solemnly. For the princess relative youth she showed a marked intelligence that many of more years lacked. Yet with age did come a modicum of wisdom through experience. They would yet see whether the princess possessed enough such wisdom to temper the edge of her intelligence. As consciousness returned to Suzaku he felt a slight numbness throughout his body. The young man opened his eyes and blinked a few times as his vision stabilized. When it did he found himself staring at a plain white ceiling. As he tried to rise however he noticed his right arm in a cast and sling over his chest. What? A shuffling noise sounded and a nurse appeared at his side. Specialist Kururugi. Yes. The boy responded. I am Lieutenant Celeste, the woman said. You are currently at MacArthur Base's infirmary. Do you remember how you got here? Suzaku said as he searched his memory. And then he bolted up, or at least tried to. Apparently anticipating such a potential reaction the nurse's hands were immediately pressed against his shoulder keeping the young man down. The attack, Suzaku blurted out. What happened? Try to stay calm, Victoria said. You were injured when the Lancelot was disabled. The battle is over. I see, Suzaku said, relaxing ever so slightly as he let himself sink back into the bed again. What happened after I was injured? The insurgents left you alone, the nurse answered. They seemed more focused on getting all of the prisoners away. The Asik was able to pull you out of your nightmare without any interference. That's good, Suzaku said with palpable relief. I will inform your superiors that you are awake, the woman said. The nurse walked away leaving Suzaku to his thoughts. He remembered going out in the Lancelot to engage the Red Sutherland and getting ambushed, losing one of the White Nightmare's arms in the process. Just how exactly Colin, and he was certain it was Colin, had managed to sneak up on him like that was a mystery. If he ever did end up fighting her in a nightmare again he would need to be much more careful about his surroundings. The boy frowned. That felt like a very big enough. According to the nurse the Lancelot had been disabled and Suzaku could faintly remember the Sutherland exploding before everything went black. It looked like for the time being both of them were without machines and while Colin should in theory have greater difficulty acquiring another one, there was also the open question of whether he would be allowed to pilot the Lancelot again after screwing up like that. Suzaku sighed. The nurse had said that she would be notifying his superiors, which probably meant Cecile and Lloyd. He probably would not need to wait long to learn his fate with the Asik. A few minutes later Suzaku's ears perked up as he heard multiple footsteps as the door to the infirmary opened. He could definitely pick out Cecile's voice as she exchanged a few words with the nurse. And then those footsteps closed in on his bed. Suzaku tried to rise. Now none of that specialist, Cecile commanded as she approached. You are a patient under Lieutenant Celeste's care and you are not to unduly strain yourself. Yes ma'am, Suzaku said softly. I'm sorry about the Lancelot. Cecile frowned. Suzaku. The Lancelot is a machine, it can be rebuilt. You are a person however and if you die your life is forever lost. You need to understand the relative value between the two and treat them accordingly, do you understand me? Yes ma'am, Suzaku repeated. And, sorry. The woman sighed but decided not to press the issue further. It'll take a few weeks for you to mend, but that should be fine since we'll need at least that long to build a new frame for the Lancelot. Suzaku blinked. What? Was the Lancelot damaged that badly? A pair of beady eyes stared at Suzaku and caused the boy to cringe ever so slightly. He was obviously not doing a very good job with that relative value thing. No, Cecile said, apparently deciding her point was made. General Darlton has however, insisted, that the Lancelot must have an ejection system before he will allow it to be deployed into the field again. Adding that in is going to require us to redo all of the dynamics calculations again, Lloyd said almost glumly. And just when we finally finished calibrating the PID values. We'll just have to do it again, Cecile said shortly. And with Suzaku to help us once he's recovered, it shouldn't take nearly as long as last time, wouldn't you agree Lloyd? The Earl rubbed his chin. It is as you say. A most eerie grin appeared on his face. And it is as Cecile has said, building a new Lancelot is simply a matter of time and money. If I must replace the part that you represent however, well, neither of the two can offer a guarantee that I would find a replacement of equal quality, so do take care of yourself, Suzaku. The manner in which the Earl spoke was not likely to be of great comfort to most people. Suzaku had gotten used to the man's idiosyncratic value system however and understood that in his own way Lloyd was saying that he did care about the young man. You'll be kept under observation for another day just to make sure we didn't miss anything, Cecile said. After that you should have a few weeks where you can attend school uninterrupted, which should let you catch up on anything you missed. Suzaku said, not quite succeeding in maintaining good cheer. That's good. Cecile chuckled and gave the young man's hair an affectionate ruffle. Enjoy the moments of tranquility that you get, Suzaku. And remember that that is what you're fighting for. Suzaku smiled more naturally. I will, Cecile. And, thank you. Both of you. Here we are back again, Colin said lethargically as she entered the school grounds. Thou findeth these grounds be lacking? CC teased. The girl yawned. Not really. For now though we'll just have to wait and see how the government responds. And I still have a cover to maintain, so here we are again. Indeed so. The nuance was subtle but Colin caught a slight change in the tenor of C.C's tone. As she glanced over at the other girl she saw that CC was seemingly staring off into the distance. Something wrong? When CC looked back at Colin the red-haired girl was mildly surprised at the lack of a smile, even a snide one. A sense renewed, CC said flatly. Nay, fortified. What? You sense something? Colin blinked and the next moment her Geass was sweeping the grounds. I don't see anything. The other girl pursed her lips. The distance yet be some lo away. But he draws nearer than we should won't. Colin's eyes narrowed. Is he looking for you? CC slowly shook her head. I be not yet in his sight. Well we should be fine for now then, Colin said as she reined in her Geass. It's not like Ashford is open to the public and if we're quick about it we should be able to get back home without you getting spotted. But you and I are going to have a talk about this past contractor of yours and just what precautions I'm going to need to take. We're actually making some progress in the fight here so I'll be damned if one of your exes decides he feels jilted and mucks things up. There it was, that snarky smile again. Oh? Art thou jealous paramour, or perhaps the beau? Colin snorted. Oh don't you even start with that nonsense. Anyway, come in, Ms. Miller might like you but that doesn't mean she'll forgive us if we're late. The first few days at Ashford had been less than productive from Charlotte's perspective. Apparently Suzaku had been involved in the incident at Fuchu prison and even gotten injured in the skirmish, resulting in his absence. Still the affair did provide Charlotte with an excuse to make some discreet inquiries about the young man without arousing any suspicion. Little of what she learned was likely to be useful in her mission but in an intelligence operation one never knew when some seemingly inconsequential tidbit might prove to be the last missing piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately those pieces that she had managed to gather were rather sparse. As might be expected Suzaku did not really have any friends at school. While he apparently was responsive when approached he otherwise kept to himself, not joining any clubs and leaving immediately once classes were over. He also lived at MacArthur Base, which was quite the commute. Otherwise the most notable thing about the boy was a degree of enmity between him and a girl named Colin Stotfeld over his apparently seeing her unmentionables. That he demonstrated a complete lack of tact in how he apologized for it probably explained the continuing disdain he was apparently held in by Colin, at least that was as reasonable an explanation as Charlotte could contrive. All this would actually make it a tad more difficult for Charlotte herself to approach the boy, at least without resulting in her own ostracization from the school's social circles, not that she really cared, but maintaining a relatively low profile was important for preserving her cover. As Charlotte turned the corner for her philosophy class however she saw what had to be a sign of providence. There Suzaku was, bent over picking up some scattered papers with his left hand while his right arm was in a sling. Considering the pace he was going Suzaku was obviously having a bit of trouble. None of the other students passing by were stopping to help, which did not surprise Charlotte in the least. She on the other hand did not hesitate. Suzaku looked up in surprise as the blonde ponytailed girl knelt down and began gathering his things. Thank you, he began, before frowning. Miss. Charlotte gave him a natural-looking smile. The name is Charlotte. And you must be Suzaku. Yes, the boy said as they both rose. Thank you, Charlotte. No problem, Charlotte replied as she handed him his things. She glanced at Suzaku's arm. If you need help with anything, do not hesitate to ask. You should not be inconvenienced due to an injury earned through service to the Empire. The young man cracked a slight smile. That's kind of you to say, Charlotte. I will keep it in mind. The two proceeded to enter the room and it was evident that Suzaku was more than a bit surprised that Charlotte was even in his philosophy class. As for Charlotte it looked like the other half of her rationale for signing up for the class was finally coming about. Timing as always was everything and to have had Suzaku be absent for her first week was somewhat vexing. The class itself was also proving less stimulating than she might have hoped. Whereas back in her native France a philosophy course would explore a wide range of ideas ranging from transcendental idealism to philosophical pessimism, the Brightonian education system focused almost exclusively on analytic philosophy. More specifically, the symbolic logic that underpinned the philosophy. As such the class was turning out to be more of a mathematics and logic class than one built around ideas, much to Charlotte's irritation. After a week of reading selections from the Principia Mathematica and working through logical proofs, Charlotte was beginning to suspect that the Britannian Empire's social structure was actually a result of the Britannian people's rigidity of thought, a mentality that demanded a neatly ordered world and which revolted against anything that disturbed that world. Or perhaps that was entirely intentional on the part of the upper class, instilling within the general population a mode of thought that better aligned with Darwinian doctrine. The end result was, in Charlotte's opinion, a stale mimicry of true philosophy. She was, in other words, bored out of her mind. And ultimately there is the question of the division between the body and the mind, the teacher lectured. Descartes proposed that there exists a duality between the two, wherein the mind and body are distinct, with the body being physical, the mind not. Charlotte's ears perked up. It was sounding like they might actually be discussing a genuine philosophical question. Maybe today really was a turning point. Descartes postulated that though the mind controls the body, feedback from the body via whatever connected it to the mind could also influence the mind's decisions. Rational thought gives way to passion and emotion, which then results in the mind willing the body. This feedback cycle is how Descartes sought to define the relationship between the material physical world and the immaterial mental one. For many years this Cartesian duality was regarded as canon, with few if any contradicting ideas. Nevertheless, recent advances in the neurological sciences have prompted some philosophers to re-examine this concept. And when objective fact presents a discrepancy in a scientific theory or hypothesis, the theory or hypothesis must be modified accordingly to account for the new data. The girl suppressed a groan. Back to that dogmatic reverence for cold, hard numbers. For our last unit this semester we will be taking a look at the work of Gilbert Ryle, a philosopher of the ordinary language school of analytical philosophy. We will be reading his The Concept of Mind, which discusses some of the problems with dualist systems like the one formulated by Descartes. Charlotte frowned and searched her memories. She had no recollection of reading any of Ryle's works during her own schooling, which meant she would actually need to put in measurable effort to complete the coursework. It looked like she really would be needing Lelich's help. The rest of the class went by with the teacher giving a basic introduction into ordinary language philosophy and then assigning some readings. Then came physical education, where the girls were doing volleyball and the boys track. Lunch was fortunately after that, and Charlotte was able to enjoy her meal with a hearty appetite. It was during the meal that a few of the girls remarked on Charlotte's seeming benevolence in lending a hand to Suzaku. Charlotte downplayed it all, spouting a few platitudes about how Suzaku's injuries were marks of honor from his serving the Empire. She almost certainly was antagonizing a few of her classmates, though a good majority seemed to regard those words as mostly superficial. Suzaku was an 11 after all. Genuine respect was a long ways off whatever his supposed contributions to the Empire. After lunch was her history class, the last of her primary subjects. History was fortunately relatively straightforward: remember one's dates and names, make sure not to refer to French military achievements as such, do not call Napoleon the Marshal, and actually sound proud of the Empire's rampaging around the world when answering questions about it. Straightforward, but it could still be trying on Charlotte's patience, so it was not with any particular enthusiasm that she headed to class. When she entered there was a small cluster of girls around a desk by the windows. Charlotte frowned. She did not recognize the red-haired girl. And who was that green-haired woman? The French girl's thoughts abruptly chopped off as she caught sight of the other woman's face. It took all of her self-control to not simply freeze up. Instead she forced herself to look away and walk to her own desk as naturally as possible. "Oh, Charlotte," Shirley greeted with a wave. Charlotte turned and glanced over to see the brown-haired girl motioning for her to come over. She obeyed, hoping that her face was just the right amount of curiosity. "Yes. Allow me to introduce Colin Stotfeld," Shirley said. "She's also a secretary with the student council. And this is Cecilia Clermont, her medical assistant." "Colin, Cecilia, this is Charlotte Dunois," she transferred in while you two were absent. "A pleasure," Charlotte said with a broad smile. "Likewise," Colin responded with a similar smile before tilting her head. "Hey, a very interesting time to transfer in. My parents work here in Area 11, and I was finally able to join them," Charlotte said brightly. "They thought I should at least finish the semester at my old school, but I wanted to be closer to them no matter what." Colin nodded in acceptance of the response, and Charlotte allowed herself to relax ever so slightly. "Well, I hope you find your time here at Ashford enjoyable," Colin said. "If you have any problems, well, I'm sure the rest of the student council will be able to help even if I'm not around." To Charlotte's surprise, Shirley suddenly wrapped an arm around Colin. "You'll be fine. I'm sure you'll make it through the rest of the semester." The redhead smiled wearily. "That's a lot of pressure there, Shirley. And I can't exactly just order my body to not get sick." "Maybe, but I know you'll do your best to not make a liar out of me," Shirley said with a wide smile of her own. The history teacher chose that moment to enter, and the students all scattered to their respective desks. Charlotte's mind was racing, however, as she considered this very unexpected development. Only a single faded photo existed of the woman that had brought Lelich to France and looked after him for several years, but there was absolutely no doubt. This, Cecilia, was the CC that had both gifted and cursed her Lelich. Charlotte had never met her in person, she only met Lelich after the boy was abandoned by his ostensible caretaker, and that was turning out to be a very good thing. This way Charlotte could get news of C.C's presence back to Lelich without the other girl realizing it, and the initiative would be theirs. Charlotte snuck a quick peek at the girl seated in front of CC. This Colin had to be working with CC somehow, which made her another direct threat to Lelich if his presence was discovered. And like any other intelligence operative that was faced with the discovery of a new threat, Charlotte considered how best to dig up more information. Only after one knew an enemy could one neutralize her after all. Millie Ashford was having a somewhat troubling day. It had nothing to do with her upcoming A-levels, though perhaps she should be worrying about it a bit more, not that she was at any risk of failing them. Her trouble lay in a certain junior, someone that in truth she was only really relatively recently acquainted with, someone whom she had taken a calculated risk in getting to know based on a gut instinct that the girl was at heart a decent person. That instinct might still be correct, but that did not mean Colin Stadfield was all that she appeared to be. Or her companion Cecilia Claremont for that matter. The problem was simple and went all the way back to the Kawaguchi incident. Throughout pretty much the entire affair, Colin and Cecilia had somehow managed to stay hidden from the 11 terrorists, only joining up after everything was pretty much over. At the same time, two mysterious women had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, taking on the terrorists and saving not only the hostages in the dining hall but Nunnally and Yuffie as well. At the time, Millie had not really even considered that the two were Colin and Cecilia. That possibility had seemed so remote that it was not worth any consideration. Then however had been Colin's absences, all of which overlapped with the actions of this Red Knight. For all her energetic playfulness, Millie was no fool, and the pattern that was appearing was simply too strong to ignore. Unfortunately, proving or disproving her suspicions was far from straightforward for so many reasons. If Colin really was the Red Knight, then she was technically an enemy of the state, an enemy that knew of Nunnally's existence even if she did not know the girl's true identity. And while Millie's instincts insisted that Colin was not so callous as to threaten her family just to keep her secret safe, assuming there was any validity to her concern in the first place, those same instincts were what had raised the possibility of Colin being the Red Knight. And the darndest part of it all was that these two conclusions did not contradict each other. Thus far the Red Knight had not actually done anything to hurt innocent people. In fact, most of her actions could be argued to have done the complete opposite. Her trashing of the perimeter of the KBR chemical factory had led to the Brightonian military storming it and uncovering the refrain manufactory, though that bit had been heavily downplayed by the government and the media. Her freeing of all those political prisoners was, well, one's opinion on that really depended on whether one earnestly believed in the Brightonian system or not. For Millie's part, she could see why the Red Knight would have carried out the jailbreak, but she also understood the dangerous precedent it could set if the government simply let it slide. Millie sighed. She did not know enough, and she was not sure how she could go about getting that information without arousing Colin's suspicions. She could go to Yuffie with her concerns, but that was liable to end up with Colin dragged in for questioning by the Inquisitio. Even if the other girl was the Red Knight, that was not something Millie wanted on her conscience. Yet Millie had to admit that she really did not know the extent to which Colin would go to preserve her cover, or her freedom. There had to be some way for her to discreetly make some inquiries. Someone that could provide some further insight into Colin's character. The girl blinked. Suzaku Kururugi. There had been that friction when the young man first enrolled into Ashford. The official reason was because Suzaku had somehow gotten a peek of Colin's panties, something that Millie thought was a ridiculous thing to get so worked up over. Now she could not help but wonder whether that was all just a cover, a sideshow to hide the real reason for the conflict between the two. A reason that both of them had made a conscious decision to hide if she was right about the whole panty thing. Millie grimaced. This line of thought had the potential to develop into an even more troubling conclusion if all of her suspicions were proven. Thanks to her relative closeness to Yuffie and her work with her grandfather, she knew that Suzaku was the test pilot for a prototype nightmare frame, one that was supposed to be superior to anything else the Empire had deployed. If Suzaku really did know who the Red Knight was and had kept that information from his superiors, what did that say about his own loyalties? The girl massaged her forehead. This was turning into such a tangled mess, with every possible solution only turning into more problems. There was no path that was not without risk, and any course she chose would have consequences. Millie took a deep breath. She could not simply do nothing. Inaction was by itself the greatest risk here. And so the young woman made a decision and prayed to the gods that she was doing the right thing. Colin yawned again as she headed towards the student council room. She was not sure why she was feeling so tired. It was not like she had been pulling all-nighters or anything after the Fuchu operation. A voice at the back of her head kept nagging at her that it might be an effect of her using the Geass, but Colin squelched it. Even if it was right, the Geass provided too great a tactical advantage for her to stop relying on. If the cost was being tired, then so be it. She would just have to figure out ways to get more sleep. Whether it was because of her exhaustion or she was simply being inattentive, Colin walked smack into another student turning the corner. Gah! Ah! The two did not end up toppling over, the other figure grabbing hold of her and steadying her. Not that that was really necessary, Colin's balance was good enough to at least see her through a minor bump like this. "Ah, sorry," she said. "Sorrow, Colin." The girl blinked and found that the one holding her was someone whose arms she had been in before. "Cole." The young man chuckled. "This is a surprise. I didn't know you were back to school." "Oh, I just got back today," Colin said as Cole released her arm. Cole nodded. "I hope you are feeling well." "Well enough, thank you," Colin offered a smile. "And you?" "Well enough," Cole responded with a smile of his own. "Now that the dance is over, it's back to hitting the books." Colin nodded in understanding. "A-levels are coming up, aren't they? Which subjects are you taking?" "History, math," smile turned into a smirk, "and economics." Colin chuckled. "I see. All very practical topics." "So my parents said," Cole said as he fell in step alongside Colin. "We'll see whether any of it is actually useful once I go to university." "Do you have a place you're aiming for?" Colin asked. Well, I was actually thinking of Berkeley," Cole said. "Oh? That sounds like you do have something you want to study if you've already picked out a school," Colin noted. "Kind of," Cole said, scratching his chin. "Berkeley has a large agricultural school and I was thinking of trying my hand in the field." Is that so?" Cole smiled wryly. "Doesn't sound like me." "Well, I couldn't really say," Colin said with a smile of her own. "As you said, your cooking is just a hobby. It would not surprise me in the least if there was something that you would like to achieve that had nothing to do with it." The smile softened as Cole nodded. "My family, well, let's just say my parents ingrained in me an appreciation for food. Not just cooking it, but also the time and effort that goes into cultivating it. My mother's side of the family has some land holdings and they have quite a few orchards. I remember summers as a kid running about the trees picking apples, peaches, all sorts of fruits." "That sounds wonderful," Colin said. "It was," Cole said. "Anyway, I'll never be a farmer, that's not my strength. But I thought I might be able to do something productive in the field. There's a surprising range of subjects, everything from genetics to operational planning. I'm sure I'll be able to find something that I can apply myself towards." "I'm sure you will," Colin agreed. "You might not know exactly what you want to do, but you have the drive to pursue a dream. That's the important bit." Cole smiled at Colin. "Thank you." The young man took a deep breath. "And what of yourself? Do you have a dream of your own?" Colin's pace slowed for a moment before she recovered. "I'm not sure." The girl tilted her head thoughtfully. "I think, I want to make the world a better place. A place where, well, peace might be overmuch, but at least some place where we don't just shrug at the suffering of others but are moved to act when we see it." The look Cole gave Colin could be termed thoughtful. It could also be termed many other things. Finally the young man nodded. "That's ambitious." And smiled. And truly worthy of the word dream. For reasons that Colin was entirely unsure of, the girl found her cheeks heating up. Perhaps it was the honesty that was evident in Cole's voice. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Colin quickly pushed those thoughts aside as she cleared her throat. "Anyway, were you headed to the student council office?" the girl asked. Cole nodded. "Needed to speak with Millie. She had some interesting requests for the graduation party." Colin's eyes widened. "You're helping with the catering for that as well? And you're working on it already?" "Well, it serves as a nice distraction from the exam prep," Cole said with a chuckle. "And I thought I'd get a head start, make sure all the I's are dotted and T's crossed so that I don't have to hunt Millie down at the last minute." "Again?" To this Colin responded with a chuckle of her own. "I see. Well, don't push yourself too hard, Cole. You do have the final set of exams after all." "I will be ever so prudent," Cole assured her as he reached for the door handle to the student council office. Before he could grab hold of it, however, the door suddenly flew open and nearly whacked Cole's hand aside. The boy's reflexes were fortunately sufficient to avoid contact, and Colin blinked as Millie nearly burst out. "Oh Colin, Cole." The blonde girl looked about. "Where's Cecilia?" "Restroom," Colin said. "Something wrong?" No, nothing," Millie assured the girl with a wide smile before looking at Cole. Then back at Colin. The smile for some reason got wider. Colin felt another headache starting. "Anyway," Millie said before Colin could say anything. "I need to go run a quick errand, so mind holding down the fort until the others arrive, Colin." "Oh, sure," Colin said, mildly curious as to what her senior was up to but at the same time grateful that the older girl had decided not to tease. "Are you going to be gone long?" Cole asked. "I wanted to talk to you about the graduation catering." "Oh, right," Millie said. "Actually, that works. When Rivals gets here, tell him that I'm delegating organizing the entire thing to him and he can parse out the work to Shirley and Colin as needed." The girl winked at Colin. Seeing as I'll be taking part in the ceremony, I think it's time to pass the torch on to the next generation. Colin tried very hard not to groan. She succeeded, mostly. Millie however took everything in stride and after a quick wave dashed off. I don't know whether that was her being irresponsible or demonstrating great trust in others, Cole said as she watched the girl disappear. With Millie, is there a difference? The two exchanged smiles of wiry agreement. It came as a mild surprise when Suzaku found himself called to the headmaster's office. For that matter, he was not even aware the headmaster was at Ashford today, seeing as the man was supposedly busy serving as the Viceroy's chief of staff. When he entered the office, however, it was not Reuben Ashford that sat at the desk but his granddaughter, Millie. The young woman's hands were clasped before her mouth and her eyes were locked on Suzaku's. Somehow there was no doubt whatsoever of the aptness of Millie being in that seat. Suzaku cleared his throat. Were you the one that called for me, Millie? I was, the young woman said. Have a seat. It was both an order and an invitation and Suzaku moved quickly to obey. Once seated, a silence lingered between the two, but Suzaku kept his mouth shut. He had enough empathy to sense when the other side was trying to broach a difficult topic, and so he declined to make the matter even harder. Is Colin the Red Knight? Millie finally spoke. Suzaku flinched. The response was completely involuntary, but the sheer suddenness of the question had caught him off guard. The way Millie's eyes narrowed was all Suzaku needed to know that she had noticed and interpreted his reaction. How long have you known? Millie asked next. Suzaku chewed his lip. Before I answer, may I ask a question of my own? Millie fell silent again, but after a few seconds nodded once. You're obviously coming to me instead of going to the authorities for a reason, and I don't think it's because you are worried about your suspicions being wrong. So, what is it that you really want to ask? The young woman's eyes narrowed again. Nevertheless she deigned to answer Suzaku. I have allowed Colin to get close to my family and friends. I will not tolerate a threat to them. To Millie's surprise, Suzaku actually let out a sigh of relief at that. She won't hurt them, the young man said firmly. Colin believes strongly in justice. She won't get innocent people caught up in her fight. And is that why you haven't turned her into the authorities? Millie asked. Suzaku nodded and smiled thinly. I could be court-martialed for this, but I think Colin can be brought around. She fights against inequality and oppression by directly, well, fighting the system. The smile disappeared. In some ways she and I want the same thing. We just chose very different paths to achieving it. And what exactly is that goal? Millie asked. To bridge the gap between Brightonians and numbers, Suzaku stated. To reach a point one day where there is no distinction between the two. Millie blinked, seemingly realizing something. What it was, however, she did not share with Suzaku. So, now that you know, Suzaku said, what will you do? The girl rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Why do you think she can be brought around? Because there are Brightonians that are also working towards the same end, Suzaku said. If Colin can be convinced that she doesn't need to resort to force of arms to effect change within the Empire, I'm certain that she will lay down her arms and employ legal means to make the Empire a better place. Millie regarded Suzaku. You're quite the optimist. The boy smiled wearily. I've been told that. Millie's eyes flickered ever so slightly. You've convinced me that Colin intends no harm to my family or my friends. But if the choice comes down to us or her own people, who do you believe she would side with? That was what Millie had figured out earlier, Suzaku realized, Colin's mixed heritage. The Ashford heiress was truly someone to be reckoned with, and not someone one could attempt to lie to lightly. I think she would choose her people, Suzaku answered. But I think with time she would choose both. The expression on Millie's face did not change. In that time, however, there is a very real risk. Few things worth doing are without, Suzaku replied before allowing a slight smile to quirk up. And besides, didn't you take a risk asking me about this alone? For some reason a cheerful smile erupted on Millie's face. Oh, I'm hardly alone in here. Sayoko, why don't you come out of hiding? The hair on the back of Suzaku's neck seemed to stiffen and the boy's head jerked back to see a Japanese woman in a Western-made outfit appear from a door he was not even aware existed. Sayoko bowed politely. As the son of Japan's last prime minister, I'm sure you know something about the Shinozaki clan, Millie said. As Suzaku looked back at the young woman, he noted that the smile was a lot thinner now. The one that Suzaku gave in response was much more rueful. You are a very thorough and careful person, Millie. When it comes to my family and friends, I do not accept risks beyond my control, Millie stated. She leaned back into the chair. But I count Colin as a friend, and someone to whom I owe a great debt. I will take precautions, but for now I stay my hand. This time Suzaku allowed himself a much wider grin. You won't regret it, Millie, I promise. Millie's eyes wandered ever so slightly over to Sayoko. We shall see. End of chapter 29. Quite a few British readers it seems. Which means I have to be much more careful about my portrayal of school life at Ashford. Crap. There were 2 other scenes that I wanted to include for this chapter, but I decided, screw it, I'm getting tired, so they'll go into the next one. To my French readers, assuming any of you even care to remember back this far, when you guys were studying for the BAC, which philosophers were part of the course material? Lelich's ability to hide his real identity was predicated on a lot of things going right for him, including his use of doubles for Zero. Colin has not been quite as careful about her operational security, and there have definitely been enough coincidences that people who are paying close attention might have their suspicions aroused. Case in point, Millie. She's not an idiot, and she directly interacted with the Red Knight at Kawaguchi. She also has access to the attendance records for the school, and so it should not be surprising in the least that she put 2 and 2 together. The only reason Yuffie hasn't is because at present she doesn't have anywhere near as much information on Colin as Millie has. How much longer the masquerade can continue will be an interesting plot point, I think. I hope you're all enjoying the various bit characters and the roles they play. It is after all the ways the actions of the different characters interact that make for an interesting story. When Yuffie or Colin or Lelich do something, they set off ripples that influence others to act. I think another 3 chapters to wrap up this current arc. There will be one more arc before the capstone to R1. And the next arc is going to be, well, I'll shut up now. Drop a line if you are enjoying thus far or you have general comments or questions. Chapter 30. Major General Samantha Fraser was one of several officers whose careers were catapulted by the actions of the Princess Euphemia during her time as Viceroy of Area 11. A member of the Britannian Army Nursing Corps, Dame Fraser had served in a number of theaters before being posted to Area 11 as the ranking officer of the Army Medical Service. While there, Colonel Fraser was recommended to the Princess Euphemia to manage the restoration of the Keio University Medical Campus, a responsibility that she shouldered with dedication befitting her calling. Within a few short months, the Keio campus was once more a functional hospital with a quality of service comparable to any of the hospitals that serviced native Britannians in the Tokyo concession. Colonel Fraser was present during the attack on the Keio campus in the opening stages of the Black Rebellion and immediately took command of the hospital, setting up triage and coordinating both the civilian and military medical practitioners. She is widely credited with having saved countless lives, including that of the Princess Euphemia herself. Dame Fraser would continue to loyally serve Her Majesty for many years to come in such capacities as Superintendent of the Army Nursing Corps as a Brigadier General and ultimately Surgeon General of the Britannian Army as a Major General. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 30, College Virgo Roses. Lelich, we need to. A risen hand cut Charlotte off as she entered the room, and the young woman saw that Lelich's attention was focused on the TV, on a press conference of some sort. And until an individual reports to an accredited official to renounce their acceptance of Her Highness clemency, they will be considered an honorary Britannian with both the privileges and conditions that entails, the woman on the screen said. The moment she stopped talking, the room erupted in a furor of questions, none of which could possibly be coherently understood. One at a time, the woman said into the microphone, cutting through the cacophony and restoring a slight semblance of order. Yes. Jeanette Adams with BBC, Ms. Eyre, how can this decision be construed as anything but the government admitting that it is impotent to actually recapture the escaped prisoners? No admission is necessary, Jane replied. Attempting to track down and arrest such a large number of people whom have dispersed into the wider 11 population is infeasible, and any serious attempt would be extremely expensive. The government has, in light of the lack of actual physical threat posed by the escapees, determined that such an expense would be wasteful considering the other priorities it faces. Voices rose again to get the woman's attention before settling down once more as Jane pointed at a male reporter in the front. Diet Hard Reed of the Fox Broadcasting Company, the man said. Are we to understand then that the government does not consider keeping dangerous criminals off the streets? Lelich snorted, and from the expression on Jane's face it was clear the woman shared in the disdain at the question. Unlike the BBC, the FBC was more a tabloid than a proper news broadcaster, an opinion shared by basically everyone not part of its target audience. They did possess a license, however, and thus could not be outright barred from public press conferences. The only danger these individuals present is one of ideas, Jane replied, though I suppose I can understand why FBC might feel threatened. Muffled laughter rippled through the audience of other reporters, though to his credit Diet Hard kept his expression relatively impassive. The government ultimately determined that seeing as all of the escapees were political activists with no prior record of violence, their present liberty does not present an immediate danger to the citizenry. Any danger that might arise is more likely to be from any extremism they might feel driven to in order to maintain their freedom. As such, the most prudent and effective method of neutralizing that potential threat is to normalize the situation of the escapees. The voices barely had time to start up before Jane pointed to another reporter. Jack Riley with CBS. Is there not concern that unilaterally granting this clemency might encourage more misconduct by the 11 population? How can this not be seen as a reward for basically participating in a jailbreak? Finally, a relatively intelligent question. The government believes that the timing of this jailbreak was intentional, coming only a week after Her Highness' announcement of her offer of parole. The intent was likely to prevent any of the prisoners from having enough time to consider and accept the parole offer. It was thus decided that as the condition for their freedom was the acceptance of honorary Britannian status, the possession of their freedom by the escapees warrants the assumption by the government of their acceptance of the parole's conditions. As such, should the government's attention ever be drawn to them or should they interact in any way with the state, they will be held responsible for their conduct as any other honorary Britannian would be. More hands and shouts rose, but Lelich muted the TV, apparently having gotten what information he required. There are times when I think the members of my family suffer delusions of grandeur even greater than mine, the young man remarked. Charlotte frowned. Was that what I think it was about? Lelich nodded. The government has decreed that all of the Fuchu escapees are considered honorary Britannians unless they surrender themselves back into custody and explicitly reject the viceroy's clemency. He clucked his tongue. And it appears intent on enforcing their treatment as honorary Britannians. While in the short term that may not mean much, in the long term dear Yuffie has thrown a spectacular wrench into the gears. I wonder how Kyoto House will react. The man shook himself. Anyway, it can wait. You had something you wished to discuss. Charlotte nodded firmly. I encountered CC. For a moment Lelich was completely still. In fact, Charlotte was not even sure if he was breathing. Then an eyebrow quirked up. At Ashford. Charlotte nodded again. And she was not alone, she was accompanying another student named Colin Stotfeld, supposedly as her medical assistant. She's also going by the name Cecilia Claremont. Lelich grunted as he took a seat on the couch. Unimaginative but straightforward. He frowned. Medical assistant. Colin supposedly has rather fragile health and is often absent from school, Charlotte said. Her last absence also overlapped with the Fuchu prison break. The young man's eyes narrowed. Was she also at Kawaguchi? I believe so, Charlotte said as she settled down next to Lelich. There was mention made of the student council, of which this Colin is a member of, getting caught up in the terrorist attack. The details are, I am afraid, somewhat sparse. So, Lelich mused. We have a Red Knight whom is likely C.C's latest contractor. The question is how her Geass has manifested. Charlotte said nothing, seeing as she had nothing to really add to that remark. Were you able to get any additional information on this Colin? Lelich asked. Just general background. She is the only child of the Baron Stotfeld, she is very intelligent, apparently able to score well on exams despite her absences. Charlotte paused, and she apparently was escorted to the school dance by Cole Craft, the son of Sir Lawrence Craft, the Princess Euphemia's exchequer. Really, Lelich said thoughtfully. Then there is very much the possibility that she has some sort of contact with Yuffie. Perhaps even an alliance. The man pursed his lips. If that is the case, then I have severely underestimated my dear sister. Charlotte regarded Lelich. This was the second time during the conversation that Lelich had referred to Euphemia as his share, indicating that despite his general disdain and even hatred for his extended family, he still held some slight affection for the girl. That affection, however, would not stop him from pursuing his ultimate goal. What do you intend? Charlotte asked. Colin will need to be eliminated, Lelich said, but we will need to do it in such a way as to also neutralize CC. I will make some inquiries, see if it is possible to put a tail on them to track their movements. Find out what else you can at school, but your primary objective remains Suzaku. Understood, Charlotte said with a nod. C. Lelich said softly before a smirk appeared. So you have resurfaced and found another pawn. Well, I best make sure you do not have the opportunity to turn her into a proper queen. A thoughtful expression crossed the young man's face. I will probably need explosives. The squad of soldiers were in a flat-out run as they charged through the halls of the Viceroy's palace. That did not mean they were barreling through the place blindly. Whenever they came to an intersection they took the appropriate turn without hesitation. Nor were they so intent on their destination that they ran into opposition headlong. Out of the corner of her eye Valletta caught sight of shadows flickering around the next corner. She waved 2 quick signals to the other soldiers before grabbing a flashbang and tossing it ahead. It bounced against the far wall before landing around the corner and a blinding light filled the hall. Valletta pulled the shades off as she hugged the wall, listening to the groans from the stunned defenders. A quick spray from her MAC-10 submachine gun turned those groans into cries as bodies toppled over. The threat neutralized Valletta and her squad charged onward. A few minutes later globs of paint splattered the floor at Valletta's feet. The woman pulled back just in time to have the wall next to her previous position get similarly plastered. We're not charging through that, the soldier behind her noted aloud. Agreed. We'll flank. Armstrong, with me. The rest of you make them keep their heads down. Yes ma'am, the others responded. With the hefty lieutenant on her heels Valletta doubled back and took another hallway. The Viceroy's palace was full of side passages that connected the various main hallways. As a consequence there were only a few locations that could serve as choke points against an invading force. The position they were bypassing was not one of them, and within a very short few minutes Valletta and Alexander were peering out at a group of soldiers trading fire with the rest of Valletta's team. That soon ended as they were sprayed by a hail of paintball rounds. Clear. Valletta shouted. Golf Kilo Oscar. Upon hearing the authentication letters, the other soldiers hurried out. All right, that cost us 5 minutes, Valletta said. We'll need to hustle if we want to beat Beta Team's record. Ha, best of luck there, one of the downed soldiers quipped. Valletta grinned at the man before pumping one more paintball round into his chest plate. The deceased doth protest too much. She spun about. Let's go. The exercise officially only had 2 teams serving as opposing forces. No one in Valletta's squad doubted for a moment that the brigadier would not throw some sort of wrinkle in their way. That suspicion was confirmed as a steel blade shot out from behind a corner and punctured the side of Valletta's armor. It was a testament to the brigadier's control that the blade did not so much as graze her skin even as she twisted about trying to free herself. Despite what had to be an exceedingly awkward grip angle, the brigadier succeeded in turning Valletta about so that she faced her own squad. A pistol appeared to the left of her head and thundered, causing Valletta to try to jerk away. With the woman effectively forced to act as a human shield, the rest of her squad could not get a clear shot. Their hesitation proved costly as Alexander's front armor was soon splattered and the man was forced to keel over as a mission kill. The other soldiers returned fire, but all of their shots went either high or low. Just shoot me. Valletta's cry was cut off as she felt the impact of a few paintballs on her own back. The brigadier had apparently decided that any benefit Valletta offered as a human shield was now outweighed by her continued resistance and her ordering her troops to ignore her. Before she had toppled over, however, something flew over her shoulder. Valletta immediately recognized it as a flashbang and instinctively covered her eyes and ears. Light still managed to leak through her tightly squeezed eyelids, and at this close a distance plenty of the boom was still audible. Her ears were not quite ringing, however, and Valletta thought she heard the distinct roar of a pistol firing several more times. A few more seconds passed before Valletta's head stopped pounding and she tentatively cracked one eye open. Before her stood the rest of her squad, equally dazed and with globs of paint splattered on their chest armor. As they too recovered, they gave each other confused looks. Exercise complete, the brigadier said as he pulled out what Valletta realized were earplugs. Mission failed. Valletta looked back at the brigadier. Sir, how did you do that? Do what? Jonathan asked. Shots after the flashbang. The other soldiers looked down at themselves and one or two started gapping. I had all of your relative positions before I tossed the flashbang, Jonathan replied. After it went off I fired at those positions. You fired blind, Valletta said disbelievingly. The brigadier shrugged. If I missed, then the survivors would have had a good shot getting past me. If I didn't miss, then I win. Jonathan sheathed his sword. Go get cleaned up, we'll debrief in 30. Yes sir, all of the soldiers said as their commanding officer walked off. Shot at us blind, one of the soldiers muttered. The brigadier's crazy. It worked, Valletta stated firmly. And if it works, it doesn't matter if it's crazy. Yes ma'am. Sorry ma'am. Valletta sighed. Let's just go get cleaned up. You heard the brigadier, we get to hear about how we did in the exercise afterward. The squad made their way out of that section of the palace and were soon amidst the regular flow of servants and staff. None gave the paint-splattered soldiers more than a passing glance, at least amongst the staffers. The servants on the other hand shot them reproving looks, seeing as they were the ones that would need to clean up after the exercises. Then again, seeing as they had failed their objective, Valletta and her squad would be right there with them scrubbing the walls and floors. The regimen the brigadier put the Princess Euphemia's royal guard through was thorough and challenging. Morning saw Valletta going over and memorizing the blueprints and layouts of the various places that the princess might go to, along with lots and lots of drilling of procedures like what to do if the princess was poisoned. Afternoons were spent running exercises like the one just concluded or visiting the places that she had spent the morning looking at blueprints of. The brigadier was a great believer in direct first-hand experience, a mentality that Valletta wholeheartedly agreed with. Thus far Valletta had not actually stood a watch over the princess, but that was understandable seeing as she was still being trained up. The brigadier's standards were as exacting as one might expect from someone charged with the safety of an imperial scion, and Valletta was determined not to disappoint him. As Valletta walked down the halls, a very familiar face approached from the opposite direction. A wide smile appeared on the woman's face, an expression returned by Jeremiah. Valletta, the Margrave said as he came to a stop. Margrave, Valletta replied with a crisp salute to both officers. Colonel. The two returned it in kind as Samantha Fraser greeted her. Major New. I had heard that you were selected for Her Highness Royal Guard. Congratulations, on that and on your promotion. Thank you ma'am. And a belated congratulations from me as well, Jeremiah said. It was well deserved. Thank you my lord, Valletta replied. She regarded the two as the Viceroy's schedule flashed through her head. The two of you are here for Her Highness weekly briefing. The other two officers nodded, though Jeremiah was the one to formally answer. Indeed. The increasing audaciousness of this Red Knight has unsettled large portions of the population, Britonian and Eleven alike. While there are no indications of an overt threat right now, the military has stepped up its alert. Ultimately the best way to settle them is to demonstrate that whatever antics this Red Knight might pull off, the only actions that bring true effects are those of the Empire, Samantha stated. It is why we must be diligent in our duties. Jeremiah grimaced but nodded nonetheless. That is so. Nevertheless it galls me that this Red Knight is getting away with her open defiance of Her Highness and the Empire. I feel an urge to act, to do something beyond what my current duties entail. Valletta smiled understandingly. Back when she had served under Jeremiah, the man was always eager for action, to make his mark upon the world. Over the past few months that Brimmingwell had become more tempered, more focused. In Valletta's estimation the Margrave was always a capable warrior. Now though he was exuding an aura of competence that was truly befitting. Valletta tried not to consider how it made his bearing even more dashing. But enough about such irritants, Jeremiah said. I hope that you have found your new duties fulfilling. I have, my lord, Valletta answered with complete frankness. And it was true. Despite being run into the ground every day both mentally and physically, the last time Valletta had felt so alive was when she was undergoing ranger certification. Back then she could not remember how many times she felt like she would literally keel over and die, but in the end there was an immense sense of achievement, of pride, in overcoming all of the challenges set before her. And when she emerged she was a new woman, far deadlier a warrior and far stronger a person. When she completed her armsman training she did not doubt she would make a similar ascension. The brigadier is demanding, Valletta said before grinning and pointing at the splotch of paint on her back, but he demands no less than what he himself gives. I hope that one day I will measure up to that caliber. Both colonels chuckled at the sight. I have no doubt you will, Valletta, Jeremiah assured her. And here it was that their paths diverged. Valletta offered a courteous salute, one returned by the other two officers. As she walked away there was no way that Valletta could have known that Jeremiah's gaze followed her for a few moments longer. Samantha smiled in amusement. She is a strong woman. The Margrave cleared his throat. Yes, Valletta is a most competent soldier. She will serve the princess well. Not what I meant, Samantha said teasingly, and from the way your eyes lingered I think you know it too. Jeremiah cleared his throat once more. Any such thoughts would be highly inappropriate. Oh? But neither you nor the major are in the same chain of command now, Samantha remarked. As such the regulations regarding fraternization does not apply, no. The only response that Jeremiah could muster was to gap at Samantha. The woman chuckled and gave him a somewhat reassuring pat on the shoulder. No need to think too hard on it, Margrave, some things your feelings should make clear with perfect unambiguity. With that Samantha resumed her pace towards the conference room once more. Jeremiah spent a mere moment regarding the woman before ruefully deciding that perhaps there was an overabundance of strong women around him. Not that he would ever publicly assert that. He was a man, and the opinion of the fairer sex notwithstanding, not an idiot. When Jeremiah and Samantha entered the conference room Yuffie thought she saw a slightly flushed complexion on the Margrave's face. It disappeared quickly but the girl's curiosity was somewhat piqued. It might have seemed somewhat childish but the thought of some juicy gossip involving two of her subordinates was ever so tempting. Still the princess had enough tact to not pry outright. Maybe the two would let something slip if she prodded just right. Your Highness, Jeremiah said as the two bowed. Margrave, Colonel, Yuffie replied a polite smile. Please, the both of you be seated. Instincts honed by long years of service in the military flared though Jeremiah was not quite sure why. The smile on the princess' face was fairly innocuous and one he recognized as her simply being courteous. The Margrave glanced at his companion and noted an apparent lack of wariness on the woman's part. He decided that the wisest course of action was to follow her lead and seated himself. Let us begin, Yuffie said. Margrave, your report. Highness, Jeremiah said. Marshal Cornelia and General Darlton have completed the reorganization of the area's standing forces to their satisfaction. The training exercise General Darlton conducted last week has further tightened operational efficiency. At present the General intends to pay an inspection visit to our Marine garrison in Okinawa, Armored Division up in Hokkaido, and the 2 battalions stationed in Kyushu, Shikoku, and Western Honshu over the next month. Yuffie nodded. While the Britannian forces in and around Tokyo represented the largest concentration of troops, the Empire did have significant forces stationed elsewhere in the area to exert control. At the same time the forces Jeremiah had just listed were generally regarded as deterrents to keep the Chinese Federation and European Union from trying anything overt. Thus far the Chinese Federation had been remarkably subdued beyond a few remarks about the importance of respecting the will of the people at the time of Euphemia assuming the position of viceroy, which was rich considering despite its name the Chinese Federation was as much of an authoritarian state as the Britannian Empire and possessed an even longer history of military conquest. Then again the internal unrest the Federation suffered from could very well be why it seemed relatively uninterested in openly contesting the Empire despite Britannia's encroachment upon its traditional area of influence. Does the General have any immediate concerns regarding the security of the concession in light of recent developments? Yuffie asked. Not as such, Your Highness, Jeremiah answered. While the Red Knight's agitations will make for some increased tension within the population she has yet to directly strike directly at the military. All of the actual battles fought against this insurgent was either accidental, as in the case of the Lancelot engaging her at Fuchu, or was the military itself responding to an incident, as with Shinjuku. Despite her successes, however, none of the Red Knight's actions endanger our ability to maintain military control over the area. The effects are primarily of civilian consequence and the general maintains confidence in your highness' ability to counter and manage those effects. I will endeavor to not disappoint, Yuffie stated. Jeremiah nodded. That sums up the salient points on my part, your highness. Very well, Yuffie said as her gaze shifted to Samantha. Speaking of managing the civilian mood, your reports regarding KO have been very promising, Colonel. Yes, your highness, Samantha said. At present the hospital is back in working order with most of the facilities required to hit your bed count milestone restored. They are still dependent on generator power from time to time, but the engineering corps is making steady progress on their survey of the area's infrastructure and performing what repairs they can. I believe Major Kaminsky is preparing a report for what works will need to be contracted out to proper construction companies or handled by the utilities themselves. Do you know when the Major intends to submit that report? Yuffie asked. Samantha pursed her lips. I would prefer not to make any promises for other people, your highness. Very well, Yuffie accepted before smiling playfully. I suppose I will just have to extract one from the Major himself. For some reason both Jeremiah and Samantha grimaced visibly. The princess tilted her head as she regarded the two quizzically. Is there something I should know about this Major Kaminsky? The Major has an eclectic sense of humor, Samantha allowed charitably. He is however very competent at his work and keeping the spirit of his troops up. Hey, Yuffie allowed. I will speak with the Major, Samantha said somewhat firmly. The princess shrugged. Very well, I defer to you in this matter. Understood, your majesty, Samantha said. There is one other matter that I wanted to bring to your attention. Yes. As part of the audit of all military resources we discovered a strange discrepancy in the inventory of the medical service, your highness, Samantha explained. It would be entirely innocuous save for the cost of the missing piece of equipment as well as its rarity. Yuffie frowned. Could it be used in a harmful manner? That would be difficult, Samantha said, and I doubt that would be the intent of whomever currently has possession of it. The piece of equipment is called a nuclear magnetic resonance imager and its intended use is to image the internal organs of a body without the need for invasive surgery. It is a very recent development, there are only 2 in the area. Or rather, were. The one that is supposed to be at MacArthur Base is marked as removed for maintenance, but that was several months ago and thus far I have been unable to track down where exactly it went. Could it have been stolen? Yuffie asked. That would have been difficult, Samantha stated. The NMRI system is very large and takes up most of a room. I was able to find the work orders and even some of the workers that participated in the dismantling, but none of them have any idea where it was taken afterward. So only a formal order could have authorized the NMRI's removal, Yuffie noted. Yes, your highness. Yuffie pondered the rather strange incident. The colonel's response to her question did not outright discount theft, but the princess found herself generally agreeing with the unlikelihood. While possession of such a cutting-edge piece of medical technology would be worth much to the right people, the risks entailed by stealing one from the Britannian military probably outweighed any benefits of actually having the machine. At the same time, the removal of the machine was almost certainly conducted through legal means, even if the transport afterward ended up disappearing the NMRI. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. There were still those assets that she had not been able to track down in her quest to unravel the fund diversions that led up to Clovis' death. Could there be a link? Please forward me the documentation that you have uncovered this far, Yuffie said firmly. I will look into the matter personally. Samantha seemed taken aback by the princess' tone but nodded quickly. Yes, your highness. And, one additional note on the matter, this may not lead to anything, but I just wanted to note that there are very few people qualified to even operate a NMRI. For that matter, at MacArthur when we have used it in the past we would call in civilian specialists. If the NMRI was removed to be used somewhere else in the city, unless whomever removed it had their own dedicated personnel, they may have been similarly restrained. Is that so? Yuffie said thoughtfully before nodding. I will keep that in mind, Colonel, thank you for bringing it up. Highness, Samantha dipped her head. Was there anything else that needs immediate addressing? Yuffie asked the 2 officers. At seeing their shaking heads the princess nodded once more. Very well, then on to the next matter. My brother the Prince Schneisel will be arriving in Area 11 next week for a mixed state and personal visit. I believe the military chain of command was informed of this a week or so ago. I have a preliminary schedule of public appearances that he will be making. My understanding is that the military, my royal guards of myself, Cornelia, and Schneisel have already been coordinating on the necessary security arrangements. While I have no intention of trying to micromanage something I am not qualified to oversee, I would still like to schedule briefing for my own benefit when those arrangements are finalized. Of course, your highness, Jeremiah said. I have been acting as the liaison for the military and can provide at least a preliminary summary if you would like. That would be appreciated, Yuffie said with a slight smile. The weekly military briefs generally lasted the full 2 hours that were allotted in the Viceroy's very busy schedule. Today's looked to be no exception. For the past few days Colin had been instructed not to bring a lunch to school by Millie. The girl had obeyed, somewhat dubiously, but on the first day she did so she was greeted by the sight of Cole and Sayoko, the Ashford family's maid, carrying in trays of food into the student council room at lunchtime. Colin's initial confusion gave way to amusement as it was explained to her that before major school events that Cole helped cater for the student council would act as taste testers for various recipes the culinary club came up with to help select the final menu for said event. From Colin's perspective it felt a bit like the culinary club was getting the short end of the stick, but then she recalled the remarkably generous budget the club got and she put it down to one of those little mutual back-scratching that helped grease society's wheels. And besides, it was rather hard to decline such good fare. Colin coughed and reached for a glass of water as her mouth suddenly felt like it was on fire. "Ah, I should have warned you about that one," Cole said as he handed something to Colin. "Here, try this." Colin was not immediately sure of what she had been handed, but by that point she did not care and chugged the beverage without hesitation. To her surprise it was chocolate milk. To her even greater surprise the burning pain was actually subsiding. After she had downed the entire mug she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Cole," she said as she wiped her mouth with a napkin. "And yes, a warning would have been appreciated." Cole chuckled. "Sorry, the others have already experienced Axel's cooking, so I kind of forgot." Colin gave her classmates a beady look even as they refrained from meeting her eyes. "Is that so?" Millie gave a hearty laugh. "Consider it a rite of passage, Colin. And Axel's in 5th form so you can carry on the tradition with whomever rivals recruits next year." "You have a most peculiar sense of humor, Millie," Colin said dryly to the older girl. "I like to think it's my duty to spread good humor," Millie replied with a grin. Colin snorted but then allowed a chuckle of her own. The student council president did seem to have a self-appointed mission of making sure people had a good time. "So, any thoughts on the dish?" Cole asked. "Besides the fact that it's probably too spicy." Colin quirked an eyebrow but then considered the question more seriously. Before she could come up with an opinion, besides it being too spicy, her eyes were drawn to Cece. Or rather, the pile of food that Cece was chowing down on, the same dish that had nearly rendered Colin mute from the searing of her tongue. Colin's gaze drew the others and soon everyone was staring at the French girl in no small amount of wonderment as she seemingly put away large spoonfuls of the curry without the slightest ill effect. "'Tis a shame a single flavor overwhelms so," the woman remarked after swallowing. "There verily be a subtle texture yearning for notice neath. Care was there in the cuts chosen for this hodgepodge, wherefore has the receipt been so addled?" Colin looked at her own portion. "Hodgepodge? Was there actually mutton?" "There was," Cole said, clearly impressed. "And to be frank I don't know why Axel likes his food so spicy. He based the curry off of an old Irish recipe and used it as a base for curry. I can attest that it tasted just fine before he started dumping sauce in it." "'Tis an ill cook that cannot lick his own fingers," Cece remarked, eliciting chuckles all around. "Hey," Colin said as she prodded a chunk of what was presumably mutton. She then glanced at Cece. "How is it you're not burning your tongue?" The way the others all glanced over at the woman was clear indication that they too were interested in her secret. "'Tis a trivial matter for one whom knoweth her form," Cece said, for some reason looking intently at Colin. "Know it thy senses and sensibilities and become master of all sensations." Colin's eyes narrowed. The other girl was trying to tell her something. A hint about her powers? Colin focused and her heightened senses swept through the school once more. Cece was of course still a void but she could make out everyone else, not that Colin was really paying them any attention. Instead she tried to focus on herself, feeling the beating of her heart, the slight swaying of her strands of hair, the touch of metal from the fork she held in her hand. Colin looked down at another chunk of curry-slathered mutton. Her rational mind screamed at her not to put it into her mouth. Her curiosity and stubbornness were tag-teaming to drown it out. To the wide-eyed surprise of the other students Colin placed said chunk of meat in her mouth and began chewing. Time seemed to slow down for the girl as she felt her tongue ignite again. She fought against the blistering pain however, feeling the folds of her tongue where the spices were touching and willing them numb. And to her utter amazement, it worked. The burning sensation receded before disappearing outright, yet with them went any taste at all. She could feel the texture of the meat as it came apart in her mouth but not the flavor. Colin swallowed and glanced over at Cece. And that was when she experienced her second surprise as she felt the girl's presence, not simply the void that was the absence thereof. It lasted only for a second as Colin's concentration broke, but in that singular second she felt the blood coursing through the other woman, the beat of her heart, and perhaps most importantly the binding that surrounded her. And then Cece became once more an empty hole and the burning in Colin's tongue returned full force. The girl's hand thrust out in search for another glass of milk and Cole quickly obliged. When she finished downing it Colin grimaced ruefully. "Yeah, not going to try that again." The others burst out in laughter, Cece included, but Colin could see the glint in her eye. The self-proclaimed witch had felt Colin's senses finally reach within her and was pleased. Colin would need to investigate that, and just what it was that bound CC, further. Still, you held out for pretty long, Cole said. For a second there I thought you weren't even feeling the burn. Hopefully I haven't burned out all sense of taste by actually listening to Cecilia, Colin said with a smirk as she pushed aside what was left of the curry on her plate to make room for something more edible. So I take it I cannot put this on the menu, Cole said with bemusement. Though if you have any specific requests, let me know. The more I get from the rest of the student council, the more excuses I have for not going with some of Millie's. The blonde girl stuck her tongue out at Cole but ended up with a bark of laughter. Colin on the other hand made a thoughtful expression as she took a bite out of some roast beef. Cole's culinary skill was undeniable and it was clear he did not limit himself exclusively to Brightonese cuisine. There had been a really good German meatloaf as part of the dance's menu, the memory of which could still cause Colin to salivate. But Germany was a Western European country and had also supplied the majority of the mercenaries the old British Empire used to put down Washington's rebellion. Now to see if Cole was open to exploring the culinary traditions of other, less charitably regarded cultures. Have you ever heard of tempura? To Colin's surprise Cole actually nodded. Sure, food battered and then deep fried. The batter is usually not mixed too thoroughly so that there are lots of lumps, which creates a fluffy appearance after frying. Did you want them on the menu? That would be nice, Colin said, caught slightly off guard. I didn't expect you to actually know how to make them. More theory than practice, Cole said with a slight smile. I've never actually made them myself, but at the basic level it's not too different from a lot of other deep-fried recipes. Though then again, we don't actually have a deep fryer in the club, so I haven't done much of that either. I'm sure something can be arranged, Millie said with a grin. I'll add it to the list, Cole said with a more genial smile. Was there anything specific you wanted? Well, I know for a fact that there is a budget, so you don't have to go to too much trouble, Colin said demurely. Some fish tempura would be fine. Cole cocked his head aside. A seafood theme then? He grinned playfully. I shall endeavor not to disappoint. Colin chuckled. Thanks Cole, I'll be looking forward to it. And that was the earnest truth as Colin finished up the rest of the food, minus the curry, on her plate. Despite already eating such fine dishes, she still felt a hum of anticipation at the upcoming graduation dinner. As a student council member she would be expected to be there to help, and it was only natural that she would partake in the meal afterward. Colin allowed herself a wistful smile. It had been years since she last had any tempura. Years, since her mother had been able to make any for her. It. Sozako looked out the subway door and saw a student in the familiar Ashford uniform dashing towards the car. The doors were starting to close, and though he knew better he stuck out his good arm and blocked it. The doors opened back up, delaying the departure of the subway just long enough for the blonde-haired girl to dash in. Woo, thank you Sozako, Charlotte said between panting breaths. You are welcome Charlotte, Sozako responded politely. The doors shut once more, this time closing completely, and the subway began rolling away. After one final deep breath Charlotte straightened and grabbed hold of a handle. Headed home? She asked nonchalantly. More or less, Sozako said with a slight smile. I live in the barracks at MacArthur Base. Charlotte's eyes widened. That's quite the commute. Isn't the base halfway across the concession? Yeah, but it's not too bad, Sozako said. The mass transit is pretty reliable, so I'm never late for class. Charlotte's head tilted aside. Is that so? Her eyes then narrowed as she regarded Sozako's form. The young man was leaning against a pole, using his feet to help brace himself. With one arm in a sling his free hand was stuck carrying his school bag, leaving him more or less unable to easily grab onto something to further steady himself on the subway. The car was also quite full, but Charlotte was quite certain that had Sozako been a pure-blooded Brightonian someone would have given up their seat to help an injured person. How fortuitous Brightonian bigotry was. Here, Charlotte said, extending a hand. What? Sozako replied quizzically. Your bag, Charlotte elucidated. It's not safe for you to be standing there like that, especially with a broken arm. No, that's fine, Sozako, Charlotte said with an eerily disarming smile. When a girl offers to hold something for you, you're supposed to politely accept instead of declining and making her look foolish. For a guy that technically had no romantic entanglements, Sozako had been on the receiving end of that smile from far too many women to be foolish enough to keep declining, and so he cracked a wiry smile and held up his school bag. Then, thank you Charlotte, he said. You are welcome, Sozako, the girl replied as she took it. Though, considering your injury, couldn't you arrange for alternate transportation? Or take a cab? I'm just an ordinary soldier, Sozako said. I don't really warrant that kind of treatment, and I don't really get paid enough to taking a cab to school every day isn't really the best use of money. Charlotte regarded Suzaku with a curious expression but refrained from pressing him on the latter point, though there was a twinkle of amusement in her eyes from the young man's apparent backtracking. That he was actually paid very well for a non-commissioned officer, much less a number, was something Suzaku was still getting used to himself. There was however no need to sound like he was bragging even as he tried to remain honest. It is important to take care of your body, Charlotte said. Your diligence in doing so is a reflection of your own sense of self-worth. Are you not proud of yourself, Suzaku? That elicited a slight grimace from the boy and he looked away. I try to do my best. I'm not proud of everything I've done, but I've chosen a path and I will see it through. When Suzaku glanced back at Charlotte he saw that girl's smile was surprisingly gentle, almost comforting. If you believe in your path, then that is good, Charlotte stated. Don't let anyone make you doubt yourself. Suzaku allowed a slight smile of his own. You are very understanding, Charlotte. That's, and I mean no offense, a nice surprise. I suppose our other schoolmates have been their usual selves, Charlotte said dryly. Not all of them, Suzaku said quickly. Rivalts and Shirley have always been polite, even helpful. Rivalts got a lot of the guys off my back before, well, an issue was settled. You and Colin's little tiff. The boy winced ever so slightly. You heard about that? It seemed a mite of an overreaction, Charlotte said. If that were to happen to me I might give the guy a good kick in the shin to make sure he doesn't try it again, but I wouldn't let it get as far as all of the other guys trying to beat up on him. I'm not sure Colin was really aware of that part of it very much, Suzaku said. She was sick for a bit of that and after she got back I was able to apologize. The young man smiled ruefully. She didn't kick me, but she did slap me. Still, it seems like that matter was allowed to get rather out of hand, Charlotte remarked. Suzaku shrugged. It was, but it's over thankfully. And at this point there's not really much I can do to change the past so I try not to let it weigh me down. A most enlightened line of thought, Charlotte said approvingly. And then she glanced up as the next station was announced. Ah, this is my stop. The subway slowed to a halt and the doors opened up. Charlotte returned Suzaku's school bag. I'll see you tomorrow Suzaku, Charlotte said with a parting smile. Yeah, see ya, Suzaku smiled back in return. He watched as Charlotte stepped off the train and headed towards the escalators up. He was still gazing in that direction when the subway pulled out of the station. With a sigh Suzaku leaned harder against the pole. He really did not know why a girl like Charlotte would show an interest in him. Maybe she thought him exotic, seeing as she was from the Britannian mainland. Maybe she was really just that friendly and was willing to extend her friendship regardless of his heritage. If so then he would not do anything to make her regret her kindness. After all, he already had examples of Britannians willing to treat him with courtesy and even respect. Surely it was not that unlikely that he would meet another such person at school. Suzaku tried not to dwell too much on the matter as he rode the rest of the way back to the base. He also pointedly ignored the looks some of the other passengers were giving him after seeing him being so familiar with Charlotte. Still it was something of a relief to be back on the base. The salutes he received from the soldiers at the guard posts were also less and less grudging, which was nice. One step at a time. Despite not really having anything to do while the Lancelot was being rebuilt in his own arm healing Suzaku still headed towards the Asiks hangar. As expected the place was a bustle of activity and Suzaku smiled as he saw the form of a white nightmare slowly taking shape. And then his eyes fell on another machine, one that had not been here yesterday. Hey! The gold-trimmed black nightmare was 3 times the height of any other frame Suzaku had seen before, an imposing sight all by itself. The main chest piece jutted forward into a point, as did the shoulders. Even stranger looking were the 6 spines that sprouted out of the back. Suzaku wandered over to get a closer look and caught sight of Cecile and Claudio standing at the foot of the nightmare. Oh, Suzaku, you're back from school, Cecile greeted him. Yeah, Suzaku said. Hello sir. Yo, Claudio said with a grin. Arm mending well? Yes sir, thank you for your concern. No need to be that formal Suzaku, Claudio said with a chuckle. Suzaku smiled slightly. Maybe not sir. He glanced over at the new nightmare. Is this the Asiks' new project? Ah, no, Cecile said immediately. It's actually another of Prince Schneeisel's projects, a test bed frame for a couple of different technologies. Oh. You know that the Asik is officially under the prince's purview. Cecile explained. He's coming next week and wanted to conduct a field test of the Gawain while he's here. The Gawain, Suzaku repeated the name. I see. And looked at Claudio. Is that why you're here sir? More or less, Claudio said with a nod. I see, Suzaku said, unconsciously shifting his right arm ever so slightly. The motion did not go unnoticed by the others and Cecile smiled comfortingly. The Gawain is actually a 2-seater, the woman said, so we originally thinking of asking Lieutenant Darlton here to assist in the test because you and he have worked well together in the past. Oh, Sozaku said in mild surprise. I see. And smiled somewhat ruefully. It's regrettable that I'm missing a chance to work alongside you again, sir. There will be others, Sozaku, Claudio stated confidently. Of that I am certain. Sozaku pursed his lips thoughtfully. May I ask who will be serving as your co-pilot this time? Ah, that would be me, Cecile said. The young man's eyes widened. You, Cecile? Yes, me, Cecile said with a slight pout. I do know how to use the machines I work on, Sozaku. No, I didn't mean, Sozaku stammered. Cecile giggled and gave the boy a pat on the shoulder. I know what you mean. Though ultimately we won't really be doing anything strenuous in the Gawain, just show off its systems, take out a few practice targets, that sort of thing. I doubt it would have been much of a challenge for you or the good lieutenant. Challenge or not, I look forward to playing with some new toys, Claudio said with a grin. And I look forward to working with you as well, Captain Krumi. Boys and their toys, Cecile said playfully. First Lloyd and now you. The woman leaned over towards Sozaku. Don't you end up disappointing me too, Sozaku. I expect you to turn into a proper adult. Claudio erupted into laughter and Sozaku was not far behind. Cecile joined them a few moments later. I'll try, Sozaku said as he calmed. I'll try. End of chapter 30. I don't know if I'll get another chapter out before the new year, I have a lot of stuff piled up that I need to do. I am, perpetually busy as it were. I have a pretty firm outline of what leads up to the Black Rebellion now. I think it makes sense and is consistent, and everything that happens during the Black Rebellion will also be sufficiently foreshadowed that people can't accuse me of pulling things out of my ass for the sake of drama and etc. In retrospect, I should have had Charlotte at least use a different last name when she infiltrated Ashford. If I ever do an editing pass over this story like I'm doing with Intune, I'll rectify that. I will take it as a good sign that I have not had anyone throw a tantrum at the way character relations are developing in the story, and that people in general are finding the way I craft them believable or at the very least tolerable. It's also possible that those truly fanatical about a particular ship have already dropped the story. Relationships are important to the series to help balance out all the drama and fighting, but I find it important that one doesn't try too hard to force a relationship to occur. It's why I've tried to take a relatively light touch with all of the interactions between potential pairings in the story. I count 7 potential relationships that I've dropped in ship teases for, I think. At this point I'm having trouble keeping track. I've also definitively sunk several ships, those I recall a bit more clearly. Either way, there's still quite a ways to go, and hopefully how things develop will feel realistic and satisfying. Note, feel free to lobby for a particular ship, but my overriding priority is to make sure that the plot remains coherent, not break the story to satisfy a personal fantasy, mine or anyone else's. Anyway, leave a review with your thoughts. CC translations, because for once it's not 2 AM when I'm writing up the author notes. 'Tis a shame a single flavor overwhelms so. There verily be a subtle texture yearning for notice neath. Care was there in the cuts chosen for this hodgepodge, wherefore has the receipt been so addled? It's a shame a single flavor overpowers everything else. There's definitely a subtle texture yearning to be noticed underneath. The cuts of meat chosen for this hodgepodge were chosen with care. For what reason was the recipe messed up like this? 'Tis a trivial matter for one whom knoweth her form. Know it thy senses and sensibilities and become master of all sensations. It's trivial for someone who knows her form. Know your senses and sensibilities and become a master of all your sensations. Chapter 31. Snippet spoiler, Lo. The codified forms of capital punishment prior to the Empress Euphemia's enactment of a new constitution provided simple guidelines for how a convicted prisoner were to be executed. Commoners guilty of crimes such as murder or rape and sentenced to death would usually be hung. Soldiers found guilty by a formal court-martial of crimes sufficiently severe would face the firing squad. Members of the peerage whom had such a sentence befall them generally met their end at the hands of a headsman. The prescribed methods are however not set in stone, and it was not uncommon for alternate means of execution to be used. Sometimes this is done as an act of mercy, wherein the Emperor Alexander allowed a former favored concubine to drink poison instead of being beheaded after she was discovered to have been plotting against him. Other times, however, the method is selected to convey a point, as was believed to be the case with the execution of the Duke of Windsor ordered by the then Princess Euphemia. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 31, Stipendium PK Timors EST. Coincidence was not something the Princess Euphemia believed in. Chance and probability she accepted, these could be reduced to a statistical value, and with her newfound powers it was almost trivially easy to do so. The possibility that the Norns had a sense of humor was far less comforting, but there were times when Euphy ran across something that strongly suggested that to be the case. On such occasions the princess' emotions ranged from amusement to irritation as the respective situations warranted. In this particular instance Euphy was more inclined towards irritation, considering what the conclusions were pointing to. Dr. Richard Fennett was a respected neuroscientist, one of the few researchers engaged in that field in Area 11. In addition to his research, the man was also a licensed doctor of internal medicine, specializing not surprisingly in neurology. As part of both his clinical duties and his active research, Dr. Fennett was one of the few specialists who knew how to use an NMRI, which meant his time was in high demand even for cases not related to his usual field. As such, any absence by the doctor was plainly evident in the hospital's records through the way schedules and appointments were shifted about, shifts that overlapped nicely with the period of time where the NMRI at MacArthur Base had gone missing. It seemed that Colonel Fraser was right, whomever had appropriated the NMRI had needed to call upon outside experts to actually make use of it. At this point Yuffie could simply order that Dr. Fennett be brought in for questioning and the Inquisitio would have the information she needed at her desk in short order. The problem, however, was the fact that Richard Fennett was not entirely unknown to Yuffie, or more specifically his daughter was not. It went without saying that quite a few people, from Millie to Nunnally to probably even Reuben, would be very displeased with Yuffie if she ordered the father of one Shirley Fennett questioned, no matter how gently, by the Inquisitio. Still, there was a high probability that the doctor was not an active conspirator, merely someone called in for his specialized skills. If that was the case, then there was no need to involve the Inquisitio or anyone outside of Yuffie's trusted circle, both for Dr. Fennett's sake and also to keep anyone from realizing that Yuffie was making progress in her investigations. Her course of action decided, Yuffie pressed her intercom. "Rachel, please summon Jane for me." "Yes, Your Highness." The princess assistant did not keep her liege waiting long, and a few minutes later the woman bowed before Yuffie. "You called, Highness?" "An errand," Yuffie stated. "I need you meet to Dr. Richard Fennett, but it must be done in a discreet manner. Schedule a medical consultation or the like, something that would not suggest your meeting with him has anything to do with your official duties." Jane nodded to indicate her acknowledgement. "You are to inquire on what Dr. Fennett knows about the NMRI that was removed from MacArthur Base. If the doctor is reluctant to answer, you have my permission to extend him and his family the offer of my protection. Does Your Highness wish for discretion or haste in the matter?" Jane asked. The princess considered for a moment. "Discretion." "Understood, Highness," Jane said. "I shall see to this matter with care." Yuffie nodded her dismissal and Jane took her leave. Things were ever so slowly falling into place. Now she just needed to weather whatever new crisis was inbound. There always was something lurking over the horizon. "I'm back," Charlotte said somewhat listlessly. Lelich looked over as the French girl crossed the living room and flopped down on the couch. "Rough day at school." "I swear Brightonians can suck the fun out of anything," Charlotte said with a pout before pounding the armrest. "How does one make even Descartes boring?" "Not terribly difficult," Lelich muttered, "all of those philosophers are rather stuffy." Charlotte was immediately on her feet and very much in Lelich's face, causing the young man to lean back. "None of that now, Lelich," Charlotte said with a completely serious face. "Philosophy is integral in instilling in a person the mental tools with which to answer the questions that arise in life." "That might be giving philosophy a bit more credit than warranted," Lelich said as he gently pushed aside the finger in his face. "Though if you do find the philosophy material at Ashford too dull, perhaps this will help stimulate your mental facilities sufficiently." Charlotte's eyes fell to the piece of paper on Lelich's lap. She picked it up and gave it a quick one-over. "A message from the Marshal. I just finished deciphering it," Lelich said. "It presents an interesting problem that we will need to overcome." Charlotte said nothing as she began reading more carefully. Soon enough she was in agreement with Lelich about the existence of a problem. Interesting, however, something she could have lived without. "Well, this is unfortunate," Charlotte summed up as she took a seat next to Lelich. "Indeed." Lelich leaned back into his seat. "I had hoped that the Marshal would have been able to provide some level of force to threaten Hokkaido, but it seems that just positioning the units needed for the Middle East offensive without letting on what he's doing to the politicians is proving difficult. As such, we are unfortunately on our own. If the Brightonians are able to bring that armored division to bear, we'll be in a lot of trouble," Charlotte said somewhat needlessly. "We're already cutting it pretty close with our inability to stop the Brightonians from shifting those forces in western Japan east." "Quite," Lelich said as he flipped through the other papers he was working on. "On the other hand, if we can take MacArthur Base out of play entirely, the chaos should allow for completion of my primary objectives regardless of what happens to the Japanese resistance." "Do you really think a single nightmare, even one as powerful as the Lancelot, could do that?" Charlotte said, eyebrow raised. "Much like the JLF, the ASIC are simply a means to an end," Lelich said. "Compromising it will give us access to the base, and once we have access, well, there are plenty of ways in which I can undermine the personnel there once that happens." Charlotte watched as Lelich flipped over another page. True, the Geass allowed him to basically coerce obedience from anyone he used it on, but doing so without arousing the suspicion of third parties was not a simple matter. To do it properly took time, which was one reason why the timetable for preparations was what it was. Not that getting the JLF readied for the assault was any less time-consuming, but for now that headache was Andri's, not theirs. "Oh." The sound drew Charlotte's attention back to their immediacy as she looked at Lelich quizzically. "What is it?" "A message from Andri," Lelich said. "There has been a most interesting development with the JLF. The good kind of interesting this time. Charlotte said with a smirk. Indeed. Lelich handed the deciphered message to the girl. See for yourself. Her Lelich did certainly seem to enjoy his theatrics, Charlotte mused as she took the paper. Nevertheless she humored him and read through the message herself. At the end of it the thought in her mind had nothing to do with her lover's quirks. Is this for real? I assume we'll find out soon enough, Lelich said as a hungry grin appeared on his face. But if it is, I'd say our little problem with Western Japan has just been dealt with most adequately. Charlotte frowned. This seems a bit too convenient. Just when the Marshal sends word that he cannot provide us assistance, the Chinese Federation appears with an offer. True, but the Federation's offer is not directed at us, it is directed at the 6 houses, Lelich said. They are likely hoping to achieve the very thing that the Marshal fobbed off to the others on the General Staff as his rationale for sending us here, to have a newly liberated Japanese state be indebted to them for helping eject Britannia. It seems a rather daring gambit for the Chinese, Charlotte remarked. Are they perhaps finally waking up to the threat that the Empire represents to their own borders? Hard not to considering the effective encirclement of the Federation's territory since Britannia began expanding across the Pacific. Lelich rubbed his chin. I can work with this. The loss of Japan and the deaths of 2 imperial scions, especially Cornelia, will throw the court into chaos. Aren't you jumping the gun there? Charlotte cautioned. We don't know the details of the Federation's offer, what assets they're willing to commit. Unless they're able to actually land troops on Kyushu or Honshu, the Britannians will still be able to move at least their forces in western Honshu towards Tokyo. And with the air combat element that the Okinawa Marine Division has, the Federation will need to send a lot of firepower our way to break through. Lelich pursed his lips as Charlotte demonstrated yet again why the time and effort he had invested in ensuring she retained independence of thought was worthwhile. You believe that the Chinese will not have the resources to actually perform an amphibious invasion? That kind of operation requires substantial preparation. Would this really have missed indications of such an effort? Charlotte again had a point, and what this knew Lelich also had access to thanks to his Geass. So the Chinese effort will be at best a sideshow, Lelich said. Then the best course of action would be to trick the Britannians into thinking it is a serious effort to prevent them from deciding that moving their forces east is an acceptable risk. I am sure that the senior JLF leadership is also capable of realizing the limits of Chinese assistance, Charlotte said. I am equally certain that they are the best suited to determine how to most effectively exploit the offer of assistance. Lelich nodded. You are right. I will have Andrei direct the JLF leadership in that direction and trust that he will keep them on track. Charlotte nodded in turn at Lelich's decision. In the meantime, how progresses your efforts with Kurugi? Lelich asked. He's now used to the fact that we both take the same subway after school, Charlotte said before cracking a slight smile. And that I hold his school bag for the part of the trip before my stop. He is now primed to accept as accidental a switching of bags. And on a personal level, is he prepared to come find you to return your bag? Lelich asked somewhat stiffly. Charlotte gave the young man's hand a squeeze. I believe so. And once you meet with him, the conditioning should preclude any further need on my part to feign interest or affection. A growl sounded from Lelich's throat, but he squeezed back. You are not being unduly inconvenienced at school due to your supposed closeness to Kurugi. Thankfully no, Charlotte said. Thus far none of the other students seem to have noticed my riding with him on the subway. Good, Lelich said with surprising force. And what of Colin and C.C? Charlotte asked in turn. What of your progress in tracking them? Lelich grimaced. All indications are this Colin only stays at the Stotfeld residence intermittently. For the past week she has only been at home twice. Time will tell if there is a pattern to which days she is there, but it is looking more and more likely that we will need to strike her at Ashford. A frown crossed Charlotte's face. While the girl did not particularly care for her ostensible classmates, that did not mean she necessarily wished them overt harm. And what exactly do you have in mind? Charlotte asked levelly. In response Lelich stood and walked to the spare bedroom they were using for storage. When he emerged he was carrying a very large case. Charlotte's eyes widened as she recognized it. Lelich, she said flatly. You cannot be serious. The young man set down the case and popped it open to reveal a long cylinder. CC cannot be neutralized via conventional means. Even a bullet to the head will only slow her down for a few minutes. The only way to take her out of play long enough to intercept her is to destroy a significant portion of her body. Fortunately, we can also remove the Stotfeld girl from play at the same time. Lelich, Charlotte repeated. That is a high explosive missile meant for taking out bunkers. You fire that off, you are going to take out not only Colin and CC, you'll kill everyone in the classroom and probably quite a few people in the adjacent classrooms. Any attempt to neutralize the two will see significant collateral casualties, Lelich replied matter-of-factly. We do not have the manpower for a more narrowly scoped attack, and we will only have a single attempt before the two are alerted to someone targeting them. And have you considered what the consequences of launching this kind of attack will have on our other plans? Charlotte said. Once it happens I will need to pull out, my documentation will not withstand close scrutiny by the Inquisitio and you can be certain they will put everyone under a microscope afterward. Which is why I will not execute the operation until after my hold on Kurugi is secured, Lelich replied. I have also considered the effect such an attack might have on both the Britannian and Japanese populations. It should help increase pressure on the authorities considering the sheer audacity of it and the resulting casualties. With any luck it will see some of the less rational Britannians to decide to take matters into their own hands and further inflame tensions between them and the Japanese. All in all there are several advantages that this operation will bring us and there are few noteworthy downsides. Except the scars this would etch on their souls, Charlotte did not say aloud. But as she looked Lelich in the eye she saw that her lover really was prepared to go to such lengths. You do not approve, Lelich more stated than asked. I do not, Charlotte responded with equal firmness. I see, Lelich said as he shut the case. Well, if you so desire, I will find an alternative course of action, regardless of the risk. Charlotte's expression quivered. Several years ago shortly after first meeting Lelich the young man had made her a promise, a symbol of his dedication to her. Charlotte could make one request upon the young man that he would fulfill without debate or hesitation. Thus far Charlotte had doggedly refrained from calling upon that promise no matter how cruel or callous she found some of Lelich's action. There would come a time when Lelich's vengeance would be set upon its last victim and Charlotte was determined that the promise still be available to avert it. And so despite the distastefulness of Lelich's plan Charlotte shook her head. I disapprove, but I do not desire it be changed, she said. Lelich's mouth tightened before the edge of his mouth quirked up into a very slight smile. He walked over and took Charlotte into his arms. The greatest gift you have given me is simply staying at my side, he whispered into her ear. Thank you. Colin took a deep breath, eyes closed. A cacophony of activity soon flooded her senses nonetheless and she could pick out all of the men and women flowing through the hospital, patient and staff alike. There was a child crying as he received his immunizations. Colin felt the prick as the needle pierced his skin. She withdrew. There, an elderly woman talking about her aching knees as she was helped along by a politely nodding nurse. The nurse offered to get the patient a wheelchair but the woman chuckled, declining but thanking the nurse for her consideration. Yet none of that was what Colin actually cared about. She reined her senses back into the office she sat in, back to the void seated across the desk from her. Except it was no longer just a void, there were flickers of a form that Colin could pick out if she focused hard enough. The void was an absence, true, but now it was more like seeing the shadow cast by a figure instead of merely an empty space. And in that shadow Colin saw hints of something else, something more than just the strange woman calling herself CC. Something that she really did not like. Colin opened her eyes and cringed from the pounding migraine. In fact she was so busy cringing from it she did not even notice as CC rose and walked over. The other woman placed a cold rag over Colin's forehead and began to massage her temples. The redhead's surprise quickly gave way to relief as the throbbing in her head began subsiding. Thou art beginning to blossom, CC remarked. Thou may as yet bear fruit. Colin snorted. Thanks, I think. She sighed. I saw it, whatever is binding you. CC said nothing as her hands continued ministering to Colin. It binds you, like a chain. But a chain can be cut or broken if sufficient force is exerted. CC chuckled. Mayhap so, but the breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. In other words the force needed to break the chain might well break CC herself. Colin grimaced unhappily. She owed the woman, not just for the power of the Geass but also for her support in the fight against Britannia. And even if CC was in this for her own sake, there was no denying that she was capable of expressing tenderness as she did now. And that in Colin's estimation meant that deep down CC was a kind person who did not deserve to be so bound. I'm feeling okay now, Colin said. Thanks. Thou art most welcome, CC said with a slight smirk as she returned to lounging about in her own chair. Colin regarded the woman levelly as she set aside the rag. So this previous contractor of yours. You can't directly tell me anything about him. But can you at least answer yes or no to any questions I ask? 'Tis possible, CC allowed. Some secrets be guarded more than others. And I presume his identity is one of them. A single and clearly effortful nod was C.C's response. Fine, Colin said. So this contractor is dangerous and possesses a Geass. I presume that's because he'll consider you and me a threat to his own plans. Another nod. But are we actually actively working against him? This time CC shook her head. Ah. So he's just being overly thorough because another person possessing a Geass might interfere with his plans. It is war's prize to take all vantage. Lovely, so he's ruthless as well as psychotic. And damned be him that first cries, hold, enough, CC quoted another. Yes, yes, all is fair in love and war, Colin said with a sigh. Okay. So he's dangerous, but he would still need access to resources to represent a genuine threat. Do you believe he'll be able to get those resources? CC snorted, all the answer Colin needed. Alright, fine. I guess you wouldn't be that worried about him if he couldn't get whatever he needed. Colin pursed her lips. So, what are the chances that he knows you're here? 'Tis a matter of chance therein, CC stated. Just chance? You can apparently sense when one of your contractors is in proximity. Can we do the same? Nay, least not in so forthright a means. But I can sense, well, not you, but a hole where you're supposed to be. That be thy boon, thy geese, CC stated. That has naught to do with our plight. Alright, I guess that makes sense. Colin frowned. When I tried to read the princess all I got was an empty blank. Would that also happen if I tried to read this other contractor? Mayhap, CC allowed. Colin tilted her head back in thought. That the princess apparently possessed a geese was one of those details that, though likely important in the grand scheme, was having surprisingly little impact on her day-to-day planning. Seeing as she did not actually know what the princess geese was, there was simply no way to account for it. Then again, so long as the other girl was not clairvoyant, so long as Colin was careful, she could likely get by without ever knowing what the princess power was. Colin frowned. You already told me that the princess isn't one of your past contractors, she said. Then who gave her a geese? Is there someone else out there like you? C.C's mouth thinned, but the woman said nothing, no nods or shakes of the head either. From the expression it was pretty clear that this was another topic that whatever bound her was keeping her from revealing. Alright, let's try it this way. Is whoever that likely gave the princess her geese in Japan? A very slow shaking of the head was C.C's answer, which was good enough for Colin for now. But there were still too many unknowns, too many secrets. Another frown crossed Colin's expression. This link we have, the one that lets you sense your contractors. What else does it let you sense? A strangely mischievous smile appeared on C.C's face, causing Colin to narrow her eyes. Well, our bond looks not with the eyes, but with the mind. Colin cocked her head aside as she tried to interpret the response. And then her eyes widened. It was probably a good thing that the room they were in was one of the soundproofed ones in the hospital. That did not stop those that passed by from giving the door curious looks as it seemingly shook. The three men that appeared at the KO campus were haggard-looking, clearly malnourished and sporting obvious injuries. One's hand looked broken in several places while walked with a very obvious limp. The third seemed the sturdiest of the trio and was lending a shoulder to the limping man, but there was likely a reason that one of his eyes was closed shut. All three were quickly ushered into the hospital and brought to a treatment ward. Kuruba himself arrived once the name of one of the arrivals reached him. As he entered, the one-eyed man cracked a sad smile. Kuruba-sensei, he greeted respectfully. Makabe-sensei, Kuruba said as he walked over. I had thought you gone forever. Nearly so, the other man said. Nearly so. But I was given a second chance by the one they call the Akakashi. Kuruba's eyes widened. You were being held at Fuchu. Indeed, Makabe said as he touched his closed eye. Ever since the protest, after the Britannians rounded us up. A bitter smile appeared. They treated us like dogs, the savages. My friend, you have been through much, Kuruba said. Rest. We will help you and the others in any way we can. Thank you, Sensei, Makabe said. I did not know where else to go. After what I heard the Britannians were doing to KO. Kuruba shook his head. You have no need to worry about that. The Britannians might be providing us with resources, but all of the staff are Japanese, even those providing security. Japanese, Makabe said somewhat bitterly. Can they really be called that? Those that discarded their heritage to suckle at Britannia's teat. Makabe, Kuruba said somewhat sternly. I will not tell you how you should think, nor will I try to offer false words of comfort after all the suffering you endured. But KO remains a place of healing, not strife. I hope that at least was not striped from you over the years. Makabe regarded his old friend for a few moments before taking a deep breath. No. The KO of my heart still remains, a place where people are offered solace in times of need. But an anger has also grown in my heart. Look at these men with me, Atsuko will never walk properly again, and Sato, he will never hold a pen with that hand. Kuruba nodded. We may not be able to return to you what you have lost, but we can at least strive to make sure you lose nothing further. At that Makabe nodded sadly. Would that we have not lost it at all. But I fear that the future still holds more loss for us. What are you saying? Kuruba asked. You are here now, safe. We will see you treated, and over time you might even rejoin us to help others. The other man chuckled wryly. Have you forgotten, old friend, that I am now a fugitive? Simply being here at KO brings risk to everything you have done, but I simply did not know who else to turn to. But for the sake of the hospital I will leave if my presence becomes a danger. Just, seeing this place, even if it is a mere shadow of its former glory, is enough. Makabe-sensei, Kuroba said with a frown. Have you not heard of the Viceroy's clemency? Makabe's eyes darkened. Kuroba-sensei, do you truly expect me to accept such an offer? To betray my people and my heritage and swear allegiance to those that did this to me? The man shook his head. No. If a Britannian comes forth and demands that I swear to the Empire, I will say no, even if it means being thrown back into hell. Kuroba pursed his lips. It is not so simple, Makabe-sensei. The Viceroy's position is that the government will assume by default that every prisoner held at Fuchu that escaped are accepting of the parole offer. That is ludicrous, Makabe spat. I swear no oath, how can they presume I hold any loyalty to them? Yet that is exactly what the Viceroy has done. Then I spit upon that presumption, Makabe said vehemently. I reject any claim that I would swear to the Empire. I am Japanese. Not Britannian. Makabe, Kuroba hissed. Is something the matter? Kuroba stiffened as the last voice he wanted to hear sounded from behind. Turning about, the doctor found one Lieutenant Helena Blanche standing at the doorway. Is there a problem, Dr. Kuroba? You. Makabe snapped. Tell your princess that I will not become a dog of the Empire. My heart is Japanese. My soul is Japanese. And I will die as such. Makabe, settle down, Kuroba snapped before looking over at the Britannian nurse. My apologies, Lieutenant. He has been through much and is delirious. Helena frowned. No, I would say he is completely serious. And the clothes he is wearing is not civilian dress. That is right. Makabe shouted. I have worn this garb for years, ever since the Empire threw me into Fuchu. And I will continue wearing it than be called Britannian. Makabe, Kuroba nearly yelled himself. Please, Lieutenant. He has been through much. Doctor, you know Her Highness proclamation, Helena stated. All of the inmates were given the benefit of the doubt, but if they explicitly reject the parole offer then they revert to being prison escapees. Lieutenant, Makabe is my patient, Kuroba said emphatically. Would you allow one of your patients to be taken away before he could be treated? I don't need your protection. Makabe, Kuroba roared. Silence. The other man stared blankly at the doctor, his mouth slowly closing. With that momentarily dealt with, Kuroba turned back to the Britannian nurse. Lieutenant, he repeated once more. Please. Helena regarded the doctor for a few more moments before sighing. He is your patient, doctor. You may treat him. However, he will not be allowed freedom of movement within the hospital and will have a guard posted on him at all times. And that is not negotiable, doctor. That is understood, Lieutenant, Kuroba said with a slight bow. Thank you. The lieutenant nodded in turn before walking away, pulling her radio out in the process to issue the relevant orders. Kuroba turned back to his old friend, who simply stared at him. Rest, Kuroba instructed. We shall see to your injuries and that of your companions. Makabe continued staring at Kuroba. You didn't need to do that. You could have gotten arrested right alongside me. The Britannian nurses here understand the duty that a healer has to their patients, Kuroba stated. Perhaps you two will one day see them as sisters in that regard. Afternoon, Sozaku, Charlotte said with a smile as she stepped next to him and extended a hand. Good afternoon, Charlotte, Sozaku responded with a wiry smile as he handed over his school bag. I see you still haven't joined any clubs. Charlotte shrugged. The term is coming to an end. I think I'll start fresh after the summer vacation. But won't you be busy preparing for the A-levels? Sozaku pointed out. And just why would you think that, considering all the antics the student council president gets up to? Charlotte countered. Sozaku began opening his mouth, but the response that came out was not the one that had initially flashed through his head. Fair. So which clubs were you thinking of trying out for? I used to fence back in the homeland. Was pretty good at it too. I might pick that up again. Oh, and I heard that the culinary club here is really good. Their club leader apparently helped cater for the dance. Really? Sozaku said. I didn't know that. You didn't go? Charlotte said nonchalantly. Sozaku smiled thinly. I wouldn't have had anyone to go with. And besides, the dance happened to overlap with an exercise with the military, so I was out of town. The boy momentarily considered whether he should be telling Charlotte that, but decided that on balance it was probably harmless to do so. And the exercise itself was not classified anyway, seeing as it was mentioned in the news. Ah. Well, you'll just have to see about getting that remedied next year, Charlotte said. I'm not sure I can control the military's schedule like that, Sozaku decided to discuss the safer issue. I'm sure there are ways, Charlotte responded with a beatific smile. After all, what kind of gentleman would be so boorish as to stand up his date over something so trivial as his martial duties? Sozaku felt a slight chill run down his back at the girl's expression. It looked hungry, almost predatory even. Yet despite the hints, he was still reluctant to actually consider the possibility that Charlotte was actually genuinely interested in him. It felt off for some reason. But there was no denying the fact that she was somewhat going out of her way to talk to him and was even polite and courteous to him at school. Suzaku hoped she was not getting any flack from the other students because of that. "Ah, here's my stop," Charlotte said as the doors opened and she handed a bag back to Suzaku. "I'll see you tomorrow." With that she dashed off and Suzaku watched her disappear. As the doors closed he sighed and looked down at the school bag. He could still feel the tingle of her touch on his hands. He blinked. And then his eyes widened. On the handle was the yellow cat toy that he had seen so many times dangling off Charlotte's school bag, which could only mean that the girl had accidentally handed hers to Suzaku when she got off the train. "Crap, what am I supposed to do?" the boy wondered aloud. He had only the vaguest idea of where she lived. With the subway stop Charlotte got off his only real clue. Perhaps there was something in her bag that would point him to her address, but did he dare pry into her belongings like that? Suzaku swallowed nervously. He would take a very quick peek, see if he could find something that would let him get in touch with her, and that was it. Before he could do so however the subway vibrated slightly. Suzaku frowned. Probably best to do this not on in a moving car. At the next stop Suzaku got off and made his way to a relatively out-of-the-way spot in the station. With care he opened up the school bag and examined its contents. Charlotte had several of her books, including the same philosophy text as Suzaku, but she also had what appeared to be a Latin textbook. And then the boy's eyes fell on the planner issued by the school. It was folded open to today's date and Suzaku caught sight of quite a bit of writing. Silently apologizing to the girl Suzaku pulled it out and gave it a very quick look before grimacing. Charlotte was obviously a diligent student seeing as she had noted down all of the assignments that were due tomorrow. If her bag was not returned to her, she would have some explaining to do in at least 3 different classes and Suzaku felt depressingly certain that if the truth came out Charlotte would end up getting ostracized by the other students. The young man's jaw tightened. That would not happen on his account. Flipping to the front of the planner Suzaku found what he wanted. There was a spot that students could fill in their addresses though Suzaku had no idea how many actually did. Charlotte had however, which was all that mattered. The address was not too far from the subway station, which was convenient. With a destination target Suzaku hopped onto another subway heading back and got off at the next station. From there it was a few short blocks to his classmate's residence, a nice-looking apartment complex. As Suzaku stood outside the main door he suddenly found his heart pounding. He could not recall the last time he had ever visited someone his age, much less a girl. But he had come this far and a real man did not back down. Suzaku allowed himself a slight chuckle. Or at least that was probably what Charlotte would say. He pressed the doorbell for the apartment in Charlotte's planner. A few seconds passed before the intercom hissed. "Yes. Charlotte?" Suzaku said. "Oh Suzaku. Is this about the school bag? I'm really sorry about that, I should have been paying closer attention." "That's all right," Suzaku assured the girl. "Here, I'll open the door, you can come on up." "No that's." A buzzing sound rang, cutting off any further words from the young man. With a sigh Suzaku pulled open the door. He really had just intended to ask Charlotte to come down so that they could swap bags, but once again the girl had seized the initiative. She really was good at that and Suzaku wondered idly whether that was a trait shared by all women. The princess certainly seemed to possess it, as did Millie. Even Colin for that matter. Such idle ruminations ended as Suzaku found himself before the apartment. He knocked twice but only because the door flew open to reveal a beaming Charlotte. "Hey Suzaku," she said. "Sorry again for this mess." "It's all right," Suzaku assured her again. "You've been a big help these last couple of days and this is the least I could do." Charlotte's smile deepened. "That's sweet of you to say. Though I'm surprised you were able to find my place." Suzaku's smile took on a nervous air. Yes, about that." He bowed. "My apologies, Charlotte. I had to look inside your bag and your planner to figure out your address." "Inside me?" "Oh, that's okay Suzaku, you were just trying to help." Charlotte insisted. "You don't need to bow like that." Before Suzaku could respond another voice inside sounded. "Charlotte, what's going on out there?" The voice was male and it sounded too young to be the girl's father. Suzaku's head rose to see a man about their age walk over to the door. His pitch-black hair was a stark contrast to Charlotte's shining blonde but he shared the girl's purple eyes. "Oh, Lelich, this is my classmate Suzaku." "Suzaku, this is my cousin, Lelich," Charlotte introduced. Her cousin, Suzaku thought with a strange sense of relief. The boy caught himself. Now why was he relieved? Surely he was not seriously thinking of Charlotte that way, they had only really met. "Ah, Suzaku," Lelich said and extended his left hand. "Charlotte has told me much about you. Thank you for being there for her at school." "No, I haven't really done anything," Suzaku asked as he shook the other man's hands. For some reason he was finding it impossible to avert from Lelich's gaze. "I should be the one thanking Charlotte." Lelich smiled. Such modesty. But where are my manners, why don't you come in? You went to all this trouble to return Charlotte's belong, you must allow us to express our gratitude. No, that's quite all right, were the words that Suzaku was thinking of. All right, if you insist, was what came out of his mouth instead. Suzaku blinked as he stepped through the threshold into the apartment. His head was feeling a bit fuzzy, his body increasingly stiff. Please, have a seat, Lelich said. Charlotte hopped over to the side to pull out a chair and Suzaku obediently sat down. Thank you, he muttered, his eyes never leaving Lelich's. Charlotte, please get Suzaku here something to drink, Lelich said, also never shifting his gaze. As the sound of liquid being poured echoed in the background he continued speaking. My cousin tells me that you are actually a soldier in the Britannian army. Is that so? Yes, Suzaku said reflexively. The boy blinked and for a brief moment a tiny voice cried through the veil that something was very, very wrong. And then his mind seemed lost once more in the shroud and he simply sat there staring at Lelich. The other man smiled once more. Would you care to tell me what is it you do? And so Suzaku did. He told Lelich about the Asik, about his work as a test pilot for the Lancelot, and about the people that he worked with from Lloyd and Cecile to Claudio. He answered every question that followed, details about MacArthur Base's security, the Asik's various projects, and everything he might know about the people of note in the Britannian hierarchy. He did all this and would remember none of it once he left the apartment that night, nor any of the other nights that he would be visiting in the future. A viceroy's duties were many and varied, from setting policy via executive decisions to enforcing the will of the sovereign that had invested their authority within him or her. Sometimes however the one whose will was being enforced and the one doing the enforcing were one and the same. For the men marching to their fate this had a special relevance as the signature on their execution warrant was of the very same person whom oversaw the trials that had consigned them to this fate. And as the one responsible for condemning these men to their fates Euphemia would not shirk the obligation of bearing witness to the consequences of her actions. Standing by her side was the brigadier heir and behind the two the customary pair of armsmen that now accompanied the princess almost everywhere. Several other guards were also present, scattered about the sterile room to make sure the prisoners did not attempt anything too foolish. Men facing certain doom were never entirely rational and despite the odds might make one final desperate grasp for life, or seek a more dramatic end than the one consigned to them. The gallows at the center of the platform only had 4 nooses dangling so the 7 men to be executed this day would be dealt with in 2 groups. The 7 here were however only a part of those facing execution but the rest were soldiers and so their sentences would be handled by the military. The first group of 4 was marched into the room, each their heads bowed in resignation. Each knew that at this point no mortal hand was likely to stay their deaths and a divine one was unlikely to be lent to those such as them. The 4 were lined up on the platform facing the princess. Euphemia stood. We stand here as witness to the judgment that has been handed down for crimes so heinous as to warrant it. The forfeiture of your lives will not restore that loss which you have inflicted upon others, but that is not the purpose of this judgment. The fates that you have been handed marks our conclusion that your effort and your issue have fallen short of the standard set upon us by the gods. We thus deliver you unto the gods so that they may render a final judgment upon you. If you have final words to speak, then speak them and we shall bear testimony to them. One by one the prisoners did so, a mixture of far too belated regrets and prayers to the gods to grant them an opportunity to redeem themselves in death. With that formality concluded the nooses were fitted around the necks of the convicted. And then the platforms dropped out from under them and a sickening crack sounded. All 4 bodies dangled limply, the execution having been performed to perfection. For these 4 there would be no lingering death, at least, the only mercy that Britannia would grant them. Time seemed to pass so slowly as the deceased were cut down and checked. Then the last 3 men were brought in and placed upon the platform. 2 were as downcast as those that preceded them but the rotund man in the center mustered enough will to glare at the princess. It seemed the Duke of Windsor still had some fire left in his hefty belly. Euphemia repeated her declaration and offer and the 2 men on the Duke's side spoke much as the others had. When it came the Duke's turn however the man erupted. Bear witness to this, Euphemia Lee Britannia. I spit on the name of your family, you who presume to stand so haughtily above. You think yourself so mighty while you hide behind the folds of your dress and rely on men of callow blood for your authority. The world will see you for what you truly are, a sniveling brat who knows not her limits even when she has overreached. I curse you, wench, and I curse your family in turn. May you all suffer as rent hearts as mine before they draw their last breath. A still silence hung in the room as most of the other occupants, including the 2 men aside the Duke, gaped at the man. The reaction of others was more nuanced. A single eyebrow was risen on Euphemia's expression while the brigadier and both her armsmen had hands resting on their holsters just waiting for an excuse to draw and blow off the impudent noble's head. The princess however declined to surrender to that particular temptation. That did not mean she would be letting the Duke have the last word here. Lieutenant, she called out to the head executioner. Remove the Duke from his position. I would not have others have to suffer his company in their leave. Gladly, Your Highness, the officer said, and he signaled 2 of the other men down by the gallows. The Duke was hauled back, not without shouting, or attempting to, more abuse at being manhandled. A fist to the noble's pudgy gut soon left him unable to utter anything but groans of pain. The execution of the other 2 prisoners proceeded with due efficiency, and only after they were cut down was the Duke placed back in position. As the noose was fastened, Euphemia conveyed a few final parting words for the Duke. "I once promised myself that I would see your neck wrung from a noose for your crimes against my subjects." The princess' expression morphed into a chilling smile. "I thank you for your part in seeing that promise fulfilled." The Duke glared at Euphemia but made no response of his own. He stood there for a moment, all along on the platform. And then the floor dropped out and his body fell through. No crack sounded, however, and in fact the man's form could be seen fidgeting. Euphemia frowned. "What happened?" "The force of the fall was not enough to break his neck," Jonathan explained. "Could be for any variety of reasons. The noose might not have been properly tightened, or his neck was simply too thick for a clean break, so instead he's left to suffocate." The brigadier regarded the princess. "Shall I put him out of his misery, your highness?" Euphemia regarded the frantically flaying form for a few seconds coldly. A part of her whispered no, the Duke of Windsor deserved no such mercy for what he had done. But another part winced at the sight, imploring her to end this macabre display immediately instead of waiting it out. Faced with this decision, Euphemia fell back upon her conscience. "End this, brigadier," she ordered. "Your command, your highness," Jonathan said with a slight tinge of approval. The brigadier drew his sidearm and took aim. The crack that sounded this time was much, much louder. End of chapter 31. In retrospect, this was probably a really morbid chapter to be putting up right before Christmas. Then again, how many of you are really going to be complaining about getting another chapter in only 6 days? Apparently being on vacation works wonders for writing productivity. I wonder how many of you thought I had forgotten about the Duke of Windsor. It all came down to scheduling, making sure enough time passed that his execution would not feel like it happened too quickly after the whole refrain affair blew up. And I suppose this finally explains why the Duke of Windsor's death was a spectacle as mentioned in chapter 21's opening snippet. Ah, Fuchu. The gift that just keeps on giving. One thing people should keep in mind is that whatever machinations and maneuvers by Lelich, Yuffie, Colin, or any of the other major players, they cannot completely control the responses and actions of all the other people in the world. As such, there will be times when someone will do something that was completely outside of the scope of what a major mover was expecting. Sometimes this helps, sometimes it doesn't. We shall see whether Macabe's actions cause headaches for any of the main characters. Forgot to mention this last chapter. I don't know if I'll be using Diet Hard again. I'm still not quite sure why the original series writers came up with him. They obviously had a role/niche they wanted him to fill, but he was one of those characters that I found did not actually fulfill a role that measurably advanced the story. I only used him in the last chapter because I needed basically a tabloid reporter for a right-wing news company to ask inflammatory questions. Any oddity in the flow of sentences boils down to me writing my stream of thought, and all of you are being exposed to that without any major effort at editing on my part. For short to moderate length sentences that usually works fine. For longer sentences that can be hit or miss, specifically if my train of thought gets interrupted while typing a sentence. A big part of Intune's editing run that I'm doing now is to do the necessary editing so that I don't have any incoherent run-on sentences. We're slowing down a little again, but unfortunately the amount of stuff I'm trying to jam in kind of requires it. Every scene I have thus far is intended to justify things that happen at a future date, so even if they seem superfluous now, they should make sense in context later on. That doesn't make writing them any easier or faster. The way this current arc has unfolded, it is not quite as clean a break from the previous arc, the point where the two connect is somewhat muddled. In my mind, however, the current arc will be wrapping up in about 3 or 4 more chapters. After that, hey, I might actually not breach my self-imposed limit of 50 chapters for the R1 arc. That'd be a pleasant surprise. CC Dialogue. Thou art beginning to blossom. Thou may as yet bear fruit. You are improving. Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Mayhap so, but the breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. Maybe so, but breaking something that tough might break something else. 'Tis a matter of chance therein. That's down to luck. Nay, least not in so forthright a means. No, at least not as directly. That be thy boon, thy Geass. That has naught to do with our plight. That's because of your gift, your Geass. That has nothing to do with our contract.